Just one? You're really underestimating Big Boss Jing Shu's money-making abilities. Wen Jun waved his hand. Of course. Not just one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. Luckily, Jing Shu let us come out with her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. If she came out herself, it would arouse suspicion, so we're perfect for this kind of job. But honestly, she really knows how to live frugally. Pothead scratched his head. What do you mean? Big Boss Jing isn't the type to live frugally. Look at her, eating and drinking every day. She's even fattened up Xiao Wei. Even a landlord in the apocalypse wouldn't be this extravagant. On the very first day of setting sail, she throws a celebration banquet with Buddha jumps over the wall. As he spoke, Pothead started drooling. What does that Buddha jumps over the wall taste like, anyway? Wen Jun shook his head with a smile and left the submarine with Pothead, returning to their big ship. Pointing at the submarine being pushed along underwater by a dense crowd of mud merfolk, he said, Look, she's not even willing to leave a single crew member behind or even use any fuel. She's making those mud merfolk push the submarine all the way here. And you say she doesn't know how to live frugally? Huh, that's true. That's really saving. Pothead scratched his head again. That's why he found it strange. After killing all the crew before, he'd been cleaning up the submarine the whole way and didn't pay much attention, but the submarine just made its way back to the big ship on its own. Pretty magical, huh? Pothead remembered a hot topic from before the apocalypse and said, maybe this is just the world of the rich, spending hundreds of thousands to ship a supercar somewhere, driving it for a few days, then spending more money and manpower to ship it back, just to save on the car's mileage. I really don't get where the saving is in that. Even if Wen Jun thought Pothead was a bit silly, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It was kind of the same as what Big Boss Jing did. But shipping a car needs manpower and resources, while these mud merfolk just consume underwater corpse bugs along the way. At that moment, Jing Shu also returned from the official ship to Xiao Wei's ship. She smiled and said, Spend where you should, save where you can. Eat as well as you can, but save on fuel if you can. If I don't use these free meals, am I stupid? But seriously, Pothead, you've really cleaned up the submarine well on the way. For today's celebration banquet, you get an extra bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall as a reward. Wow, thank you, Big Boss Jing. Come on, let's go to the celebration banquet. Everyone happily headed to the ship's big dining hall. There weren't many people gathered, just Xiao Wei's group and some of their own from the village. And what a great start. On the very first day heading to the Middle East, they scored a submarine. That's a fantastic omen. Auspicious. They had to throw a big feast. The ship's dining hall was huge, with a custom-made table over 3 meters long for Xiao Wei in the center, and the table was loaded with colorful, fragrant, and plentiful dishes. Especially in the middle, there was a huge pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, with thick sea cucumbers, dried scallops, big prawns, abalone, pork skin, and other precious ingredients piled on top. The golden, rich broth was poured over everything, steaming and fragrant, making everyone's mouth water uncontrollably as soon as they walked in. Even Jing Shu couldn't help but swallow. Let alone the others. Even she had never eaten authentic Buddha jumps over the wall before. This dish was prepared by Master Liang and his apprentice, who spent a week gathering ingredients and 2 days simmering it. When Jing Shu bit into the plump, juicy, and springy sea cucumber, the unique broth and the chewy texture exploded in her mouth. Pouring a bowl of golden soup over rice, taking a bite of abalone, soft and tender, then a mouthful of rice soaked in the rich, fragrant broth. The taste was incredible. Jing Shu originally wanted to say a few words, but as soon as she opened her mouth, all she could think was, "Let's eat first, talk later." So the whole table was soon filled with nothing but the sound of chopsticks clinking and people chewing. Even Pothead and Wen Jun, who wanted to take credit, buried their heads in their food, not wanting to say a word, let alone Master Liang, who had wanted to talk about the origins and cooking methods of Buddha jumps over the wall. After nearly 6 years of the apocalypse, he'd never had such complete ingredients. Only with the best ingredients could you make such a top-notch dish. The taste of this premium Buddha jumps over the wall was so precise that even a tiny difference in ingredients would ruin it. For those who'd never had it, it didn't matter. But for picky eaters, missing even one ingredient would throw off the whole flavor. Master Liang finally tasted the real thing. It was so rare. Following Boss Jing this time was the right choice. As for everyone else's review of the dish, delicious. Unbelievably delicious. Foodie Jingshu could even tell the difference. The sea cucumber was springy and flavorful, the pork skin was soft, salty, and chewy, and biting into it released a burst of collagen flavor. Xiao Wei, meanwhile, ate the most. She popped one piece after another into her mouth, barely needing to chew, her face flushed with excitement, all 36 of her tentacles waving around. After the meal, everyone slumped at the table, sipping the last of the creamy chicken and mushroom soup. Only Xiao Wei was still going strong. Master Liang coughed and asked, "Boss Jing, what do you think of this creamy chicken and mushroom soup?" Jingshu burped, then gave a thumbs up. "When it comes to eating, you're the best, Master Liang. This soup has a rich, creamy flavor with the aroma of sautéed butter and flour. One sip and it's heavenly." Master Liang nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll make more sautéed butter and flour. If it's inconvenient to cook and prepare ingredients once we get to the Middle East and food is hard to preserve, we can just add water and have instant soup, quick, convenient, and delicious. I'll also make other flavors like clam and mushroom chowder, creamy pumpkin soup, and creamy mushroom soup." "Great, great. Make plenty of those. You really think ahead. See, you can prepare ingredients now and make them into instant food that's also delicious. Start prepping now, enough for 200 people for 3 days." Jingshu squinted happily as she drank more of the creamy mushroom soup. "Oh my God, how can there be such delicious chowder? It's even better than what she used to have at Western restaurants or Pizza Hut. Way better than what she used to make herself." Sure, her own was tasty, but when you leave it to the professionals, the taste is just on another level. As a chowder lover, Jingshu was completely hooked. After earning her trust, Master Liang saw that Boss Jing was in a great mood and brought up what he'd been thinking. "Boss Jing, there's a rare ingredient in the Buddha jumps over the wall, deep-sea fish maw. I brought it from Kaoshan. If you get the chance, try to get more of it. It's one of the essential ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall." What? There are still ingredients in this era that Jingshu hasn't gotten her hands on? That won't do? Fish maw? Isn't it just fish maw? She remembered buying some before the apocalypse, but it was long gone. Later, with so many other ingredients, she never bothered with it again. Fish maw is the white bubble inside a fish's belly. Before the apocalypse, it was 30 yuan per kilogram at the Wucheng market, a huge bag for cheap. Deep-sea fish maw comes from big fish, dried in the sun. The older it is, the better, packed with collagen. Before the apocalypse, it could sell for thousands of yuan per jin, making it a prized ingredient. "No problem. However much we can get this time, we'll get." After reassuring old Liang, he happily went off to prepare ingredients. As Master Liang put it, while things are still peaceful on the ship, and there's time and opportunity, it's best to prepare as many instant meals as possible. Once they reach the Middle East, they'll be running around all day, maybe not even having time to eat. By then, they can just pull out these ready-made instant meals, add water or cook them in a pot, and have something simple, convenient, and delicious. Jingshu also asked Master Liang to prepare more low-key food for the young guys, so that when the main group is gnawing on dry bread, they won't be the only ones eating fragrant meals on the road and making everyone else jealous. With Master Liang in charge, Jingshu felt completely at ease leaving the kitchen to him. She liked to be prepared for anything. After the celebration banquet, Jingshu had another meal sent to the big ship. After all, young men get hungry quickly, and they weren't idle. They were busy rolling cigarettes. Once they reached the Middle East, they'd have a batch ready for trade. After that, Jingshu, led by Pothead and Wen Jun, went to thoroughly inspect the newly acquired submarine. She had to admit, this submarine was impressive, definitely worthy of being called an underwater killer, especially with its torpedoes and mines, which were even more powerful than cannons. One torpedo from a distance underwater could take out an entire ship, but unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to use them. After all, Jingshu was after profit. If you fire a torpedo, the supplies get blown up too. Plus, there were only 2 torpedoes in the submarine, extremely precious. There was another serious problem. She didn't know how to operate a submarine. And she couldn't ask the ship's crew, since she'd acquired it secretly. She couldn't have the mud merfolk pushing it forever either. So for now, she could only have Pothead and Wenjun learn how to handle it. Leave these headaches to the subordinates. Just offer good rewards and wait for results. Isn't that what bosses do? Night fell. The sea wind howled and black waves crashed against the ferry, making a loud splashing sound. Jingshu's first day at sea finally passed safely. She stayed on the huge 6-story flat deck of the ferry, where the Hulk-like giants had spread out all the furniture and supplies she'd brought. The biggest advantage of this was that if the ferry was attacked or they needed to escape, the giants could quickly roll everything up and run. After a few training sessions, the giants could pack up Jingshu's belongings and jump into the sea with her in just 15 seconds. Jingshu was very satisfied with this. With the mud merfolk on guard, even if something happened, they'd be the first line of defense, and 15 seconds was plenty of time to escape. So she could relax and feed her chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs in her cube space, check on her spiritual fields, and even speed up the growth of her seafood. Only after all that did she contentedly start practicing with her magic cube. She wanted to upgrade it before reaching the Middle East to make more space. Unfortunately, she'd hit a bottleneck with the upgrade. It looked like she'd need to find a new energy source to level up. The next day, the sea was calm. The radio occasionally broadcast safety reports from scout teams in all directions. This made the elite patrol team on duty today feel disappointed. They even took the initiative to sail around for a long time, but didn't see a single ship, or even a big mosquito. Jingshu spent the day running simulation drills with her team and Zhang Lang, practicing team coordination and escape scenarios, and getting to know the new members' abilities. On the third day, the fleet arrived at the ports of Vietnam and Cambodia. They traded the ships and unused supplies they'd seized on the first day for new goods, restocked some resources, and set off again. But in Jingshu's opinion, this was completely unnecessary. They'd only seized 5 ships, barely filling a fraction of their 100-ship fleet. They could have loaded up more before coming to trade. She even suspected the higher-ups did this on purpose, just to make a show of it. In fact, when they reached the Cambodian port, Jingshu was a bit stunned. Even when the fleet was still far from the dock, there were already lots of people and little wooden boats in the water. These people were thin and dark, some catching corpse bugs in the water, tying them up and tossing them onto the boats, where others would bind them together to keep them from escaping. When they saw Jingshu's massive fleet, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they started shouting and tried to climb aboard from the water. Even worse, some people crawled under the ships, trying to steal whatever they could. Jingshu's fleet was made up of large ferries, all fully armed and modified before setting out. Plus, there were mud merfolk guarding the hulls. The official ships were all reinforced steel monsters. No way these people could steal anything, even if they hammered away under the hull. But the small boats used by the elite teams weren't so lucky. Damn, are these people crazy? They even stole the life rings from my boat. This is nuts. These people are so desperate they even took my anchor. Calling HQ, can we fight back? They're way too bold. Hey, there are so many people, it's like a packed beach before the apocalypse. Who do you fight? All of them? Besides, we're in their waters. Can't just attack civilians. Just watch your stuff. All teams, listen up. Guard your personal property. If anything gets stolen, you're allowed to take it back. We're not letting anyone get away with this. I repeat. So the moment the cannons fired, the previously arrogant crowd scattered like startled birds, disappearing in no time. Yang Yang shook his head with binoculars. Just looking at the sea, you can tell things aren't good for Cambodians. They've almost fished out all the corpse bugs. In China, we use them for fuel, but here it's because there's nothing left to eat. In the South China Sea, corpse bugs pile up on the shore and have to be cleared daily, but here, people have to dive into the sea to catch them. Tank nodded and said, "In this apocalypse, China is actually doing pretty well. We've tried every possible way to get food. Even though the giantized food tastes terrible, it's still better than corpse bugs. The key is, eating corpse bugs for too long gives you chronic poisoning." Jingshu nodded in agreement. In her previous life, They survived by eating corpse bugs too. Maybe it's the butterfly effect in this life. She got the ZS880 synthetic meat and giantized meat out early, plus her large-scale sales of red threadworm cakes, which changed the fate of many people in Wucheng. After driving away the locals fishing for corpse bugs, the elite teams, who weren't pushovers, managed to recover most of their ship parts. This little incident passed quickly, and the supplies were soon exchanged. The 100-ship fleet set off again, but this time everyone could feel something was different. There seemed to be a lot more small boats following them from a distance. Someone from the elite team asked in the group chat, "Should we drive off all these little boats?" Yang Yang replied, "No need, let them follow. How else will they know exactly where we are?" With that, the quick-witted ones immediately understood and started chuckling. The slower ones were still confused, asking, "Who needs to know our location?" Huang Ya, the corpse herder, took the initiative in his zombie team's group chat. "Xiaoya, take a few villagers who can swim and quietly check out those small boats. Your main job is to see which boats have the most supplies. If a fight breaks out, you'll know which one to hit first. Also, see what you can find out. These small boats are definitely pirate scouts. See how many people they have and what kind of weapons." "Roger." So, dozens of small boats followed the massive fleet. The elite team didn't even bother to act. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, but these boats were so shabby that only the engines were worth anything. The wooden boats didn't even have canopies. Nobody would buy them. But the not-quite-human C2 Xiaoye and his group just hung under the boats like zombies, not needing to breathe, perfect for gathering intel. Soon, C2 Xiaoye reported back, "They're so poor even rats would shake their heads in pity. There's nothing on board, just 1 or 2 people, some fuel and clothes, worth less than 200 virtual coins total." Huang Ya winced. "Damn, even pirates are this poor." But C2 Xiaoye added, "But 4 of the boats have small satellite transmitters and GPS trackers. They're constantly contacting their bosses. I couldn't understand their language, but I recorded it. They're probably calling for backup from other pirates. Those satellite gadgets should be worth at least 100 merit points if we turn them in, right?" Huang Ya was pleased. "Of course. If a fight breaks out, grab those valuable things first. Turning them in will be worth a lot of merit. And your intel is worth at least 100 merit points too. Keep watching." The villagers were all like stone, so as long as they could be used like mules, they'd be put to work. Huang Ya went off to drink more water and make more medicine to reward his subordinates. "Got it?" Then the corpse herder submitted the recordings to Yang Yang, who immediately called everyone to a meeting. Jingshu yawned as she arrived. C2 Xiaoye was right. These people were so poor that even she couldn't scavenge anything. Their only use might be to feed the mud merfolk in the sea. From the mud merfolk's feedback and the intentions of the surrounding ships, Jingshu guessed what was going on. She quickly dispatched over 100 teams of mud merfolk to scout the surrounding seas. After all, drones and recon planes can't cover every angle or spot every pirate. If her mud merfolk found them first, she could help the organization by taking care of some problems in advance, and maybe pick up some extra supplies that wouldn't fit on the main ships. That's perfectly reasonable and considerate, right? After all, there aren't many people as thoughtful as her in the organization. Of course, this can't be called intercepting the organization's fat meat. That's not something you say lightly. Her mud merfolk found these notorious pirates outside the organization's recon range. If the pirates get wiped out right outside their door, it's not her fault. In the meeting room, "What's up? Any news about pirates?" "Not sure, but something's definitely going on. Probably nothing big. The top brass aren't here and there's no warning on the radio." This time, only the elite team's bodyguards were in the meeting room. Old Man Joe and Codename 7 weren't present, but after Yang Yang coughed and said a few words, everyone got excited. He snapped his fingers, quieted the room, and announced loudly, "Everyone, get ready. We've got a big job coming up." "What? A big job? Really?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Yang Yang first praised the corpse herder for his foresight in sending people to gather crucial intel. The nearby big pirate groups were gathering to take down their fleet. Their fleet had just traded a lot of valuable goods at the Cambodian coast, and most of their ships weren't even armed, just slow, hard-to-maneuver ferries and cargo ships. It was like an ancient merchant caravan with only 20 warhorses but over 100 empty ox carts. Who wouldn't be tempted? Those ox carts are worth a fortune. But the pirates know that even with several groups, they might not be able to take us down, so they've called in the biggest pirate bosses from the surrounding seas. From their conversations, we also learned they've probably rented some high-damage, long-range weapons from a certain country. This time we have solid evidence, so we don't have to wait for them to attack before fighting back. This time, the higher-ups have given the order. We're allowed to go all out and take the initiative, and this operation has been named Operation Vultures Catch Chicks. After Yang Yang finished relaying the decision, the room erupted. Even Zhang Lang, who'd been blowing bubblegum next to Jing Shu, got excited. What was this damned feeling of hot-blooded excitement? Why did it feel like he was about to go to war too? As the room buzzed with excitement and everyone discussed tactics and plans, Yang Yang finally calmed the overexcited elite bodyguards. Then he began to lay out the plan in detail. Although we can take the initiative, we can't risk alerting the enemy and scaring them off, so in the early stages, we still need to be patient and focus on gathering intel. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. Right now, the biggest threat to us is their long-range strike weapons, so I'll send 2 elite teams to deal with that, executing plans A, B, C, and D. These 4 plans are basically about using information gaps to delay their launch time or feeding them false information. In short, we'll deal with this first and then wipe out all the pirates preparing to attack us. Now, listen to my assignments. Yang Yang truly lived up to his reputation as a strategist. In just half an hour, he'd come up with a reasonable plan and assigned tasks. Now, every elite team had something to do, and the tasks weren't easy, so the rewards were high. The key was Yang Yang had assigned each task based on everyone's strengths, so everyone was satisfied. But time was tight. They couldn't go after scattered pirates now and risk alerting the rest, nor could they wait until all the pirates had gathered, which would risk unpredictable losses to the fleet. So the timing was crucial. How to strike at just the right moment for a flawless victory depended on command and coordination. The teams just needed to follow orders, and things should go smoothly. Meanwhile, in a cramped meeting room at the bottom of the ship, Old Joe watched the display screen showing Yang Yang's battle plan, the task assignments, and the reactions of all the elite bodyguards. Codename 7 and another figure shrouded in shadow stood beside Old Joe. Old Joe picked up his cup, blew on the steaming goji berry tea, and said leisurely, "Xiaoqi, what do you think of this batch of elites? How do they compare to the last group?" Codename 7 replied coolly, "Too little contact, too few tests, hard to say. But from this selection, I doubt more than 10 would pass. Yang Yang is pretty good, ruthless, with no bottom line. The organization lacks people like him. If we'd had him back then, maybe so many wouldn't have died. After all, as long as you're alive, anything's possible. Dead, and it's all over." The shadowy figure added in a hoarse voice. That last batch, the Yun Ying group, were all top-notch, but their flaw was the same. Too upright, too rigid. This batch is much more flexible and adaptable. Old Joe sipped his tea and switched the camera to the absent-minded Jing Shu. He asked, "What do you think of this girl, the only S+ potential in this batch? Both Yang Yang and Zhen Nantian rate her highly. Can she take on the big responsibility?" Codename 7 frowned. "Aside from her being a bit arrogant on the first day, I haven't seen anything special about her these days. After repeated observation, I find that among all these national-level weirdos, she actually seems too ordinary. No outstanding speeches, no exceptional awareness, no great leadership, and her combat ability is unclear." Old Joe smiled and nodded. "That's not wrong, but isn't it strange? Anyone who spends time with her ends up centering around her, with her as the leader. That unlucky guy Hao Yunlai, Tank, and the others are all old acquaintances of hers." He pointed at the shadow. "What about your observations?" The shadowy figure rasped, "That's just her on the surface. In reality, I infiltrated several of her big ships." He swallowed. Codename 7 frowned. "What? Did she break the rules?" The shadow shook his head. "No. She reported in advance that she'd bring a ship full of gastropods and a gastropod queen. These gastropods are strong enough to wipe out an elite team. So what? That was reported, Codename 7 said. The shadow shook his head again, thinking Codename 7 was all brawn and no brains, and patiently explained. She brought a whole ship of high combat bugs, plus a timid queen who lays and hatches eggs. That alone shows her ambition, and such a bug army must consume a lot. So I snuck onto the bug ship and was shocked to find that the ordinary crew were eating rice, with 3 dishes and a soup each. The food was cheap, but each meal cost at least 30 virtual coins, and there was even a late-night snack. Sometimes eggs, sometimes chicken legs. Their daily food budget is way higher than ours. What? Her crew eats that well? Codename 7 was shocked. Old Joe's hand tightened on his thermos of goji and red date tea, lost in thought. He, a dignified leader, had to reuse his tea leaves 20 times. And this little girl's subordinates were eating like kings? He started to doubt his life choices. The shadow swallowed again, not mentioning how delicious the food smelled. He'd started drooling on the spot. So I thought she was even more unusual, so I went to her ferry to investigate. And? Spit it out, don't leave us hanging, Codename 7 said impatiently. The shadow revealed his hand, which was black and blue, and rubbed his nose awkwardly. I didn't make it. As soon as I touched her ferry, I was... Well, let's just say I tried several methods, even using poisonous creatures, but she seems able to control many venomous animals. Some areas were guarded by bugs and snakes, clearly on sentry duty, no way to sneak in undetected. Some places were wired with alarms. If I tried anything else, I'd definitely alert her. This person is far from simple. She may look ordinary, but my special ability is stealth, and I still couldn't get on her ship. So what kind of precautions must she have in place to make her ferry so impenetrable? And what's inside her cabin? How capable must she be? Codename 7 grew serious and nodded. To pull that off, she's definitely not simple. And to be able to support so many pets, she's even more extraordinary. I'll keep a special eye on her in the coming operations. Old Joe took another sip of tea. All right, let's leave it at that. By the way, I was wondering why Young Yang never eats in the canteen and always goes to that girl's ship for meals. Tomorrow I'll tag along with Yang Yang and see if I can mooch a meal too. After all, I'm getting old and need some nutrition. Oh, and bring some of my old pu'er tea and wild black goji berries for the girl to try. Jingshu had no idea someone was secretly observing her. After all, this was the official flagship, so she hadn't extended her reach or filled the official ship with bugs and such. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Now was the time to make money. Who had time to worry about that? In the main hall, everyone was anxiously waiting for news. All the elite teams had gathered, ready to move at any moment. 2 special teams had already set out to intercept the enemy's long-range attacks. As for Jingshu, she looked distracted, because, far away at sea just now, she'd discovered an island. The mud merfolk, excited as if they'd found a new continent, were about to go exploring. But by sheer coincidence, this island turned out to be a pirate stronghold. Of course, that wasn't the main point. When the mud merfolk arrived, they just happened to see the pirates setting out. Boss Jing, the group that just left are pirates. They're the reinforcements heading out to attack our fleet. Should we intercept them directly? They took 5 big ships, but Pothead checked and said they're pretty poor. Lots of weapons, but not much else. For pirates, weapons are their lifeblood, so, of course, they're top priority and everything else is secondary. Jingshu thought for a moment and suddenly changed her plan. Go check out the island and see what treasures the pirate lair is hiding. No need to chase them. Chasing after this bunch of broke pirates would only net her some big ships and weapons, which she didn't really need anymore. As for the big ships, she didn't want them either. Taking them would be like announcing to everyone that she'd snatched the organization's spoils in advance. Even if she hid them, it'd be hard to sell them later. Not worth the trouble. But the pirate's lair, now that was full of endless possibilities. The thrill of exploring unknown treasures is always exciting. All right, while they're all gone, let's clean the place out. Just thinking about it is a little exciting. Pothead and Wenjun got off the new submarine and set foot on the island, with the gastropods leading the way. They didn't encounter any danger. Actually, this time the pirates had all gone out in full force. The island had been hidden for years, and they never imagined someone would raid their base in just half a day. Along the way, Wenjun came across some imprisoned women. Blonde white women, black women, even some who looked Native American. These were probably women the pirates had kept after raiding merchant ships. Who knows where the Native American woman came from? They were all tied up with ropes in key places. One blonde, blue-eyed, big-bottomed woman hugged Pothead's leg, crying and gesturing, saying who knows what. Pothead scratched his head, looking troubled. Wenjun thought Pothead was having other thoughts, but Pothead said, "Wenjun, is this woman trying to go with me and eat my food every day? What do I do? I barely have enough for myself. How can I feed her too? I think she's looking at me like she wants to eat me." Wenjun: "That's so you, Pothead. Let's go. Don't waste time. They're not from our country. We don't need to save them. Leave them here. Without the pirates, they'll be fine on their own." Wenjun and Pothead didn't bother them further and started a carpet search of the small island, covering several kilometers. And sure enough, they didn't disappoint Jingshu. Although there wasn't much good food in the pirate lair and supplies were pretty poor, there were some new post-apocalyptic fruits and all kinds of collectibles. These pirates were basically master hoarders. Who knows how many ships they'd robbed to amass all this stuff? The gold and jewels alone were piled into a small mountain. Even though gold and silver weren't worth much in the apocalypse, Jingshu still packed them all up. Gold and silver are still useful in industry, and she could sell them back home for some cash. Besides, it's nice to take them out and look at them now and then, and her mom loves shiny things. When she goes out with her friends, she can just hand out a few jewels as gifts. Imagine all the envious looks. Who wouldn't want a friend who can shower you with gold and jewels? There were also lots of satellite gadgets. These couldn't be sold openly, and if someone cracked them, it could be trouble. Plus, they weren't worth much around here, but China was in dire need of them. Turning them in would earn a lot of merit points, so she took them all. Jingshu was especially pleased to find tons of preserved crocodile meat and crocodile skins. Crocodile skin is valuable and useful even in the apocalypse, and the meat would be a great treat for the crew. This was a huge windfall. Better food for the crew, and Jingshu didn't have to pay much. Perfect. The women trapped on the island could only watch as the place they'd lived for years was emptied out. How empty? Even the pots and pans they used were taken. Even the dried firewood for winter was cleaned out. Most ridiculous of all, even the filtered water in the jars was carried away. In just over an hour, what had once been piles of junk were all gone. Before leaving, Wenjun and Pothead decided to leave a little food behind. The women were used to living here, and with the pirates gone, they could survive on their own with the island's resources. "Oh, right, Pothead. Those women can't eat all the fruit. Have the gastropods dig up a few of those unknown fruit trees and bring them back to the ship for Jingshu to grow." Pothead slapped his forehead. "Almost forgot. Boss Jing said to get as many of these fruits and plants as possible. Dig them all up. She'll keep them alive. I'll get on it." So, even more ridiculously, these two people and their monsters didn't even leave a single fruit or leaf behind on the island. You could kind of understand taking the fruit trees and leaves. After all, when you're starving, those things can save your life. But what really left the women on the island confused, even baffled, was that these two humans even took away their old garbage piles. The garbage piles were full of animal fur and feathers from past hunts, most of it already stinking. The whole little island was suddenly left bare. Even the crows flying overhead seemed to look down on how poor it was, and there wasn't a single feather left for a wild goose. Meanwhile, Wenjun was keeping records and appraising the loot. This half-mountain of animal fur and feathers is actually great stuff. These pirates treated it as trash, but with the heat on this island, they barely wore clothes, so they didn't need it. Pothead, have the villagers boil it down and make thin quilts or down jackets. The leftover shafts and feathers can be used as needles or for drainage. Pothead pinched his nose and grunted in disgust. Wen Jun looked so refined, but his mind was twisted. He could find a use for anything. Wen Jun kept sorting. This is good too. All industrial supplies. We can sell these later for a lot of resources. This is a real find. Precision electronic boards that have long since stopped being produced. The country is desperate for these right now, and these clueless pirates just toss them as trash. We'll definitely sell these. These mushrooms are brightly colored, all poisonous, but we'll take the whole patch, soil and all, and raise them for making poison later. Pothead gave a thumbs up. Classic Wen Jun. Wen Jun divided the loot into 4 categories. 1 was for sale at the next port. Everything to be sold. 1 was for Jingshu's team to use themselves. Food, clothes, daily necessities, fruit trees, fuel, etc. 1 was for valuable collectibles, gold, silver, jewels, and private treasures from the ships. The last was stuff even Jingshu didn't care about, like the stinky feathers, pots and pans, containers, firewood, etc. These would be used on their own ship. All in all, they'd eaten well and drunk their fill by following Jingshu. In short, everyone was very satisfied with this haul. After sorting and categorizing the loot, Pothead and Wen Jun returned to their ship. On the flagship, there were now not just dozens of ships, but many medium and large ships in the distance. Counting carefully, there were already 100 or 200 ships gathered. In the conference hall, everyone was sharpening their knives, ready for action. Big Yellow Fang sipped scalding tea, tapping the table nonstop. Zhang Lan paced back and forth, hands behind his back, limping. Damn, this is torture. So many ships have gathered. Why aren't we moving yet? Yeah, how long are we supposed to wait? Are we going to let hundreds of big ships bombard us? Exactly. We can't fight so many at once. The Macau gambler waved his hand. Calm down. If the enemy hasn't played their trump card, any attack now would just be cannon fodder. You heard the news? There are still dozens of super large ships gathering on their side. Yeah, we have to wait until the long-range weapon threat is dealt with, or they'll get desperate. It's been half a day already. They're just following us openly, trying to make us anxious. Now it's a test of patience. As everyone kept in close contact with their fleets, adjusting formations, the loudspeaker suddenly blared. It was Yang Yang's voice. All units, attention. The long-range weapon threat has been neutralized at the source. Elite Team 4 has set up signal jamming, specialists have sent out false coordinates, and Elite Team 5 has fully infiltrated and taken control of the enemy's communications fleet. They'll be feeding them false information. So, it's time for our counterattack. Everyone stood up. Then, the loudspeaker delivered a rousing message. All units, elite teams, follow the plan, full assault. Let's get them. Move out in waves according to your assigned targets and follow all orders. Let's get them, I repeat. As soon as the announcement ended, all the elite team captains equipped their long-range radios, then led their fleets and teams into action. Even Zhang Lang, his 2 antennae standing tall, donned a black combat suit and followed Jingshu, ready to set out. But before they reached the door, they bumped into Black Dragon, the captain of Elite Team 1. Zhang Lang stopped, pinched his nose, and frowned. What? Black Dragon paused, then turned and said coldly, I advise you to stay on the flagship and don't run around. If something happens to Zhang Lang, we'll all get punished. Jingshu's smiling, drooling face turned cold. She smiled faintly. No need to worry. If anything happens to Zhang Lang, it won't be your fault. Suit yourself, Black Dragon said, then told his team, let's go. A group of people marched off. Zhang Lang's antennae drooped again. Maybe we shouldn't go out. But Jingshu strode ahead. What are you dawdling for? Who's your captain? Follow me. Move it. Hao Yunlai yawned and patted Zhang Lang. Hurry up. Let me show you how our captain squeezes every last drop out of a job. Tank, with his strong body, bent down and gently patted Zhang Lang's antenna. Don't worry. Even if the flagship gets wiped out, you'll survive if you stick with Jingshu. Four Eyes blinked, thinking of the terrifying bugs he'd seen the other day. Jingshu hadn't left, even stayed the night. Later, the report said there were far fewer bugs than expected. Where did they go? The answer was obvious. So, he patted Zhang Lang. Don't worry. The new member, Chuanshu Longmenjian, grinned. Let's make money. Let's get to work. I love a captain who's all about business. Who would say no to money? Let's go. Don't worry, little bro. If things get dangerous, I'll grab you and run. Zhang Lang's antennae stood up again. He nodded hard. Yeah, and followed along. He wouldn't let anyone down. He'd show everyone he had fighting power too. The 6-person team left behind a series of black silhouettes, stretched long by the setting sun, until they finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Maybe even the heavens were nervous about what was happening, because the once calm sea was now whipped up with white-capped waves, and the ship's masts rattled from the impact. The wind was so strong that it made people stagger on deck, and the sky quickly darkened, making the deep black sea seem even more unfathomable. One by one, ships broke away from the massive fleet, even passing the nearby pirate ships. Strangely, the pirate ships didn't attack. They kept their eyes fixed on the dozens of huge cargo ferries ahead. Those were their real targets this time. Hard to starboard, move the buoy to port, watch the backflow. There might be a whirlpool, maybe even a double whirlpool, but it's no big deal. Full speed ahead. Jing Shu's modified big ship, after breaking away from the rest, switched straight into racing mode. The propellers spun furiously, and the ship surged forward at an incredible speed. Sea wind rushed into Jing Shu's mouth, waves roared in her ears, and in the pitch-black, seemingly endless sea, she tilted her head back and squinted, staring at something only she could see. Four Eyes used his binoculars, his 2 protruding eyes straining to see, but apart from the surging waves, there was nothing in sight, even with his supervision. "Where are we going?" Four Eyes asked curiously. "We seem to have left the main fleet, and—" He was a little embarrassed, just a little. "It seems like we haven't even been given a mission objective." He had to admit their captain had looked super cool just now, and even he was fired up, but with no orders and no intel, where were they going? Were they just out for a joyride? Hao Yunlai sighed and leaned on the deck. So naive. The new teammate was still too green. Tank already had Fat Chicken sitting on his head, giving it a massage. Don't ask why Fat Chicken was on Tank's head. Because Tank cared about Fat Chicken even more than Jing Shu did. Whenever they went out, he insisted on bringing Fat Chicken along. Just in case they didn't make it back, at least Fat Chicken could lay eggs every day. Jing Shu's voice was calm, but there was a barely contained excitement. Well, we're going to intercept a fleet they haven't discovered yet. What's the point of a patrol team? To solve problems for our teammates. If we wait until that fleet arrives to deal with it, it'll be too late. Sure, whatever you say. The group stared ahead for over an hour. The sea, nothing but water. The sky was now pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Four Eyes checked with his binoculars again. Still nothing. On the ultra-long-range satellite channel, they could hear other teams reporting their victories. Some teams were already fighting their second batch of pirates. "This is Elite Team 10. We've wiped out 5 enemy support warships, activated special abilities, no casualties, destroyed 1 enemy warship, and our regular troops have taken over. Now heading to 8 o'clock to intercept another pirate fleet. Report. This is Elite Team 15. We were surrounded by 10 enemy ships. All our ships were sunk by cannon fire, but we wiped out the enemy, captured 6 big ships and 1 warship, and destroyed 3 enemy warships. All units, attention. Pirates, after losing many support fleets, are now launching a full-scale attack on our main fleet. 2 enemy ships have special ability users. Team 1, move in for elimination." With all these intense battle reports coming in, everyone could tell how fierce things were. Even the main fleet was in a pitched battle. It must be chaos over there. Only Jing Shu's team was still drifting on the sea. Longmenjian rubbed his hands, a little anxious. If they were supposed to intercept another fleet, shouldn't they have arrived by now? The big ship was flying. Where were they going? Just as everyone was getting a bit impatient, Jing Shu suddenly gave the order. "Everyone, lights off, engines off, just float here. You guys, put on your wetsuits and come with me." Zhang Lang's jaw dropped. Going down personally? Was it going to be that intense? But he didn't say anything, just followed the captain. Still, he was confused. With their team's abilities, Four Eyes could just destroy the enemy's ship from a distance, then they could move in and finish the job. Why go in person? But Jingshu quickly explained. From now on, every blade of grass, every loaf of bread on those ships is our property. We have to take care of our own assets. If the ships get damaged, we'll have to repair them, and that lowers their value. More importantly, there might be all sorts of other valuables on board, and if we scare the captains, they might escape with them. So, we'll work a little harder, sneak on board, figure out what's what, and then take them down from the inside, drug them all, and try not to damage a single needle or thread. Zhang Lang listened and swallowed. He was starting to understand what Hao Yunlai meant about their captain's pluck every feather style. Actually, this was beyond plucking feathers. Jingshu said they'd sneak on board to check things out, but everyone else felt she seemed awfully familiar with these ships. They lurked underwater for over 10 minutes, and then a massive ship appeared, bigger than a regular ferry, with 7 stories above deck, like a moving fortress at sea. This sea fortress was huge, slow, and had a deep draft. Just the underwater part was over 10 meters tall, and the part above water was another 10 meters. The sheer size made everyone feel tiny. It was a genuine 5-star passenger ferry. Was this really a pirate ship? What were pirates doing with something like this? But now, if they wanted to board, they could either drill a hole in the bottom, which would flood the ship and get them caught, or climb up the barbed wire-covered sides, risking electric shocks or setting off alarms. Jingshu chose a third way. She handed out special tools and had everyone wedge themselves halfway up the hull. Then she said to Zhang Lang, "Come on, Zhang Lang, chew us a door right here." Gnawing through the midsection's wood was easy for a mutant cockroach army. In just a few minutes, they had a small door. One by one, Jingshu's team slipped inside, right into the perfect spot. Their entry point was right at the air conditioning vent, conveniently next to the central AC unit. Not too far, not too close. What luck. If they'd just picked a random spot, they might have ended up in the captain's room, and if the captain hit the alarm, it'd be game over. Or they could have landed in the dining hall, or even the bathroom. Who knows? The AC vent was covered in a thick layer of dust, proof that the air conditioning hadn't been used at all in these years since the apocalypse. Cough, cough, cough. As the group crawled in, the dust made them cough violently. Shh, keep it down! Jingshu was already prepared, wearing a gas mask, and like Doraemon, she pulled out more gas masks and handed them out. Zhang Lang muttered, "Isn't this a bit much? It's just dust. Do we really need gas masks? That's a bit extravagant." Tank obediently and quickly put on his mask, afraid that if he was slow, he'd get hit by poison gas. Jingshu never did anything for no reason. After climbing down, they found themselves in a huge section of ductwork. Long Minjin said excitedly, "Captain, what's the plan? Do we crawl through the ducts and take out the enemies one by one? Split up or go straight for the boss?" Jingshu clapped her hands. "Why make it so complicated? Come on, this is the AC control room. Let's just turn on the central air, release the poison in the vents, and after half an hour, we just go out and collect everyone." Zhang Lang gaped. "Huh? That's it? That's all?" Jingshu patted him. "Of course not. You wish it was that easy. There's still plenty for you to do. What if someone's immune to poison? What if all the crew pass out and the ship crashes? All right, now turn off all comms and long-range radios and only use our own walkie-talkies. Time to get to work. I'll assign 3 task plans and your jobs now." Jingshu's team shut down all their devices and used the time to make a detailed plan. What they didn't know was that, just after they went dark, an urgent voice came over the comms. "Report, this is Elite Team 1. We intercepted and captured a dozen ships and many pirates, but none of them were ability users, just regular people. This is Elite Team 18, we didn't find any ability users either. Team 6 here, all normal, captured 3 ships, no ability users found." Yang Yang's voice came over the broadcast. "Urgent notice. We've received reliable intel that these pirates aren't just a simple pirate group. There are shadows of other countries behind them, and they've sent many special ability users, changing their original plan." He paused, then continued. According to the latest info, the enemy wants to wipe us out and seize our 100+ ships, so they've sent high-level ability users and over 1,000 professional sailors ready to take over our ships. So everyone, you must find the ships with the high-level ability users. They're probably on the big ships or ferries, coming in last to clean up, so everyone, cast a wide net and expand your search. On the official flagship, the mop-up was almost done, but they'd missed a ship full of ability users, so an emergency plan was issued. In the apocalypse, special ability users are extremely rare, only a few thousand per country, but their powers are terrifying, so Yang Yang and the others had to take it seriously. Now, reassigning tasks, listen to my orders. Team 1, continue searching 10 km vertically and 100 km horizontally from 1 o'clock. Team 1, copy. Team 2, copy. As tasks were assigned, everyone responded. But when it came to Jingshu's team, there was no reply. Yang Yang called several times, then gave up. Where had Jingshu gone? She'd messaged him 5 minutes ago, saying she'd found a big fish and was going to reel it in, but now there was no response. The other elite teams started whispering. That's the S-class team, right? Why aren't they responding? They didn't really have a mission anyway, just patrol duty. I have a photographic memory. This round, their team hasn't said a word or reported in. They haven't killed a single pirate. Team 1's Black Dragon frowned and couldn't help but curse on the channel. I told that idiot not to take Zhang Lang out. Now look, they're probably in trouble. Serves them right. Should we go look for that team? Yang Yang coughed and said on the channel, Don't worry about that team. They reported in 5 minutes ago. They're on a secret mission and turned off all comms to avoid exposure. The top priority now is to find the ship with the ability users, or it'll be too dangerous. Yes. Copy. On the flagship, Old Joe let out a satisfied burp, then grabbed a big handful of goji berries and red dates and tossed them into his cup. Not only that, he even luxuriously added some Tiguanyin tea, smacking his lips in contentment. Ah, that little girl is really generous. I'll never have to reuse a single goji berry 20 times again. This is happiness. Old Joe was in a fantastic mood. That Jingshu girl was so thoughtful, he'd just hinted that he liked tea, and she'd gifted him a whole pile of Tieguanyin, Dahongpao, and even the now extinct Longjing. Aren't we going to help Yang Yang and those elite teams? They seem to be in trouble. Codename 7 asked, face cold but clearly tempted. Old Joe glared at him. Help? Remember, we're examiners. No matter what happens, we're not participants. If you help, whose score does it count for? Besides, it's rare to get a vacation. Can't you let me relax? The shadow burped too and nodded. Yeah, we just keep the big picture on track and make sure we reach the destination. The rest is up to the young people. Let go, you know? Burp. This food is so good. Too good. Maybe I'll go check on that Jingshu girl just to make sure she doesn't die, huh? Old Joe's hand trembled slightly, and he said with some reluctance, Let's wait a bit longer, see what happens. If you don't push her into danger, you'll never know what that girl is really hiding. Burp. You're right, but this food is just too good. I feel a little guilty. Codename 7's face was dark. Guilty? You have a conscience? But what's really going on with Jingshu's team? Zhang Lang is with them. They can't let anything happen. In the end, Codename 7 said in a low voice, I'll take a team to look for them, and at the same time, see where that ship of ability users is. That way I can grade them based on the real situation. Old Joe shook his head. You're still too soft. Go ahead. But remember, don't interfere. So, having missed all the major updates, Jingshu had no idea about any of this. She was just excitedly and skillfully leading her team to the central AC control room, firing up the old system that hadn't run in years. The air conditioning started up, and a faint breeze began to blow. Jingshu had prepared all kinds of poisons and had everyone spread out to different vents to release them. There are a lot of people on this ship. What if there are places the AC doesn't reach? Just to be safe, I'll add another round of poison. Jingshu went all out, using her usual mix of poisons, aphrodisiacs, emetics, and knockout drugs, blending them into a fragrant mix and burning it. With her little bugs, she spread it to every corner of the ship, making sure everyone got a taste of her hard-prepared knockout concoction. Everyone else. Thanks, I guess. Jingshu thought of everything. Even if the poison didn't work and someone slipped through, she had 3 or 4 backup plans. Talk big, act cautious. Her own life was her responsibility. If there wasn't a 99% chance of success, Jingshu always treated it as if she had no confidence at all. Strike while the iron's hot. Jingshu took advantage of the fact that no one on the ship suspected a thing and went for the kill. As mentioned before, even C-rank elite Zhang Lan would go down if shot, so whether it's a regular person or an ability user, their bodies are pretty much the same. Jingshu originally just wanted to knock everyone out, but she never expected that this ship wasn't just full of regular people. Half of them were ability users. Most of these ability users were asleep, since it was the middle of the night. Only a few were on watch. On a ship like this, ability users wouldn't sleep too deeply. They were all very alert, ready to wake at the slightest disturbance. But who could have imagined that a shameless enemy team would travel hundreds of miles just to block them? And not only block them, but sneak aboard and poison everyone? Who the hell would do something so underhanded? Normally, you'd expect several ships to come after them, or a few ability user ships to fight it out. They'd made 5 plans for all sorts of scenarios, but who could have predicted this? Neither the ability users nor Jingshu expected things to go so smoothly. Whether regular people or ability users, those who were sleeping just died in their sleep. Those on duty or piloting the ship had a little more resistance. Damn it, Jet. Get the cleaner to sweep up. There's too much dust. Ugh, why do I feel so hot? David, you're looking pretty good right now. Come here and let me kiss you. Come on, let's have fun. Let's all do the elephant dance. Cough, cough, stay alert, speed up the cruise. We have to reach the target in 3 hours and take over those dozens of ships. Jenny, why are there 3 of you? Damn, something's wrong. We've been... Before he could finish, he collapsed. Soon, the entire ship was silent. No one left standing. To make sure there were no survivors, Jingshu had her bugs patrol the ship again, only giving the all-clear on the walkie-talkie after confirming everyone was down. All right, everyone's out. Time to split up and get to work. Let's go. Jingshu excitedly took the lead. Four Eyes, always sharp, nodded and went to carry out his part of the plan, thinking to himself, Jingshu really has skills. She must be monitoring the whole ship, otherwise how would she know everyone was down? The task assignments were simple. Hao Yunlai and Four Eyes went to the engine room to pilot the ship. Zhang Lang and Tank were in charge of gathering all the bodies from the ferry, tying them up and piling them together. Long Menjen was on guard duty, finishing off any survivors, and patrolling. Jingshu was responsible for inventorying all the supplies, sorting and categorizing what needed to be turned in, and what they could keep. After all, with the team out on a mission, she had to follow the rules. But since she'd scouted ahead, she already knew this ferry was mostly loaded with food and weapons. Weapons had to be turned in. She had no use for them, but they could be exchanged for merit points. The food was probably just for the regular crew. Jingshu only cared if there were any treasures, like the captain's private stash. But the most valuable thing was the ferry itself. That's what Jingshu was really after. She figured that for her Middle East supply run, 3 ferries weren't enough. With this one, she'd have another legitimate ship to carry more goods. Who wouldn't want that? Thud, thud. Heavy thuds sounded as Tank dragged bodies from every corner and piled them on the deck. First, they'd count the bodies and report the numbers. After all, killing pirates earned merit points. Once that was done, they'd strip the bodies, take all valuables, and finally toss them to the corpse bugs. Soon the deck was piled high with bodies. At that moment, Jingshu's big ship came over to rendezvous, and she began transferring the sorted supplies. Sure enough, this ship was a logistics vessel, loaded with food supplies, mostly cornmeal and wheat bran, which Jingshu didn't care for. Even her crew wouldn't eat this stuff, but turning it in would be great for the other crews, and grain was always valuable. No loss there. Captain Jingshu, come here. I found something big, Zhang Lang suddenly shouted as he was stripping the bodies. Did you find something good again? Jingshu rubbed her hands together and walked over, asking, Zhang Lang, what did you find? Are you going to show me some treasure? For some reason, seeing the captain like this, Zhang Lang thought of that movie line, Come here, I'll show you a real treasure. He shook his head hard, then flipped over the stripped corpses one by one, arranging them neatly, and said seriously, Captain, these people are definitely not ordinary. They're all mutated new humans. Look at their bodies, these strange organs. This one's half a spinning top, and that one's got weird plants growing out of him. Jingshu looked at these strange, mutated people and, instead of being scared, looked like she'd found a real treasure. She excitedly stepped forward to examine them. Oh, this one's only a level 3 mutation, not even a full new human, at most half worth maybe 500 merit points. This one's not bad. Level 1 mutation, half his body isn't even human anymore, at least 5,000 merit points. Tisk tisk, this one's impressive. Must be a strength-type new human. Look at this giant. At least S-class, right? That's at least 20,000 merit points. Zhang Lang, good job, you really did find a treasure. This time, we're really going to strike it rich. Oh. Zhang Lang's antennae twitched. Sure enough, the captain's focus was different from his. He continued, No, Captain. I mean, so many new humans died. Are we really okay? And we just took out a whole ship of new humans, aren't we doomed? Think about it, killing so many new humans, won't the forces behind them go crazy? Seeing Jingshu blink, not getting his point, Zhang Lang got anxious. Think about how much these new humans are worth. And if you put yourself in their shoes, if someone killed me or killed you, wouldn't our backers go nuts? In short, we're in big trouble. If before they just wanted to profit and were hesitant to use big weapons, now they might just go all out. Jingshu understood. As a protected target, Zhang Lang was always cautious, and this was the first thing he thought of. It's fine. Jingshu patted Zhang Lang and winked. No one knows it was us. They'll just think it was the organization. If anyone gets mad, it'll be at the organization. Don't worry, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. We've got the organization backing us. Uh-oh. That makes sense. We kill people, the organization takes the blame. After all, they're dead, we get the loot, it's kind of fair. What do you mean, kind of fair? Let the organization take the blame. What are you two talking about? What have you done this time? Suddenly, a cold voice cut in. In the darkness, a shadowy submarine had surfaced nearby, and on the deck, Codename 7 stood with a frosty face. Before Jingshu's group could say anything, Codename 7, finally having found them, started scolding them like a parent who'd finally found their runaway kids. Do you know what you're doing? Why did you turn off your comms? Everyone else is out fighting pirates, and what are you doing? Are you on vacation just hanging out on someone else's ferry? And do you know the latest news? According to reliable intel, the enemy sent an entire ship of ability users to deal with us. A whole ship! At least several hundred ability users, a force so strong that even our official ships would have trouble. It would take the entire elite team to handle, and you're still running around out here? Right now, all the elite teams are desperately searching for that ship of ability users. Whoever finds it will get huge credit. Zhang Lang stood up straight and saluted. Reporting, sir. They sent a total of 243 ability users, not as many or as exaggerated as you said. Codename 7 frowned. How do you know that? Did you meet them? Don't make things up? Jingshu quietly raised her hand. Not only did they send 243 ability users, but also over 400 all-purpose sailors, plus enough food and fuel for 1,000 people for a week. Huh? Codename 7 felt something was off. As his anger faded, he finally noticed the mountain of corpses on the ferry's deck. These bodies were all bizarre, not even human. This is... Codename 7's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Lang nodded. Jingshu nodded, then said, Just as you see, this ferry was carrying the ability users and the logistics team. We turned off comms so we could poison all the pirates on board. Codename 7 was tongue-tied, unable to react for a long time. After a while, he made Jingshu and Zhang Lang repeat themselves several times before he finally believed it. Ridiculous. absolutely off the charts. The ability users the whole world was searching for had been, somehow, poisoned to death by Jing Shu's little team. Is this a joke? This was a whole ship of ability users, and there hadn't even been a battle, not a single shot fired, not even a confrontation. Just 6 people and they poisoned an entire ship? Codename 7 felt this was so ridiculous. It was Ridiculous's mother opening the door for Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the extreme. Then he asked the question in his heart. Did you know all along that the ability users were on this ferry? Jingshu shrugged. No, we only found out about a minute before you. I just heard it was a pirate supply ship, figured it'd have a lot of food and didn't want to waste it. Also, fighting would damage the ferry, so we decided to poison them instead. Zhang Lang nodded furiously. I swear we didn't know. We poisoned them, and only when sorting the bodies did I realize it was a ship of ability users. Jingshu nodded too. So, we just happened to poison a whole ship of ability users. Codename 7's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. This wasn't just Ridiculous's mother opening the door for Ridiculous. It was the whole Ridiculous family coming home, ridiculous to the max. Did you find something good again? Jingshu rubbed her hands together and walked over, asking, Zhang Lang, what did you find? Are you going to show me some treasure? For some reason, seeing the captain like this, Zhang Lang thought of that movie line. Come here, I'll show you a real treasure. He shook his head hard, then flipped over the stripped corpses one by one, arranging them neatly, and said seriously, Captain, these people are definitely not ordinary. They're all mutated new humans. Look at their bodies, these strange organs. This one's half a spinning top, and that one's got weird plants growing out of him. Jingshu looked at these strange, mutated people and, instead of being scared, looked like she'd found a real treasure. She excitedly stepped forward to examine them. Oh, this one's only a level 3 mutation, not even a full new human. At most half, worth maybe 500 merit points. This one's not bad. Level 1 mutation, half his body isn't even human anymore, at least 5,000 merit points. Tisk, tisk. This one's impressive. Must be a strength-type new human. Look at this giant. At least S-class, right? That's at least 20,000 merit points. Zhang Lang, good job. You really did find a treasure. This time, we're really going to strike it rich. Oh. Zhang Lang's antennae twitched. Sure enough, the captain's focus was different from his. He continued, No, Captain, I mean, so many new humans died. Are we really okay? And we just took out a whole ship of new humans, aren't we doomed? Think about it, killing so many new humans, won't the forces behind them go crazy? Seeing Jingshu blink, not getting his point, Zhang Lang got anxious. Think about how much these new humans are worth. And if you put yourself in their shoes, if someone killed me or killed you, wouldn't our backers go nuts? In short, we're in big trouble. If before they just wanted to profit and were hesitant to use big weapons, now they might just go all out. Jingshu understood. As a protected target, Zhang Lang was always cautious, and this was the first thing he thought of. It's fine. Jingshu patted Zhang Lang and winked. No one knows it was us. They'll just think it was the organization. If anyone gets mad, it'll be at the organization. Don't worry. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. We've got the organization backing us. Oh, that makes sense. We kill people. The organization takes the blame. After all, they're dead. We get the loot. It's kind of fair. What do you mean, kind of fair? Let the organization take the blame. What are you two talking about? What have you done this time? Suddenly, a cold voice cut in. In the darkness, a shadowy submarine had surfaced nearby, and on the deck, Codename 7 stood with a frosty face. Before Jingshu's group could say anything, Codename 7, finally having found them, started scolding them like a parent who'd finally found their runaway kids. Do you know what you're doing? Why did you turn off your comms? Everyone else is out fighting pirates, and what are you doing? Are you on vacation, just hanging out on someone else's ferry? And do you know the latest news? According to reliable intel, the enemy sent an entire ship of ability users to deal with us. A whole ship. At least several hundred ability users, a force so strong that even our official ships would have trouble. It would take the entire elite team to handle. And you're still running around out here? Right now, all the elite teams are desperately searching for that ship of ability users. Whoever finds it will get huge credit. Zhang Lang stood up straight and saluted. Reporting, sir. They sent a total of 243 ability users. Not as many or as exaggerated as you said? Codename 7 frowned. How do you know that? Did you meet them? Don't make things up. Jingshu quietly raised her hand. Not only did they send 243 ability users, but also over 400 all-purpose sailors, plus enough food and fuel for 1,000 people for a week. Huh? Codename 7 felt something was off. As his anger faded, he finally noticed the mountain of corpses on the ferry's deck. These bodies were all bizarre, not even human. This is... Codename 7's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Lang nodded. Jingshu nodded, then said, Just as you see, this ferry was carrying the ability users and the logistics team. We turned off comms so we could poison all the pirates on board. Codename 7 was tongue-tied, unable to react for a long time. After a while, he made Jingshu and Zhang Lang repeat themselves several times before he finally believed it. Ridiculous. Absolutely off the charts. The ability users the whole world was searching for had been somehow poisoned to death by Jingshu's little team? Is this a joke? This was a whole ship of ability users, and there hadn't even been a battle, not a single shot fired, not even a confrontation. Just 6 people and they poisoned an entire ship? Codename 7 felt this was so ridiculous. It was Ridiculous's mother opening the door for Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the extreme. Then he asked the question in his heart. Did you know all along that the ability users were on this ferry? Jingshu shrugged. No, we only found out about a minute before you. I just heard it was a pirate supply ship, figured it'd have a lot of food and didn't want to waste it. Also, fighting would damage the ferry, so we decided to poison them instead. Zhang Lang nodded furiously. I swear we didn't know. We poisoned them, and only when sorting the bodies did I realize it was a ship of ability users. Jingshu nodded too. So, we just happened to poison a whole ship of ability users. Codename 7's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. This wasn't just Ridiculous's mother opening the door for Ridiculous. It was the whole Ridiculous family coming home, ridiculous to the max. Just by the way, you just happened to do it? The whole fleet was searching the ocean for ability users and couldn't find them, and you just happened to want to rob a supply ship and, by the way, poisoned a whole ship of ability users? If you report this back, you'd probably get beaten up. Codename 7 waved his hand and quickly connected to the radio. Yang, notify everyone to regroup. No need to keep searching for the ability user team. A woman's voice came through the radio. Why, sir? Did you use your mighty powers to take out all the ability users? Wow, as expected of the most powerful ability user on the flagship. So much better than those so-called S-class people who are never around when it matters and have no real strength. Hearing this, Jingshu rolled her eyes. That fake White Lotus again? Zhang Lang and Jingshu's team looked odd, wondering if that lady would slap herself when she found out the truth. Meanwhile, the other side was noisy, everyone speculating about what happened, and, after hearing the White Lotus's words, showering Codename 7 with flattery. The whole atmosphere was pretty relaxed. Codename 7, the ultimate straight man, said, No, it wasn't me. While I was out on patrol, I found that the ship with 243 ability users had already been completely wiped out, so the mission is complete. What? All wiped out? Who did it? A whole ship of ability users. Who could do that? You're not joking, are you? Testing our reaction? The White Lotus's mouth was so wide in shock she could fit 2 eggs in it. Even her simps started to doubt their goddess. How could her mouth get that big? What did she eat to make it so wide? She shook her head hard. Lies, that's impossible. With their team, how could they possibly do it? The people around her were even more embarrassed, thinking of how they'd just been flattering her, and the way her simps and others looked at her made her want to dig a hole and hide. Codename 7, unfazed by the chaos, continued in a calm, almost casual tone. Oh, it's because Jingshu's team, while intercepting the enemy's logistics and supply team, found a pirate ferry, probably their supply ship. So they just happened to kill a whole ship of ability users. Yes, just by the way. They also seized the ferry's supplies, so send a logistics team to take over the ferry and move the goods. I've already shared our location. He didn't even realize he was emphasizing, by the way. He didn't want to be the only one mentally scarred by this. He wanted everyone to be shocked. The White Lotus bit her lip hard. After hearing this, she felt like she'd fallen into an ice cave, her face turning pale. At this point, who was even paying attention to her? Hiss. No way, is this for real? Too fake, right? This can't be true. Isn't Jingshu's team the one that did nothing all day? Weren't they missing? Turns out they were off killing ability users. Wow, a whole ship of ability users all killed. And that's not even the main point. They went to intercept a supply team and just happened to kill a whole ship of ability users? How strong are they, really? Yeah, a ferry with thousands of people and they just killed them all? What were their losses? Normally, Codename 7 would have turned off the radio by now, but hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, glancing at Jingshu's group, who were leisurely sorting supplies, thumping bodies onto the deck, and even stripping the corpses for valuables. So what was their biggest loss? A few packets of poison and a bit of energy? Codename 7 couldn't hold back and said into the radio, "Report your casualties and consumption." On the other end, people perked up. Here comes the real story. With so many killed, there must have been heavy losses, right? Tons of weapons and ammo used, right? And what about casualties? This time, even though we didn't lose anyone, there were still a lot of injuries. Direct confrontations are unavoidable. Like Team 13, 3 elite members seriously injured. If it weren't for the medical team's healer, they'd be done for. Yeah, the healer's power is really useful. People said a few more nice things to the White Lotus, since you can't offend the medical team, especially a healer. The White Lotus, hearing this, lifted her head, regaining some confidence. When Jingshu's team comes, she'll just say she can't heal them. Who told them to offend her? In this team, who dares give her attitude? Doesn't everyone suck up to her? Just then, Codename 7's voice came through, sounding even stranger. 0 casualties, 0 consumption. The radio signal was a bit bad, so everyone thought they'd misheard. What? Captain? What did you say? Did I just hear that right? Must have been a glitch. I didn't catch that. Then Codename 7 roared. I said they had 0 casualties, no injuries, and no bullets or shells used. There was a pause. Then the noise exploded. I don't believe it, that's a lie. Not a single casualty, that's too much. Yeah, a whole ship of people and not a scratch, I don't buy it. Not a single bullet used? The reason for reporting this is that bullets and shells are government property. Every use has to be accounted for, like an expense report. Casualties are also tied to compensation, so usually no one would report nothing. It'd be stupid not to claim some losses. Most people would even exaggerate a bit. Jingshu wanted to exaggerate too, but unfortunately, Codename 7 showed up at the worst time. They'd just poisoned everyone. How do you report that? And not a single person had even a scratch. So annoying. It's like going out for lunch and trying to get reimbursed, but Jingshu found a place that gave out free food, so there's nothing to claim, no way to take advantage. How can this be? Of course it can't. So, Jingshu stepped forward and shouted, Of course not. Of course we had losses and expenses. We used up 20,000 virtual coins worth of fuel, 20,000 virtual coins worth of ship repair tools, and 50,000 virtual coins worth of poison. Jingshu racked her brains, trying to think of anything else she could claim. What else could she report for reimbursement? What were they still short on? Jingshu even reported all the little gadgets and diving suits and oxygen tanks they used. After all, those are consumables too, and need to be replaced. Finally, when she really couldn't think of anything else to claim, she stopped. Looking a little regretful, Jingshu made Codename 7's mouth twitch. Sure enough, the elite bodyguards on the other end of the radio were speechless. They all wanted to punch someone. Seriously, is this even human language? So after all that, you're telling us you wiped out a whole ship of ability users and your biggest expense was poison? So you really didn't use a single bullet or ability? A lot of people were jealous, envious, and resentful, and for a moment no one knew what to say. As the silence stretched, Zhang Lang's antennae twitched and he added, "Report. I also used up 1 million of my soldier cockroaches, so I'll need reimbursement for special metal food for them." Jing Shu silently gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Lang was finally getting the hang of it. Codename Seven's mouth twitched even more, and the elite bodyguards on the other end thought, "Are you serious? You want to claim for your cockroaches too?" Even Zhang Lang had been corrupted. Not to mention everyone else, even Yang Yang took a deep breath. Yes, this is Jing Shu's magic. She always manages to lead everyone astray, making them just as stingy as she is. She just has that kind of charm. Yang Yang remembered how, back in the dorm, there was only one guy from the Northeast, but by graduation, everyone was talking with that accent and eating scallion pancakes. Jing Shu and people from the Northeast really are cut from the same cloth. Codename 7 clapped his hands. "All right, Jing Shu's team has made a huge contribution this time. You'll be rewarded when we get back. Now everyone, listen up. In 2 hours, there will be a meeting in the conference room." With the coordinates, the official flagship quickly brought the main force to collect the spoils. In just half an hour, all the loot was handed over. The huge ferry was now empty, and the crew who came to take over sailed it behind Jing Shu's big ship. On the flagship, in the conference room, Yang Yang held the list in his hand and began to announce the contributions and enemy kills of all the elite teams. Xiangxi Corp's driving team captured 6 large ships, gained 2 million virtual coins worth of supplies, 200,000 merit points, and 100,000 kill merit points. Shandong Pancake Roll team gained 800,000 virtual coins worth of supplies, 80,000 merit points, and 50,000 kill merit points. Macau Gambler team gained 2.5 million virtual coins worth of supplies, 250,000 merit points. Big Yellowtooth looked at the middle-aged man in a gold-toothed suit with dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand it. He'd only managed 2 million with all his zombies, but that old guy got 2.5 million? How is that fair? The Macau Gambler just smiled and lifted his chin. Sometimes luck is a kind of strength too. All the elite teams had a great haul this time. This was a real windfall. This one haul was worth more than a whole year's income before. Not to mention the extra merit points, which could be exchanged for official goods. And the ships they robbed had things the officials didn't care about, like clothes, parts, and other non-strategic items, which they could use to maintain their own ships. When it came to the final tally, Yang Yang hesitated, then continued. Jing Shu's team. Even though Yang Yang only paused for a moment, the whole hall suddenly went quiet, and everyone looked at Jing Shu's 6-person team, who were yawning, not knowing what was going on. Jing Shu's team gained 10 million virtual coins worth of supplies. Hiss. 10 million? Damn, is that right? How could it be so much? Haven't you heard? They robbed the pirates' logistics and supply ship, a whole ship loaded with food and supplies for thousands. Even so, that's more than 10 million, right? I heard they also took over the fuel supplies for our 100+ ferries. The enemy sent so many people and brought a lot of good fuel, planning to take over our official ferries and speed up the return. After all, we're all using red threadworm fuel here. Tisk tisk. They wanted to take over our ships, but in the end, we took over theirs. Many elite teams looked at Jing Shu's team with envy and jealousy. 10 million in supplies. They'd struck it rich. Turns out robbing little ships isn't worth it. Next time, go for the big ferries. Jing Shu's team made back their investment in one go, easily earning 5, even 7 or 8 times more than the others, who'd worked themselves to exhaustion and risked serious injury. Everyone thought 10 million was their biggest gain, but Yang Yang continued. And they killed 243 ability users and 400 enemy pirates. After verification, they are awarded 4 million merit points. 4 million merit points? That high? We killed so many and only got 80,000. How come a whole ship is worth 4 million? Are you stupid? They killed 243 ability users, including A-rankers. Do you know how much an A rank is worth? At least tens of thousands? But they just poisoned them, didn't even fight. Then you go poison a whole ship of ability users and see if you get merit points. The elite bodyguards were so sour it was like they'd eaten lemons, but some team members understood the rules and knew the higher-ups weren't playing favorites. Jingshu's team really deserved it. In the end, Jingshu's team just had amazing luck. Yeah, if our team had run into that, we could have done it too. Shut up! The Macau gambler stopped his C-rank teammate Wang Yun, raising his voice to address everyone. Luck is a kind of strength. Some people are just born lucky. Honestly, even if our team had found that ferry, we couldn't have done it. With our current strength, we wouldn't even have made it onto the ship before being wiped out. Wang Yun puffed up. I don't believe it. Why can they sneak in and poison everyone? We could do it too. Captain, we've seen your strength. You could do what Jingshu's team did. No, you're overestimating me. Big Yellowtooth, the corpse driver, smiled and pointed at the Macau gambler. You get it? Some things look like luck, but actually require a foundation of strength. You really couldn't do it. Wang Yun glared at Big Yellowtooth, unconvinced. Why do you say that? Do you even know how strong our captain is? This time, it was all thanks to our captain's strength that we got so much. Your whole team isn't as good as just our captain. Big Yellowtooth winced. Why say such a harsh truth out loud? The Macau gambler shook his head and continued analyzing. That ferry had a security system and at least dozens of ability users on guard. The hull was at least 10 meters high. How could you poison everyone on board at the same time without alerting the ability users? Even if you got within 10 miles of the ferry, you'd be detected. How would you even get close? With that, the others were stumped. Right, the ferry was huge, and the security must have been tight, not to mention all those ability users. How did they even get close to the ship? Any ideas on how to approach a ferry with such a wide detection range? The Macau gambler kept pressing. Wang Yun scratched his head. Stake it out in advance, hide under the ferry, and sneak on board when they arrive. Big Yellowtooth looked at Wang Yun like he was an idiot. With the ferry's radar covering dozens of miles, how would you not get caught? And how would you know where to wait? Just sit there forever and hope they run into you? How would you even know which direction the ferry was coming from? Wang Yun was stumped but protested. Well, whatever Jingshu's team did, we could do too. Do you know how they did it? That's their skill. They had a wider detection range than the ferry and staked it out in advance. No one on our ships except the flagship could do that. That's the first point, the Macau gambler clarified. Jingshu, sitting in a corner of the conference hall, narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. This guy saw things clearly. Not even the flagship could match her since she'd scattered all her mud mermaids as natural radars for 100 miles around. Seeing Wang Yun still unconvinced, the Macau gambler shook his head and continued. Second, even if you got lucky and found the ferry, how would you board it without alerting the dozens of ability users on duty? According to the report, the ferry was completely intact. Not even a leak or a scratch. Wang Yun thought about it. Their team couldn't do it, but B-rank Zhou Mengyao next door has illusion and hypnosis powers. She could just hypnotize everyone and tie them up. Wouldn't that be even better? The Macau gambler shook his head. The ferry is bigger than a football field, 6 stories high. Zhou Mengyao's power could only cover a third of it at most. If she couldn't hypnotize everyone at once, the rest would call for help, and the remaining 100 ability users would fight back. The mission would fail. Big Yellowtooth added, also, there were 5 A-rank mental controllers among the ability users, immune to Zhou Mengyao's power. And Jingshu's team poisoned everyone at the same time, without a single distress signal. Wang Yun broke out in a cold sweat. At first it sounded easy, but after hearing the analysis it was clear how hard it really was. The Macau gambler continued. Third, how do you poison nearly 1,000 people at once, making sure the poison reaches everyone in a space as big as a football field? Wang Yun's face turned pale, and he shook his head. Big Yellowtooth chuckled. That's easy. Use the central air conditioning, but you'd have to poison the vents. The hard part is, on such a big ferry, do you know where the vents are? Even if you do, How do you get in under everyone's noses? The Macau gambler nodded and added, even if you turn on the central AC, how do you make sure it works everywhere? What if some rooms don't have AC? If anyone's missed, they could sound the alarm. The Macau gambler's voice was loud, so everyone in the room heard. At first, everyone thought he was just being modest. After all, these elite bodyguards were the best in the country, and many thought, if it were me, I could do it too. But after the analysis, everyone looked at Jingshu's team differently. What seemed simple was actually incredibly hard. Most of them probably couldn't even get on the ship. After finishing, the Macau gambler saw that Wang Yun and the others no longer underestimated Jingshu, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost made a powerful enemy. As a gambler, he had a sharp eye and could tell Jingshu's S rank was the real deal. The country wouldn't fake that. So what looked simple actually required immense strength to pull off. He decided to be more polite to Jingshu's team and build a good relationship. He smiled at Jingshu. Jingshu smiled back, but was wary. This old man was sharp, deducing so much from so little. In a room full of people looking down on her, he deliberately explained things out loud. Was he trying to do her a favor? Looks like her plan to quietly get rich would have to change. After the explanation, Nanan's face turned pale. This was nothing like she'd imagined. So Jingshu really was that capable? Then she bit her lip, extremely unwilling. After announcing everyone's achievements and the spoils, even Yang Yang was grinning. We hit the jackpot this time. Once we get out of the South China Sea, we can sell all this and go after even bigger fish. But after killing so many ability users, things won't be easy going forward, so stay sharp. Now, let's discuss our next steps. Even though Jingshu's team did the killing, the whole team would take the blame. So what? However many come, we'll fight them all. The more that come, the more we kill. They're just bringing us more bullets. That's right. Old Joe said there's a celebration feast tonight, and the canteen will make something good for us. Is it true? The atmosphere was cheerful, everyone talking about the day's gains and plans. But just as everyone was excited, a bucket of cold water was thrown on them. Someone rushed in shouting, "Bad news! Forget the celebration feast, we might not even survive." Bad news, Master has been captured. Bad news, Senior Brother has been captured. As soon as everyone heard this bad news, their brows furrowed. The strange, almost comical voice instantly brought everyone's high spirits crashing down. Jingshu also frowned slightly, and her mud mermaids in her mind immediately became alert. But nothing seemed to be happening around them. Everything was calm and peaceful. No, wait, it was too calm and peaceful. There wasn't even a ripple on the sea. When things are abnormally quiet, something's wrong. Jingshu immediately became vigilant, spreading out her mud mermaids to patrol further. Yang Yang also frowned slightly. Xiao Wang, what are you shouting about? How can you say something like, "We're all going to die"? Do you think all these people here are useless? Morale was high, and Yang Yang was actually planning to take advantage of the momentum to wipe out any pursuers or enemies coming for revenge. After all, they were here to kill pirates, not to start a war with other countries. What? The pirates had ability users from other countries? Sorry, we only kill pirates. If you come to rob us, you're a pirate. So, Xiao Wang's panic was unacceptable. He needed more training to toughen up. But after Yang Yang's calm question, Xiao Wang, still panting and on the verge of tears, blurted out, "We're really doomed! We're really doomed! I think we've entered the mirrored sea of the South China Sea and are trapped inside. We can't get out." What? What's the mirrored sea of the South China Sea? How could we be trapped? Weren't we just catching pirates a few hours ago? Everyone was confused, looking at each other. Yang Yang's hand trembled, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, what's going on? Are we really this unlucky getting trapped just as we're about to leave the South China Sea? No way. I've had my mud mermaids patrolling a 300-mile radius, and there's been no sign of danger, not even any energy fluctuations. How could we have silently entered the mirrored sea, a dimensional space? Jingshu sat up straighter, her expression serious. While others didn't understand, she knew exactly what Xiao Wang meant. The mirrored sea of the South China Sea is a separated or newly formed world, a dimensional space. Once you enter a dimensional space, you can't just leave whenever you want. And as she thought about it, Jing Shu's expression turned strange. She remembered the owner of the ferry business in Shuwen, Boss Chen of the Sunken Garden, who had taken a huge international order to deliver over 100 ferries to the Nansha Islands. When they returned, everyone fell into a strange sleeping sickness. For 2 years, everyone who went to the Nansha Islands became vegetative. When Boss Chen was on the verge of death, Jing Shu used her spiritual spring to save his life and made a bet. For every year she extended his life, she'd get a ferry. After being treated with the spiritual spring and ginseng, Boss Chen's sleeping sickness improved, from sleeping 21 hours a day to just 15. The spiritual spring, being from a higher dimensional space, suppressed the lower dimensional energy, which proved that the Nansha Islands really did have a dimensional space. After that, the Nansha Islands became highly restricted, and in recent years it was classified as an S-class forbidden zone. Before, only people who landed on the islands would get the sleeping sickness, but now, anyone who entered the area vanished without a trace. No one knows if they disappeared into the mirrored sea or fell into a coma after landing on the islands. Even scarier, the affected area keeps expanding outward from the Nansha Islands. Any ship entering the zone vanishes. So now, this area is called the South China Sea Mirror. Yang clapped his hands and explained the situation. I'm afraid that a few hours ago, we entered the mirrored sea along with the pirates. The mirrored sea is a one-way trap. But that's not the scariest part. The real danger is what Xiao Wang said. If you land on the Nansha Islands, you'll get the sleeping sickness. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere instantly turning heavy. The joy of their recent victory vanished in an instant. At that moment, a group of people strode into the conference room. Liu Shi, who was in charge of the route, said in confusion, "The thing is, we've been steering clear of the Nansha Islands to avoid the mirrored sea. Our ship deliberately stayed far away, so how did we end up inside?" "Why?" "Because the forbidden zone has expanded." "All right, is everyone here? Old Liu, bring up the map." Old Joe, holding his thermos, walked in with a serious face, taking the lead seat. He waved for everyone to squeeze in and sit down. Everyone became solemn. Liu Shi opened the map and explained. According to the normal route, they should have already left the South China Sea. But 2 hours ago, when they lost satellite signal, they suspected something was wrong. Sure enough, even though the ship kept moving, their position never changed. In the vast ocean, losing GPS, satellite, and all sense of direction, how terrifying is that? Old Joe coughed. I'm sure Yang has told you about the mirrored sea forbidden zone, so let me share a secret. He glanced meaningfully at Jing Shu in the crowd. Jing Shu was puzzled. What did this have to do with her? Old Joe continued. Although the mirrored forbidden zone is extremely dangerous, it also represents opportunity. We can be sure that this special environment contains the new energy we've been researching since the apocalypse. You all know what new energy means. 3 months ago, a huge new energy source was found at the Sichuan-Shu border. A year ago, the red and black energies were discovered, each with different uses. Even a little new energy is worth a fortune. Every country is fighting for it. So now the question is, do you want to focus on escaping the forbidden zone and rush to the Middle East to continue our plan, or do you want to spend some time searching for this new energy? Everyone began whispering. Jing Shu subconsciously touched her nose. Old Joe looking at her like that. Sure, he knew she'd found the new energy tick in Sichuan-Shu, but what was with that meaningful look? Jing Shu didn't misunderstand Old Joe. Not only did he know about the tick new energy, he also knew that several new energy incidents were connected to Jing Shu. What kind of constitution did this girl have, always attracting new energy? Yang helped everyone analyze the situation. Both options have pros and cons. Searching for new energy on the forbidden Nansha Islands could mean getting the sleeping sickness and ending up a vegetable, and you might not even find new energy. Or if you do, you might not make it out alive. But if you do find it, the rewards could be even greater than the Middle East trip. In short, the risk is sky high, but the reward is massive, almost certain death. Seeing that many people's greedy expressions faded at the mention of mortal danger, Yang Yang continued. Escaping directly also has pros and cons. The good part is, as long as we don't land on the Nansha Islands, we won't get the sleeping sickness. We can wait for rescue or search for a way out on the open sea. There's always a slim chance. The downside is, we'll waste time. And if we run out of supplies, we might die before finding a way out. And we could miss a huge opportunity. Codename 7 stood up. You choose. One path is high risk, high reward, and likely death on the Nansha Islands. The other is low risk, no reward, and just barely hanging on, searching for a way out. Old Joe said gravely, discuss it among yourselves. All the teams and department heads started whispering and debating. Screw it. Let's just go to the Nansha Islands. There's so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? I think we should scout the area first. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose. Don't be reckless. Remember, everyone who's gone to the Nansha Islands before has never come back. How long can our food supplies last? As the serious voices echoed, Jingshu's expression turned odd. She was a bit confused. Hey, as the top leaders of the flagship, aren't you supposed to be the decision makers? How come as soon as there's a problem, you just throw it to the people below? It felt less like superiors asking for input and more like examiners tossing a problem to students, acting like it's none of their business and refusing to make a decision. Zhang Lang's antenna tilted. Captain, what should we do? Jingshu, of course, was all for going straight to the Nansha Islands. After all, she had the spiritual spring and wasn't afraid of the sleeping sickness. But she couldn't say that. And if all these hundreds of ships landed and everyone got the sleeping sickness, would she save them or not? If she did, her spring would run dry and she'd feel bad. If not, she'd have to watch everyone die. So Jingshu tapped the table lightly. There's something strange about the Nansha Islands. I don't recommend rushing ashore. We should scout the area first and figure things out before landing. Hao Yunlai woke up, grinned, and said, Captain, if needed, send me to scout. If there's danger, let me go first. Jingshu can't get hurt. Who'd cook for him then? Four Eyes, usually aloof, was surprised. The so-called child of misfortune, who'd been invisible these days, was actually so loyal to Jingshu. Wasn't he supposed to be arrogant and look down on everyone? At this point, the Xiangxi corpse driver, Big Yellow Tooth, signaled for quiet. Let's not argue. First, we need to count our food and fuel. That's the most important thing if we're really trapped. He looked at Yang Yang on stage. This was the strategist's area of expertise. With nearly 200 ships, including the flagship ferries and private vessels, daily consumption was terrifying. Now, with no pirate supplies and no ports, this was a huge problem. Everyone quieted down. Big Yellow Tooth made sense. Yang Yang pulled out a chart. The flagship has enough regular food for 20 days. A few hours ago, Jingshu's team turned in a ferry's worth of supplies, enough for another 10 days. How long can the private ship's food last? At this, most people looked embarrassed. Why? Because most only brought enough food and fuel for 7 days at most. Their thinking was simple. Like cavalry in old wars, they'd resupply as they went, looting pirates and stopping at ports every few days. Besides, if they loaded up with too much, there'd be no room for pirate loot. Using up supplies on the way also made space for more loot. And so far, that plan had worked. Pirate loot had kept them going. Of course, their last backup was the official ferries, which had more supplies. If they ran out, they could always buy some with contribution points. A bunch of ability users looked constipated. My ship has over 50 people, enough for 3 days. Mine's only good for 2 days. I've got enough for 7 days. Wow, 7 days was now considered top of the class. Yang Yang coughed. All right, if we split the flagship supplies, we can guarantee at least 15 days for everyone. Food isn't the issue. Even if we run out, we have Zhang Lang. He can produce cockroaches. If nothing else, his cockroaches could feed us for years. At that, everyone turned to look at Zhang Lang, eyes shining. Yeah, as long as we have cockroaches, we won't starve. Good thing the organization planned ahead and brought cockroaches. Otherwise, we'd really be in trouble. Nanan looked troubled. But those are cockroaches. Do we really have to eat those disgusting things every day? Some people looked queasy. As ability users, they'd always had it good and never eaten maggots or cockroaches. Jingshu was annoyed. Cockroaches are for selling in the Middle East. They're worth more than you and can be traded for several ships' worth of fuel. If you don't want to eat them, don't. It'd be a waste to give them to you. Zhang Lang, remember her. Don't give her anything. Zhang Lang nodded hard. Got it. I'll remember. Yang Yang shook his head, rubbing his forehead and tapping the table. Having food is good enough. The real problem is water and fuel. At that, everyone was shocked. Right, water and fuel were the real issues now. If we don't solve the water problem, we can only last 10 days at most, and if we run out of fuel, we'll be stuck in this endless sea forever. Hurry, hurry! How much water do we have left? I didn't bring much. Only enough for 3 days. I have 7 days worth of fuel. What about the flagship? How many resources does the flagship have left? Everyone looked at Yang Yang with hope in their eyes. Right now, everyone was pinning their hopes on the flagship. If the flagship had a month's worth of supplies, they wouldn't be in a rush. They could scout the area and then carefully decide whether to land on the island. But if the flagship was also low on supplies, that would be a disaster. Yang Yang rubbed his nose, his expression unreadable. I have good news and bad news. The room fell completely silent, everyone holding their breath. Yang Yang continued, The good news is, we have enough fuel. If we run at minimum consumption, we can last a month. The fuel Jingshu's team collected is enough for all the ships for another 10 days. And even if things get really bad, there are plenty of corpse bugs in the sea. Our ferries are all modified, so we can go out and catch corpse bugs, dry them, and turn them into fuel. Hearing this, everyone relaxed a little. At least with enough fuel, there was hope of escape. That was a huge problem solved. The bad news is, it's been several days since our last resupply. Usually water isn't a problem at sea, so right now we only have 7 days worth of drinking water. If we ration, we can stretch it to 10 or 15 days. Counting what you all brought, I'd say we can survive for a maximum of 25 days. Extreme survival. 25 days. That heavy number made everyone fall silent. No one had expected that. When trapped at sea, the first thing they'd run out of wouldn't be food or fuel, but drinking water. Before setting out, everyone had thought about all kinds of difficulties, but no one had imagined that, surrounded by water, they'd run out of water. How was that possible? It just didn't make sense. Didn't anyone bring a seawater desalination unit? Are you crazy? There was plenty of groundwater before, and desalination units were expensive. Before the apocalypse, sure, but now they're extinct. Yeah, we resupplied every week. 10 or 15 days worth of water was enough. Any more, and there'd be no room on the ship. I brought a water vapor collector. At this point, B-rank Zhou Mengyao excitedly raised her hand. Wow, you're a genius. That's great. But, how much water can you collect in a day? All the bodyguards looked at Zhou Mengyao. Zhou Mengyao hesitated. About 100 grams a day? I just wanted to collect some dew for face masks. 100 grams, what good is that? Everyone's eyes turned back to Yang Yang. So, what do we do now? We can't just drift at sea forever. How about we try to locate the Nansha Islands and get closer to check things out? Everyone started brainstorming, coming up with 5 or 6 useful suggestions. Yang Yang wrote them down and began to implement them. And again, no one asked Old Zhou or Codename 7. Jingshu savored the special atmosphere. Right now, she was the most relaxed person in the room. Zhang Lang looked worried, eyes wide. He could produce cockroaches, but he needed water too, and so did his little cockroaches. Jingshu patted Zhang Lang and wrote a few words on her phone for him to see. Don't worry, our team has enough water for 3 months. Drink as much as you want. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up instantly, and he swallowed hard several times. Was it true? Did Jingshu really have that much water? Jingshu nodded modestly, not mentioning that the water she brought could supply everyone on all the ships for a whole year. Of course, this kind of thing had to be kept secret. You can't just give it away bit by bit unless it's a real emergency. After all, if you give away 100 when you only have 100, it's not the same as giving away 100 when you have 10,000. The value is different. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhang Yicheng, who was attending the meeting with Jing Shu, was so excited he could barely speak. Me, boss. Zhang Yicheng didn't know how to express his constipation-like excitement, and he couldn't show it, so he just put on a smile uglier than crying. The other secretaries and bodyguards nearby edged away from him, thinking he'd lost his mind. But Zhang Yicheng's hands kept trembling as he remembered how, before they set out, Jing Shu had brought so many huge water tanks, all filled to the brim. He'd been annoyed at the time, but then thought, Jing Shu never does anything wrong. So in the end, he'd filled his own cabin with water barrels too. Now, he just wanted to hug Jing Shu and shout, "Boss, you're amazing. I'll be your most loyal follower forever." The planning was almost done, and it was nearly time to adjourn. At that moment, a bald, chubby man stood up and said loudly, "I'm the head chef for the whole fleet. Now that we're trapped, I'm starting the emergency plan. Rations will be halved, and each person gets 500 grams of water a day." Someone protested, "We're not short on food. Why halve the rations?" The chef snorted, "You think cooking doesn't use water? Anyway, I'm off to notify the kitchen ships." He left. Big Yellow Tooth stood up, happily drank another cup of water, and said, "Anyone else got anything? If not, I'm off to tell my crew not to eat or drink. Gotta save it all for me. I'm a middle-aged man, can't go thirsty." Everyone shook their heads, looking at him with envy. The corpse driver's strength was obvious now. His whole crew was made up of corpses, so they didn't need food or water, but their combat power was unmatched. Sure, dozens of people supported one useless guy, but damn, it was nice. The Macau gambler also stood up and cupped his hands. "Our team is going to look for food underwater or catch some corpse bugs for fuel. That's all we can do for now." Others thanked him. "Thanks for the tip. We'll go look for food, fuel, and clues too." In no time, everyone dispersed, rushing to tell their crews to eat and drink less and save resources. Only Jing Shu's team stayed behind. After all, they didn't have these worries, and Jing Shu wanted to ask a few things. Now, only Jing Shu's team, Yang Yang, Old Zhou, and Codename 7, remained. Jing Shu's first words cut straight to the point. "Why do I feel like your real target was the Nansha Islands all along?" Old Zhou sat as steady as a mountain. Codename 7 wore a cold face, giving nothing away, and the shadowy figure stared straight ahead. Yang Yang subconsciously touched his nose. With other people, he might be able to lie with a straight face, but with Jing Shu, he really couldn't do it. After all, his future meals depended on Jing Shu. When you rely on someone for food, you can't just lie to them, right? The members of Jing Shu's team all had their mouths agape, and Zhang Lang looked especially shocked, as if he'd just heard some earth-shattering secret. Old Zhou waved his hand calmly. "Since you've already noticed, then tell me, little girl, what good ideas do you have?" Jing Shu gave Zhang Yicheng a look. Zhang Yicheng immediately understood. He always carried a strange, insulated box wherever he went, and everyone just thought it was a 4-layer lunchbox. But when he opened it layer by layer this time, it was a whole different world inside. Zhang Yicheng proudly set out antique-style teacups for everyone, then poured out a pot of crystal-clear tea, eagerly serving everyone fragrant 8 treasures tea. And that wasn't all. From the lower layers of the box, he took out 6 small plates filled with local specialties from Wucheng. Almonds, cranberries, raisins, dates stuffed with walnuts, charcoal-roasted cashews, and more. The aroma of the dried fruits filled the air. Zhang Lang and Four Eyes had already swallowed their saliva. Old Zhou, keeping his composure, picked up a teacup, used the lid to brush the tea leaves aside, and took a small sip of the 8 treasures tea. The honeyed aroma of longan, the rich scent of goji berries and red dates, and the sweetness of rock sugar exploded in his throat, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Good tea!" Old Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. Thinking back to the bland goji berry tea he'd been drinking, he suddenly felt like he'd been drinking swill all this time. Zhang Yicheng retreated to the back. Old Zhou then asked, "Little girl, what's your meaning here? Trying to bribe this old man?" If it were before, old Zhou might have scoffed and righteously declared, "Would I, Zhou Chong, be that kind of person?" But now, old Zhou narrowed his eyes. If the bribe was this kind of tea, well, maybe it wasn't so bad. Jing Shu blew on her tea, took a small sip, and thought to herself that maybe she'd finally found a use for her stockpile of tea leaves. She said, "Oh, you flatter me. Why would you need to be bribed? My point is simple. When I go out, I always come well prepared." Old Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How well prepared? Enough for your whole fleet's resources for 2 months? But I can see, little girl, you don't skimp on food for yourself, and even your subordinates are all strong and sturdy." The shadowy figure nodded. Other fleet's crew members were all skinny, but Jing Shu's crew had arms thicker than most people's thighs. With all those extra meals every day, it'd be strange if they weren't well fed. Yang Yang coughed and said to Old Zhou, "Old Zhou, from what I know of Jing Shu, the supplies she brought are probably enough for the whole fleet for 2 months." "What? Are you serious? You mean enough for all 200+ ships in the fleet?" Codename 7 and the shadowy figure, who hadn't spoken until now, were both shocked. They looked at Yang Yang in disbelief, then at the calm Jing Shu. The new recruits, Long Min Zhen and Four Eyes, swallowed hard. Wow. Just what kind of background did their captain have to be this impressive? Zhang Yicheng rolled his eyes calmly. "You're all underestimating the boss. 2 months for the whole fleet? That's nothing." Old Zhou coughed, looking a bit odd. "With so much stuff, how are you going to load cargo in the Middle East?" Jing Shu smiled. "Naturally, I'll sell some of it in the Middle East and bring back better goods. If there's too much to carry, she'd store it in her space, have Zhao Wei's bug team transport it openly, and the mud merfolk do it secretly. If all else failed, well, in tough times, she could always sell to her own people." But she didn't say that last part, mainly because she was afraid of getting hit. Jing Shu then asked, "Since the main ship's target is the Nansha Islands, you must know the situation here. Are you worried the supplies won't be enough?" At this, Yang Yang sighed. "We originally planned to go to the Middle East first. There's a special energy source there that can crack the Nansha Islands, and we'd have enough supplies for the return trip so we wouldn't be afraid of getting stuck. But something went wrong along the way. We got sucked into this mirror sea first. It shows the mirror sea is expanding day by day, and it's urgent to solve this." "Oh, so the fleet's supplies really aren't enough?" Yang Yang nodded. "That's right. But isn't it lucky we have you? Jing Shu, what we need most now is water. Give it to us straight. How long can your water supply last for the whole fleet?" Jing Shu bit into an almond with a crisp crunch, told everyone not to be shy, then grinned slyly. "Don't worry about that. When everyone runs out of water, they can trade contribution points for it. 1 point gets you a kilo of water, but for those on the official ship, 1 point gets you 2 kilos. Sound fair?" Contribution points were valuable. It took killing a pirate to earn just a few, and you could exchange them for anything in the national warehouse, not just the stuff in Wucheng's warehouse. Old Zhou said, "Fine, that's no problem at all. Let those kids learn a lesson about not bringing enough supplies." Jing Shu continued, "Since this is one of the goals, you must have done your research. Is there really no other way?" Yang Yang coughed. "For now, we'll just take it step by step and follow everyone's plan." He wouldn't say more. After speaking, Yang Yang even winked. Jing Shu understood. There was definitely something else going on, or some secret he couldn't share. The shadowy figure said earnestly, "Jing Shu, you really need to perform well this time, although there shouldn't be any danger before we land on the island." Jing Shu was a bit confused, but before the shadowy figure could finish, the big ship suddenly lurched violently. A shrill alarm sounded. A wild wind whipped up the sea, huge waves crashed against the ship, and it felt like the whole vessel had hit something, rocking wildly. Jing Shu cursed inwardly. Weren't they just saying there wouldn't be any danger? This looked like big trouble. Because at that moment, Jing Shu had already discovered through the mud merfolk that there was nothing under the sea. Everything around was safe. But the ship was still being tossed around. So what on earth had they hit? Even the usually fearless, slow-reacting mud merfolk had curled up into balls on the sea floor, so something must have happened. At this moment, the usually unremarkable old Joe, who looked like just an old man, reacted faster than anyone. He instantly packed the teapot and remaining fruit plates back into the box with lightning speed, then calmly picked up the box with one hand and took another sip of tea with the other. What kind of godlike speed was that? At this moment, everyone else was just trying to protect their own cup of 8 treasures tea, but no one managed to save everything like old Joe did. If it weren't for the situation, Zhang Yicheng would have jumped up and shouted, "666, old Joe, I'm cheering for you." After all, Boss Jing had plenty of 8 treasures tea, but there weren't many of those fancy teapots around. Wait. Zhang Yicheng couldn't help but reflect. If he thought this way, didn't it just show how rich and well-supplied Boss Jing was? Next time, he'd have to casually mention it to help Boss Jing show off a bit. A good lackey secretary should always find ways to subtly display the boss's style and strength in any situation. Old Joe, seeing everyone staring at him in surprise, coughed awkwardly. Didn't want tea spilled everywhere. Someone would have to clean it up. Jing Shu gave him a thumbs up. Old Joe's speed really was impressive, still strong and full of hidden skills even at his age. Team 3 and each Team 5 come with me to check out the situation. Codename 7 nodded at Yang Yang, downed the rest of his tea, not even leaving the ingredients behind, left a message in the elite group, and got up to see what was happening outside. With the main ship shaking so violently, the smaller boats brought by others were even worse off, rocking all over the place. While people were still reporting in the group, one boat was even hit by something unknown and sank on the spot. Report, this is Team 14's boat. We've suffered heavy losses. The bow was hit by something and is taking on water, requesting support to repair the bow. Report, Team 8's boat generator is broken. We're just drifting now, requesting a tow chain for support. Almost every team's boat suffered some damage, and as more losses were reported in the group, everyone's mood grew heavier. The worst news was that the official ship had actually smashed a water tank, losing over 10 tons of water. Old Joe's face turned as black as could be when he heard the news, and the other elite teams looked as miserable as if they'd lost their fathers. It's over! It's over! Even the main ship's big water tank is broken. We could barely last 25 days before. Now we'll be lucky to survive 10. This place is really cursed. What's going on? Has anyone figured it out? I swam around in the sea, didn't find anything. Everything seems normal. Old Joe's expression grew serious. He lifted his leg to leave with the shadowy figure. Clearly, there was something important to handle. But after a few steps, he turned back and asked Jing Shu, "Girl, is the water on your ship still okay?" The water on Jing Shu's ship was their last trump card. Nothing could go wrong. Jing Shu shook her phone and said, "Reporting in, water resources are all normal. Other losses are just barely within acceptable limits." Hearing that Jing Shu had suffered some losses, Yang Yang hurried over, worried she might have lost food. Old Joe even glanced at Jing Shu's private group chat on her phone, and when he saw it, he was a bit dumbfounded. The shadowy figure, curious, also leaned over to take a look, and was also stunned. Yang Yang's mouth started twitching. In Jing Shu's group chat, the messages read, "Boss Jing, the blue moon is all good. Even though we took a big hit, thanks to your foresight in securing all the supplies and putting cushioning foam around, nothing was lost. Boss, the big treasure's water tank is fine. When we got hit just now, the tank didn't break or spill thanks to your earlier arrangements. Report, second treasure suffered a major loss. We lost 100 plates and bowls." The shadowy figure stared for a long time, then muttered, "Jing girl, your so-called major loss is 100 plates? That counts as a loss?" Everyone looked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu nodded sheepishly. "We only brought so many bowls when we left. Now that they're broken, we won't have bowls for soup or plates for food. Sigh, these people are so careless. Even lost the stuff for eating. Guess we'll have to eat with our hands from now on." As she spoke, she even sent that exact message to the group. Seriously, can you believe this? Even old Joe thought it was a bit much. His main ship had lost so much water, not to mention countless other resources, and he hadn't even complained. But this Jing girl, with just a few dishes lost on her 3 big ships, was calling it a major loss? Still, old Joe was curious. With a strange look, he asked, "Jing girl, when you set out, you secured everything on your ship? I saw you made a whole series of arrangements." Jingshu nodded, even more embarrassed. "Oh, back when there was an earthquake and we were traveling in an RV, you have no idea. Everything would fall down, and if the plates broke, there was nowhere to buy new ones. So my grandpa fixed everything in place and added all sorts of precautions. Ever since then, whenever I go out, I always use cushioning foam and make all kinds of preparations." Old Joe gave her a thumbs up. "We should learn from your travel habits. Let's sit down and chat more about it later. For now, I have things to handle." Chatting was secondary, but if he could drink some 8 Treasures tea and eat some nuts, that would be great. Old Joe really was about to leave, but Jingshu called him back and gave Zhang Yicheng a look. The next second, Zhang Yicheng took out a black plastic bag and packed up the 8 Treasures tea and the remaining nuts for him. Jingshu was just too hospitable. Old Joe really couldn't refuse her. If he did, it would hurt her feelings. So he reluctantly accepted, scolding Jingshu not to do this again, and then left, floating away. Jingshu's expression gradually grew serious. The ships were still bumping into things from time to time, but once everyone slowed down, it wasn't as bad as at first. Codename 7 led 2 elite teams to search everywhere, but still couldn't find the cause. Gurgle, gurgle. Four Eyes' stomach rumbled loudly. Jingshu snapped back to reality from the scattered mud merfolk at the bottom of the sea. Four Eyes coughed. "Captain, maybe I'll go eat something first." There wasn't any real food, but he had some fried rice he'd brought himself, so he went back to the cabin to fill his stomach a bit. Jingshu waved her hand, and Zhang Yicheng brought back a few boxed meals from the Blue Moon for everyone. "Hurry up and eat something. No need to run around. I doubt we'll get any rest tonight. We'll need to stay alert, and we might have to gather for a meeting soon," Jingshu said, opening her own boxed meal. Today's meal was pretty simple. Just egg-fried rice with some diced ham, thumb-sized shrimp, and fresh green scallions. But when Four Eyes took his first bite, tears started streaming down his face. At this moment, in the Jing family villa in the South China Sea, Grandma Jing brought out a plate of non-wrapped meat from the kitchen and set it on the dining table, which was already covered with 7 or 8 dishes. The family was having a get-together today. Third Aunt and Ui would be coming, so she'd simply made a full table. After setting down the dish, Grandma Jing called anxiously toward the inner room. "Old man, has the girl replied yet?" Inside the room, Grandpa Jing was frowning, clutching his phone and constantly refreshing something. He shook his head and replied, "No. Sai, I told you, it's just bad signal. Think about it, it's been so many days, she must have left the country by now. You think everywhere is like our country, always trying to restore and rebuild everything? Don't worry, the girl will be fine." Though he said this, his hands kept refreshing his phone, his movements a bit clumsy, but his anxiety was clear. Not long after, Jing's dad, mom, third aunt, and Ui all arrived. Grandma Jing happened to bring out the last dish, coconut chicken soup. "Have some soup first? Have some soup? This is wenchang chicken stewed in coconut water. It's a local specialty here. First time I've made it. Try it." Jing's dad ladled soup for Grandpa Jing while examining the ingredients in the spoon. "Oh, Mom, the chicken and coconut water are nothing new for us, but these fresh green calamansi must be local, right? Those aren't easy to get." Grandpa Jing took the bowl of soup and said proudly, "Heh heh, you've all been busy and haven't had time to look, but in the backyard, actually, the backyard of the backyard, the new patch I fixed up, I've planted all sorts of things. Not just calamansi, but jackfruit, mango, longan, all kinds of stuff. I even planted Thai lemongrass. When it grows, your mom can make you lemongrass shrimp." Jing's dad was surprised. Wow, I really haven't checked it out. But Dad, where did you get all those saplings? Grandpa Jing, sipping his soup, proudly held up a finger. Traded for a pack of cigarettes. One pack has 20, and I got 20 saplings. Your mom says it's the best pack of cigarettes I've ever smoked in my life. Heh, heh. Trading cigarettes for goods might be a big deal for other families, but the Jing family was in this business. Now that the post-apocalyptic order was stabilizing and the country was rebuilding, more and more people were seeking things beyond just food and clothing. Cigarettes had become a hard currency. Oh, of course, a pack of cigarettes is nothing for our family. After saying this, Jing's dad seemed to remember something and turned to third aunt Jinglei. By the way, about those chilies you wanted last time, I first asked around in Sichuan and Yunnan Guizhou, planning to trade tobacco for them. But now either they can't grow chilies or they're not spicy at all. Then I thought, chilies should be found in Jiangxi. Sure enough, I got a reply this morning. They're all about spicy over there now. I've already ordered 30 tons for you to try out. If it works, this could be a good business line. I calculated for these 30 tons including shipping and labor, trading with our cigarettes, it's just about 1 carton. Third aunt nodded. Yes, so many people have migrated here, and now that everyone's eating well, they're starting to want this and that. Lots of people love spicy food, but it's damp by the sea and there's no sun. The demand for chilies is huge. At this price, we can triple it and still sell out. If this batch from Jiangxi is good, our family will have another source of income. Hey, brother, how much is a carton of cigarettes? I should pay you. Jing's dad waved her off. Come on, even though your sister-in-law manages all my money, would she let you pay for something like this? We'll talk about it when it's settled, right, honey? After his generous words, he quickly turned to Jing's mom, trying to please her. Jing's mom, who had been silent at the table, finally spoke. Only then did everyone notice she'd been frowning the whole time. Sigh. Money isn't the issue. I've been messaging Jingshu since yesterday and she hasn't replied. I know the signal might be bad abroad or there could be all sorts of reasons, but I just can't help worrying. As she spoke, she subconsciously clutched her chest. Her words made the whole family fall silent. It turned out none of them had been able to reach Jingshu. It had only been 2 days, but those 2 days felt endless. Jing's dad quickly hugged her arm, comforting her. She'll be fine. Jingshu's gone abroad on behalf of the country before. She's weathered so many storms and always come back safe. Besides, I heard this time the country sent all the top experts together. There won't be any danger. I'll ask around later and see what's going on. Let's eat. Don't worry too much. Jingshu will be fine. Though Jing's dad was a bit clumsy with words and worried about his daughter too, he could only try to change the subject so the family wouldn't get too anxious. By the way, did you hear? The Clearing the Skies project our country's been preparing will launch next month. Dozens of satellites have already been deployed to gradually absorb and clear the haze in the atmosphere. Soon, we'll have sunlight again. Jinglei chimed in. I heard. The infuriating thing is, the Americans are saying our project threatens their national security. They want to use their satellites to stop our project, such troublemakers. Makes me so mad I want to turn their old consulate here into a pigsty. Good idea. Only Wu Yui finished eating quietly and went to sit on the sofa, absent-mindedly scrolling on her phone. She'd seen the news that the fleet sent to the Middle East had lost contact, and she'd messaged Jingshu too, but hadn't gotten a reply. She stared at her WeChat chat with Jingshu. The last message from Jingshu was from a late night, when they'd been chatting. Jingshu had written, "Everything's fine here, don't worry. If I really can't come back this time, I'll probably just be somewhere else. The supplies I left for the family are limited, but I'm glad that after all these years, our family has the courage and ability to survive. I believe the clouds will clear, the sky will open, and the sun will rise again." Wu Yui gripped her phone tightly. No, Jingshu would be fine. Anyone else might have trouble, but not her. She had to come back safe. On the other side, what kind of godlike meal is this? The rich aroma could only come from shrimp oil stir-fried with shrimp heads and salted egg yolk, then mixed with leftover rice and fresh eggs, and finally tossed with tender shrimp meat. No wonder it tasted so good. Delicious, absolutely mouth-watering. Jingshu remembered that Long Menjen was from Sichuan and liked spicy food, so she tossed him a small bottle of chili sauce. Just then, "All units, attention! All ships drop anchor and hold position! All units, attention! All ships drop anchor and hold position!" The loudspeakers on every ship blared with repeated orders from the official flagship. At sea, there were no monsters, no pirates, no reefs, not even a breeze in this area. The sea was eerily calm. On the fleet side, aside from some ships still rescuing and repairing collision damage, most people were just staring at each other, wondering what on earth had happened. The Green Tea Girl's ship seemed to have suffered the worst damage. It was originally a fancy little yacht, beautifully decorated, with a high, elegant prow. Now, after whatever hit it, the bow looked like a garlic bulb. The hull was also a bit deformed, but thankfully not leaking badly, and the crew was making repairs. But what the girl cared about most wasn't the ship, it was her makeup case, which had been thrown everywhere by the impact. Her simps had managed to pick up most of it, but some things were still broken, especially her favorite coral grass lipstick now snapped in two. "Oh no! This was curry-flavored." She was furious, clutching the broken lipstick, and remembered seeing someone in the comments earlier say they didn't like her voice. She was so mad she hadn't touched up her makeup for 7 minutes. "No, I won't allow anyone to dislike me. I'm angry now." As she said this, her whole demeanor changed. The simps exchanged terrified glances. Oh no, she's about to transform. They quickly retreated. Simping was a job, but saving their own lives was more important. They knew just how scary this woman could be when she transformed. As soon as the two simps left the cabin, the girl's whole appearance changed. Her long, straight black hair turned into a wild perm, her muscles bulged, and her slender legs in the cheongsam now looked like they were wrapped in strips of cloth, like Zangief from Street Fighter. If you don't know who Zangief is, you're still too young. The scariest thing was the murderous look in her eyes. "So what the hell hit my ship?" With that, the transformed girl grabbed a long-handled weapon hanging on the wall, a legendary tool called the trench-digging, land-plowing, pit-digging moonlight treasure shovel. With a clang, she leapt out of the cabin, rushed to the bow, and reached out to feel around. The bow was clearly stuck in something invisible, but she could feel it. Thinking about being disliked and about her broken curry lipstick, she completely lost it, swinging her weapon at the invisible obstacle. No wonder the simps ran for their lives. This girl was truly terrifying when she went wild. The moonlight treasure shovel had even been modified with a propeller, and sparks flew as she attacked. But no matter how hard she hit, nothing seemed to happen. More and more people on nearby ships gathered to watch the show. Old Joe, holding a freshly brewed cup of 8 Treasures tea, sipped and commented, "Should we go help? Maybe test things out a bit and use up some of the extra weapons on board, free up space for more cargo later?" Codename 7 nodded. "All right, I'll arrange it." Actually, Codename 7 had been itching for action for a while. Being stuck here with nothing to do, watching a girl bang away at something was boring. He clapped his hands, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and said, "All right, boys, let's get to work." Yang Yang asked, Should we send more people with you?" Codename 7 finally showed his first smile since appearing. "No need. I'm afraid there might be unnecessary casualties." With that, he turned and left. To ensure the flagship's safety, Codename 7 took a few hand-picked subordinates and set out in a small boat, zigzagging across the sea toward a distant area. Soon everyone on the fleet saw a flash of bright light in the distance, then felt the whole sea shake. A massive shockwave carrying wind and waves rolled in from Codename 7's direction, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Whoa, did someone set off a nuke? Doesn't look like a nuke, must be some kind of massive energy release. What the hell is going on here? Ah, my makeup case fell over again. As everyone was talking, Codename 7's tired voice came over the walkie-talkie. "Something's not right. These are air walls. You can't see them, but they're definitely there. No pattern, no shape. Completely immovable." Everyone was even more confused. Air walls? What the heck are those? Jing Shu was puzzled too, and a little angry. She didn't know what air walls were either, and was annoyed that someone had set off such a huge blast without warning. Her mud merfolk in that area had all been blown to bits. Luckily, Codename 7 had gone far out, and Jingshu's mud merfolk were spread out in a radial pattern, with fewer the farther out they went, so the losses weren't too bad. In fact, before being blown up, the mud merfolk managed to send back some info about Codename 7's abilities, so it wasn't a total loss. As for the air walls, Jingshu had actually sensed something similar right away. Her mud merfolk, which had been moving in groups on the seafloor, were suddenly split into scattered clumps, with no sense of any threat, just some kind of barrier. It seemed clear that these air walls were to blame. But what exactly are air walls? How do you break through them? Jingshu had no clue. At this point, after the huge wave from Codename 7's explosion, the ships gradually stabilized. Jingshu walked to the bow of her ship, pondering what these air walls could be. Just then, Zhang Yicheng came over holding a phone. Earlier, during a meeting with the leaders, Jingshu had muted the Middle East procurement group, and now her phone, left in the cabin, was buzzing non-stop with work messages. Zhang Yicheng, seeing the boss without her phone and lost in thought at the bow, hurried over to deliver it so she wouldn't miss anything important. Under the hazy sky, on the bow of the giant ship, Jingshu, whom he admired endlessly, stood with her hands behind her back, lost in thought. Zhang Yicheng was suddenly struck by inspiration, silently reciting in his heart, "Sister sits at the bow, brother walks along the shore. What's up?" Jingshu, hearing footsteps and the constant pinging of phone notifications, suddenly turned around and sniffed, interrupting the poetic daydream in Zhang Yicheng's mind. "Ah, boss, you have a message." Taking the phone, Jingshu impatiently went to mute the noisy work group. Just then, she noticed that in the family group chat, which she'd never muted, the unread messages had gone from 9 to 8. Jingshu paused. "I get it now." She glanced back at Zhang Yicheng. "Being a good lackey isn't easy. One look from the boss and you have to understand everything. No need to ask." Clearly, there was something important on the phone that the boss wanted to reply to privately. Zhang Yicheng nodded, bowed, and backed out of the cabin, closing the door behind him and leaving Jingshu alone at the bow. Once she was sure no one was around, Jingshu summoned her cube space. "Old friend, long time no see." But this time, the cube space didn't open as smoothly as usual. No lights, no sound effects, nothing. It felt laborious, like forcing a rusty, broken old machine to work, creaking and groaning. Jingshu sighed inwardly. As expected. After a long struggle, like someone with constipation finally managing to squeeze something out, the cube space finally opened, but everything inside seemed to be moving in slow motion. The plants didn't look much different, since they rarely moved anyway. But the cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, all the living creatures were either sleeping or moving sluggishly, dazed. Even the ever-dripping spiritual spring was now just a suspended bead, dripping and forming at an extremely slow pace. For the first time, Jingshu felt a little panicked. Even the space I rely on to survive in the apocalypse is being affected. She took out her phone again. Inside the space, the unread messages in the family group went from 8 back to 9. The work group, which she'd just muted, was now sending notifications again. Jingshu, annoyed, deleted the work group. "I probably understand now," she muttered to herself. It turned out that after entering the mirror world, time in the mirror world ran counter to the real world. Messages received in the real world would only rewind bit by bit as time passed in the mirror world. Meanwhile, events in the mirror world's own timeline played out normally. That's why, before opening the space, the family group's unread messages decreased, while the work group's messages kept increasing. But now, inside the space, her phone had returned to the real world's timeline, so the family group's messages progressed normally, and the work group's notifications, muted outside, were restored inside the space's reversed time. Judging by the state of the space, perhaps the spiritual spring was still maintaining the real world's time dimension, but it was clearly being dragged down by the mirror world's energy. Everything's vitality was greatly reduced. So, the boss of Sunken Garden's coma was also related to the mirror world's time. They could return from the mirror world but remained comatose, which means the mirror world and the real world are either intersecting or in conflict. Some kind of energy from one is affecting the other, causing the coma. Just like here, the spiritual spring's influence keeps the space in forward time, but the mirror world's energy is so strong that all the animals are sluggish? Yes, that must be it. Although Jingshu figured out the problem, she didn't dare relax. After all, this was her true lifeline, the cube space that kept her and her family alive. Now it was clearly wilting. Thinking of this, she opened the family group chat. She'd been in the mirror world for 2 days now, which meant her family had lost contact with her for 2 days. They must be getting anxious. Now, even though she was in the cube space and back in the forward time dimension, the entry point no longer matched her original real-world timeline. After thinking for a moment, Jingshu opened her chat with Wu Yui and wrote, "Everything's fine here, don't worry. If I really can't come back this time, I'll probably just be somewhere else. The supplies I left for the family are limited, but I'm grateful that after all these years, our family has the courage and ability to survive. I believe the clouds will clear, the sky will open, and the sun will rise again." Everyone, this is the message Wu Yui received in the previous chapters. At that time, Jingshu hadn't lost contact yet, so Wu Yui just thought it was Jingshu talking to herself. But now, inside the space, Jingshu was truly a bit panicked. The spiritual spring was basically frozen. Production was low, but at least it was still producing. At this rate, Jingshu was losing a lot of spiritual spring water every day. Her heart ached. All other energies were completely frozen. What does this mean? It means this place is governed by a higher dimensional spatial force. But no matter how advanced, it hasn't surpassed the spiritual spring's space, though its dimensional power is still higher than other spaces. Thankfully, the hot pot, barbecue, big plate chicken, steak, all the chocolate, wine, and snacks in the space were still safe. But who knows what will happen if this goes on for too long? "No, I have to find a solution!" Jingshu resolutely closed the cube space, stood at the bow, and forced herself to calm down and think. Boss Chen recovered slowly after eating things grown with spiritual spring water, which shows the cube space's energy is higher level. But I can't rely on the cube space. I have to solve the root problem here. The whole sea below is full of air walls, and the closer to the island's center, the more affected by dimensional forces, the more time will stagnate. Jingshu narrowed her eyes, recalling the information she'd read. 7-dimensional space. 7-dimensional Euclidean space is a space equipped with a Euclidean distance, defined by the dot product. If the universe is 11-dimensional, made up of vibrating planes, then in Einstein's view, the universe is only 4-dimensional, 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. But modern physics believes there are 7 more dimensions we can't see. They're curled up on themselves, called compactified dimensions. Our space-time has 4 dimensions, 3 space axes and 1 time axis. So naturally, we can't see the air walls of 7-dimensional space. So, Jingshu's eyes gradually lit up. If my guess is correct, there are 2 ways to break through these air walls. The first is brute force. But this brute force isn't physical strength. It's the power of the spatial spiritual spring, which can break through the 7-dimensional space energy. The second is decomposition, unraveling the coiled dimensional energy and presenting it in the world where Jingshu is, or to put it simply, like translating English into Chinese, transforming 7-dimensional space energy into a form visible in 4-dimensional space. Jingshu acted as soon as she thought of it. She put on a wetsuit, dove underwater, and approached a smaller section of the air wall. She placed her hand on it, calmed herself, and carefully sensed the energy within, then infused a trace of spiritual spring. In an instant, the spiritual spring spread out like a drop of black ink in clear water. That trace of spiritual spring was like a blade, directly slicing through the entire air wall. Jingshu was stunned. At the same time, she felt her hand loosen, and an air wall appeared in her grasp. This broken-off air wall had no weight, yet it was like a clump of air, an actual, tangible obstacle, a mass of chaotic, substantial space. Jingshu held up this large chunk of air wall and had a mud merfolk try to bite it. The mud merfolk, with a mouth bigger than a crocodile's, bit down hard. With a crack, the mud merfolk's teeth shattered all over the place, but the air wall in Jingshu's hand was completely unharmed. Didn't expect this thing to make such a good shield. No weight, and it can block damage. Jingshu was just thinking this when she was startled by Tank shouting from the surface. "Captain, Captain, there's an emergency meeting upstairs. Hurry up!" Startled, Jingshu instinctively tossed the air wall into her space. Then, realizing what she'd done, her expression turned very strange. What? The air wall can actually be stored in the space? Even though the cube space is affected by the dimensional energy here and is extremely sluggish, can't even unfold its third form, this cut-off air wall can still be put inside? Jingshu answered as she climbed back onto the ship. She didn't have time to change, just threw on a big coat and, still dripping wet, led her people into the flagship's meeting room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room was inexplicably tense. You could tell how heavy everyone's mood was. No one even laughed when someone accidentally let out a loud fart. Four Eyes quietly whispered to Tank, "I saw it. It was big yellow teeth. He must have eaten too much again." Tank nodded. If it was that guy, it made sense. He was the one who never lacked food. Old Joe strode in and got straight to the point. "If it were before, I wouldn't mind if you all wanted to stay here and study the airwall's principles. But now—" Old Joe paused, swept his gaze over everyone, then took a deep breath and said, "Now, I suggest we don't stay here any longer. We need to find a way to move forward." Jingshu looked at Old Joe in surprise. Before, Old Joe had always been calm, letting everyone decide what to do. If people wanted to stay and investigate, they stayed. So what had changed to make this usually hands-off Old Joe make a direct decision? Sure enough, Big Yellow Teeth the corpse driver burped, stood up, and asked, "My zombies don't need to breathe underwater. They've already dug more than 10 meters under the air wall. I figured the air wall couldn't just grow from the ground up, right? We're about to get results. Why leave now?" The others looked at him with envy and resentment. The corpse driver really had it good. He ate enough for dozens, but his zombies didn't need to eat or breathe, so they could just keep digging under the sea. Old Joe whipped out a report and said, "We originally had half a month left, but now, I'm afraid we don't have that long. Look, this mirror sea's refracted energy is already affecting all of us. Haven't you noticed your appetites have increased, and you're drinking more water?" Everyone thought for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, my appetite's doubled lately, but I thought it was from diving for corpse bugs and trying to figure out the air wall. I'm always hungry and thirsty now. I can drink a liter of water a day when before 2 bottles was a lot." "Me too." Big Yellow Teeth. The corpse driver frowned. "Now that you mention it, Old Joe, I've been eating 3 or 4 times as much lately. My zombies don't need food, but if I keep eating like this, even a rich man would go broke." "Burp." Jingshu frowned. "Really?" But her appetite had always been enough for 7 or 8 people, and she just ate whenever she was hungry. Snacks, desserts, steak, hot pot, smoothies, yogurt, whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. She hadn't noticed any change, but now she figured she'd better keep track. Tank, holding the fat chicken, nodded at Jingshu. "Captain, I don't know about everyone else, but Fat Chicken's been eating a lot more, and laying more eggs too." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Old Joe sighed. "So we're all being affected. We can't stay here any longer. We only have a week left. We have to go all out." Before, with a backup plan, everyone had the luxury of choice and hesitation. Now, with everyone's appetite multiplying and supplies running low, there was no choice but to head straight for the island. "Looks like things are serious," Jingshu thought. If Old Joe was insisting on leaving even knowing Jianglang could supply food and she could provide water, then maybe something else was going on that they didn't know about. "I don't want to eat cockroaches, so let's go." Yeah. Eating cockroaches is fine, but running out of water would be a problem. All the ships resting on the sea began to move forward again, even with air walls blocking the way. This time, old Joe sat down and listened as everyone discussed how to speed up progress with the air walls ahead. Meanwhile, Jing Shu, though appearing to listen, was already distracted, her mind back in the sluggish space, checking on the air wall she'd just hastily thrown inside. Jing Shu's expression was very strange. After searching for the air wall for over 10 minutes, she really wanted to punch a wall and curse. Damn, where's my air wall? Where did that huge chunk of air wall go? Because it was a special energy, Jing Shu had no idea what kind of reaction the air wall's energy might have with her space. She was worried it might even blow up her space. So when she put it in, she placed the air wall inside a separate 1 cubic meter compartment. Jing Shu had just searched every independent compartment in her space, but couldn't find the air wall anywhere. Logically, even though the air wall was invisible, it was tangible. So as soon as her consciousness entered the space, she just had to scan each of the hundreds of compartments to sense the presence of a solid object. But nothing. She searched back and forth 4 or 5 times, even checked all the other compartments with stuff in them, and even ran her awareness over the vegetable patch. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, as if it had vanished. How strange! Where could the air wall have gone? Why can't I find it no matter what? Jing Shu propped her chin, completely baffled. She was so distracted that even old Joe above couldn't stand it anymore. At such a critical moment, what was this girl doing? Sleepwalking? Old Joe coughed. The ideas you all just suggested are somewhat useful. Jing Shu, the other teams have all shared their ideas. What about yours? Hao Yunlai nudged Jing Shu. Jing Shu snapped back to reality and whispered, "What am I supposed to say?" Hao Yunlai quietly repeated the question. There was a low murmur in the room. No one could figure out what Captain Jing Shu was doing at such an important time. Especially Nanan, who rolled her eyes in her heart but put on a worried face, and in a not-too-quiet, soft voice said to the person next to her, "Oh dear, she's so distracted she didn't even listen. How could she come up with any ideas? This is life and death, and she's daydreaming. I'm just concerned about everyone's situation, that's all. Sure, Jing Shu seems pretty capable, but the last few times were just luck. Besides, Team 1 and the other teams already came up with great ideas. Flawless, really. What could she possibly do? Can she just make the air walls disappear?" Old Joe frowned ever so slightly. There was more whispering around. "I think there might be some way, but making the air walls disappear is just too much." Exactly. You know how strong Codename 7 is, right? One of the top experts in the country, and even he couldn't budge the air wall. I heard even small missiles can't do anything to it, so making the air wall disappear is impossible. Other ideas, maybe. But Jing Shu herself, after hearing Nanan's words, didn't get angry. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted. Jing Shu thought, I really have to thank this White Lotus, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of it. Maybe the air wall disappeared in my space because my space actually devoured the air wall's energy. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the past, her space could always absorb dimensional energy, even using it as a chance to upgrade. If that's the case? Oh my God, are these endless air walls under the sea all dimensional energy? If she could absorb all these air walls, would her space level up? Of course, this was all unproven. Maybe it was just a hunch. Maybe it was real. Now all she needed was to test it. Jing Shu was so anxious she wanted to jump into the sea right now, grab another air wall, toss it into her space, and see what happened. But, alas, with everyone watching her, Jing Shu deliberately hesitated before saying, "Actually, I might have a way to make some of the air walls disappear and speed up the fleet, but I need to test my idea first." "What? You really have a way? Is that true?" Big Yellow Teeth even had his zombies dig under the air wall, and they still haven't gotten through. You really have a way? Seeing everyone's hopeful yet shocked expressions, Nanan finally dropped her White Lotus act and got a bit mocking. Ridiculous. The air wall is right under the ship. Everyone's tried everything and nothing works. What could you possibly do? The air wall is harder than the world's toughest diamond. They tried drilling with high-speed diamond bits, and the bits broke, but the air wall was fine. You think you can make part of it disappear? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. If I really make part of the air wall disappear, what will you do? Are you going to give me a reward? Contribute something? If you can't give me anything and you can't contribute anything, then shut up. I don't talk to white lotuses who do nothing but run their mouths. You. Nanan was so angry she nearly fainted. To be called out like that in public, how could she save face? She hadn't planned to go this far, but after being provoked, she sneered, her voice trembling with anger. If you really do as you say, then all the contribution points I earn on this trip to the Middle East are yours. I'm the only special medic in the whole fleet. My contribution this time could be as much as 50,000 points. And you? If you can't make the air wall disappear and speed up the fleet, what will you do? Do you dare? Nanan originally wanted to make some excessive demands, since she thought it was impossible anyway, so she promised all her rewards without thinking. But now, she hesitated. Because she saw old Joe looking at her with a very unfriendly expression. The White Lotus quickly calmed down and smiled. Then I'll be generous. If you fail, you have to apologize to me in front of everyone and never argue with me again for any reason. Jing Shu was a little disappointed. This White Lotus was still a bit clever. Otherwise, she could have played the victim and let old Joe see who was really out of line. But Jing Shu nodded generously. Of course. Give me half an hour. Jing Shu was already burning to test whether the air wall would disappear or be absorbed in her space, and now she had the perfect excuse. She immediately took a few people and left the emergency meeting to prepare. The rest of the meeting room watched eagerly. Some hoped Jing Shu was telling the truth and could speed up the fleet. Others hoped she was lying, because if she really pulled this off, it would mean something huge. After all, if she could do what the whole fleet had failed to do after so much effort, that would be seriously impressive. Of course, the whole fleet wasn't just sitting around waiting for Jing Shu's experiment. While she was underwater, everyone else had already started moving. Now, time meant survival, meant food. So the first priority for the elite teams and all crew members was to map and measure the number and height of nearby air walls. In no time, the sea was swarming with team bodyguards like dumplings in a pot. Only a small group remained in the meeting room. Nanan, as the medic, didn't need to go underwater. She watched the data coming in from each team mapping the sea, cursing Jing Shu thousands of times in her heart. Old Joe tapped the table and asked, "How's it going? Have you tallied up how many air walls and their heights are around us? What's the best route?" Just as Nanan was about to say it was almost done, Yang Yang had already shared a fairly complete air wall distribution map on the projector, laser pointer in hand. "This is the distribution of air walls within 2 kilometers. I've marked their area and height. Please take a look." The remaining members and old Joe looked up to see a sea map with the surrounding obstacles, some densely packed, some like a maze, clearly displayed. The air walls varied in size. The smallest were only half a meter wide, while the largest stood like mountains in the sea, distributed chaotically with no pattern at all. If the fleet of 100 large ships wanted to get through these irregular obstacles, they'd have to take a winding, maze-like route. After all, even the smallest air wall would stop a ship dead. 2 ships had already been lost today by hitting tiny air walls, which split them in half. Yang Yang continued. "Based on the current data, we can weave through these air walls along this maze-like route. If someone gives advance warnings and directs the fleet, our top speed could reach 20 km/h. But because of all the detours, the journey will be about 40% longer, and fuel consumption will increase accordingly." Old Joe nodded gravely. "That's the best plan we have for now. If we can't do anything about the air walls, we'll just have to go around. Let's go out and check the markers they've set up." Nanan followed the group onto the flagship's deck, silently counting the time. It was almost half an hour since her bet with Jing Shu. She clenched her fist. Still no news, which meant Jing Shu had no solution. Everyone else has to take the long way, and she thinks she can make the air walls disappear? The group reached the deck and saw, above the sea, all sorts of colorful markers floating in the air. Some strips of cloth floated above the water, some twisted around on the surface. Each one marked the location and shape of an air wall, most of which were column-shaped. That was the solution everyone had come up with. Since the air walls were invisible, they tied ropes or cloth to the obstacles so everyone could see where they were. Old Joe nodded. Not bad. This way we can avoid hitting the air walls, but the ships have deep drafts, so we'll still hit some underwater air walls if we don't know their positions in advance. Everyone kept refining the plan, and the walkie-talkie kept relaying new air wall data. Yang was constantly updating the map. When no one spoke, Nanan coughed and said with fake concern, "It's almost been half an hour, and there's still no word from Jingshu's team. The mission is important, but I'm worried something might have happened to them." Old Joe grunted. He wasn't really hopeful about Jingshu making the air walls disappear, and figured she might need a way out, so he told Yang, "Contact Jingshu's team. If it's not working, forget it. Just have them keep watch on the perimeter for any danger." Nanan rolled her eyes. In this mirror sea there was nothing but endless water and corpse bugs. What danger? So biased. Yang nodded and radioed Hao Yunlai. "How's the experiment going?" "Old Joe says don't waste any more time. Just keep watch on the perimeter for now." Hao Yunlai's voice came through the radio. "Sigh, the experiment didn't go too well. We couldn't make the air wall disappear. Captain Jingshu wants to know if the latest air wall map is ready." No one was surprised by Jingshu's result. If even Codename 7 couldn't do it, how could she? A supposedly ordinary person. But Yang caught the key point and replied, "It's ready." Nanan was secretly excited, and everyone else turned their attention back to the incoming data. A few minutes later, Jingshu came up to the deck, still dripping wet, and asked Yang for the latest air wall map, holding a strange red-black stone in her hand. As soon as Jingshu appeared, Old Joe and the others didn't mention the bet, but Nanan was anxious. She stepped in front of Jingshu and Yang coughed and said, "I won't hold you to the bet, but a person should keep their word, right? Since you lost, you should apologize to me in front of everyone at dinner." Nanan lifted her chin, her voice soft and sweet, acting all magnanimous. No one said a word. Old Joe didn't say anything either, just watched Jingshu. If she lost the bet, she should show it. Even if he was biased, he'd just given her a chance to save face, but she insisted on coming back. But Jingshu just brushed Nanan aside as if she hadn't heard, and took the map. Nanan was furious. "You!" Jingshu finished looking at the map, completely ignoring Nanan, and said to Yang and Old Joe, "The experiment didn't go too well. We can't do anything about the big air walls, but leave all the ones under 3 meters to me." She took a pen and marked a bunch of X's on the map, then calmly and humbly said, "We'll clear out these small air walls. Yang, look, if we follow this line, we can plot a straight course. Your previous route was too roundabout." When she finished, everyone looked like they'd misheard. Yang's lips curled up, confident and calm. Old Joe dug in his ear in disbelief. "Jing girl, what did you say? Say it again. You can make all the air walls under 3 meters disappear? Hiss, did we hear that right? Or is there something wrong with my ears? Did Captain Jingshu just say she can make the air walls disappear? And anything under 3 meters? Goodness gracious, even Codename 7 can't do anything, not even with the ones just a few centimeters thick. She really has a way?" Hearing this, not just Old Joe, but everyone who hadn't gone underwater stared in disbelief. This was like something you'd already accepted as impossible, like how we all believe diamonds are unbreakable, but then someone just snaps one in half. Is that even possible? Can a human do that? Big Yellow Teeth dropped his cup, which shattered on the floor, and the sound silenced the room's doubts for a moment. Nanan rushed over, about to say a bunch of things, but Jingshu emotionlessly brushed her aside and pointed at a not-too-big, just 3 meters tall air wall cylinder in front of them. Everyone looked over, and to their utter disbelief, the cloth strip marking the cylinder suddenly collapsed in midair and fell into the water. The air wall blocking their way was gone, completely, truly gone. Nothing is more shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. Everyone was stunned. As the air wall was really removed, Jingshu quietly clenched her fist, a little anxious. She had to finish up here quickly and go harvest more energy. The mud merfolk were too conspicuous, so Jingshu sent out some small snakes to mark the air wall locations in the sea. Of everyone present, only Yang Yang remained calm. After so many collaborations, he knew Jingshu's abilities well. Seeing everyone so shocked actually put him in a great mood. At this point, Yang Yang coughed, bringing everyone back to reality. I suppose Jingshu found something that can cut the air walls, right? Is it that red-black stone in your hand? Everyone's gaze followed Yang Yang's words. Old Joe finally relaxed, the heavy pressure and tension of recent days quietly lifting. He said good 3 times in a row, looking at Jingshu with admiration. Did you find a method? Why not share it? Even diamond drills can't do anything to the air walls. How did you manage it? Since she was going to do this openly, Jingshu had already planned her explanation. Otherwise she wouldn't have acted so boldly. She held up the strange stone, pinched and pulled it, and it turned into a rope that looked like it was made of clay. She rolled it out into a 3-meter-long thin rope, then handed one end to Yang Yang and held the other herself. Just like this, slice it across the air wall. That's it? That's it. This clay rope? Are you kidding us? Sure, it's pretty with all those colors, but still... Everyone was incredulous. Air walls that even diamond drills couldn't scratch, and she was going to cut them with a clay rope? Yang Yang tried not to laugh and said seriously, Jingshu explained the principle to everyone. Jingshu cleared her throat. This isn't an ordinary clay rope? What kind of clay rope is it then? No matter what kind, it can't be a saw, right? Jingshu emphasized. This is a rope made from 4 types of apocalyptic dark energy stones containing dark energy. When it meets the air wall's energy, it reacts and can break the air wall. Of course, it wasn't really that simple. In reality, she'd tried all 4 types of dark energy, and only by combining them and using force could she affect the air wall. And it was still a lot of work. The clay wasn't ordinary clay, but black soil from her space, which, when mixed with various energies, became something magical. But the real key was that she added some spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was the true secret to breaking the air wall. The experiments made it clear. Other colored energies were all low-dimensional and had little effect on the 7-dimensional air wall, but the spiritual spring water was higher than 7-dimensional energy, so just a little could easily cut through the air wall. She wasn't worried about anyone copying her method. No one else present could gather 4 types of apocalyptic dark energy to even try. Even so, after hearing her explanation, everyone blinked and gasped. Big Yellowteeth gasped too. Isn't that stuff usually a liquid? And it's worth thousands of virtual coins per drop. This is a crystal? Doesn't look like a crystal? A single drop of the liquid was worth tens of thousands of virtual coins. If it's condensed into a stone, how much would that be worth? Old Joe nodded stiffly. No wonder no one else could find a solution. This girl did, and she's a real tycoon. Most people are lucky to have 1 or 2 types, but she has 4. Nanan's face twisted with jealousy, her mask slipping. She couldn't even pretend to be sweet anymore and blurted out the key issue. Even if you have a rope that can cut the air wall, so what? That method can't be scaled up? Are we supposed to wait for you to cut them one by one? That'd be slower than going around. The others snapped out of it. Yeah, Jingshu's method is good, but the energy is too precious. Even if she has one and someone else has one, that's only 2 ropes. Opening a path would be too slow. If there are only 2, it's a bit slow. The earlier joy faded again. Old Joe frowned, about to ask something, when Jingshu said, Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm the boss of the South Sea cigarette factory. Nanan, who'd been about to laugh, froze and blurted out, What does that have to do with anything? The others were confused too, but Old Joe coughed and explained, The cigarettes that are all the rage nationwide now are made from special 6-dimensional energy. I forgot to introduce her. Jing Shu is also a shareholder in Sichuan's apocalyptic new energy development. So that means she has a lot of apocalyptic new energy? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jing Shu nodded. That's right. I only have a teeny bit of this 4-in-1 energy, barely enough for 2 teams to go underwater and cut air walls to open a path. A teeny bit? Barely enough? Nanan gritted her teeth, unable to stand this humble brag. She wanted to strangle Jing Shu. But everyone else's joy returned. Finally, a solution. But just then, at this moment, Jing Shu poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's excitement. She calmly said, "However, every time we use it, my energy crystals are depleted, so I'm not offering this for free. I have conditions." Conditions? What kind of conditions? You mean the clay rope isn't free? There are strings attached? Are you stupid? Big Yellow Teeth already said the clay rope is made from energy crystals, and every drop is worth a fortune in virtual currency. If it's an energy reaction, it's literally burning money. Big Yellow Teeth took another sip of goji water, spraying it through his teeth at those who thought they could use Jing Shu's energy crystals for free. My God, at a time like this, when we're all about to die if we don't find a way out, some people still want a free ride? If you don't want to pay, go find your own way out. I, for one, don't want to die of thirst or hunger. Big Yellow Teeth couldn't stand being hungry or thirsty. If he couldn't drink more water and produce more bodily fluids, he couldn't keep his zombie squad alive. If they all turned to stone, where would he go to cry? Old Joe coughed to quiet everyone, then turned to Jing Shu. "Jing girl, whatever your conditions are, just say them. We can't let you bear all the cost alone." Jing Shu, seeing the setup was just right and everyone expected her to make a sky-high demand, smiled sweetly and let everyone's heart sink. "I'm paying such a big price, so at first I thought I'd ask for everyone's contribution points." A lot of the bodyguards tensed up. If she really wanted everyone's points, wouldn't they be working for nothing? But if they didn't pay, they'd die anyway. Nanan showed a barely concealed, gloating smile. That was way too much. Jing Shu was finished. But Jing Shu continued, "Or maybe I should just ask for all the apocalyptic new energy found in this sea." She paused again. This time, even old Joe's breath caught. Did this girl know what she was saying? How could she dare to ask for something so outrageous? But then Jing Shu said, "Of course, I'm not that unreasonable. Based on my past experience, whether it's 6-dimensional space or whatever, the new energy produced is always massive and needs a huge team to extract. But this mirror sea is so strange. Once you come in, you can't get out, and who knows if the military can send more people in later. So this might be a one-time opportunity. So if we really do find new energy here, and it's so much that no one can finish mining it, can I have the right to freely extract it? As long as it's what my own fleet can carry, it's mine. After all, I'm investing a lot of 4-in-1 energy to open the way. Of course, if there isn't enough for the country to mine, I won't take any. After all, the country is in a tough spot, and I won't take resources from it." That's it? That's it? That's all? Old Joe, the one in charge, thought this condition was so mild it could hardly be called a condition. Even Nanan was surprised. Was that really all Jing Shu wanted? It didn't seem like her at all. The other bodyguards quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't take their contribution points, she could have whatever she wanted. After all, even if they found new energy, as hired hands they wouldn't have mining rights anyway. Some even felt guilty that Jing Shu was asking for too little. "Captain Jing, you're paying so much you can't take a loss. You're basically saving our lives. Why not take some of our contribution points?" "Yeah, really?" Jing Shu quickly refused. No, I just want the mining rights." Old Joe nodded with satisfaction, knowing Jing Shu was sensible. "We can't let you take a loss. If there's a lot of new energy, whatever you can carry is yours. If there's not much, I'll make the call and give you 50% of the mining rights." Nanan lowered her head, hiding her envy, jealousy, and hatred. If Jing Shu got mining rights, just think how much energy she could haul away with her ships. How much would that be worth? She was going crazy with jealousy. What Nanan didn't know is that Jing Shu didn't just have a few ships. She had thousands of mud merfolk, and could even use white energy to breed more as free transport. That's why she was so bold about only asking for mining rights. Everyone else nodded in agreement. If it didn't cost them anything, they were happy to play the good guy. Of course, if Jing Shu had asked for this up front, some people might have felt it was unfair. Why should only she get mining rights? But by first making it sound like she'd ask for something huge, then settling for this, everyone felt like they'd gotten off easy. It's like wanting your parents to take you to ZBBQ, but you can't ask directly. First, you ask for a 10,000 yuan iPhone 15. When they say no, you pitifully suggest just going for BBQ instead. Compared to spending 10 grand, a few hundred for BBQ is nothing. Maybe they'll even throw in a trip to the amusement park to make it up to you. Yang Yang lowered his head and smiled to himself. Jing Shu had mastered this trick. He figured she'd wanted mining rights from the start. And so, the matter was settled. Jing Shu grinned, full of energy and motivation. Whatever else she found in the Mirror Sea, she could now stash in her mud merfolk's bellies. This way, she'd have a legitimate way to bring out 7-dimensional energy and could take out any good stuff later without it seeming suspicious. The teams continued marking air wall locations, and 2 teams started clearing a path ahead. Especially with a few speedboats smashing through air walls, progress was much faster. The original top speed was 20 nautical miles, but with better division of labor, they were now almost at normal cruising speed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even on the flagship, everyone's mood was much lighter. Old Joe sipped the red date and goji ate treasures tea Jing Shu had given him, only to realize her team had disappeared again. At this moment, Jing Shu was exhausted. No, even more tired than a dog. This was inhuman work, but for the sake of upgrading her cube space, she, New Hulu Straw Hat, Luffy Yinli Baisha Baishi Jing Shu, was going all out. While the 2 teams were up ahead cutting through the air walls, Jing Shu had to follow right behind them non-stop, collecting the cut-off air walls and storing them in her space. The teams up top were going all out, running 24-hour shifts to clear the way, so naturally she couldn't stop either. After all, every few hours the clay rope would shrink a bit. This was real consumption of her spiritual spring, so she couldn't afford to waste any. Not to mention, after Jing Shu spent an entire day collecting air walls, her cube space finally showed signs of energy loosening, and the flow inside started to return to normal. She couldn't stop now. Jing Shu could feel that these air walls really did replenish her space's energy, and it was slowly upgrading and changing. The opportunity for her magic space to level up was right here. Even if she had to go 3 days and nights without sleep, she'd follow behind and collect every single air wall into her space. Otherwise, who would be her free labor to cut air walls next time? As the massive fleet pressed forward without rest, everyone's nerves were on edge. The problem of the air walls blocking the way was solved, but after traveling for so long, there was still no sign of any islands. Had those who returned from the islands 2 years ago remembered wrong? At the daily evening meeting, everyone was slumped over the table, wolfing down food. A few days ago, everyone's appetite had visibly increased, but in the last 2 days they were like starving ghosts, eating more, getting hungry faster, and wishing they could just stay by the food barrel all day. If before, one person ate enough for 2, now everyone's appetite had increased at least 7 or 8 times. Codename Sevens had even increased tenfold. But the scary part was, not only did no one get stuffed or gain weight, everyone was actually getting thinner. What was going on? How could they eat more and more but get skinnier and skinnier? What the hell is this place? I've lost 5 pounds already. You're lucky. I've lost 10. You know that fat chef next door? The 200-pound guy who gains 2 pounds just drinking water? Guess how much he's lost? How much? Everyone perked up, curious. It's a sin. He lost 40 pounds. I almost didn't recognize him, all that loose skin hanging off him. It's scary. Seems like the only person in the whole fleet who hasn't lost weight is... Old Joe? All the bodyguards looked up at him with admiration. Old Joe was still the boss. Old Joe coughed awkwardly. Jingshu's team also hunched lower over their food, not wanting to draw attention. Actually, they hadn't lost much weight either, but in this situation it was best to keep a low profile. Only Jingshu was full of question marks. Why was everyone else getting thinner the more they ate, but she was actually gaining weight? She poked at her little belly, feeling very conflicted. When everyone said they were getting thinner, she was secretly delighted. Wasn't this her dream? So whether resting or collecting air walls underwater, she ate as much as she wanted. Before, she'd at least feel full, but in this weird place, no matter what she ate, she never felt full, so she just kept eating. Who would have thought? "Let's talk about what we've found," Old Joe said, rubbing his head as he ate a bowl of compressed biscuits soaked in water. In this cursed place, if you didn't eat, you'd get unbearably hungry. Even his appetite had grown alarmingly. If you didn't eat, the consequences were dire. 2 young men who worked through the night forgot to eat and starved to death in their sleep. When they were found, they were just skin and bones, all their flesh sunken in. That scared everyone into eating more. Now everyone was eating 8 meals a day, even during meetings. Big Yellowteeth was the first to speak up. "Even though we're all eating like crazy, the more ordinary you are, the faster you lose weight. The stronger your abilities, the slower you lose it." Big Yellowteeth was an ordinary person. If he hadn't added 13 extra meals a day, he'd be skin and bones by now. Even so, he'd lost 10 pounds. True. Codename 7 has only lost a pound or 2. Team captains and B or A-level elites have only lost 3 to 5 pounds. Someone else was puzzled. Didn't the South Sea Islands make people sleep all the time? I thought we'd just fall asleep, not starve to death. We haven't even reached the island yet. Who knows what'll happen when we do? Some people were starting to lose their nerve. "Let's focus on what to do. Our food is running out." At this, everyone's faces darkened. The skyrocketing appetite had wiped out their once plentiful food stores. Now, even Old Joe was eating compressed biscuits and water. Next meal, everyone would probably have to eat cockroach meat. Even though cockroach protein was filling, it was still hard to swallow. "Food's not a problem. We have cockroaches. As long as you can eat, you can drink. The real issue is water. We might die of thirst before we even find the island." Yang Yang, with dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, presented the data. "At this rate, we have 2 or 3 days left. Hang in there. As for water, the higher-ups have already bought 500 cubic meters from Jingshu's team, guaranteeing everyone at least 10 liters a day. If you want more, you'll have to trade with Captain Jingshu yourself." At this, everyone in the meeting room turned to look at the 5-person group hunched over their food. "What? Captain Jingshu actually brought that much water?" "Captain Jingshu, how much water do you have left? Can you spare some for our team?" "Yeah, 10 liters a day isn't enough. With our increased appetite, I need at least 12 liters a day." "Captain Jingshu, just tell us, how much water do you have left?" "Yeah, share some with us. When we get to the Middle East, we'll pay you back tenfold." "By the way, aren't you curious? Why does everyone else have no water, but Captain Jingshu not only sold 500 tons to the higher-ups, but still seems to have plenty? Where did she get so much water? Can she get more? Wouldn't that solve everyone's problem?" For a moment, everyone was talking at once, some out of curiosity, some hoping for a handout. Jingshu coughed to quiet everyone, then said, "To be honest, don't laugh at me. As for the water, I brought it with me when we left the South Sea. I figured the Middle East is short on water and it's expensive there, and since the ship was empty anyway, why not bring some water? It wouldn't be any trouble. I even thought I could add some coloring and sweetener and sell it as a soft drink when we got there, but I never expected we'd run into trouble here and be so short on water." Jingshu smiled slightly. "Did you hear that? This water was meant to be sold as a drink, not given away for free." Everyone's expressions turned extremely odd. "What? Did I hear that right? Jingshu brought all this water just to sell it in the Middle East? Seriously? With the cost of fuel for carrying so many tons of water, even if water is expensive there, would she even make back the fuel cost? But regardless of how Captain Jingshu's mind worked, right now, in this water shortage crisis, Water was worth its weight in gold. After Jingshu said this, those who'd been thinking about paying her back in the Middle East blushed. Jingshu sighed again. And I don't have much water left. We lost some when we hit the air wall earlier. So giving it away isn't fair, and talking money hurts feelings. Let's just do what the higher-ups did. 1 contribution point for 1 liter of water. Everyone else. Thanks, but I'd rather you just take my money. Contribution points are so hard to earn, and you can trade them for anything? Can you do that with virtual currency? Jingshu's meaning was clear. Same price as the higher-ups. If it were any cheaper, what, you think you deserve a better deal? The higher-ups paid 1 point per liter and you want it for free? But 1,000 points for a cubic meter? Why not just rob us? Even in the apocalypse, water is only a few dozen virtual coins per cubic meter. This is tens of thousands of times more expensive. A lot of people grumbled inside, but what came out of their mouths was, Fine, that's reasonable. Thank you, Captain Jingshu. I'd say 1 point per liter is cheap. In this hellhole, even 100 points wouldn't be too much. At least we have water to drink. I was scared I'd die of thirst before this. Big Yellowteeth was the first to stand up. Girl, give me 500 liters. 500 liters? Big Yellowteeth, leave some for the rest of us. Ah, we want 500 liters too. Me, I want 500 liters too. Jingshu smiled sweetly. Okay, Tank, go get the water barrels from the ship and set them up on the flagship deck so everyone can get water. Zhang Yicheng, you keep the records. How big could a water barrel be? Would there be enough for everyone? I'll get in line first. Me too, first come, first served. Everyone rushed to line up, afraid there wouldn't be enough, but they were clearly overthinking it. When the giant barrel, almost as big as a small boat, was placed on the flagship's deck, everyone was stunned. They wanted to ask Jingshu, "Is this what you call a water barrel?" But everyone was even more curious about Jingshu. Who brings a barrel this huge on a sea voyage? Nanan dug her nails into her palm, thinking Jingshu must be crazy to bring so much heavy water on board. But even so, Nanan still got in line to buy water. She carefully checked out the giant barrel, sneering to herself, Tonight I'll have someone steal all that water. Let's see you show off then. After everyone bought water, they ate and drank their fill and got back to work. Jingshu also had to keep following behind to collect energy. It was so satisfying. She could already feel her space filling up with energy. She just didn't know how much more she'd need to finally level up. Time flew by, and soon it was the middle of the night. Everyone rested for a few hours. Some people eyed the giant water barrel, but when they saw Zhang Yicheng sleeping right in front of the spigot, they could only give up. But there were always a few who weren't afraid of trouble and tried to steal water. One of them was Nanan's number 2 sycophant. Nanan barely slept all night, wondering if he'd succeeded, but was woken by a commotion. When she left her cabin, she found Yang Yang announcing the punishment for the water thief. All contribution points confiscated, expelled from the elite ranks. No one objected. In fact, everyone was united in anger. Some elite bodyguards even volunteered to sleep on deck to guard the water. Nanan's legs went weak. She quietly crept forward, and when she heard that her lackey hadn't ratted her out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next time, she'd have to find another way to deal with Jingshu. When are we going to reach the island? I've eaten cockroach meat for 3 days straight. Fried cockroach and roasted cockroach are okay, but 10 kilos a meal, 10 meals a day, I'm sick of it. Me too. I can't take it anymore. Is there really no other food? I can't eat another bite of cockroach. I'm so constipated these last 2 days. Ugh, I'm so jealous of Jingshu's team. They brought a dozen chickens and ducks and eat eggs every day. Don't even mention it. I saw Four Eyes eating a peach the other day and was stunned. I asked where it came from and it turns out they brought a peach tree? Can you even keep that on a ship? Wow, they brought water, chickens, ducks, and even a peach tree? Is there anything they didn't bring? What else do they have? Just then, the broadcast blared with an emergency announcement. All teams, attention! The teams cutting air walls up front move forward at full speed. All other team members, emergency meeting, and island has entered the scouting range. We are about to discuss the landing plan. With a bang, everyone perked up. They all rushed to the main ship. There it was, the island. They were finally going ashore. It was like seeing hope at last. Jingshu, too, was full of energy as she boarded the main ship. Now it was time to go full speed ahead, and the two teams up front would be cutting like crazy. She couldn't miss out on collecting all that energy. So she came up with a good idea. She sent out hundreds of little snakes with thin ropes into the sea. As long as a snake touched an air wall, she could instantly collect it into her space, much easier than diving herself. The island is right ahead, estimated landing in 2 hours. Now let's make 3 plans: a bold plan, a cautious plan, and an escape plan. Unlike before, this time there was no room for discussion. Yang Yang immediately assigned tasks for all 3 plans. Everyone was serious. This was no joke. The island could be extremely dangerous. The sea was eerily calm, like dead water, but waves on the shore kept washing piles of rotting creatures onto the beach. The fleet rushed forward for 4 hours, cutting through air walls almost every moment. The closer they got to shore, the more it felt like they were trapped in a giant net. After breaking through the final, massive barrier, all the air walls suddenly vanished. In the distance, the island was already visible, but the fleet's speed didn't increase. They were barely moving. Call back all the air wall cutting teams. Switch to the second path clearing plan. Have the assault team go into the water to open a way. Damn, who would have thought? We thought the air walls were the biggest obstacle, but now... Everyone stood on deck, faces complicated. Ugh. A retching sound broke the heavy mood, followed by several more. Besides the blocked sea route, the overwhelming stench of rot was suffocating. The air was thick with green, smoky stench, and the whole sea was a green-black fermenting mess. This wasn't a sea, it was a giant field of rotting corpses. Who would have thought the thing blocking us would be a sea full of rotting corpse bugs already decomposing and fermenting? How many corpse bugs does it take to fill the whole sea, making it so thick we can't even move? Here, put on your gas masks. While everyone else was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, Jingshu calmly handed out gas masks to her team and even gave a spare to Yang Yang. Big Yellowteeth coughed and rubbed his hands. Captain Jing, can I get one too? Of course, I'll pay with contribution points. Jingshu was waiting for this. Big Yellowteeth was a real bro. Oh, it's nothing, we're all on the same team, it's just a gas mask. But Big Yellowteeth got annoyed. What do you mean, just a gas mask? This could save a life. You have to charge me. If you don't, I won't take it. If you don't charge, you're looking down on me. All right, 5 contribution points each, I'll put it on your tab. Jingshu handed it over, and when she saw Big Yellowteeth wink, she gave him a secret thumbs up. Big Yellowteeth. Good guy. Worth befriending. Others looked on with regret. If Big Yellowteeth paid, how could they ask for one for free? So everyone lined up to buy gas masks from Jingshu. At the same time, everyone was even more curious. What on earth did Captain Jing bring on this trip? How did she even have gas masks, and so many of them? Just as everyone finished putting on their masks, there was a loud boom. The sea, clogged with mud and rotting bug corpses, suddenly opened up a huge gap. Gotta say, Codename 7's power is really something. And Four Eye's strength is no joke. His destructive power is almost underrated at B level. The mud and rot were cleared, opening a huge path for the fleet, and the green-black, stinky slime splattered the ships as they neared the shore. After wasting 3 or 4 hours, everyone was getting impatient. Someone asked, "There's only a mile or 2 left. We could walk that in half an hour. Why waste time?" Yang Yang explained, "First, we don't know what dangers are in this rotten sea. Second, it's too risky for everyone to go ashore without the ships. And finally, spending a few hours clearing a path now means we can escape faster if something goes wrong later." Everyone nodded in agreement. The fleet finally docked and everyone began to act according to plan. The elite team left only Codename 7 and Old Joe and the logistics crew behind. The other teams split into groups, heading out in a dozen directions to explore. They would report back every half hour, and drones would patrol the island, with further instructions given as needed. Jingshu's team and Big Yellowteeth's team were assigned together, but Jingshu didn't go ashore immediately. She was organizing her people. Big Yellowteeth lounged in a giant coffin carried by his zombie men, grinning as he came over. "Captain Jing, the ground's rough. Why not ride in my little coffin? I've got everything in here. A bed, food. It's great." Big Yellowteeth had reason to be proud. Only a few teams had vehicles for this exploration, but his was the most economical, comfortable, and safe, 10 kilometers on just a single pee break. "Thanks, but we're good." Jingshu shook her head. Once the other teams had left, she had Xiao Wei bring out the bugs. "Come on, Boss Jing, don't be shy." Big Yellowteeth started, but then saw something huge being unloaded from the ferry. It looked like a tank, but even bigger, with treads on all four sides for any terrain. But what really shocked him was that, instead of being electric, it was pulled by 20 giant bugs. What is that? And what's with all those bugs?" Jingshu hesitated, trying to be polite. "Want to ride in my vehicle for a bit? This is my ride, called Little Ball." After all, Big Yellowteeth had invited her. But to her surprise, Big Yellowteeth immediately said, Sure. Jingshu added, "There's nothing special, just a friend of mine inside who's a bit unique." "Come on, what's so special? Are your mutant friends weirder than my zombie mutants? I've seen it all." He gave Jingshu a "don't make a fuss" look. Well, since they were assigned together, there was no hiding Xiao Wei. Luckily, Big Yellowteeth entered the palace that Wenjun had specially modified for Xiao Wei and didn't see the countless giant bugs following behind, or he really might have peed himself. The mud merfolk couldn't go ashore, so Jingshu brought more bugs instead. Whether she was exposed or not didn't matter. Survival was what counted. Inside the little ball, it was lively. Big Yellowteeth had just entered when he saw a huge creature with a human torso and insect abdomen and legs. He almost lost his composure, but as an old hand, he closed his eyes, muttered a spell, then opened them and shouted, "Good, Xiao Wei, you're lucky, destined for greatness, maybe even queen of a new race someday," making Xiao Wei blush with happiness. At that moment, Pothead put down his wolf hammer, Wenjun set aside her gun, and the whole team relaxed and got along. Old Taoist Big Yellowteeth let out a sigh of relief. "Damn, that was close." He glanced at Jingshu, who was riding her little ball vehicle, with an indescribable expression, as if to say, "Is this the so-called new human friend you mentioned? The kind that could eat people at any moment? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd have been eaten alive, right?" Jingshu smiled, showing 8 neat teeth. "Everyone's getting along pretty well, so I'm relieved." Xiao Wei also let out a small sigh of relief. Her first time going out and making new friends had gone pretty smoothly. There really were a lot of good people in the world. Only Wenjun squinted slightly. "Silly girl. It's not that there are more good people in the world, it's that you're strong enough to crush everything. When you're that powerful, everyone around you seems friendly and kind." Jingshu led her bug team ashore in a mighty, dense procession. Of course, she kept a few tricks up her sleeve. Her ferries were all docked far from the main fleet. Anyone curious enough to snoop around her ferries, well, they'd regret it. "Aren't you curious what's on Jingshu's ferries?" Old Joe asked with a smile, sipping his goji berry tea. Codename 7 replied coolly, "Not curious, but their firepower this time exceeds what was reported. Yang, make sure to record the actual numbers." Black Shadow Madman shook his head. "I'm curious, but last time, well, I'm afraid I'd go in and never come out." Old Joe shook his head regretfully. "I just hope no one in the fleet gets too curious." Time was tight, and the island was full of strange dangers, so everyone hurried on. This island seemed primitive, and after the apocalypse with energy contamination, all the rotting creatures had been washed ashore, turning the place into a giant fermenting pit. Walking on the island wasn't really walking. It was more like slogging through a sea of muddy corpses, struggling with every step. The Macau gambler and another team were waiting anxiously. The gambler pulled out 2 gold teeth, tossed them in the air, and as they landed, pointed in a direction. This time, we go that way. After 3 hours, when they found themselves circling the same spot, the gambler waved his hand. Dig! So the group started using all sorts of strange abilities in a muddy ruin. Some teams weren't so lucky. After just 2 hours, their whole team was nearly wiped out. A distress call came through the satellite radio. This is Teams 8 and 9. We've hit a huge swamp. Any nearby teams with rescue gear, please help. Repeating. Come on, you hit a swamp, just crawl out. There's 10 of you, right? Use planks or throw a rope and pull each other out. Isn't there a C-rank strongman on your team? You really need a rescue?
This swamp is freaky as hell. It's like glue. Once you touch it, nothing works. Just now, C-rank Wang Ming pulled so hard he broke his own leg. Hurry up and help. We can't last much longer. Okay, Team 12 is coming to help. Hold on, we're bringing our heavy hitter. If all else fails, we'll force our way through. Everyone listening got even more alert. This island was seriously weird. Jingshu's little ball was huge and left last, but the bug tribe were natural mud travelers. Even dragging a giant tank half a meter deep, they kept up a steady 25 kmph and were already closest to the island's interior. Xiao Wei munched on food with dozens of pincers, watching the outside. Under the strong light, the soft, rotten mud glowed a deep green, as if it could swallow anything that came near. Pothead scratched his head. I don't think there's any treasure in a dump like this. Wenjun shook her head. I think there is. In fact, I bet it's developed some intelligence and knows how to hunt. It's evolving. Jingshu nodded. 2 years ago, it wasn't like this, at least not when Shen Yuan came. But what was strange was, with all the powerful energy outside the island, why was her space so quiet here? It was as if everything had gone still. Jingshu said, Let's keep going. This island is big. If we can't finish today, we might not go back to the ship for a couple of days. Big Yellow Teeth shivered. What? Not go back to the ship? Wasn't there a rule to return at set times? Why did I have to get curious about Jingshu's strength? Now I'm stuck on this crazy ride. He wondered if his little zombie was still following behind. So Jingshu's group pressed on, encountering no danger or obstacles. Mayday, mayday! This is teams 14 and 15. We came to rescue teams 8 and 9, but now teams 12 and 13 are stuck too. That's 6 teams all trapped in this swamp, and the more we struggle, the deeper we sink. Smack! Old Joe slammed the table, splashing goji water everywhere. Are you guys doing a Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa routine? The teams protested. They'd prepared well and used all their powers, but nothing worked in this weird swamp. Old Joe pondered. This swamp must be infused with dark energy. Codename 7, take some energy and see if you can break them out. Whatever you do, don't touch the swamp yourself. He trusted Codename 7. The other teams breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Codename 7 was coming. One member, already up to his neck, wailed, Please hurry! If you're any slower, I'll really die. This swamp is so weird, I feel like all my powers are gone. Half an hour later, Codename 7. This place is extremely dangerous. I'm trapped too. Until we find a real solution, everyone, stay away from this swamp. There's something seriously wrong here. What? Even Codename 7 is trapped? We're doomed. Everyone inside is going to die. At first, no one took the swamp too seriously. Even with teammates trapped, just hearing the word swamp didn't sound that dangerous. A swamp is a swamp. If you don't step in, you won't get stuck. Even if it's a bit weird, like glue, as long as you keep your distance, you'll be fine. What, is this swamp going to eat people or something? But now everyone realized something was wrong. Even Codename 7, who was already on high alert, had gotten trapped. What was going on with this swamp? We can't just leave them, right? But the problem is, whoever goes in gets stuck. What do we do? We can't just watch them die, can we? The elite bodyguard team started arguing. They couldn't just leave people, but any rescue attempt was basically suicide. Jingshu's team kept moving forward. In the vehicle, Big Yellow Teeth was troubled by the news and frowned as he spoke into the radio. Why not use an excavator and just dig everyone out, mud and all? Team 16. Captain, it's useless. This swamp is full of dark energy. It's all one piece. If you get sucked in, you can't get out. The weirdest part is, even if my body doesn't touch the swamp, as soon as I use something to poke it, it moves like it's alive, and suddenly the whole area turns into swamp.
Team 4. What do we do? There's a swamp just ahead of us. Should we just wait here? Team 6, almost submerged. I just heard the Taoist's voice. Your subordinates are zombie mutants and don't need to breathe. Can you have them come pull us out? We're about to be swallowed. With lives at stake, the lowest risk option was to send Big Yellow Teeth's zombie squad. Everyone's eyes lit up. Taoist, please, think of something and save us. Yeah, zombie mutants don't need to breathe. Even if they get stuck, at least they won't die. Big Yellow Teeth hesitated only a moment before agreeing, especially since old Joe had just given the order. Jingshu was actually interested in testing the swamp herself. Such a strange place had to be full of energy. But they were too far from the big swamp, and the island's center probably held even better things. Still, she had a few ideas. And just in time, she could have Big Yellow Teeth try them out. I think your zombies probably can't save people just by not needing to breathe. How about I give you some extra long diving breathing tubes? Have them stick the tubes in the trapped people's mouths. At least they'll be able to breathe even if they sink. I'll also give you some other tools to try. Big Yellow Teeth's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. That's why you're the captain, Jingshu. By now, he was almost numb to the weird things Jingshu always seemed to have. He just wanted to ask, is there anything she doesn't have? Soon, Big Yellow Teeth's zombies were equipped with all sorts of odd gear and headed to the trapped teams. To avoid total loss, the zombies split into groups and went to different trapped teams. Why are there only 1 or 2 zombies coming? And they didn't bring any heavy equipment. We're doomed. The zombies are just going to get stuck too. Yeah, forget it. We're dead. As desperate chatter came over the radio, everyone grew more anxious. They'd hoped the zombies could save them, but now it looked hopeless. Sure enough. We're screwed. The zombies are stuck too. They can't move. Told you, sending zombies was pointless. But then, the next second, whoa, the zombie just gave me a super long breathing tube. Amazing. I thought I was dead, but now I can at least survive a few more hours. This tube is so long. Even if I sink into the swamp, I can still breathe. Where did the Taoist get such professional gear? Wait, the zombie here has a vacuum around it. It's actually isolating the swamp. What? The zombie can move freely in the swamp? Did you find a way out? Not exactly, but the zombie is stuck too. Still, there's a vacuum around it so it can move and the swamp mud isn't burying it. This feels familiar. As the radio chatter continued, everyone realized the Taoist's zombies had brought air walls with them. They still couldn't escape the swamp, but the air wall created a vacuum, letting them move freely and survive inside. Awesome. Who came up with this idea? Yeah, we can't get out, but at least we can survive now. Hurry. Who else has air walls? Bring more to save people. And send some food. I'm starving. For a moment, everyone's spirits lifted. It looked like there was hope. But Big Yellow Teeth said, Sorry, everyone, all these ideas and air walls came from Captain Jingshu, but we're still deep in the island. Then hurry up and come rescue us. Yeah, save us first, then we'll explore the island together. Just then, Jingshu's voice came over the satellite radio. Sorry, everyone. Please stay put and wait for rescue. We probably can't get to you right now. We've already reached the island's core and may have found its secret. As soon as she finished, old Joe's voice came through. You've reached the island's core? Our drones can't get past the swamp. They get swallowed up. The other teams say the same. No matter which way they go, there's a huge swamp blocking the way. They've tried for ages and can't get through. There are all kinds of dangers on the way. How did you get through all that swamp? Our teams use drones and mapping, and we're sure the island's core is surrounded by swamp. There's no way in. We were almost swallowed by the swamp ourselves. At that moment, Big Yellow Teeth said something that hit everyone hard. Huh? But we had a smooth trip and already walked over 100 li. We didn't run into any danger at all, and never saw any swamp like you're talking about." A long 10 seconds of silence suddenly fell over the satellite phone, an eerie, soundless pause. Old Taoist thought the satellite had lost signal. He slapped the phone and called out for a while, not realizing that everyone else just didn't want to speak. What did this mean? The other teams were risking their lives trying to find a way forward on the island, running into danger after danger, while your team just breezed through and reached the destination without a hitch? Unfair. Jealous. Old Joe never expected things to get so complicated, nor did he expect things could be so simple. After a while, he finally asked, "You really made it to the center of the island? Didn't run into anything?" Yellow-toothed Taoist. "Yeah, the whole way was smooth. Nothing happened. Oh wait, Captain Jingshu did say we've run into some problems now, so we probably can't come to the rescue." The other team's eyes lit up when they heard this. See, you've finally run into trouble too, right?" Jingshu's sigh came through. "Yes, we've run into big trouble. We've come across a huge swamp." "Oh, then Captain Jingshu's situation is just like ours. Remember, whatever you do, don't go into the swamp or you'll never get out." "Yeah, stay away from the swamp. It's really dangerous. If you get stuck too, we're all doomed. If you've hit a swamp too, then come save us. Since we're all stuck, save us first, then we can move on together." Old Taoist added a stinging comment. "But we're already in the swamp. And the thing is, this swamp is just an ordinary swamp. No danger at all. But that's not the point. The point is, you'll never guess how weird it is." "What? Your swamp isn't dangerous? Just a normal swamp? I don't believe it." Compared to that, the other team members were all extremely envious. Even the members buried in the swamp, their whole bodies submerged and only able to breathe through tubes, couldn't help but gurgle in protest. If they weren't stuck, they'd jump up and smack Old Taoist for bragging. Old Joe quickly asked, "What's your swamp like? What's so weird about it? Is it dangerous?" Jingshu. "This huge swamp is full of all kinds of strange plants. The flowers and fruits they bear are actually human hands, human legs, all sorts of human organs. They're about 90% similar to real ones, especially like wax figures." Old Taoist's terrified voice came through. "This is freaky as hell. There are even countless plants with eyes growing on them, staring at us without blinking. It's creepy as hell." "It feels like if these plants keep growing, they might grow into a whole person." Hiss. Hearing this, the satellite phone fell silent again. No one had ever seen anything like this. Jingshu continued. "These plants seem to be sleeping, so we haven't made any rash moves, but I think these plants are probably dark energy bodies." So sour, so envious. Hearing this, the other members were both jealous and envious. They were stuck in the swamp, while Captain Jingshu's team had already reached the island's center and might have found dark energy. "So what are you waiting for? Captain Jingshu, hurry up and harvest some. If it really is an energy body, our mission is complete. Maybe we can even break out of this Mirror Sea area." Jingshu hesitated. "These plants are sleeping right now. If we harvest them and wake them up, I'm afraid something bad will happen." What Jingshu didn't say was that ever since she landed on the island, she felt like something was watching her. The smooth journey hadn't relaxed her at all. If anything, it made her more tense, and she'd sent out lots of bugs to scout ahead. But even so, no matter where they went, nothing happened. What does that mean? It means there's something seriously wrong with this island. Everyone else ran into swamps, but her team didn't encounter anything. Even if she had a huge army of bugs, maybe 100,000 or so, it shouldn't have scared off whatever was here, right? Also, Jingshu realized that this swamp might be a moving swamp, or rather, it was a single entity that could move as needed. So, how big must it be? At least big enough to cover the whole island, to move so freely. And it must be fast, or Jingshu would have noticed it. This also suggests the swamp might be avoiding someone in her group. Facing such a giant, Jingshu had to be careful. So when she reached this strange swamp, she didn't act rashly. What's there to hesitate about? It's just a bunch of plants, right? Yeah. How dangerous could it be? Hurry up and deal with it, then come save us. Old Joe said, Jingshu, you're right to be cautious. What are you thinking now? Jingshu thought for a while and said, in my experience, wherever dark energy gathers, there are always very dangerous creatures or plants. So I want to find out what the danger is before I act. Old Joe, all right, your team is the only one left. Safety first. Jingshu turned off her phone and said to Yellow-Toothed Taoist, you stay in the little vehicle and keep an eye on the phone. Old Taoist nodded like a pecking chicken. It looked dangerous outside, and he definitely wasn't going to risk it. She turned to Zhao Wei. You stay too. Wenjun, take care of Zhao Wei. Guotu, you come with me. Guotu grinned. All right, coming. I love going on adventures with Sister Jing. Wenjun nodded. With him in charge, things would be better. Zhao Wei was a bit disappointed, but this place was so weird she had to put her own safety first. Jingshu took Guotu to the swamp. The breeze rustled. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. If you ignored the thousands of horrifying hands, feet, and staring eyes, it was all quite lovely. Creak, creak, the road of muddy corpses squished underfoot, like walking in a bog. Jingshu, fully armed, squinted and released her black, mutated dark bugs. Countless bugs, each the size of a fingernail, scattered everywhere. Safe, safe. Everything's safe wherever they go. These plants don't seem to have any attack power. Then let's check underground and see what kind of nutrient fluid is feeding these plants. Jingshu told Zhao Wei and Old Taoist to move even farther away, then controlled her bugs to roam through the underground swamp. But even underground, everything was still safe. This strange place didn't seem to have any danger at all. With a crack, Guotu broke off a jade-like foot. Jingshu's hand froze in midair, speechless for a moment. Guotu really was bold. The sound was especially jarring in this eerily silent place. The breeze blew, but nothing else stirred. Guotu excitedly waved the leg in his hand and shouted, Sister Jing, it seems safe, there's no reaction. He hugged the life-sized leg, drooling. This leg looks delicious. If it were anyone else, Jingshu might have thought there was some dirty meaning behind those words, but this was Guotu. When he said it looked delicious, he really meant it. With another crunch, Guotu bit into it. Juice burst out from the leg. Bleh! The next second, Guotu spat it all out, his face twisted in pain. He spat a few more times. Ugh, I knew it. Nothing that grows in a swamp that reeks of fermented poop could taste good. This is deadly nasty. It's sour and bitter like a corpse that's been fermenting for 100 days. Jingshu didn't move. She continued to investigate the area, making sure that even after disturbing the plants, nothing else happened. Only then did she slowly approach to examine the plant in Guotu's hand. Guotu looked miserable. Sister Jing, we really lost out this time. If we'd found edible plants, that would have been worth a fortune. Food is scarce everywhere now, but these plants clearly aren't edible. Jingshu scraped off a piece of the plant. Milky yellow juice oozed out, extremely sour. She dabbed a bit on her tongue, and immediately a wave of sourness and bitterness hit her, but she tasted something familiar in it. This is... Jingshu's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. Guotu, if I'm not mistaken, we've found something really valuable. Jingshu's voice was tinged with excitement. Guotu scratched his head. This bitter, astringent stuff? What could be so great about it? You know, back in Wucheng their specialty was hops. Wucheng's beer is famous nationwide, and that deadly dahusu is a favorite for so many people. Before hops are brewed, they taste almost exactly like this. Guotu stared in disbelief at the leg in his hands. This thing? For brewing? Oh, for brewing beer? Jingshu nodded, took a few more steps, grabbed one of the eyeball-shaped fruits staring at her, and crushed it. Juice flowed out. Jingshu tasted it, and her eyes lit up again. There are big differences between the yeast starter and the raw wort for hops, with over 100 flavors. These plants, with their different shapes, have different raw wort flavors too. Guotu, we've struck it rich again. Guotu still didn't get it. But we didn't find food, just plants for brewing beer. What's so great about that? Beer isn't as valuable as food. You dummy. There's grain everywhere in the country, but ever since the nationwide ban on alcohol brewing a few years ago, do you know how hot alcohol is on the black market? If we can brew alcohol without wasting grain, do you know how crazy the price will get? You could trade for anything you want. Most importantly, Jing Shu didn't say this out loud, but this time she was here with the authorities. Because she contributed the dark energy to cut through the air wall, she and Old Joe had agreed that she'd get a big share of all the energy resources on this island. In other words, Jing Shu was about to start a factory in partnership with the state. Just thinking about it made her excited. Before, the cigarette factory was just a local government partnership, but now she'd be working with the whole country. That was a huge leap. Jing Shu crushed the eyeball fruit into pulp, rubbing it between her fingers. Not only could these plants be used to brew beer, but maybe the pulp could be pressed for oil or turned into other food products. If so, the development value would be enormous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every part of these plants was a treasure. Wait. Jing Shu's face darkened again. She'd forgotten a crucial point. Last time she found dark energy, at least it was in the country. Even if it was dangerous, it was close by and raw material transport was manageable. But this time, she was in the Mirror South Sea. If there wasn't much raw material, they'd only make a little money. But if there was a lot, how would they transport it all back? And another thing, these plants being harmless was just too suspicious. Or maybe there was some danger that hadn't shown itself yet. All of this was a big problem. Guotu watched Jing Shu's face shift from excitement to seriousness to deep worry. "Sister Jing, what do we do now? This leg is pretty heavy. Should I put it down?" Jing Shu thought for a moment. "Let the bugs come and pick all the plant fruits first. Then I'll figure out a way to go deeper, following the roots of these plants." She still hadn't found the source of the dark energy. If she was right, it should be underground. Otherwise, how could such strange plants grow here? The bug army began methodically harvesting the fruits. Since there was no immediate danger, Xiaowei and Old Taoist came over too. Old Taoist's eyes lit up after checking things out. "Wow, I can't believe nature could create something so close to a finished product," Xiaowei asked curiously. "What do you mean? Isn't this just a raw material for making beer?" Old Taoist shook his head. "There's a big difference, little girl. Industrial beer is made from corn, rice, and starch. Very bland. Real beer is made from malt, hops, yeast, and water, fermented for dozens of days for a rich taste. This kind of craft brew can be used as a base and mixed with fruit juice or spices to create unique flavors. But these plants, scary as they look, their juice is almost like concentrated craft beer wort, skipping the complex fermentation process. With a little processing, it could become excellent beer." Jing Shu listened intently. "So, if that's true, we wouldn't even need malt as a raw material? These plants really are treasures." "That's right, isn't it? That's exactly what makes this plant so valuable. It saves a lot of brewing steps and, more importantly, a lot of grain. You could say this stuff is practically a semi-finished product. Just think how valuable it is." Old Taoist was also marveling at the wonders of nature. Who would have thought that these things could be brewed directly inside a plant? No wonder this whole area was a sea of rotting corpses and bugs. Turns out it could produce such things. Jing Shu kept carefully picking these human-like plant fruits, especially those eyeballs, staring wide open like real ones. Truly creepy. Strangely, even after Jing Shu had almost finished picking all the fruits in this area, the entire swamp remained completely still. It made one wonder, was this really a safe zone? Jing Shu reported the general situation to the higher-ups. When they heard that the strange plants in the island's heartland were actually concentrated beer wort, everyone was green with envy. "Damn, all of us are stuck in the swamp, can't even move, and their team just gets lucky and finds such a treasure." "Yeah, comparing people just makes you mad." "But that's already fermented beer wort. That stuff is worth a fortune back home. Ever since the ban on using grain to brew alcohol, pre-apocalypse liquor has skyrocketed in price. If these plants can really be used to simply and directly brew beer and can be cultivated in large quantities, How is that any different from a money printing machine? Even old Joe's voice was a little excited now. The strategic value of these beerwort plants was enormous. Even if the price wasn't high domestically, they could be sold abroad for a fortune and traded for other useful resources. So this hop-like plant had huge strategic significance. Old Joe's voice came through the satellite phone. Good, very good. Jingshu's team, try to transport as many of these plants as you can while ensuring your safety. Also, look for seeds to see if we can bring some back for cultivation. If I'm right, these should be dark-type plants. Codename 7. If you're short on manpower, we can send more people from the main ship. Jingshu. No need, Captain 7. We have enough people. We've already harvested dozens of tons of plants, and this area is almost completely picked clean. Everyone else. Is that even human language? How can you be so awesome? In such a short time you've picked so much. Isn't your team just 5 people? Only old Joe and Codename 7 knew that Jingshu had brought a massive army of bugs. At this moment, Yang Yang's voice came through the satellite phone. Jingshu's team, be careful of mutations. Just 2 minutes ago the passage we cleared suddenly became much wider. The rotting corpses between the sea roots seem to be rapidly decreasing. Logically, this should be a dead sea. There shouldn't be such a change. Commander Yang Yang, is there any connection between the changes over there and the island's heartland? Will the other elite team's bodyguards be in even more danger? Yeah, we're still lying here waiting for rescue. Just as everyone was talking, a sudden mutation. The ground under Jingshu's feet began to move, bubbling up with a gurgling sound. The entire sea of mud started bubbling violently, just like boiling water. Jingshu immediately ordered the tank crew to get into the small ball vehicle and said, "This is bad. Something's happening. We need to evacuate. Hao Yunlai, be careful. Lives are more important than cargo. If we lose the goods, so be it. Let's go." Everyone rushed to retreat. Zhao Wei's bugs received the order and immediately scattered, racing away from the area. Panting, everyone piled into the small ball vehicle. The bug army pulled the ball tank across the swamp at high speed. Old Taoist was even rolled over several times, and even the big Zhao Wei was shaken so much she couldn't stand and rolled on the ground. The just bragging old Taoist clung tightly to the handle, exclaiming, "What's going on? What's happening outside?" Jingshu gripped the handle firmly, staring at the bubbling, growing area outside. "It's very dangerous over there. Something is devouring everything. We need to retreat first." "Something? What thing? I don't see anything." Old Taoist stared wide-eyed but saw nothing. Everything looked safe. He had just finished speaking when the center of the plant area where the bug army had been suddenly began to collapse. It was like a crack in the earth, caving in completely. Originally, there was a swampy sea supporting that area, but now the center had sunken in, and countless streams of swamp slime flowed down. Soon, old Taoist felt that what had been a flat road was now a steep uphill climb as they ran. Behind them was a massive sinkhole. The entire heart of the island had collapsed. If they had been even a little slower, they would have been swallowed by the sinkhole behind them. Old Taoist's hands trembled with regret. "I never should have followed Jingshu. Look at the mess she's made. She's going to bring down the sky. We're doomed. We're not getting out of this." The satellite phone was filled with voices. Other trapped elite teams were also experiencing bubbling underfoot. Jingshu gave everyone a warning. "The island's heartland has collapsed into a massive sinkhole, swallowing everything. We're running for our lives right now." "What? The heartland collapsed? Oh my God, what do we do? We're still trapped and can't move." "Ooh, we're dead for sure this time. Old Joe, my will is under my pillow. Please give it to my third uncle's wife and tell him I accidentally slept with his daughter. All my inheritance goes to her." Old Taoist. "Why not just tell his daughter directly? Why tell your third uncle's wife?" "Woo, I'm afraid her husband will beat me up." Old Taoist. "What the heck?" Old Joe. "Everyone prepare. Level 1 alert. Begin evacuation plan. All trapped personnel report your positions. Looks like this old man will have to go in himself." Old Joe was going to risk his life to save people. Jingshu immediately said, "Old Joe, Yang Yang, You two get ready to evacuate. I'll think of a way to save people. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to cut through this swamp. You can? Even Captain 7 can't do it. And you can? Stop bragging, will you? At a time like this, our lives are what matter most. Please, just let old Joe handle it. It's not that I don't trust Captain Jing Shu. Actually, I really don't trust Captain Jing Shu. Woo-oo. At the same time, while there hadn't been a trace of dark energy leaking from the swamp before, Jing Shu now felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy pouring out. The once murky sea of corpse bugs was now filled with dazzling yellow-orange specks, shining brilliantly. So, the island's true dark energy had actually been hidden in the collapsed giant pit. The pit was extremely dangerous. The sinkhole in the island's heartland was growing larger and deeper, and the surrounding swamp's corpse bugs and bodies were frantically flowing toward the center, as if trying to fill the void. At this moment, Jing Shu had Zhao Wei's bugs desperately climbing uphill. Even though the center was where the dark energy was, she could sense it was extremely dangerous. The moment the bugs got close to the pit, they lost all signs of life, their bodies rapidly withering and aging. Looks like only the mudfish can go. Fortunately, she had plenty of white energy in her space, so she could instantly create a number of mudfish, which could carry her specially made steel cables as a medium. This way, Jing Shu could absorb dark energy from a great distance. When the mudfish reached the pit, they let out pained cries, their flesh visibly rotting and drying up. But since they were made of dark energy and had tough skin, they could hold out for a while. Using the mudfish as remote mediums, Jing Shu began frantically absorbing the new dark energy at their location. Its power seemed to rapidly age and wither any living thing that approached, turning it into fertilizer. 10 minutes was the mudfish's limit. The first batch all withered into dry fertilizer and disappeared into the pit. The second batch immediately followed to continue harvesting. Jing Shu's haul was huge, collecting several cubic meters of energy. Old Joe, I've found the dark energy. It's under the central pit in the heartland, beneath the corpse bug fertilizer, a patch of orange energy. I've already collected quite a bit using special means, but the closer to the center, the more terrifying the radiation. The bugs I sent in all withered and died, Jing Shu reported with some regret. There should be a crystal at the very center, and she had already gathered all the dark energy crystals she'd found so far. She really didn't want to give up on this one. Unfortunately, the mudfish withered before they could get close, and drones couldn't reach the bottom of the pit. If they tried, they'd be swallowed by the swamp. Maybe only the spiritual spring could resist the withering power. Should she use more of it to create a few more mudfish to get the crystal? It would be costly. Jing girl, wait for me. If there's a crystal, we have to get it. Tell me your location. Soon, old Joe, who was already on his way, arrived at Jing Shu's position. He was lowered from a fighter jet and finally met up with Jing Shu's group. Old Joe brought a special box. This is to prevent special energy from leaking. The helicopter can't get any closer, so your bugs will have to get as close to the center as possible. I have a way to get the crystal. Since old Joe said so, Jing Shu nodded. Old Joe, I'll go with you. Let the others keep escaping. All right. Jing Shu and old Joe each rowed a mudfish toward the center of the pit. Old Joe joked, Jing girl, you really have a lot of good stuff. You even have these new dark creatures, mudfish, right? They first appeared in the mudslide sea near Wucheng a few years ago. Didn't expect to see them again today. Jing Shu just grinned, saying nothing. Some things were best left unsaid. She had plenty of hidden cards and wasn't afraid to reveal one or two. Old Joe didn't know that back then. There were countless mudfish in the mudslide, and now she kept them all. They didn't need food, just dirt to survive. If he knew, he'd probably be even more jealous. As they neared the center, Jing Shu felt her skin drying out. She knew this was the radiation zone, so she stopped immediately. Old Joe focused, closing his eyes. After half a minute, old Joe suddenly coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. At the same time, a fist-sized orange crystal appeared in his hand. He quickly put it into the special box. But it didn't seem to work completely. The box didn't fully block the energy. Old Zhou's hands quickly withered, and even Jingshu felt the blood draining from her body, making it hard to breathe. There was barely any air around. In an instant, Jingshu snatched Old Zhou's small box, put it into her own large suitcase, and stuffed it into a mudfish's mouth. In that moment, she placed the box into her spatial storage. Both Jingshu and Old Zhou gasped for air. Jingshu immediately drank a drop of spiritual spring water, feeling its warmth flow through her body, restoring her to peak condition. Her stomach wasn't hungry, which meant the spiritual spring had worked completely. Jingshu gave Old Zhou a drink of water with 2 drops of spiritual spring. Instantly, his withered hands regained vitality, and the feeling of death and decay vanished. Except for his pale face, he was back to normal. Old Zhou opened his mouth and said only, "Jing, girl, your medicine is amazing. Keep it hidden, don't ever take it out again. Today I owe you, otherwise my hands would be ruined." "Old Zhou, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten the crystal." Jingshu hadn't finished speaking when, perhaps because the most important crystal was gone, the entire pit began to churn, and huge waves of swamp surged up. "Let's go! The pit's gone crazy!" Old Zhou only said, "Make sure you keep the crystal safe. Let's move." The 2 of them were tossed around like ants in a storm, but finally, Jingshu managed to get Old Zhou back to the main group. "Captain, Hao Yunlai took a few teams of bugs to collect energy. Should we wait for him?" Tank asked anxiously. Jingshu shook her head. "Don't worry about him. He's got his whole family to protect him. He won't die that easily. Let's rescue the others first." Originally, Jingshu planned to use the spiritual spring to help, but now with the orange energy, even a small knife made from it could slice through the swamp like butter, instantly cutting through the glue-like muck. "Stop bragging, will you? At a time like this, our lives are what matter most. Please, just let Old Zhou handle it. It's not that I don't trust Captain Jingshu. Actually, I really don't trust Captain Jingshu, woo." At the same time, while there hadn't been a trace of dark energy leaking from the swamp before, Jingshu now felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy pouring out. The once murky sea of corpse bugs was now filled with dazzling yellow-orange specks, shining brilliantly. So, the island's true dark energy had actually been hidden in the collapsed giant pit. The pit was extremely dangerous. The sinkhole in the island's heartland was growing larger and deeper, and the surrounding swamp's corpse bugs and bodies were frantically flowing toward the center, as if trying to fill the void. At this moment, Jingshu had Zhao Wei's bugs desperately climbing uphill. Even though the center was where the dark energy was, she could sense it was extremely dangerous. The moment the bugs got close to the pit, they lost all signs of life, their bodies rapidly withering and aging. Looks like only the mudfish can go. Fortunately, she had plenty of white energy in her space, so she could instantly create a number of mudfish, which could carry her specially made steel cables as a medium. This way, Jingshu could absorb dark energy from a great distance. When the mudfish reached the pit, they let out pained cries, their flesh visibly rotting and drying up. But since they were made of dark energy and had tough skin, they could hold out for a while. Using the mudfish as remote mediums, Jingshu began frantically absorbing the new dark energy at their location. Its power seemed to rapidly age and wither any living thing that approached, turning it into fertilizer. 10 minutes was the mudfish's limit. The first batch all withered into dry fertilizer and disappeared into the pit. The second batch immediately followed to continue harvesting. Jingshu's haul was huge, collecting several cubic meters of energy. "Old Zhou, I've found the dark energy. It's under the central pit in the heartland, beneath the corpse bug fertilizer, a patch of orange energy. I've already collected quite a bit using special means, but the closer to the center, the more terrifying the radiation. The bugs I sent in all withered and died," Jingshu reported with some regret. There should be a crystal at the very center, and she had already gathered all the dark energy crystals she'd found so far. She really didn't want to give up on this one. Unfortunately, the mudfish withered before they could get close, and drones couldn't reach the bottom of the pit. If they tried, they'd be swallowed by the swamp. Maybe only the spiritual spring could resist the withering power. Should she use more of it to create a few more mudfish to get the crystal? It would be costly. Jing girl, wait for me. If there's a crystal, we have to get it. Tell me your location. Soon, old Joe, who was already on his way, arrived at Jingshu's position. He was lowered from a fighter jet and finally met up with Jingshu's group. Old Joe brought a special box. This is to prevent special energy from leaking. The helicopter can't get any closer, so your bugs will have to get as close to the center as possible. I have a way to get the crystal. Since Old Joe said so, Jingshu nodded. Old Joe, I'll go with you. Let the others keep escaping. All right. Jingshu and Old Joe each rode a mudfish toward the center of the pit. Old Joe joked, Jing girl, you really have a lot of good stuff. You even have these new dark creatures. Mudfish, right? They first appeared in the mudslide sea near Wucheng a few years ago. Didn't expect to see them again today. Jingshu just grinned, saying nothing. Some things were best left unsaid. She had plenty of hidden cards and wasn't afraid to reveal one or two. Old Joe didn't know that back then. There were countless mudfish in the mudslide, and now she kept them all. They didn't need food, just dirt to survive. If he knew, he'd probably be even more jealous. As they neared the center, Jingshu felt her skin drying out. She knew this was the radiation zone, so she stopped immediately. Old Joe focused, closing his eyes. After half a minute, Old Joe suddenly coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. At the same time, a fist-sized orange crystal appeared in his hand. He quickly put it into the special box. But it didn't seem to work completely. The box didn't fully block the energy. Old Joe's hands quickly withered, and even Jingshu felt the blood draining from her body, making it hard to breathe. There was barely any air around. In an instant, Jingshu snatched Old Joe's small box, put it into her own large suitcase, and stuffed it into a mudfish's mouth. In that moment, she placed the box into her spatial storage. Both Jingshu and Old Joe gasped for air. Jingshu immediately drank a drop of spiritual spring water, feeling its warmth flow through her body, restoring her to peak condition. Her stomach wasn't hungry, which meant the spiritual spring had worked completely. Jingshu gave Old Joe a drink of water with 2 drops of spiritual spring. Instantly, his withered hands regained vitality, and the feeling of death and decay vanished. Except for his pale face, he was back to normal. Old Joe opened his mouth and said only, Jing girl, your medicine is amazing. Keep it hidden. Don't ever take it out again. Today I owe you, otherwise my hands would be ruined. Old Joe, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten the crystal. Jingshu hadn't finished speaking when, perhaps because the most important crystal was gone, the entire pit began to churn, and huge waves of swamp surged up. Let's go. The pit's gone crazy. Old Joe only said, Make sure you keep the crystal safe. Let's move. The two of them were tossed around like ants in a storm. But finally, Jingshu managed to get Old Joe back to the main group. Captain, Hao Yunlai took a few teams of bugs to collect energy. Should we wait for him? Tank asked anxiously. Jingshu shook her head. Don't worry about him. He's got his whole family to protect him. He won't die that easily. Let's rescue the others first. Originally, Jingshu planned to use the spiritual spring to help, but now with the orange energy, even a small knife made from it could slice through the swamp like butter, instantly cutting through the glue-like muck. Jingshu had people use the new energy to rescue others, and the main group finally fled back to the fleet where they had first arrived. By now, this was the highest ground left. Everywhere else had collapsed into the sinkhole, which continued to devour everything. At the center of the pit, endless black corpses churned and tumbled, like a gigantic blender wildly stirring the abyss. The fleet was stuck right at the rim of the sinkhole, staring down hundreds of meters into the waterfall-like abyss below, their hearts pounding with fear. Report. We're already at the very edge. Now we want to get out, but there's a massive air wall blocking us. The sinkhole keeps sinking and swallowing everything. Even the whole island has been devoured. If we don't find a way out soon, the entire fleet could be swallowed and we'll all be finished." The situation relayed over the radio was dire. The fleet was in real trouble. The elite bodyguards who had just been rescued had barely escaped one disaster only to fall into another. "Where's Captain Jing? Didn't you say you could cut through the air wall? Hurry and cut it so we can get the fleet out." "Yeah, if you can cut a path, we can still escape. This damn place is surrounded by an air wall. It's like being locked in with a mad dog, nowhere to run." Jingshu thought for a moment and said, "I can only cut through cross-sections that aren't too big. If it's too wide, like now, where the wall is a single hole, there's no way to cut it. Even if I did, it wouldn't help." "So what do we do?" "Looks like we're going to be swallowed by the sinkhole. We knew humans with special abilities might be okay, but the crew is in real danger. If the ferry really falls into a 100-meter deep pit, it'll be smashed to pieces. If it gets any closer to the energy center, we're all done for. Everyone will die." Old Joe frowned, thinking hard. "Looks like the only way is for me." Before he could finish, Jingshu coughed. Old Joe's ability was like a nuclear bomb, too dangerous to use lightly, with huge side effects. If he used it, it would be a last resort. So, better to let Jingshu use up some energy instead. Jingshu shared her idea. "Actually, even though the air wall is too big to cut, I can wedge the ship's anchor into it. That way, even if the edge gets affected, we'll have a support point and at least won't fall in." "Will that work? If the edge gets swallowed too, the anchor might not hold the whole ferry's weight." Jingshu replied, "It's not a big problem. Use extra anchors to secure it. At least we won't get swept away." Old Yellowtooth gave a thumbs up. "No wonder you're you, Jing girl. Only you would think of anchoring to the air wall." Old Joe nodded. "We've got the new energy crystal. The energy fluctuations might make the whole island go crazy. Let's wait and see what happens." Jingshu nodded. "I'll go make a slot in the air wall for the anchor, get someone to wedge it in." Jingshu had her own reasons for this. If they escaped now, who knew when they'd get back into the Mirror Sea? While they were still here, she could send more mudfish to fish up more orange energy. She figured Old Joe was thinking the same thing. In the apocalypse, who would ever complain about having too much new energy? Jingshu started drilling holes in the air wall as before. Soon, the whole fleet had used every anchor and anything else they could to secure themselves to the air wall. By dawn, the angle between the air wall's edge and the sinkhole was a full 90 degrees. That meant all the ferries were now basically tilted, held up only by the anchors wedged into the air wall and the slanted corpses of red thread bugs. The anchors kept the ships from sliding into the pit. Everyone on board had to eat, drink, and use the bathroom at an angle. Just make sure to aim for the hole, or else cough. Everyone spent a few nerve-wracking hours like this, the ferries creaking and swaying, everyone worried whether a few thin anchors could really hold up such heavy ships. But Jingshu and Old Joe didn't rest. Both were frantically trying to extract as much hidden new energy from beneath the pit as possible, sending wave after wave of bugs to harvest it. Other capable elites also used their own tricks to gather a lot of orange energy, but theirs had to be turned in for contribution points, while Jingshu had a deal with Old Joe and didn't have to hand hers over. Except for a few unlucky ones who got too close to the pit and lost a hand or a foot to withering, the fleet's haul was huge. Especially Jingshu. She hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, but now she was grinning from ear to ear. These days, Jingshu had been madly collecting energy and air wall material. She'd dug so many holes in the air wall that the fleet could sail out whenever the pit calmed down and the sea returned. Credit where it's due. Hao Yunlai was the real hero. He went down into the pit and brought back a crystal the size of a fingernail. When he returned, the black energy on his hand and the orange crystal's energy were fighting each other, corroding each other so badly that his hand nearly turned to bare bone. After taking the crystal, Jingshu immediately gave Hao Yunlai 3 drops of spiritual spring to drink, which restored his hand. But as soon as the crystal entered her space, it started madly absorbing orange energy, growing bigger and bigger. When it reached the size of a fist, it merged with the crystal Old Joe had found. Jingshu's mouth dropped open. She only had time to gasp, "Whoa!" before she couldn't move, as if fate itself had seized her by the throat. And that was exactly what happened. Her Rubik's Cube space was undergoing a wild transformation. The once blurry boundaries became clear, the cube spun furiously, and new rows of cubic space appeared. The transparent boundaries of the space became clearer and clearer, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred cubic meters were added. Even the spiritual fields in her farmland gained a new row. This meant her space had just expanded by several hundred cubic meters. In less than half an hour, Jingshu felt her mind clearer than ever, as if blessed by a god, her whole body filled with a lazy strength. Jingshu's Rubik's Cube space had finally upgraded again. After frantically absorbing the air wall's energy and the orange crystal's power, her space had reached an unprecedented level. And now, Jingshu finally understood. Her Rubik's Cube space had completely absorbed the power of seven-dimensional space, and from now on, it would be fully merged with this orange seven-dimensional energy. This was a brand new power, a brand new Rubik's Cube. Every ability had been enhanced like never before. Don't be fooled by the space only leveling up once. Its capacity had increased geometrically. Not only did the space expand, but 6 new spiritual fields appeared in the center. This meant she could now get 6 more fields worth of spiritual spring for free. As long as she planted some crops every day, her supplies would keep growing, giving her the most reliable sense of security in the apocalypse. So, what should she plant? Jingshu thought for a while and decided to plant the hybrid rice developed by the post-apocalyptic government of China, seeds she'd gotten in a previous trade. If she didn't plant them, they'd go to waste. The downside of these seeds was that they couldn't be saved for replanting. They were one-time use, tasted bad, and consumed a lot of fertilizer and water. But the upside was obvious. The yield was huge, almost matching pre-apocalypse levels with sunlight. This hybrid rice had basically become the staple food for China's middle class. Once harvested, it would be easy to sell or trade, either through Xiaowei to the Middle East or back home. In any case, it was hard currency. After planting the hybrid rice in the new spiritual fields, Jingshu estimated it would mature in 10 days to half a month. She then turned her attention to the center of the Rubik's Cube space, where the spiritual spring was. Over the years, the spring had produced steadily, but she'd also been using it, so it always looked about the same. Now, surrounding the spring, there was a new orange crystal, bigger than a fist, completely fixed in the Rubik's Cube space. A subtle balance had formed among the different energies, each restraining and supporting the others. Whenever Jingshu needed a certain type of energy, she could split some off, very modular. Crap, I can't take the crystal out. Looking at the beautiful energy crystal, Jingshu felt a headache coming on. This thing was bought with old Joe's life. How am I supposed to explain this when we get back home? She could split off a small piece, but what? Just give them a pigeon egg-sized crystal? What else can I do? Just keep collecting energy and make the pigeon egg bigger. Jingshu was stressed, sleeping even less, and started frantically gathering more orange energy. With so much new space in the Rubik's Cube, Jingshu felt much more confident about her upcoming trip to the Middle East. She could bring back even more loot. Besides the above changes, the Rubik's Cube space had one more major upgrade. Thinking about it, Jingshu's expression turned odd. The main property of seven-dimensional space is time. The closer you get to the time vortex, the more terrifying the passage of time. It can turn a person to bones in an instant. But on the flip side, it can also absorb the passage of time, changing the very nature of things. Jingshu had a theory. If she used the orange energy from the seven-dimensional space to absorb the time of someone's injury or illness, not healing, but absorbing that period of time, wouldn't that person return to their pre-injury state? Of course, this was just a theory, not yet proven. If it could be, maybe the apocalypse would end. As for using the orange energy, it could either accelerate time or absorb it. Jingshu would need a lot of time to test her ideas, since this power was so overbearing. But for now, the orange energy had already given her a surprise: its byproducts. At first, Jingshu kept hearing strange voices, male and female, sometimes arguing, sometimes discussing. ethereal and unreal, but definitely there. If she had to describe it, it was like someone playing a recording in her ear. Yes, that was the feeling. Following the voices, Jingshu discovered they were coming from the humanoid plants she and Guotu had collected. Back then, they'd only had time to harvest all the fruits, planning to start a brewery when they got home. But now, the pollen from those fruits had taken root and sprouted on Jingshu's big ship. After soaking in the sea full of corpse bugs for days, thick, moss-like stuff had grown. "Ah!" Guotu screamed. "So it's you, Boss Jing! You scared me to death, sneaking onto our ship in the middle of the night!" Jingshu shone her flashlight on the ship, and Guotu saw it was covered in weird growths. He yelled, "Jingjie, what is this stuff? Ah, aren't these the eyeballs and legs? How did they sprout? And why are they growing hair?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "I was wondering how to start the brewery, but now I think I found a direction. If I'm right, we can open a brewery when we get back. Guotu, go tell everyone to move to the ship we seized. We'll use this one to grow these plants." Guotu scratched his head. He didn't understand much, but he knew this probably meant big money, so he ran off to wake Wenjun. "Wenjun, get up! We're about to make a fortune!" Others might not be able to use orange energy to cultivate these weird plants, but Jingshu just might. She commandeered this ship for experiments, hoping to use orange energy to grow new strange plants, maybe just in time for the Middle East. After the upgrade, Jingshu also noticed another change. Maybe it was the fusion with 7-dimensional power, but her speed had increased a lot. The most obvious effect was that everything around her seemed to slow down. But Jingshu knew it wasn't the world slowing down, but her perception speeding up. She wasn't used to it yet, but it would help her react to danger faster. A definite survival boost. And the biggest benefit of the upgrade? This cursed place finally wasn't so hostile to her. Other team members didn't dare approach the pit's center, since the vortex's power could wither limbs or even kill. But Jingshu found that when she got close to the pit's center, the terrifying force was much weaker. So she took advantage of the opportunity to collect as much orange energy as possible. She didn't know how much energy others had gathered, but as for Jingshu, he. Still, she needed to hand over a crystal about the same size as old Joe's, or it would be hard to explain. After collecting so much energy, it should be about right now, right? After days of hard work, Jingshu finally managed to crystallize all the orange energy she'd collected, forming a crystal about the size of a small fist, still a bit smaller than the one old Joe had. Better than nothing. There was no other way. The main group had to get moving. They'd been stuck here for too long. Up to now, everyone was still eating 7 or 8 meals a day. Even a rich family couldn't keep up with that kind of food consumption. Well, Zhanglang's cockroaches were endless, but people couldn't stand eating cockroach meat every meal. If they hadn't smelled the delicious food from Jingshu's ship, maybe they could have endured. But now, they were at their limit. But Jingshu still didn't want to leave. "What? You want to use the official ships to transport all the rotting corpse bugs from under the sea here? Captain Jingshu, are you crazy?" "Yeah, why do we need to transport so many rotting bug corpses? Do you know the smell of these rotting bodies soaked in seawater is basically a biological weapon?" Captain Jingshu, you actually want to load all of this up? Just the smell makes me want to puke. And you seem to have forgotten, loading so many corpse bugs will increase fuel consumption, and we're already out of fuel. "Yeah, we've already gained so much this time, with all the dark energy. Even if we don't go to the Middle East, we've made a huge profit." In the meeting room, most people were against the idea. Nanan lowered her head, a smile on her lips. See, Jingshu was making everyone mad again. Why fill a whole ship with that disgusting, stinky stuff? Just the smell made everyone want to vomit. Of course, some people who usually got along with Jingshu spoke up for her. Old Yellowtooth coughed and stood up. "Captain Jingshu never does anything without a reason. If she wants to bring these corpse bugs, she must have her reasons." The Macau gambler said, "I just sensed it. If we bring what Captain Jingshu says, I might get rich." Someone else whispered, "Even so, there are endless corpse bugs in the open sea. Why bother with these fermented ones? They're even stinkier than fertilizer or a latrine. Jingshu smiled, not angry at all. Instead, she said, "If the higher-ups don't agree, I can pay out of my own pocket to hire official ships. If I'm paying, I'm sure no one will object, right?" Hearing this, some people started to think. Captain Jingshu never does a losing deal. What's her angle here? Old Joe coughed, stopping the argument. "All right, Jing girl, stop it. We're all family here. How could we let you pay? Just tell us what's different about these fermented corpse bugs from the Mirror Sea, and why you want to bring so many." Jingshu clapped her hands, and Zhang Yicheng had someone bring in a bucket. First he served Old Joe and Yang Yang a cup each, then poured 50 grams of beer for everyone else. After tasting it, everyone's eyes lit up. "This is the beer made from those plants? The flavor is so pure." Old Joe nodded. "Jing girl, this tastes even better than what we harvested before." "Ah, I haven't had beer in years. So good. Can I have a little more?" Zhang Yicheng said, "A 250 milliliter cup is just one contribution point." Some people smacked their lips. Contribution points were expensive. But they still bought another cup to try, since Jingshu's beer was just better than the stuff they'd gotten from the island. If it's all from the island, why does Captain Jingshu's taste so much better? It's so rich and fragrant. Jingshu coughed to get everyone's attention. The key is that these plants have a shelf life after being picked, but if you keep them alive, there's no shelf life. So if we want to open a brewery back home, we need live plants for the best flavor. And to cultivate these plants, the most important thing is the rotting, fermented corpse bugs from this seawater. That's why I want to bring these fermented corpse bugs. Their structure is similar to how mushrooms are grown, with mycelium hidden in the soil. To cultivate these plants, you need this special stuff from under the sea, after fermentation. I call it a starter. With this fermented corpse bug starter, plus regular corpse bugs, you can keep fermenting more plant nutrients. But the fermentation takes at least 3 months. On the way to the Middle East, we can use these to grow a batch of plants. After Jingshu's explanation, everyone finally understood, and Old Joe nodded repeatedly. Jingshu even added, "Right now, I've already managed to cultivate a small batch of these plants on my ship using special methods. Besides using some orange dark energy, the only thing needed is this starter. When we get to the Middle East, I'll be able to sell a batch of this beer, so if the higher-ups don't want to bring this stuff, I won't force it." Old Joe was shocked. "Jing girl, you've already managed to cultivate them? Why is it that all those old guys have been studying for days and haven't figured anything out?" Jingshu invited Old Joe and the others to take a look at her protected ship. In the dim light, when the lamps shone over, everyone saw the whole ship was covered in green plants, with fuzzy branches and leaves. Some plants had even poked their heads out, and a few already had formed buds. Everyone gasped in shock. These plants just wouldn't survive. Last time, after we harvested the fruits, no matter how we tried to cultivate them, it didn't work. But I can't believe Captain Jingshu actually succeeded? And they're growing so well? So does that mean opening a brewery back in China is really possible? Captain Jingshu is amazing. Old Joe coughed. "Jing girl, as we discussed before, all the energy gets split 50-50. But if we really want to open a brewery, we'll have to rely on your technical expertise." Jingshu smiled sweetly and nodded, but didn't say anything more, which made Old Joe itch with curiosity. He simply said, "I'll make the call. You'll get a share for your technical contribution. From now on, profits will be split 60-40, you get 60%, but that means both sides split the investment, energy, and resources equally. As for land, logistics, and everything else, the state will provide. How does that sound?" Jingshu hadn't expected to get such a good deal from the state, so she didn't hesitate. "Old Joe, that's great. Since the higher-ups are treating me so well, I can't let them lose out. From now on, everything we ship out will be split 60-40. Even though this meant Jingshu might earn a little less, don't forget, she still owed the state a big crystal. She felt a bit guilty about that. Good. Yang, draft the contract right now." Old Joe made the decision on the spot. His authority was so high that a huge dark energy project like this was settled with just a word. No further approval needed. What about loading the fermented corpse bugs onto the ships? Jingshu asked. Old Joe waved his hand. That's the most important nutrient. Bring as much as you can. I don't care if the private fleets load up or not, but if needed, the state will buy it for contribution points. How much beer we can sell in the Middle East depends on how much we can produce. 10 minutes ago, everyone was disgusted by the stinky latrine-like sludge. 10 minutes later, whoa, yuck. Don't fight, there's plenty more under the sea. Ugh, Zhangfeng, your little boat is full already anymore and it'll overflow. Yuck, ugh. Captain Wang, you've even filled up the sleeping quarters? The official ship's horns blared across the sea, beams of light sweeping over the pitch-black water. One ferry after another lined up in formation, finally leaving the Mirror Sea, escaping the Devil's forbidden zone that no one had ever gotten out of before. As the fresh sea breeze howled in, Jingshu couldn't help but take a deep breath and mutter, "Goodbye, my money bag. I'll be back next time." As she spoke, she left hundreds of mudfish scattered around as markers. Everyone cheered loudly. They had finally made it out. As they emerged, the Mirror Sea behind them seemed to vanish, or perhaps just hide itself. In any case, it was gone. The satellite phone rang immediately, with countless signals flooding in. With excitement and emotion, Joe reported after answering the call, his voice heavy but calm. Reporting in. The 100-ship fleet heading to the Middle East has safely escaped the Mirror Sea. Mission accomplished. We have obtained the new post-apocalyptic dark energy. In the conference room, some people were excited. Some shed tears, and others hurried to call home now that they had signaled to let their families know they were safe. Old Joe and Yang got busy right away. After all, they'd been missing for days and had made so many major discoveries, they had to report everything to the higher-ups. When it came to the dark energy, Old Joe suggested that the higher-ups send a team to pick up part of the energy. Dark energy was precious, and since they'd be gone for months, it was better to send some back now, just in case the whole fleet was lost. So, they agreed to meet at the next supply point. Jingshu was scratching her head in frustration. She'd wanted more time to grow the crystal a bit bigger. Now she just had to hope she didn't get found out. With the air wall gone, the fleet could finally move a bit faster. Just a bit, though. That's because every ship was overloaded with fermented corpse bugs, making them seriously overweight. And the smell was even worse than a sewage pit. For the first 2 days, everyone on the fleet would gag and retch at the smell, but after just 10 days, people had almost gotten used to it. Some could even take off their gas masks and eat without flinching. Human adaptability really is amazing. But those 10 days were tough. Besides the smell, everyone had to keep fishing up corpse bugs from the sea to make fuel. Still, all the hard work was worth it. The fermented corpse bugs used as nutrient starter were steadily decreasing. At first, only one ship was used to cultivate the plants, but now 5 big ships were full of these terrifying plants. Hands and feet growing everywhere, and even eyes in some places. It was pretty creepy at first glance. The guys on Jingshu's ship were run off their feet, busy rolling cigarettes and brewing beer. All the water barrels they'd brought were used up, and now they were filling them with beer instead. Funny how things work out. Jingshu had originally loaded a whole ship with water to sell in the Middle East, but ended up selling it to her own people along the way, earning a ton of contribution points. And now, with the water gone, the barrels were full of beer, ready to sell in the Middle East. No complaints there. Jingshu hadn't been idle either. She'd developed more than a dozen new beer flavors, planning to make some high-end specialty beers to sell as luxury goods. With her cloth overhead, richest in the world reputation, she figured she'd better trade for plenty of oil to make all her hard work worthwhile. Before the apocalypse, Jingshu had loved milk beer, a mix of milk, beer, and honey, with a rich, sweet flavor. She was experimenting with making it now, hoping to add it to her product line. Most importantly, she didn't really like beer, and with so few drinks available in the apocalypse, she had to make something she actually enjoyed. The whole fleet managed to survive 10 days without fuel or water. Even the elite bodyguards were amazed. Jingshu's giant containers provided enough water for the entire 100-ship fleet. How much water had she brought? Now, everyone looked at Jingshu with genuine respect. To be honest, I spent hundreds of contribution points on water, but without Captain Jingshu's supply, we wouldn't have survived. Yeah, Captain Jingshu is incredible. I'm friends with Zhang Yicheng on her ship, and he told me they loaded a whole ship with water before setting out. All the other ships were empty, only Captain Jing's had everything. After this, I'll never doubt Captain Jingshu again. Me neither. In the last few days, even Jingshu's water was running out, and everyone had to drink beer instead. It was both a joy and a pain. After all, they were drinking their own hard-earned contribution points. Fortunately, the 100-ship fleet finally reached the next supply point. At this rate, we'll reach the next supply station in 3 hours, came Yang Yang's message, and everyone was thrilled. Finally, they wouldn't have to drink beer at 1 contribution point per bottle anymore. It was like paying 288 wien for a Coke before the apocalypse, heartbreakingly expensive. This time, the goal was to reach the big supply point at Kolonka, restock all supplies, and then cross the Indian Ocean. So, the shopping list was huge. By now, the fleet had used up almost everything. Fuel, food, water, everything needed replenishing. Luckily, this place was a friendly country to China with a long-standing friendship treaty. Before the apocalypse, China had helped them build their power grid and national railway, selling them old trains and making a few trillion in the process. Kolonka had been sanctioned by the US and other countries, and China had stepped in to help them rebuild. So when the fleet arrived, they received a warm welcome. Bring the fleet ashore, get ready to hand over 10 ships of fermented corpse bugs, 2 ships of plants, and the dark energy, Yang Yang ordered. All this was to be sent back to China, freeing up space for new supplies. But what surprised Jingshu was that the one escorting the dark energy back to China this time was Zhen Nantian. She hadn't seen Zhen Nantian in a long time. The coastline was packed with ships of all sizes. Some helped China's ships unload cargo, others helped with passengers, and countless skinny children in the water did what they could to help the Chinese fleet. The children's eyes sparkled and the adults were simple and hardworking. In no time, they helped the 100-ship fleet dock. The local authorities, worried about thieves, even arranged for many boats to guard the area. But Jingshu wanted to say there was really no need. Why? Because at this point, almost every ship was filled with the stench of fermented corpse bugs, so bad even the kids had to pinch their noses and gag, or else the ships were covered in strange green plants. There wasn't a single normal ship. Honestly, with ships this stinky, even a thief would shake his head, cry, and swear off stealing forever after leaving his clothes behind. Yeah, aside from weapons and ammo, there was really nothing left to steal from the Chinese fleet. Still, Jingshu couldn't help but sigh. This really was a true friend of China. Look at their enthusiasm. Not like the last country where everyone was greedy, grabbing at life rings and even trying to steal the anchors. But why, even in the apocalypse, were the people of this little country still so simple and pure, seemingly unchanged? It was because they were poor. Even before the apocalypse, they were poor and often hungry. After the apocalypse, they were still poor, but living by the sea, they ate whatever they could find. At least now they could fill their stomachs. In a way, the apocalypse hadn't changed their lives much, just the way they survived. The official who came to greet them was a fat man named Ula, a dark-skinned guy who spoke fluent Chinese. He brought an old tour bus, one of those China had retired over a decade ago, to pick up Zhou and the others. Most of the fleet stayed behind to guard the ships. After all, those boats full of corpse bugs were precious. Hao Yunlai and Xiao Wei stayed to watch the ships, while Jingshu, Tank, and a few others went with Zhou to shop and maybe sell some goods to the friendly nation in exchange for supplies. Friends from afar, please let us show you some hospitality before we talk business. Also, a group from your country just arrived today. They're waiting at the embassy. Don't worry, this time it's our turn to help you poor souls. Ula's face was full of sympathy. He'd seen the cargo, boat after boat of corpse bugs, the kind even their dogs wouldn't eat. How pitiful China must be. Zhou's face stiffened, but he nodded and coughed. Well, he couldn't reject their kindness. This little country really was poor. Jingshu had only seen places like this on TV. No skyscrapers, just 4- or 5-story buildings like China in the 1970s. Most houses were made of mud or stone, some with familiar architecture. Honestly, Jingshu felt like she'd traveled back in time to old China. Why did everything here look like China from 40 or 50 years ago? The embassy was the local government center, a 5-story building China had helped build years ago. Jingshu's expression was odd. She remembered the old joke about traveling the world, buying souvenirs, and finding out everything was made in China. Or how people would travel to India or remote countries for local flavor, only to find all the buildings looked like old Chinese architecture. Netizens would joke, "Guess I've time traveled to old China." She never thought it would be true. Ula expressed his heartfelt gratitude. 20 years ago, China helped us build railways, roads, and these wonderful buildings. This time, we'll do our best to give you supplies. Be sure to grab as much as you can from those bastards in Israel. They've turned the Middle East upside down. Joe nodded. Don't worry, we're here to stock up. In the embassy's spacious hall, Jingshu saw Jen Nantian's well-prepared team. Jen Nantian had brought a 10-person squad. Jingshu only recognized a couple of them. Jen Nantian saluted Joe, reported the situation, then smiled slightly when he saw Jingshu. "Mirror, you're here too. Long time no see. And Yang Yang Tank, you're all here." His team looked surprised. The captain hadn't smiled in ages. Jingshu shook hands with Jen Nantian and smiled. "It's been a while since we parted in the capital. This time I'll have to trouble you to transport some of the dark energy and other goods back. I'll explain the details later." All right. After some small talk, Ula called everyone to eat. Everyone sat on the floor, each with a big green leaf as a plate. Lunch was the local specialty, rice with all sorts of red and blue ingredients and a sticky sauce wrapped in a strange leaf. The sauce was a local specialty, fermented with live bugs. One bite and the sauce burst in your mouth with a bitter taste followed by spicy, sour, and sweet flavors all mixed together. This was their highest form of hospitality. Jingshu took 2 bites, then quietly gave the rest to Tank. Joe ate with gusto, giving Ula a thumbs up and praising the food. But Jingshu knew Joe was just being diplomatic. He didn't really like it. If he really liked it, he wouldn't have been clutching his thermos and drinking 3 cups of tea. Poor Joe, forced to eat another helping by Ula, ha. As for the others, they wolfed it down. After 10 days of nothing but cockroach meat and that awful stench on the ship, anything tasted good. Even this. They probably would have eaten poop if it was served. This only made Ula look at them with more sympathy. He'd originally planned to raise prices, but now he decided to take a loss for his friends. Just look at how hungry they were. After the meal, it was time to buy supplies. Ula said, "We'll give you water for free. For food, we have this bug-fermented sauce, which goes great with rice. We also have all kinds of plant roots for soup. As for staple food, we don't have rice, but we do have a local dark taro flour for making black bread." Ula continued, "Of course, just eating staple food isn't enough. We also have other specialty foods like a kind of black fruit, fragrant and sweet, a local luxury. There's not much, just a few thousand kilos, but we can give it all to you. The price for this will be a bit higher, though." Old Joe nodded. The journey ahead wasn't too long, so they could make do with what they had and pick up more along the way if needed. "All right, we'll take everything you mentioned." Ula's face twisted with embarrassment. "What will you use to pay? We don't want those corpse bugs." Truthfully, Ula was conflicted. Years ago, China had helped them, and now that China was in trouble, they should help in return. But they were barely getting by themselves, and the food they were offering was the best they had. Even the black fruit was scraped together from the leaders' own rations for China. In reality, most of their people were eating corpse bugs too. But seeing China's ships full of fermented, stinky corpse bugs, stuff not even their dogs would eat, he couldn't accept that as payment. Fresh corpse bugs were everywhere in the sea. They could catch as many as they wanted. Was China trying to get something for nothing? No, a friendly nation wouldn't do that. So Ula's face was as dark as a pig's liver. In the past, they might have wanted bullets or guns, but now, honestly, no one wanted to take advantage of them. They had no oil, and their food was just corpse bugs. If any country wanted to colonize them now, they'd probably celebrate. At least then they'd have enough to eat. But the reality was, even the dogs didn't want what they had, and no one came to take advantage of them anymore. Old Joe laughed. This black, chubby guy was quite amusing. He patted Ula on the shoulder and said, "Sorry, we really don't have much left after coming all the way from China." Ula forced a smile. "I understand. If it really doesn't work, I see you have a few small boats. Maybe we could trade for those?" Old Joe shook his head. "Those are pirate boats, and the stuff on them is for private sale. You'll have to negotiate with the owners, but we do have some beer. Are you interested?" "Beer? That hasn't been produced since the apocalypse, right?" Ula swallowed. That stuff was a luxury. Old Joe nodded, and Tank poured a bowl of beer from a thermos for Ula. The rich aroma was unbelievable. Ula eagerly drank it in one gulp, smacked his lips, and licked them. "Is there more?" Tank poured another. After finishing, Ula's eyes lit up. This was definitely extinct. If he could give this to the leaders, his position would be secure. He had to get some. The taste was just too good. But it must be expensive, right? He blurted out, "This is great. Let's trade for this." He'd get it even if he had to fudge the accounts. Old Joe smiled and nodded, and Yang Yang, the chief negotiator, stepped forward. "All right. All the supplies you mentioned. Enough for 100 ships for 10 days. We'll take them all. How much beer do you want in exchange? We don't have much else, but we do have this beer. For export, it's 50 China virtual coins per cup." The beer pricing had been discussed by Jingshu, Old Joe, and Yang Yang, including labor, dark energy, and corpse bug costs. Each cup cost about 2 virtual coins. Selling in China, it was 10 coins, a 5-fold profit, which was fair. For friendly nations, it was 30 coins, since export involved extra costs. Yang Yang quoted 50 coins to leave room for bargaining. For other countries, the price was 500 coins per cup. This unique beer from China was worth hundreds of times more abroad. Why not charge more? After all, it took a lot of effort to transport it here. Ula's mind raced. On the black market, alcohol was extremely expensive, and this was top quality. 50 coins was a steal. He raised 8 fingers, about to say 800 cups, worth 40,000 coins. But Yang Yang frowned, thinking Ula wanted 8,000 cups. Even though 8,000 cups for enough supplies to feed thousands for 10 days was cheap, they still had costs. So Yang Yang drew a 5 in the air. Ula hesitated. 800 cups was already his limit, considering the value of their black fruit. But the beer was so good and the leaders would get some, and he could sell the rest for 100 coins a cup, a huge profit. So Ula nodded. "All right, 500 cups." Yang Yang was about to agree, but everyone looked at Ula in surprise. 500 cups? Ula felt awkward under their stares. "Maybe less? I know this beer is precious and we shouldn't be greedy, but it's just so good." Everyone looked at each other. Even Yang Yang, the tough negotiator, felt a pang of guilt. Look at what they'd done to this poor guy. He coughed and said, "Ula, you're our friend. We might sell this beer for a high price elsewhere, but for you, we'll give it to you at cost. Let's make it 8,000 cups." "What? 8,000 cups?" Ula waved his hands. "That's too much. I didn't even give you cost price for the supplies. I can't accept that. 1,000 cups is more than enough." 1,000 cups was only a few hundred kilos, less than a cubic meter. Tank could carry it all himself, and they were getting enough supplies for thousands of people for 10 days, plus free beer. Now it was Jingshu and the others who felt guilty. Yang Yang pulled Ula aside and said, "No, friend, the friendship between our nations is great. Our cost isn't high either. 1,000 cups is too few. Let's make it 5,000 cups. Just 1 ton, only 1,000 liters." No. Ula felt even more guilty. Look at China, unable to afford food, eating rotten corpse bugs every day, and yet still being so generous, giving away so much good stuff. He really couldn't bear it. China helped us so much in the past, and now not only can we not help you, but we're taking so much from you. That's not right. 2,000 cups is the most we'll take." In the end, both sides felt like they'd gotten a great deal. The price was set at 5,000 cups. Jingshu's side felt guilty. They'd traded just a tiny fraction of their ship's plant output for so much food, all saved up by the friendly nation. Their conscience was uneasy. Ula felt guilty too. China couldn't even feed itself, but they were trading so much luxury beer for a little food. His conscience was uneasy. Then Ula decided to throw in a gift: dried corpse bug fuel, enough for the fleet's 10 days of travel. The Chinese side was embarrassed. How could they accept fuel from a country that could barely feed itself? They had to give something in return. What to give? Well, some Chinese specialties, clothes and such. Even if they were stripped from the dead, at least they were wearable. The friendship between the two sides deepened. Ula, being a savvy guy, also sent a banner and a thank you letter to the Chinese side, making sure to boost goodwill and score points for the videos back home. He knew Chinese social media loved this stuff. That afternoon, Jingshu and Yang Yang met with Zhen Nantian to go over the handover. Most of the orange energy was being sent back to China. It was a precious resource in the apocalypse. Then, there were a dozen ships full of fermented corpse bugs. Ugh. The newcomers weren't used to the stench and nearly threw up. Even Zhen Nantian looked pale. Jingshu comforted them. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a while." Zhen Nantian. Tank scratched his head and laughed. "That's what happens when you don't bring enough supplies. Mirror, stop teasing. Sell the captain some gas masks." Ha ha ha. In the end, Jingshu sold a few at a friendly price. Even though they were close, there were unspoken rules, nothing for free. Zhen Nantian traded a peace amulet for one, even though it was just a cheap plastic one. His teammates looked on with envy and jealousy. Jingshu was curious. Was it really special? They looked like they'd never seen anything like it. Zhen Nantian said, "If you wear it, it can act as a shield once. Be careful on your way to the Middle East. I wish you a safe journey." "Oh, thank you. I'll take your blessing." Jingshu was genuinely grateful. Anything that could increase her safety was precious, so she wore it around her neck, plastic or not. "Ahem." Old Joe interrupted their reunion and said to Zhen Nantian, "We found a huge crystal in the Mirror Sea, but its power is too overwhelming. Any living thing that gets close turns to bone. I've already had Jingshu put it away. I've reported it, and the higher-ups are making a special container. You won't take it back this time. Wait until we return and the container is ready." Zhen Nantian gave Jingshu a long look. So where was she hiding it? But he just said, "Understood, old Joe." Yang Yang added, "These dozen ships of corpse bugs are fermentation starters. Be sure to follow Jingshu's instructions for fermenting them. You can ferment them ship by ship, but always keep one in reserve like a fire seed. If it's lost, we'll never find the Mirror Sea again. The satellite says the coordinates are gone." Jingshu said, "You can start the factory now. The plants use a lot of this nutrient, so ferment as much as you can. I suggest setting up the industry by the sea, maybe on a small island, otherwise it'll be like a chemical plant. Way too smelly." Zhen Nantian nodded. Once he got back, he'd let the higher-ups handle it. After the handover, Zhen Nantian and his team, along with a dozen ships, headed back to China, while Jingshu and her team explored the friendly nation and bought some local trinkets. Everything here was handmade, chubby clay pots, quite cute. Jingshu traded a few beans and potatoes for a bunch of jars, perfect for storing beer. As for food, the black fruit was a mutated dark food, slightly sweet but not amazing. Most of the rest was just a mix of whatever was edible. Jingshu, used to better things, stuck to eating from her own space. Tank bought some handmade clothes for his sister. Jingshu figured she should bring something home too, some local tobacco pipes for Grandpa Jing, and odd little trinkets for her parents and Grandma. Night fell. The 100-ship fleet set out again. This time, the other teams also swapped half their cargo for water and food, which puzzled the locals. Why were these teams suddenly so generous, buying so much water? It was enough for them to drink for ages. When Ula got the report, he sipped his beer, eyes full of tears. Our Chinese friends can't even fill their bellies, so they have to drink more water. I'm such a bad person, taking so much from them. The weather grew hotter and even the sea breeze was warm. No one had felt such heat in a long time, but the air was tinged with the faint smell of rotten eggs, and, of course, the overwhelming stench of fermented corpse bugs. Report! There's a 100-ship fleet ahead, a huge convoy with warships escorting it. They must be carrying something valuable. Looks like we've got a live one. Ha, it's been ages since we've seen such a fat target in these waters. Go find out what they're carrying. If it's worth it, we'll team up with the authorities and hit them. Got it. I'll send Anna, our stealth expert, to check out what's on board. A few ships drew closer, snooping around. One person even hid in the water, slowly crawling onto a ship like a puddle. Ugh! Anna almost threw up. What on earth was hidden on these ships? Why did it smell so bad? As soon as Anna opened the door, she was overwhelmed by the stench of endless rotting corpse bugs, instantly feeling like she'd fallen into a cesspit. She coughed violently, and when she finally saw what was inside, she couldn't help but gag again. Who would fill such a luxurious ferry with this filthy stuff? Why bring so many useless dog-wouldn't-eat-them corpse bugs? Aren't there plenty in the sea? Why load them all onto the ships? After being buried in the stench, Anna barely managed to escape. Even with all her noise, no guards came running, which meant, clearly, there were no guards. It gave the impression that there was nothing valuable here at all. But Anna's years of pirate experience told her this must be a trick. No sane ship owner would fill their ships with so much useless rot. With so many ships and such heavy drafts, they must be carrying something valuable. Surely not every ship was just full of corpse bugs. Surely they wouldn't burn so much fuel just to transport this filth. Yes, that had to be it, Anna reassured herself, and started searching ship after ship. But then... Ugh! Yue! Anna was now reeking, and every door she opened revealed more rotting corpse bugs. She lost count of how many ships she'd checked. She refused to believe it, so she checked every single one. But aside from the corpse bugs, there were a few ships full of strange plants. She thought maybe the plants were food, but they were soaking in the same foul corpse bug slime. She forced herself to taste a bit of the fruit skin, but the sourness made her vomit everything up. These people are crazy. This whole 100-ship fleet is insane, bringing so much of this rotten filth. The pirates waited excitedly for Anna's report, but what returned was a stinking, sewage-soaked Anna. "Yue, boss, this fleet is nuts!" Anna sobbed as she recounted her ordeal. Just then, the pirates' alarm sounded. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Screams echoed across the sea. Anna tensed. The 100-ship fleet had suddenly split into countless small teams, like starving wolves who hadn't seen meat in years. When they saw the pirates, tears of cruelty glistened in their eyes. For a moment, Anna was confused. Who were the real pirates here? Meanwhile, on the main ship, Jing Shu and her team were in the conference room, laughing so hard they were in tears. On the central screen, they watched Anna's ship-by-ship exploration. "Look at us. We went to all this trouble to lure the pirates, even left our doors wide open, and they still wouldn't take the bait." That woman was hilarious. After checking one ship, she still didn't give up and checked every single one. If she'd just gone a few more, she'd have found the hidden beer. Why didn't she keep going? Maybe she lost hope. There's really nothing on our ships worth stealing. What, are they going to steal a ship full of corpse bugs? Yeah, only a few small fry took the bait. The big ships wouldn't even try. The battle was over in less than an hour. They captured a dozen small boats and one big ship. Honestly, the pirates were pretty well off. Their food was better than what the fleet had. The elite bodyguards, having tasted success, prowled the sea like hungry wolves pretending to be pitiful to lure more pirates. But somehow, word got out. Pirates have their own networks, and within 10 days not a single pirate dared approach this filthy, stinky, poor fleet. Among pirates, a rumor spread. There's a fleet that fills its ships with corpse bugs to make them ride low in the water, just to lure pirates for a black market ambush. So, in the following days, even when the fleet let some small fry go and spread the word, offering pirates some beer to prove they really had goods and were desperate for food, pirates only avoided them more. No one wanted to team up to rob this poor fleet. It was disappointing. Well, if the pirates wouldn't take the bait, there was nothing to do but speed up and head for the Middle East. During these days, Jingshu kept busy, clearing out her Rubik's Cube space to make room for new loot. She also kept brewing beer, lots of beer. After all, as a good, upstanding person, she had to act like a polite guest in a foreign country, standing on the moral high ground. They were all good people, just a group of wealthy Chinese coming to the Middle East to sell their unique products. They were rich, fat sheep, come rob us, and then, show their true fangs. As the saying goes, it was fishing law enforcement. So, before heading to the Middle East, they had to put on a show, acting like rich merchants with plenty of goods but no fighting ability, just waiting for someone to get greedy. Old Joe played the role of the Joe Group's CEO, coming to the Middle East to expand business and buy up land. The others played bodyguards, or the CEO's spoiled children. Why the spoiled children? Because that's the weakness. Someone might try to kidnap them for ransom, only to discover the spoiled brats are all superpowered, and the whole gang gets wiped out. Jingshu played the eldest daughter, the Zhou family's beloved Miss Zhou. So, our first stop in the Middle East is here. Let's spread the word. Lots of people probably don't know we've arrived yet, right? The first stop had arrived, so it was time to plan the route and next steps. As for the route, there was a reason for it. The Middle East has over 20 countries, a vast area, and is constantly at war. Utter chaos. The rich are filthy rich. The poor are dirt poor. If you have oil, it's pumped out and shipped away before you even see it. So, of course, the route had to go through the richest areas. Yang drew a circle on the map. This circle is our fallback zone. If there's any danger or if we have too much cargo to move, we'll head here. This will be our temporary storage depot. Honestly, even though their team was strong, no one is stronger than a whole country. And after collecting donations, gathering supplies, they needed an escape route, right? This was one of their backup plans. Yang continued. Within this circle, we're under Old Yi's protection about 400 kilometers. Keep that in mind. Everyone nodded, understanding. Some rolled their eyes. Half the Middle East was included. Wasn't this a bit much? Jingshu had done her homework before coming, so she understood what this meant. Why did old Joe and the others trust this place so much, even daring to store their donated goods here? Well, it's because they had 4 brother nations here, countries with extremely close ties. You might ask, it's the apocalypse? Do these brother nations still care? Actually, yes, now more than ever. If you shout "I'm Chinese" in these countries, you'll get VIP treatment, free food and all. So if anything happened, if they were chased, attacked by missiles, whatever, Old Yi would be eager to protect them. Even if nothing happened, Old Yi would be hoping for something, just for an excuse to help. So, storing things here was safe. Who knows? Maybe when they came back, their stash would have mysteriously grown. Why? It's simple. Take Old Yi, for example, a country battered by war. Once bullied, but through hard work and some helpful friends, they built up a strong military and even developed advanced hypersonic D-missiles. Even in the apocalypse, Old Yi's weapons weren't just supersonic. They had terminal maneuverability, meaning they could change course mid-flight. Sounds unimpressive? But even the famous Iron Dome can't stop Old Yi's missiles. Of course, for China, these weapons are a few generations behind. Jingshu once asked old Joe, "So even this version can dominate here. What generation are we at now?" Old Joe sighed. "Even in the apocalypse, we can't fall behind in weapons. We've updated several generations. As for how far we can hit, well, it's not that amazing, just point and shoot." Jingshu swallowed. "Point and shoot anywhere?" Yang squinted and smiled. "Can't say, it's a state secret, but it's very, very far." Jingshu nodded knowingly. Who would fill such a luxurious ferry with this filthy stuff? Why bring so many useless dog-wouldn't-eat-them corpse bugs? Aren't there plenty in the sea? Why load them all onto the ships? After being buried in the stench, Anna barely managed to escape. Even with all her noise, no guards came running, which meant, clearly, there were no guards. It gave the impression that there was nothing valuable here at all. But Anna's years of pirate experience told her this must be a trick. No sane ship owner would fill their ships with so much useless rot. With so many ships and such heavy drafts, they must be carrying something valuable. Surely not every ship was just full of corpse bugs. Surely they wouldn't burn so much fuel just to transport this filth. Yes, that had to be it, Anna reassured herself, and started searching ship after ship. But then... Ugh! Yue! Anna was now reeking, and every door she opened revealed more rotting corpse bugs. She lost count of how many ships she'd checked. She refused to believe it, so she checked every single one. But aside from the corpse bugs, there were a few ships full of strange plants. She thought maybe the plants were food, but they were soaking in the same foul corpse bug slime. She forced herself to taste a bit of the fruit skin, but the sourness made her vomit everything up. These people are crazy. This whole 100-ship fleet is insane, bringing so much of this rotten filth. The pirates waited excitedly for Anna's report, but what returned was a stinking, sewage-soaked Anna. "Yue, boss, this fleet is nuts," Anna sobbed as she recounted her ordeal. Just then, the pirates' alarm sounded. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Screams echoed across the sea. Anna tensed. The 100-ship fleet had suddenly split into countless small teams, like starving wolves who hadn't seen meat in years. When they saw the pirates, tears of cruelty glistened in their eyes. For a moment, Anna was confused. Who were the real pirates here? Meanwhile, on the main ship, Jingshu and her team were in the conference room, laughing so hard they were in tears. On the central screen, they watched Anna's ship-by-ship exploration. "Look at us. We went to all this trouble to lure the pirates, even left our doors wide open, and they still wouldn't take the bait." That woman was hilarious. After checking one ship, she still didn't give up and checked every single one. If she'd just gone a few more, she'd have found the hidden beer. Why didn't she keep going? Maybe she lost hope. There's really nothing on our ships worth stealing. What, are they going to steal a ship full of corpse bugs? Yeah, only a few small fry took the bait. The big ships wouldn't even try. The battle was over in less than an hour. They captured a dozen small boats and one big ship. Honestly, the pirates were pretty well off. Their food was better than what the fleet had. The elite bodyguards, having tasted success, prowled the sea like hungry wolves, pretending to be pitiful to lure more pirates. But somehow, word got out. Pirates have their own networks, and within 10 days, not a single pirate dared approach this filthy, stinky, poor fleet. Among pirates, a rumor spread. There's a fleet that fills its ships with corpse bugs to make them ride low in the water, just to lure pirates for a black market ambush. So, in the following days, even when the fleet let some small fry go and spread the word, offering pirates some beer to prove they really had goods and were desperate for food, pirates only avoided them more. No one wanted to team up to rob this poor fleet. It was disappointing. Well, if the pirates wouldn't take the bait, there was nothing to do but speed up and head for the Middle East. During these days, Jingshu kept busy, clearing out her Rubik's cube space to make room for new loot. She also kept brewing beer. Lots of beer. After all, as a good, upstanding person, she had to act like a polite guest in a foreign country, standing on the moral high ground. They were all good people, just a group of wealthy Chinese coming to the Middle East to sell their unique products. They were rich, fat sheep, come rob us, and then, heh, show their true fangs. As the saying goes, it was fishing law enforcement. So, before heading to the Middle East, they had to put on a show, acting like rich merchants with plenty of goods but no fighting ability, just waiting for someone to get greedy. Old Joe played the role of the Joe Group's CEO, coming to the Middle East to expand business and buy up land. The others played bodyguards, or the CEO's spoiled children. Why the spoiled children? Because that's the weakness. Someone might try to kidnap them for ransom, only to discover the spoiled brats are all superpowered, and the whole gang gets wiped out. Jing Shu played the eldest daughter, the Zhou family's beloved Miss Zhou. So, our first stop in the Middle East is here. Let's spread the word. Lots of people probably don't know we've arrived yet, right? The first stop had arrived, so it was time to plan the route and next steps. As for the route, there was a reason for it. The Middle East has over 20 countries, a vast area, and is constantly at war. Utter chaos. The rich are filthy rich, the poor are dirt poor. If you have oil, it's pumped out and shipped away before you even see it. So, of course, the route had to go through the richest areas. Yang drew a circle on the map. This circle is our fallback zone. If there's any danger or if we have too much cargo to move, we'll head here. This will be our temporary storage depot. Honestly, even though their team was strong, no one is stronger than a whole country. And after collecting donations, gathering supplies, they needed an escape route, right? This was one of their backup plans. Yang continued. Within this circle, we're under Old Yi's protection, about 1,100 kilometers. Keep that in mind. Everyone nodded, understanding. Some rolled their eyes. Half the Middle East was included. Wasn't this a bit much? Jing Shu had done her homework before coming, so she understood what this meant. Why did old Zhou and the others trust this place so much, even daring to store their donated goods here? Well, it's because they had 4 brother nations here, countries with extremely close ties. You might ask, it's the apocalypse. Do these brother nations still care? Actually, yes, now more than ever. If you shout, "I'm Chinese," in these countries, you'll get VIP treatment, free food and all. So if anything happened, if they were chased, attacked by missiles, whatever, Old Yi would be eager to protect them. Even if nothing happened, Old Yi would be hoping for something, just for an excuse to help. So, storing things here was safe. Who knows? Maybe when they came back, their stash would have mysteriously grown. Why? It's simple. Take Old Yi, for example, a country battered by war. Once bullied, but through hard work and some helpful friends, they built up a strong military and even developed advanced hypersonic D-missiles. Even in the apocalypse, Old Yi's weapons weren't just supersonic. They had terminal maneuverability, meaning they could change course mid-flight. Sounds unimpressive? But even the famous Iron Dome can't stop Old Yi's missiles. Of course, for China, these weapons are a few generations behind. Jing Shu once asked old Zhou, "So even this version can dominate here. What generation are we at now?" Old Zhou sighed. "Even in the apocalypse, we can't fall behind in weapons. We've updated several generations. As for how far we can hit, well, it's not that amazing. Just point and shoot." Jing Shu swallowed. "Point and shoot anywhere?" Yang squinted and smiled. "Can't say, it's a state secret, but it's very, very far." Jing Shu nodded knowingly. Anyway, with hard work and some guidance, Old Yi had become a military powerhouse. No one dared bully them now. Someone might ask, how did Old Yi, without even a wind tunnel, solve the air mud effect and make such advanced weapons? Well, sometimes you just get lucky. One day they found a manual in the desert, brought it home, and with some guidance went from 0 to 100 overnight. Don't ask. Just say it was luck and a helpful friend. What? You think it's impossible to find such a treasure in the desert? Well, old Ba found the same thing, didn't he? An old Saudi even found a Dongfeng Express in the desert. Did anyone complain? So with weapons and a strong backer, they had confidence. After Yang drew the circle, everyone started detailed planning. They made 4 major plans, A, B, C, and D, with countless subplans. Afterward, the group split into 2 teams and docked at the small country of Maz. Ship after ship docked at the shore, while the warships hid in the background, waiting for action. After all, if you want to look like fat sheep, you can't show your fangs. Jing Shu brought almost all her strength ashore, leaving only a skeleton crew and some mudfish for protection on the ships. Even Zhao Wei and Wenjun Guotu came along. As a cautious, life-loving person, Jing Shu's first move on land was to have Zhao Wei's bugs start nesting. Zhao Wei had laid countless eggs, just waiting to hatch once ashore. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wherever Jing Shu went, the bugs would dig. The rest of the bugs stayed hidden for now, with Zhao Wei in her rolling ball. Maz was a neutral, chaotic little country, full of all kinds of people and information. With a big coastline, it was a hub for oil, corpse bugs, and other goods. Trade was booming. Because of frequent chaos and war, Maz was now under joint control by several countries, with strict bans on weapons. This year, things had been relatively stable. But today, the docks were unusually lively. Black, white, and yellow people all stopped their work to watch as dozens of deep-draft ships docked and a group of brightly dressed people disembarked. They even brought their own buses heading straight into Maz City. As mentioned, this was a multinational zone, so all sorts of factions were watching. News spread quickly. In the official reception hall of Maz, Old Joe wore a sharp suit, his white hair slicked back, looking every bit the wealthy chairman. Jing Shu, as the Zhou family's beloved eldest daughter, smiled sweetly on his arm. Today, she took luxury to the next level. The first stop had arrived, so it was time to plan the route and next steps. As for the route, there was a reason for it. The Middle East has over 20 countries, a vast area, and is constantly at war. Utter chaos. The rich are filthy rich, the poor are dirt poor. If you have oil, it's pumped out and shipped away before you even see it. So, of course, the route had to go through the richest areas. Yang drew a circle on the map. This circle is our fallback zone. If there's any danger or if we have too much cargo to move, we'll head here. This will be our temporary storage depot. Honestly, even though their team was strong, no one is stronger than a whole country. And after collecting donations, gathering supplies, they needed an escape route, right? This was one of their backup plans. Yang continued. Within this circle, we're under Old Yi's protection, about 1,400 kilometers. Keep that in mind. Everyone nodded, understanding. Some rolled their eyes. Half the Middle East was included. Wasn't this a bit much? Jing Shu had done her homework before coming, so she understood what this meant. Why did Old Joe and the others trust this place so much, even daring to store their donated goods here? Well, it's because they had 4 brother nations here, countries with extremely close ties. You might ask, it's the apocalypse, do these brother nations still care? Actually, yes, now more than ever. If you shout, "I'm Chinese," in these countries, you'll get VIP treatment, free food and all. So, if anything happened, if they were chased, attacked by missiles, whatever, Old Yi would be eager to protect them. Even if nothing happened, Old Yi would be hoping for something, just for an excuse to help. So, storing things here was safe. Who knows, maybe when they came back, their stash would have mysteriously grown. Why? It's simple. Take Old Yi, for example, a country battered by war. Once bullied, but through hard work and some helpful friends, they built up a strong military and even developed advanced hypersonic D-missiles. Even in the apocalypse, Old Yi's weapons weren't just supersonic. They had terminal maneuverability, meaning they could change course mid-flight. Sounds unimpressive? But even the famous Iron Dome can't stop Old Yi's missiles. Of course, for China, these weapons are a few generations behind. Jing Shu once asked Old Joe, "So even this version can dominate here. What generation are we at now?" Old Joe sighed. "Even in the apocalypse, we can't fall behind in weapons. We've updated several generations. As for how far we can hit, well, it's not that amazing. Just point and shoot." Jing Shu swallowed. "Point and shoot anywhere?" Yang squinted and smiled. "Can't say it's a state secret, but it's very, very far." Jing Shu nodded knowingly. Anyway, with hard work and some guidance, Old Yi had become a military powerhouse. No one dared bully them now. Someone might ask, how did Old Yi, without even a wind tunnel, solve the air mud effect and make such advanced weapons? Well, sometimes you just get lucky. One day they found a manual in the desert, brought it home, and with some guidance went from 0 to 100 overnight. Don't ask. Just say it was luck and a helpful friend. What? You think it's impossible to find such a treasure in the desert? Well, Old Ba found the same thing, didn't he? An old Saudi even found a Dongfeng Express in the desert. Did anyone complain? So with weapons and a strong backer, they had confidence. After Yang drew the circle, everyone started detailed planning. They made 4 major plans, A, B, C, and D, with countless subplans. Afterward, the group split into 2 teams and docked at the small country of Moss. Ship after ship docked at the shore, while the warships hid in the background, waiting for action. After all, if you want to look like fat sheep, you can't show your fangs. Jing Shu brought almost all her strength ashore, leaving only a skeleton crew and some mudfish for protection on the ships. Even Xiao Wei and Wenjun Guotu came along. As a cautious, life-loving person, Jing Shu's first move on land was to have Xiao Wei's bugs start nesting. Xiao Wei had laid countless eggs, just waiting to hatch once ashore. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Wherever Jing Shu went, the bugs would dig. The rest of the bugs stayed hidden for now, with Xiao Wei in her rolling ball. Maz was a neutral, chaotic little country, full of all kinds of people and information. With a big coastline, it was a hub for oil, corpse bugs, and other goods. Trade was booming. Because of frequent chaos and war, Mas was now under joint control by several countries, with strict bans on weapons. This year, things had been relatively stable, but today the docks were unusually lively. Black, white, and yellow people all stopped their work to watch as dozens of deep-draft ships docked and a group of brightly dressed people disembarked. They even brought their own buses heading straight into Moss City. As mentioned, this was a multinational zone, so all sorts of factions were watching. News spread quickly. In the official reception hall of Moss, Old Joe wore a sharp suit, his white hair slicked back, looking every bit the wealthy chairman. Jing Shu, as the Zhou family's beloved eldest daughter, smiled sweetly on his arm. Today, she took luxury to the next level. Jing Shu's usual style was all about comfort and safety. Under her big cotton coat, she always wore 2 layers of bulletproof vests. So while her face was fair and beautiful, her figure usually looked bulky. Plus, she usually wore a gas mask, so even the elite bodyguards rarely saw her real face. But today, Jing Shu wore only a luxurious, open-shoulder gown that showed off her perfect figure. Her hair was styled in a princess updo, topped with a diamond-studded tiara. She looked noble, extravagant, and stunning. Her fair, delicate skin made her look like a flawless Snow White. Even before the apocalypse, such beauty was rare. Now, in the post-apocalyptic world, just being clean made her more beautiful than 99% of people. In a poor place like Moss, no one had ever seen such a beautiful princess. She was the brightest star beside Old Joe. In the corner, members of other factions sipped plain water and whispered to each other. "Oh my, a fat sheep has arrived. If we rob them, it's a sure thing." "How so?" "Look at the princess's outfit. So heavy and elaborate, her jewelry must weigh over 10 kilos. Diamonds and gold may not be worth much, but here they can be traded for a lot. And look, she needs people just to carry her dress, and her high heels are clumsy and heavy. She looks so delicate. If anything happened, she'd probably just cry on the spot, haha." "But in Moss, robbery isn't allowed." "True, but they'll leave eventually. Go find out what they're here for." News of the wealthy Chinese merchants in Moss spread quickly, especially that they plan to auction off several tons of beer at tomorrow night's trade fair. Old Joe was negotiating with Moss's official diplomat, Mamahas, about the upcoming trade event. Introducing Jing Shu, Old Joe said proudly, "This is my eldest daughter, Zhou Shushu." Mamahas, a middle-aged man with a long beard in traditional Arab dress, smiled and greeted her. "Your daughter is truly beautiful." When Old Joe introduced the others, he was much less enthusiastic. "These are my sons." Mamahas looked at the row of tall, burly men, more like bodyguards than sons, and thought, there's a Chinese saying, "A dragon has 9 sons, each different. The difference here is quite something." But he politely said, "Your sons are very handsome." He couldn't think of anything else to say. Old Joe was a bit annoyed. Even when playing roles, he could find a suit for a pirate chief, but his men still looked rough. The best-looking had no fighting power, and the strongest looked nothing like rich kids. He couldn't let the weak Yang Yang play his son. If he got kidnapped, he'd really be lost. He was most satisfied with Jing Shu. Who knew that the usually low-key Jing Shu could look so stunning when dressed up, wearing luxury items one after another. Even the bodyguards were staring at her, some drooling. Was this the legendary rich with capital? Big Yellow Tooth, playing the role of a slacker secretary, since he had neither looks nor strength, picked his teeth and said to the awestruck young men, "See, I used to think it was a myth that actresses brought billions in luxury goods to a set, but now I believe it. Jingshu doesn't even have to act like a rich lady. I just wonder if she ever goes out without anything." At that moment, Nanan, who was stuck carrying Jingshu's 3-meter-long train, was about to cough up blood. Why did she have to play the maid? As a medic, she should have stayed on the ship or followed behind, but she wanted to be involved, so Jingshu said, "We still need a maid to serve tea and carry the train." Old Joe agreed. A rich heiress needed a maid, so Nanan got the job. Compared to Jingshu, Nanan looked like an ugly duckling following a swan. What's a rich person if not a little wasteful? How else do you attract predators? Jingshu stretched out her delicate hand, twisting her several-carat diamond ring, and pouted. "Father, at tomorrow's trade fair, I want all kinds of jewelry and rare things. I heard there are diamond cars and gold toilets here. I want them all. We have so much food and drink, just trade it all. And didn't we bring a lot of cigarettes too?" Old Joe smiled helplessly. All right, whatever Shushu wants." Then he turned to Mama Hus. "You see, my daughter wants all sorts of treasures. Supplies are nothing to us, just don't let her be disappointed." Mama Hus smiled and thought, "Someone dares to compete with us in wealth? Tomorrow I'll show you." But he said, "Of course, your daughter is so genuine. I'll arrange for the best merchants to bring out their treasures for the trade." After discussing some details as the meeting was ending, Jingshu suddenly asked, "Is it safe here? We brought dozens of ships of goods, mostly food. If we buy even more, what if someone tries to rob us? We'd be so scared." She said this loudly, making sure everyone nearby could hear. Even if they didn't understand, she knew she was being recorded. Her words made many people's breathing quicken. Mama Hus was annoyed, wishing he could cover this stupid princess's mouth. As Mass's diplomat, the last thing he wanted was a robbery. He wanted to keep his job for a few more years. Old Joe handed him a cigarette and said kindly, "Don't worry, this is Mas. Guns are forbidden. Anyone who tries will face UN punishment." Mama Hus took the cigarette, savoring the rare aroma. The scent filled the hall, and everyone inhaled deeply. How many years had it been since they'd tasted such a fine cigarette? But the Joe family's eldest daughter said, "Father, why did you give Mr. Mama Hus such an ordinary cigarette? Are you looking down on him?" Jingshu said, waving her hand. Tank, tall and imposing like a wall, immediately brought over her signature black case. With a dramatic flourish, the black case opened, but Mama Hus couldn't see inside. His mind was still stuck on what Jingshu had just said. Ordinary cigarette? Even as a diplomat, he could rarely get his hands on such a fine smoke in the post-apocalypse Middle East, where cigarettes were nearly extinct. And yet, to this Miss Joe, it was just ordinary? Mama Hus was a bit overwhelmed. Then Jingshu took out a delicate little box, black, with a lettered logo, clearly high-end. Whatever was inside must be even more precious. Jingshu opened the box, revealing 3 exquisite cigarettes, and personally handed one over. "Mr. Mama Hus, please try this top-tier cigarette. I believe only something of this quality is worthy of you." Mama Hus carefully wiped his hands, put out the previous cigarette to save for later, and solemnly accepted the new one. After lighting up and taking a deep drag, he gave a thumbs up. "Oh my, miss, you're right. This is better than any cigarette I've ever smoked, even before the apocalypse. It's so much better than the last one." Jingshu smiled slightly. In truth, the 2 cigarettes were almost the same, but with a little psychological suggestion, fancy packaging, and a bit of extra flavoring, they tasted completely different. Why did Jingshu do this? Of course, to sell luxury cigarettes at 10 or 100 times the price. What's a luxury good? It's something hundreds of times more expensive, extremely rare, and, most importantly, collectible. What's collectible? Jingshu took out several more boxes and displayed them. This is a complete set of top-tier cigarettes. Each has a different flavor and packaging, And there are 24 matching flavors of premium beer. If anyone can collect a full set, she lifted her chin proudly, leaving the rest unsaid. Mama Huss's eyes lit up. As a collector, this was a dream come true, especially after tasting that cigarette. He was desperate to try the rest. Noble miss, thank you for your generosity. I'm sure many will want to collect these treasures at tomorrow's event. If you need anything, just ask your most enthusiastic friend, Mama Huss. The others were a bit puzzled. Just a moment ago, this diplomat was polite, but distant. Now, after a single cigarette, he was fawning over them. Of course, Jing Shu had a reason for all this. Why go to such lengths just to give Mama Huss a smoke? Old Joe smiled. Bringing Jing Shu along really made things easy. He just had to stand there, looking like a mysterious tycoon, while she handled everything. By the time Nanan's arms were sore from holding up Jing Shu's train, the Miss Joe act was finally done. Mama Ha's arranged for Old Joe and the group to stay at the best hotel in town, a pre-apocalypse 5-star, though now battered by earthquakes and disasters. At the hotel entrance, Miss Joe threw a little tantrum. This hotel is too shabby, I can't stay here. Tank, have our people bring in our things and set up first, or I'm not going in. The sons froze, just about to go in for dinner. Wait, you can do that? They realized they looked like clueless bumpkins, so they quickly put on airs, hands on hips, acting like they looked down on the shabby place. They weren't really picky, but the act had to be convincing. Mama Ha's was a bit embarrassed, glancing at Old Joe for help. After all, it was the apocalypse, and this was as good as it got. But Old Joe nodded seriously. My daughter's right. Do whatever she wants. Mama Ha's. He got it now. This was a spoiled princess. If she could act like this and still be alive, these Chinese must really be rich. Their grand entrance had already attracted a crowd. As they moved from the reception, more and more people followed, trying to gather information. The Middle East is a strange place. Some are filthy rich, others dirt poor. Even in the rich hotel district, many lurked in the shadows like hungry wolves, sizing up the newcomers. They were the scouts, estimating the prey's numbers and wealth, deciding how many people to gather for a heist. They watched as the Chinese servants unloaded truckloads of goods, luxury sofas, beds, diamond lamps, dining tables, kitchenware. The hotel doors were wide open. At first, only outsiders watched, but soon even Jing Shu's own bodyguards were gaping. They'd just meant to put on a show, to convince outsiders they were rich, fat sheep. But Jing Shu was doing it for real. Who could handle this? From top to bottom, inside and out. Food, drink, luxury goods, jewelry, furniture, gold mirrors, nightstands, walk-in closets, and more. Is Captain Jing Shu here to rob people, or did she just move her whole house? Calm down. Even if you moved your whole house, could you bring this much stuff? I just want to know, after coming all the way from China, what else did she bring? Water is one thing, but all this furniture and luxury goods too? Old Joe coughed, smiling but speaking quietly. Put away those never-seen-the-world faces. Although Old Joe hadn't really seen much of the world, he was a good actor. At least right now he looked completely unfazed, even smiling as he said to Mahamas, No choice. My daughter's been spoiled since she was little. She can't get used to things from outside, so we have to bring our own wherever we go. See how convincing his act was? Now look at those fools behind him, all gawking like country bumpkins who've never seen the world. They couldn't even play their roles properly. The group quickly reined in their behavior and got into character. Mahamas gave an awkward smile. He'd just thought the young lady was showing off, but he was wrong. Turns out she really did look down on the things here. Jing Shu was feeling pretty good too. Back home, she'd always kept a low profile. She couldn't show off even if she wanted to. All these things she'd snatched back from America had been hidden away in a dark, musty space for so long they were almost going moldy. Now, finally, she had a chance to bring them out into the light, and this time, she could do it openly and justifiably. After all, everything she'd taken from America had been properly reported and cleared by the authorities. Back then, she'd dragged Hao Yun along, lugging bags and boxes, risking her life to protect these things. So since everything was above board, no one dared question her. If anyone did, the higher-ups would even hold a criticism meeting. After all, these were war trophies she'd brought back from America, bringing honor to the country. The authorities would probably even give her a banner in recognition. Of course, to be honest, while these things looked fancy and valuable, they were still just items, not food or other precious supplies. So among the bodyguards, it probably wasn't a big deal. Jing Shu didn't care much, but Nanan, on the other hand, saw things clearly. There were a lot of top-tier luxury goods and foreign items in there. After Maz left, Nanan started tattling in front of everyone. "Oh, old Joe, Captain Jing Shu brought out so many nice things. Isn't that breaking the rules? You might not know, but these are all American goods. I suspect she might have some connections with those people. Of course, I'm not accusing her, it's just that..." Jing Shu found it funny. This little troublemaker Nanan really never missed a chance to put her down. Someone in the team wasn't having it. "Nanan, it's already nice enough that Captain Jing Shu is letting us use these good things. Why are you complaining? We should just be grateful for the benefit." "Yeah, I'm counting on Captain Jing Shu for dinner tonight." Seeing everyone's reaction, Nanan snorted, "What benefit? She moved all those things to her presidential suite. Why does she get a 500 square meter room while I have to stay in a 10 square meter one?" "But Captain Jing Shu said she's going to host a big dinner in the restaurant tonight. Even if you're just a maid, you'll get to eat well. Isn't that a benefit?" Nanan huffed, "I'm not like you, so easily bought off by a meal. I want to be a righteous hero and expose the dark truth." Old Joe coughed. "Let me say a fair word. All these things of Jing Shu's have been properly reported and cleared. She brought them back from America with the Jen Nantian and Yang Yang teams. Every piece of furniture has a number on it. Go check. These are personal war trophies, and the country even awarded Jing Shu a first-class merit." Whoa, this huge diamond chandelier really does have a tag. There's a stamp on this gold mirror, too. Captain Jing Shu is amazing, bringing back so much stuff from America. Nanan hadn't expected that her attempt to expose someone for showing off would actually help highlight Jing Shu's heroic deeds, making the bodyguard team admire and envy her even more. Honestly, if these were Jing Shu's own things, the capable bodyguards wouldn't be jealous. But since they were spoils of war, they really were envious. It's like, if you're already a billionaire, I don't care. But if you just found 10 million on a scratch-off ticket, it hurts like I lost the money myself. Jing Shu waved her hand. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. This time we're in the Middle East. We'll definitely get even better stuff. Let the country lead us all to prosperity and good fortune. Get rich together! Good fortune for all." The mood was set, and it was time to get dinner started. That night, the hotel lobby was booked out by the Chinese business group. The hotel was especially crowded, mostly with people trying to snoop around and see just how rich this fat sheep really was. To their surprise, they saw Miss Joe in the restaurant, hands on her hips, directing things. Behind her, the maid, Nanan, trailed her dress, with others feeding her fruit and holding towels at the ready. Miss Joe had replaced everything in the restaurant with her own items. Silky tablecloths, all silver and all gold tableware, comfortable sofas and chairs, and even bright, colorful, blood-red vines arranged around the room. Then, dish after dish was brought out as if money were no object, filling the entire table. At the main table sat Jing Shu, old Joe, and his sons. Everyone else sat at the side tables. The food at the main table was, of course, the best. Jing Shu had carefully chosen dishes that would smell so good the aroma would waft for miles. The scent of simmering chicken soup, braised ribs, and roasted sweet potatoes was enough to make anyone's mouth water. There was even a pot in the center, constantly simmering meat broth, bubbling and steaming, sending its fragrance out to everyone outside, making their mouths water uncontrollably. Nanan kept drooling and wiping her mouth. Since she'd said she didn't care about Jing Shu's dinner, she had to keep up the act, trailing behind with her dress, watching the feast begin with wide eyes. Of course, Jing Shu knew what to show off and what not to. The food, while delicious smelling, wasn't actually that extravagant. Aside from the chicken soup in the pot and the roasted sweet potatoes, there wasn't anything too over the top. Still, tonight's meal was excellent. Everyone got a big piece of fragrant pan-fried synthetic meat, a bowl of steamed egg custard, and a large roasted sweet potato filling the table. After everyone finished, the rich chicken soup that had been tempting people for 2 hours was finally ready, making everyone's mouths water even more. When the food was gone, everyone could only swallow their saliva, waiting for Jingshu to finally serve up the hand-pulled noodles, topped with the rich chicken soup and shredded chicken. A sprinkle of fresh green scallions brought out the flavor instantly. This was a rich chicken soup that had been simmered for hours. Although there was more soup than chicken, after adding some pepper and MSG, the aroma and flavor of the chicken were fully brought out. Everyone had a big bowl of chicken noodle soup in front of them, slurping up the smooth, hand-pulled noodles dipped in the chicken broth, then adding some shredded chicken. Pure bliss. For a while, the whole dining hall was filled with the sound of slurping. After finishing a whole bowl of noodles, everyone drank a bowl of savory chicken soup with a hint of pepper, patting their full bellies in satisfaction. This meal was definitely the most delicious thing they'd eaten in years. So satisfying. Nanan couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. While Jingshu was busy eating, she quietly slipped over to her number 1 simp. Simp number 2 had already been punished for stealing water. Ahem, I'm so hungry. Just because I said a few words, they won't let me eat. Isn't that targeting me? Some people are just so petty and narrow-minded, making me sit here and watch everyone else eat in the middle of the night. Isn't that just picking on me? Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful, Nanan cried as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. If it were the old number 1 simp, he would have given her all the good food as soon as she said the first word. But today, even after she said so much, he didn't react. Looking over, she saw that the number 1 simp had already licked his bowl clean, meat and soup and all. Only then did he seem to hear her, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, Nanan, why didn't you say something earlier? I've already finished everything, there's just a bit of scallion left. How about I add some water and rinse the bowl for you? Nanan was furious and slapped him. Who the hell wants your leftover dishwater? With that, she stormed off angrily. The number 1 simp scratched his head, then got back in line to fetch a pot of hot water, rinsed his bowl, and happily drank another bowl. After this lavish dinner, the aroma of chicken spread for several kilometers. Hey, someone might ask, isn't several kilometers a bit exaggerated? Of course it is. How could a few pots of chicken soup spread that far? That's because Jingshu had Wenjun and Guotou simmer chicken soup at dozens of locations nearby. Not only that, but they also made several rounds around the city while cooking. So everyone in Moss knew what the Chinese business group was eating that night. Mahamas, at the diplomatic residence, was drooling so much it formed a puddle 3 feet long. His own meals tasted bland in comparison. He said to his wife, I think those Chinese are so arrogant, they probably won't last a few days here. This place is bound to get chaotic soon. We should leave for somewhere else as soon as possible. As he was speaking, there was a knock at the door. Mahamas went to open it and came back carrying a pot of chicken noodle soup. His wife asked, So, dear, when should we start packing to leave? Mahamas replied, Leave? No way. We need to stick close to the Chinese. We need to stand together with Maz. It smells so good. Old Joe returned to his presidential suite and was discussing the day's intelligence with Codename 7, Yang Yang, and Shadow. This time, Old Joe, Jingshu, and the others were operating openly, while Codename 7 and Shadow worked in the shadows. Codename 7 laid out all the collected intel. There are 2 forces in Moss to watch out for. One is a puppet of America, the other is a puppet of old Europe. Old Joe wasn't usually a glutton, but he couldn't help asking, Do you guys still smell chicken soup? Why is it still so strong? Shadow immediately said, I thought it was my imagination, but it's real. It's even stronger now. Just then the door opened and Jingshu came in, pushing a cart with a big pot full of chicken soup. Unlike the pure chicken noodle soup from the afternoon, this one was loaded with matsutake, chicken oil mushrooms, and all kinds of delicious mushrooms and vegetables. Jingshu smiled and said, "Didn't get enough to eat this afternoon? How about a late-night snack?" Shadow coughed. "Well, if you insist, I won't be polite then." He hadn't eaten dinner and was starving. Old Joe felt a bit bad. "Jing girl, you should keep these good things for yourself. You've already contributed so much for this mission." Jingshu was waiting for this. "Old Joe, how can a few pots of soup catch the big fish? If we want the word to get out, we have to go all out. So I made chicken soup all over the area, so the whole city knows. See, if we don't eat it, it'll just go to waste. If you feel bad, then when it comes to dividing the spoils, as long as it doesn't break the rules, can I pick one item first?" That wasn't an unreasonable request. Old Joe agreed on the spot. "You can pick two." "Great!" Jingshu was happy, everyone else was happy, and Old Joe was happy too. They all had a late-night snack while discussing the surrounding forces. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose 100 battles. Jingshu made out like a bandit. She already had a big appetite, plus she had to feed a team with huge appetites like Xiao Wei, so none of the food was wasted. She'd planned to make this much anyway, and today she got 2 picks from the spoils for free. The next day, after careful preparation, all the forces and countries around Maas knew that a super-fat sheep had arrived. So that night, the trade fair in Maas was packed. Some came to see just how rich the fat sheep were, some came to see what benefits they could get, and of course, some came to scope things out. Maas was a real melting pot, and at the trade fair that night, there were people of 4 different skin colors. Because the trade fair was highly private, security was tight. No weapons allowed, no more than 5 servants or bodyguards per group, and tickets were charged per person. The price was goods worth 100 liters of oil. If you bought goods worth more than that, the ticket was free. That's right. In the Middle East, currency used to be settled in US dollars for oil and euros for daily goods. After the apocalypse and the collapse of local currencies, everything was calculated in oil. The poor couldn't get near oil, so they still bartered, but the upper class used oil as the standard. As a big shot, Old Joe naturally brought his daughter and sons. They didn't have oil, but they had plenty of beer. Muhammad's was a smooth operator and waived all their tickets. After all, the stuff they brought in was worth way more than oil. Watching them haul in cart after cart of goods, Muhammad's was grinning from ear to ear. He'd get a nice cut from all this. Just as he was smiling, a voice rang out, "Wouldn't such a high-end trade fair attract robbers?" Who was it? Who said such a buzzkill thing? Don't they know that's a jinx? Muhammad cursed inwardly, wishing he could slap the person who spoke. If there really was a robbery, as the organizer, how much would he lose? How much mess would he have to clean up? And those fat cats at the UN who think with their butts would just point fingers at him, blaming him for not managing the trade fair well. The higher-ups might even make him the scapegoat. Muhammad's face was dark, but when he saw who had spoken, he immediately broke into a beaming smile. It was Miss Joe. He hurried over to Jingshu and Old Joe, fawning as he said, "Oh, my dear little princess, don't worry. I've spent the whole day preparing for this grand event. Not only have I arranged translators for several languages, but I've also mobilized all the armed forces in the area. Look, every guest is accompanied by our embassy's bodyguards. If you're worried about safety, while I can't assign you more bodyguards, I can arrange for over 20 people to help carry your things." With a wave of his hand, heavily armed bodyguards with shields surrounded them, looking ready for anything. Muhammad hadn't gotten to his position by being stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He knew these Chinese were his golden geese. Protecting them meant more wealth for him, so nothing could be allowed to happen to them. And with such a generous golden goose, he had to be even more careful. Muhammad continued, "Rest assured, not only is the trade fair itself secure, but I've also stationed troops outside to guarantee your safety." "I hope so," Jingshu said, stretching her elegant neck and walking off with her head held high. Old Joe patted Muhammad on the shoulder, using a bit of force and speaking with double meaning. "Good job. Really, just here to make things difficult for us." But it wasn't a big deal. Jingshu was curious to see if, with such tight security, any wolves would still dare to make a move. The trade fair soon began. As expected, Mahamas had the local rich folks bring out their family collections, intending to show off and let the Chinese see who was really the symbol of luxury in the Middle East. So all these items were marked with sky-high prices, but in reality, they weren't very practical. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is from Mr. Eltbod's collection, a bracelet made of over 1,000 rare yellow-pink diamonds and more than 20 carats of rare pear-shaped diamonds. Before the apocalypse, it was worth over $50 million US. We'll exchange it for goods of equal value. Unsurprisingly, it went unsold. Elt kept glancing at Jingshu, hoping she'd be the sucker to trade for it, but she didn't even react. Mahamas then brought out several similar collectibles, all worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. But now, no one was foolish enough to trade so many supplies for useless jewelry. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. For the final showpiece, Mr. Elt himself introduced it. This is my proudest collection, a graph pink diamond, a 30-carat emerald-cut pink diamond, flawless and perfect. Before the apocalypse, it was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Is anyone interested? There were gasps of amazement. Such a large, natural pink diamond was extremely rare, and flawless even more so. Everyone present had seen Middle Eastern luxury today. Jingshu's bodyguard team clicked their tongues. Just hearing about how much money was spent on these things before the apocalypse, they thought these people must be crazy. Rich people really don't treat money as money. It's the apocalypse, and you still want to trade these for supplies of equal value? Dream on. Some people liked them, but no one bid. Elt said to Mahamas, "Dear sir, you said there would be super rich people interested in these, so I brought my precious collection at great risk. Even if these things aren't as valuable now, they're still worth tens of millions in oil. But it seems no one dares to bid, so you were just bragging. No one here can afford them, especially some people who claim to be so rich but can't buy anything, right?" It was obvious who he was talking about. Many people looked over, waiting to see how the Chinese fat sheep would respond. Would they take the bait and buy everything, or stay silent? After the translator finished, all the bodyguards' faces darkened. Nanan gloated, thinking, "Serves you right for showing off. Now you can't afford their jewelry and are being mocked." Mahamas was a bit embarrassed. He wanted to fleece the fat sheep and show off to the Chinese, but this wasn't the way to do it. No one would buy such overpriced stuff. But the next second, Miss Zhou didn't take the bait. She strode up, looking displeased, her maid barely able to keep up. Jingshu walked up, picked up the microphone, and said in Chinese to Mahamas and everyone present, "Dear sirs, I thought this trade fair would have something worthwhile, but all you've shown me are things that aren't even worth displaying. I already said, if there's something I like, I'd pay several times the price, let alone just the market value. Supplies? That's nothing to me. Are you looking down on us Chinese or doubting our resources? You try to fool us with these things? Please translate that for them." She lifted her chin, exuding nobility. Behind her, Nanan was shocked. Jingshu was crazy, actually saying something so arrogant. In fact, since everyone knew the Chinese team was coming, many had brought Chinese translators. Hearing this, some people smirked, some looked disdainful, and some showed greedy eyes, wondering just how much the Chinese had. Especially Mr. Elt, who said, "Miss from China, you must be bluffing. You don't like these things? Maybe you just can't afford them. My collections are one of a kind." Jingshu sneered, then pulled out a plain-looking large cloth bag and took out a super-thick diamond watch. "Your necklace only has a few diamonds. My watch has thousands of large diamonds, and the dial alone is made from a diamond over 30 carats. Why would I want your junk?" Elt was embarrassed. Now that she put it that way, it really did seem like everything he'd brought out wasn't as valuable as hers. Still, he stubbornly said, "But my last treasure is worth more than your watch. If you really like it, why not make an offer?" Jingshu's casually displayed jewelry, taken straight from a cloth bag, stood in stark contrast to Elt's carefully presented treasures in fancy boxes. It felt like anything Jingshu casually pulled from her bag was worth far more than Elt's best. which only highlighted that she didn't seem to care much for these so-called precious items. Or maybe she just had so many that she could only carry them in a sack. Hearing Elt's words, Jingshu looked even more disdainful. She reached into her bag again and casually pulled out a massive diamond. At first glance, it didn't even look like a diamond, more like a huge glass marble about the size of a baby's fist. With a clatter, Jingshu accidentally dropped the diamond on the ground, and the unique sound it made told all the experts present exactly what grade it was. Jingshu didn't care at all. She lifted her noble chin and said to Mahamas, "Oh, sorry, I dropped this. Could you pick it up for me? I'm wearing heels. It's inconvenient." Mahamas moved faster than he ever had in his life, snatching it up and holding it under the light. His voice trembled as he said, This is—" Before he could finish, Elt shrieked in excitement. "This is the largest Cullinan diamond ever mined, an uncut rough stone of at least 500 carats. Oh my God, I think this used to be in the collection of America's Jobs." The scene became chaotic. The wealthy locals stared at the items on stage, their eyes turning red with envy. Jingshu's and Old Joe's bodyguard teams, not really understanding the value, just thought Jingshu was pretty impressive. Anything she casually pulled out could shock these bumpkins. Even Jingshu herself was a bit stunned. She'd never really understood the value of these luxury goods. She just knew that anything from the American tycoon's house was expensive, so she took it all. That fist-sized diamond? She often used it as a frisbee for her fat chicken to play fetch. And that diamond watch? She'd used it as a hook. Ignorance is bliss. But for the collectors and connoisseurs present, their eyes were bloodshot with desire, and their gazes toward Jingshu were tinged with awe. Jingshu shrugged and pulled out a few more items from her bag. "I don't have a ton of these, but to me they're pretty ordinary. So I really don't care for your stuff. If everything here is at your level, don't bother bringing it out and embarrassing yourself." Her words were both insulting and a slap in the face. Yet, hot-tempered Elt wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was excited. "Of course! My collections can't compare to yours, blah blah blah." He went on, basically begging Jingshu to show off more so everyone could see. Jingshu wasn't stingy. She started pulling out more treasures from her bag, showing off in a way that made Mahamas and the others feel like she was wasting priceless artifacts. Some items even had chicken droppings on them, and no one could figure out what this young lady had been doing with them. Still, the crowd kept gasping in amazement, and their gazes toward Jingshu grew hotter and more covetous. As time passed, Mahamas snapped out of his shock. He couldn't let the young lady keep showing off. If this went on, even he might not make it out alive. So Mahamas quickly brought things back to the main event and started the real trading session. Some people were disappointed. If this Chinese heiress was so rich, how much more did the kindly old man beside her have stashed away? Many people had already made up their minds, their eyes greedy and eager, already mentally dividing up the spoils. In short, more than half the people looked at the two fat sheep as if they were fools. Showing off wealth like this in the Middle East was practically courting death. One by one, the trade items were brought to the stage, and every seller looked eagerly at the Chinese heiress. But the heiress always looked unimpressed, waving her hand and asking for the best substitutes available. Everyone thought this was only natural. Of course she'd look down on these things. She didn't seem to be here to trade, but just to show off. But it didn't matter. Soon, all her treasures would be divided up. Jingshu was enjoying her performance when a young Chinese man approached. He clinked glasses with Old Joe, then quietly started chatting with Jingshu and Old Joe. His name was Zhou Dongdong. Jingshu wondered what he was up to, but Zhou Dongdong was quite tactful. He first tried to build rapport, saying his ancestors were Chinese and that they all shared the same roots. After some flattery, he gently asked if they needed more manpower, mentioning that things weren't very safe lately. He even gave them the contact info of a Chinese arms dealer. "He's a mercenary here, takes private jobs. If you're ever in danger, just pay him and he'll protect you with his life." Old Joe politely declined Zhou Dongdong's offer and asked what business he was in. "I help transport and sell oil for the Saudis, just a middleman. There are official Chinese contacts with Iran, but I don't have those connections. So I have to take the back roads, Joe Dongdong said a bit regretfully. Old Joe patted his shoulder. You're a good kid. You'd better stay in Ma's and not wander around, Joe Dongdong warned, then shook his head and left. Aren't Chinese supposed to be smart? But here you are flaunting your wealth in Ma's. In the apocalypse, you're just asking for trouble. You'll all be dead in less than 10 days. Jingshu just smiled and said to old Joe, This kid's got some connections now. We actually need someone local and reliable this time. Old Joe nodded. We'll have to test him a bit more. The early stage of the trade fair was just to test the waters. When it was about time, Mahamas finally clapped his hands and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. The main event is here. Take a good look at this. What is it? Everyone's eyes turned to the stage. There, a huge cart covered in red silk was wheeled out. When Mahamas dramatically pulled off the silk, its true form was revealed. It was an entire wall of glass containers, each divided into dozens of compartments, each holding a different color of crystal-clear liquid, with ice cubes floating inside. Below each compartment was a sparkling tap. When Mahamas filled a cup, the rich aroma of hops instantly filled the entire trading hall. Mahamas took a big gulp, let out a satisfied beer burp, and showed everyone his empty cup. All the men present were already swallowing hard. This rich, authentic beer aroma, none of them had tasted it in ages. Before the apocalypse, people still had wine collections, but they were reluctant to drink them. Beer, with its short shelf life, was almost impossible to find now. Of course, in the Middle East, where the rich are everywhere, some families had servants who brewed beer, but compared to this aroma, to put it simply, it was like drinking flat, expired Sprite, tasteless and disappointing. Is this the beer the Chinese brought? I didn't think the rumors Mahamas spread were actually true. I heard there was beer, but I thought it'd be like our homemade stuff. I didn't expect the craftsmanship to be on a whole different level. This is the best of the best. I just wonder how much the Chinese actually brought. If it's too little, there won't be enough for all of us. Some praised, some tried to get information, and some squinted, already instructing their people to contact certain parties. The Chinese had brought too many good things. Mahamas cleared his throat and continued, Gentlemen, don't get too excited. Mr. Joe brought several shiploads of beer this time, and even plans to set up a brewery here. Now, let me introduce this beer. It's a top-quality brew made with post-apocalyptic dark energy. You've all smelled it. Drinking it can even strengthen the body and restore energy. Someone asked, Dear Mr. Mahamas, can we have a taste first? Mahamas shook his head apologetically. No. After all, whatever's left after the deal is his commission. But he reassured them, the price is very reasonable. You can buy it by the barrel, just 500 liters of oil for a 100-liter barrel. Before the apocalypse, trading a bottle of beer for 5 times its volume in oil would get you beaten up. But now, with beer extinct and the Middle East's unique tastes, these rich folks actually thought, damn, that's fair. Of course, that's what the honest ones thought. The less honest were already plotting how to get everything from the Chinese for free. Mahamas pointed to the glass containers behind him and said, These are 24 collectible flavors of beer to be auctioned, and to go with them, we have cigarettes, also grown with post-apocalyptic dark energy. He clapped, and someone brought out beautifully packaged luxury cigarettes. The stack looked high, but each box only had 3 cigarettes. Jingshu looked at the packaging and couldn't help but curse. Shameless profiteers. Ugh! But it only made the products seem even more precious. Cigarettes? We have plenty of cigars here. We have these at home, not rare at all. I even have a whole plantation. Some of the rich shook their heads, but as soon as Mahamas lit up one of the limited edition cigarettes, they all fell silent. The cigarette, infused with dark energy and the essence of ticks, released a mesmerizing aroma that filled the hall. The old smokers felt like they were in heaven. After Mahamas finished one, the cigar-holding tycoons suddenly found their cigars tasteless. When he lit up another, with a different color and flavor, the others went wild with envy. For collectors, these were must-haves. Elt started bidding like a madman, his eyes red with excitement. Jingshu nodded. He was an easy mark. Sure enough, both the beer and cigarettes fetched sky-high prices at auction. Barrel after barrel of beer was shipped out, and Jingshu's side received oil worth dozens of times more. With the Ma's government's troops present, the initial trades went smoothly. We've already traded for about a shipload of oil. The rest is still being processed, Yang Yang quickly reported to Jingshu and Old Zhou. This shipload of oil would be split between Jingshu and the higher-ups. Some of it was from her cigarette business and some from the joint beer venture. The other bodyguards looked at Jingshu with envy. They'd just arrived and were already raking in money by the sackful. Just a few barrels of beer had brought in oil worth dozens of times more. Unbelievable. Jingshu was going to make a killing this time. But soon, they weren't envious anymore. Jingshu was trading goods for goods, but they planned to take things by force later. Pure profit. Once they realized this, they all straightened up, hoping some fool would try something soon. The rich all used up their money to buy beer and cigarettes, and only stopped when they ran out. But many were just testing the goods. Looks like the Chinese will sell to anyone, no matter how much you want. I just tried ordering several hundred tons of beer, and they agreed without hesitation. They must have brought dozens of shiploads. We're going to make a fortune this time. This batch is top quality, just like Muhammad said. Premium Chinese goods for sale. All right, stop buying for now. Find out how much they have, and we'll just take it all. The trade fair continued in an intense but orderly fashion. Besides the Chinese goods, other serious traders also brought out some good stuff. At a proper trade fair like this, Jingshu didn't mind trading real valuables for things she liked. She bid on some trinkets she fancied while arranging for the transfer of goods. Oil was hard to transport, so as night fell, Jingshu had most of it sent back to the flagship via Xiaowei's transport bugs through underground tunnels. That's right. Ever since arriving in the Middle East, Jingshu's first small goal had already been accomplished. Wherever she went, Xiaowei's wormholes would be dug. If no one caused trouble today, fine. But if someone did, well, she'd already secretly transferred all the goods from the trade and could even set a trap for anyone who tried to make a move. Of course, at the trade fair, Jingshu was still the Zhou family's young lady. She clung to Old Zhou's arm and said, "I want this one too." Old Zhou smiled on the surface. Bye, bye, bye. But inside he was cursing. You little spendthrift. You want to buy everything. I don't have money. If you want it, buy it yourself. Isn't it better to just take things by force? But as the Zhou young lady, she could buy whatever she wanted, which only made everyone around even more envious and greedy, and erased any lingering doubts about her. No one suspected a thing. This completely dispelled the last bit of suspicion. Such a spendthrift couldn't be faking it. She was definitely a fat sheep from China. Now, they just had to figure out how to split the spoils and make her disappear from the Middle East without a trace. Send someone to make contact and try to lure them out of Mas. It's hard to make a move inside Mas. Report this to the Americans. I'm sure they'll be interested in these people. As the trade fair entered its final stage, the atmosphere was lively. Old Zhou and his foolish sons made many new friends, while the Zhou young lady remained aloof, looking down on everything. She only nodded politely to people, which made those around her even more excited. The more naive and spoiled she seemed, the easier she'd be to trick. Dear Mr. Zhou, it's an honor to meet you today. Here's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. A noblewoman handed out many boxes of gifts to everyone, looking very generous. It was a popular local custom, golden keys, symbolizing the key to wealth, each made of pure gold. Gold wasn't as valuable as before the apocalypse, but it still had worth, so the bodyguards accepted them with a smile. There were also other flashy but useless gifts, typical of high society. All in all, it was a fruitful day. As soon as Yang Yang touched these gifts, he frowned, signaled to Old Zhou and the others, and made a zip your lips gesture. Everyone understood. There was something fishy about these gifts, so they stopped discussing anything important. Ladies and gentlemen, This trade fair is now successfully concluded. I'm sure you've all exchanged contact info. For any future deals, please use official mass channels. If anything happens outside, we can't guarantee your safety. Rest assured, Mass is a place where peace and safety come first. As long as you stay within Mass, we guarantee your absolute safety. Mahamas was clearly speaking to Jingshu and her group, trying to keep the fat sheep spending money in Mass. He even considered taking them outside to let them experience the chaos and gunfire, so they'd be more obedient and stay in Mass. But just as Mahamas finished speaking, as if someone wanted to slap him in the face, a huge explosion rocked the entire hall, making the whole building shake violently. The once bright hall was plunged into darkness and screams erupted everywhere. Mahamas shouted, "Don't panic, don't scream, the army is outside to protect us. It's fine, just crouch down and cover your heads. Move slowly to the basement, the bodyguards will protect us." Before he could finish, more explosions sounded outside, and half the wall of the hall was blown away. Instantly, everyone inside started fleeing in chaos. Inside and outside, it was total mayhem. In the pitch-black hall, Jingshu watched coldly. Some people were truly panicking, but others were smirking, whispering into their earpieces, or trying to steal items from the trading tables. Old Joe was surrounded by bodyguards who protected him fiercely. He shouted, "Protect my daughter! My daughter is the most important!" Jingshu. What a drama king. Sure enough, hearing this, the bodyguards closed ranks around Jingshu, escorting her as they tried to escape. Old Joe and his group had been sitting in the front row, with the exit at the back. It was impossible to get out quickly. The doorway was already jammed with people, so they had to retreat to the trading platform. There, many valuables were still on display, and anyone trying to steal them was stopped by Mahamas's bodyguards. In the chaos, Mahamas found Old Joe and Jingshu and hurried them over. "Don't worry, dear Joe, we'll be fine. The Ma's army will protect you." But before he could finish, someone in the crowd shouted, "Grab that woman! As long as we have her, the fat sheep can't escape. Hurry!" From the gaping hole in the wall, a group of people had slipped in, wearing night vision goggles. The first thing they saw was the glittering Jingshu, and they immediately went for her. A huge steel net was launched. Mahamas. Damn it, is someone deliberately trying to embarrass me today? He'd just guaranteed their safety, and now someone was openly robbing his fat sheep. No, his clients. What a joke. Mahamas shouted at the top of his lungs, "Protect Miss Joe!" Gunfire erupted as the bodyguards fired into the darkness. The hall became a war zone with screams and chaos everywhere. People at the door desperately tried to escape, cursing as they went. Damn it! Isn't Maz supposed to be safe? My collection! Someone protect my collection! How did these people get in when the army is outside? Maybe they were already inside the hall? Everyone could see the attacker's target was clearly the Chinese fat sheep. Some were anxious, others gloating. The giant steel net snapped open, catching several people at once. Thanks to her agility and the bodyguard's desperate protection, Miss Joe was unharmed, but several of her brothers and bodyguards were captured. The attackers grabbed their targets and vanished in less than a minute. Only then did the army outside finally finish dealing with the chaos, driving off a large group before slowly making their way into the trade hall to take charge. The lights came back on, revealing a devastated hall, riddled with bullet holes and chaos everywhere. Mahamas crawled out from under the stage, clutching his head, and sternly rebuked the officers outside. What happened? How did those people get in? Why were you all outside and didn't come in? He turned to look at the biggest fat sheep of the night and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Joe and Miss Joe were both unharmed. They looked like they'd never experienced anything like this before, just standing there in shock, probably scared stiff. But then Old Joe pointed to his people, his face pale, and said, "Oh my God, 3 of my sons and several bodyguards were taken. You have to give me an explanation." Mahamas, seeing that Miss Joe was still there, was anxious on the surface but secretly relieved. As long as those 2 were safe, the rest was acceptable. He said, "Don't worry, dear Joe. I'll immediately send the army to search for them. These kidnappers are after money, not lives. They'll contact you soon for ransom, and when they do, we'll catch them all in one go." Hearing this, old Joe relaxed a bit. "Fine. I just hope the kidnappers don't hurt my sons. After all, I have plenty of sons. If some die, so be it." Mahamas. "Well, you didn't have to say it out loud." Old Joe continued. "They're not worth as much as my daughter anyway. For my sons, I'll pay a few shiploads of goods at most. Any more and they can die for all I care." Many people nearby pricked up their ears, their breathing growing heavier as they stared at old Joe's sons and daughter. Was a son really worth that much in goods? No one believed there wasn't an inside man. The next day, when the kidnappers came to negotiate, they asked for exactly a few shiploads of goods. If there weren't bugs or informants, no one would believe it. Mahamas, exhausted, began tallying up the lost and damaged goods. He was surprised to find that while other tycoons lost a little here and there, all of old Joe's goods were gone. "All the oil you just bought at auction is gone?" Mahamas gasped. "What a sucker. Why didn't you keep your stuff safe? Now it's all been stolen or robbed and you have no idea how?" The other tycoons looked at them with a mix of confusion and contempt, some with shifty eyes already contacting people to find out who had stolen the Chinese goods. Miss Joe snorted, completely unconcerned. "Mr. Mahamas, my bodyguards are new here and unfamiliar with the area. We just taken delivery of the goods when the robbery happened. Isn't it normal to lose a shipload? It's no big deal. We'll be trading for more in a few days anyway." Mahamas. What a badass heiress. Everyone else started slapping labels on Jing Shu. Fat sheep, dumb pig, rich and gullible. Come rob her. Old Joe held back a laugh, impressed by the act. They'd hidden the goods as soon as they got them, but he could only play along and say, "Forget it. It's just a shipload of goods. As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters." Mahamas sighed, feeling guilty. "I'll send people to look for your goods. If you lose something in Mas, we'll get it back for you. Things aren't very peaceful lately, so I'll assign some troops to protect you. Don't worry, I'll make this right." Old Joe patted Mahamas. "Thanks, old friend. With you here, we feel safe." Tonight's events in Mas were just a test from these people. A secret video had recorded everything old Joe and Miss Joe did from start to finish. At that moment, in a luxurious villa, dozens of people were gathered, all well-dressed except for a few in black robes. In the center was a special device and a video recording. After the video finished, a raspy voice from one of the black-robed figures asked, "What do you all think?" A blond man in a suit named McRae lounged comfortably on the sofa and clicked his tongue. My puppet had explosives planted in his body. He went to the bathroom midway and blew open part of the hall. Other puppets caused chaos outside with the army. After all that, you saw how Miss Joe reacted. Completely scared stiff, huh? Someone like that wouldn't last a minute outside Mas, so I suggest we make our move inside Mas. The raspy voice continued. "And the rest of you?" "I agree, it's better to act in Mas. Several other factions got involved tonight, all eyeing their goods. These fat, dumb sheep lost a shipload of goods and just let it go. The key is we don't even know which group took it." The black-robed man pondered, then said, "Have Major and the others scare the captives, find out how much cargo they have and how many armed men. They crossed the sea. If they didn't have real skills, pirates would have eaten them alive. Also, check at sea to see if anyone spotted dozens of big ships full of fat sheep. There's no way they'd let that go. I don't think these people are as simple as they look." McRae sipped his beer and smoked a cigarette from the trade fair. "Boss, you're right, but this beer is damn good. Where did they get so much stuff? Aren't they building a factory? Robbing them is one thing, but if we figure out where it all comes from and how it's made, we could get even more." The black-robed man nodded. "Let Major's idiots test the waters first." Suddenly, the radio on the table crackled. McRae's eyes lit up. "Boss, they've activated the gifts we gave them. Now we can listen in on them at all times." The black-robed man grunted. "Have someone monitor them 24/7, don't miss a thing. But be careful, these tycoons have people with special abilities. If there's a magnetic field user, we could get exposed. Another woman, with a voluptuous figure and a slender waist, twisted her hips and smiled, revealing her white teeth. Oh, don't worry. Even if this is discovered, there are plenty of other tricks. Their entire residence is under my surveillance. My little snakes will report their every move. She flicked her tongue like a snake, seductive and disgusting. Presidential sweet. So, you're sure you want to play these recordings for them? Yang Yang asked Jingshu, looking a bit conflicted. Jingshu nodded. Don't we have a part-time voice actor, Li Jiao, on our team? Have him record all this, mix it up, and play it on a loop. I think it'll be pretty entertaining. Li Jiao, a 200-pound big guy, was once famous for his cross-dressing voice roles and his striking contrast between appearance and sweet, beautiful voice. He could do both male and female voices, which made him a star. Later, Li Jiao unfortunately became a new human. His throat grew a dozen extra joints, turning into a giant speaker, and he could emit supersonic high notes that shattered glass, rated as a sea-level ability. In the bodyguard team, he was known as Lion's Roar Li Jiao. Li Jiao looked conflicted. He had to play the whole team's conversations for a day? That's exhausting. And now he was a dignified special ability user. Who would do such a menial job? Yang Yang, isn't that a bit much? Old Joe nodded. It is a lot. How about 300 contribution points a day? Everyone's eyes lit up. Some were about to volunteer, but no one was faster than Li Jiao. Li Jiao rushed up. I can do it. I can handle it, not tired at all. If anyone tries to take this job from me, I'll fight them. I've memorized all your voices. I can talk for 24 hours straight without stopping. Li Jiao was crying inside. The pay was too good. He couldn't refuse. So, while Li Jiao went to record, Jingshu and the others sorted and divided up the day's spoils. As the saying goes, splitting the loot. Codename 7 kept a straight face, but the corners of his mouth lifted. He was clearly in a good mood. He led everyone through the tunnel to a temporary storage room. This was a secret passage and basement dug by the bug girl Xiao Wei, where the goods were temporarily hidden. Under the lights, big yellow teeth excitedly touched everything. Besides the oil and other goods they'd won at auction tonight, which couldn't be openly transported yet, there was... The Aussie gambler suddenly picked up a valuable collectible. Isn't this Mr. Doyle's collection? Desert Lone Wolf pointed at a gold ornament. I remember this belonged to another tycoon, right? So, Captain Jingshu, are there other tycoon's goods mixed in with ours? Jingshu just smiled. Codename 7 said nonchalantly, It was chaos at the time. We just picked things up as we went, mainly from other robbers. Everyone gave a thumbs up. You're the best, Captain 7. Old Joe had Yang Yang re-inventory and sort everything, and everyone went to bed satisfied, ready for tomorrow's big show. Meanwhile, all the eavesdroppers monitoring the Chinese team looked bewildered. Are these Chinese people crazy? Why are they chattering all night instead of sleeping? And what are they even saying? If Muhammad is capable, he'll do the job. If he's not, he won't. If he does the job, he'll do it well. If he doesn't, he won't. Got it? So, a few brothers got caught. Now, is money the problem? If we have money, there's no problem. If we don't, that's the problem. So the biggest problem isn't the problem. This fried the brains of all the Middle Eastern translators. So is money the problem or not? Are they paying or not tomorrow? They were going crazy. By morning, after the translators finished, everyone was silent. The soul-crushing power of advanced Chinese. Li Jiao smiled. When it comes to level 10 Chinese, he could twist their heads in knots. This was his bargaining skill. Want to spy on them? Good luck. As for the sudden appearance of many little snakes outside the hotel, Jingshu had left them alone at first, but you can't underestimate a Chinese person's love of food. Early the next morning, Hao Yun came in, tossing 2 snakes. Ran into these outside, Captain. Make some snake soup? Soon after, Tank sheepishly scratched his head and tossed over 2 more. Accidentally stepped on these? Maybe braised snake? Four Eyes brought one too. Captain, this snake tried to bite me, couldn't help it. Even Big Yellow Teeth staged a scene, making Situ Xiaoye come in with 2 snakes hanging from his butt, yelling, "Look, Jing Shu, these snakes are too arrogant, biting my guy. If we don't stew them, it's a waste." Situ Xiaoye forced a stiff smile. He just wanted some dried fish. Jing Shu was expressionless. The snakes had been minding their own business, but you had to make Xiaoye catch them and force them to bite? Good thing Xiaoye's a zombie, or he'd be poisoned. By noon, Jing Shu had received dozens of snakes. Word had spread. Only Jing Shu could turn any ingredient into a delicacy. Give her the ingredients and you can't go wrong. Jing Shu finally snapped, "Can you guys leave a few alone? They're here to spy on us. Can't you just ignore them?" Everyone nodded like chickens pecking rice, but the snakes were just too tasty to resist. Still, Jing Shu made a snake feast for everyone at lunch, but warned them not to catch any more until this was over. Inside the villa, the snake woman was heartbroken. She'd lost so many snakes in one day. These Chinese were poison. How did they find such well-hidden snakes? By afternoon, the kidnappers finally sent word, coming to negotiate for ransom. Mahamas didn't come himself, but sent his trusted aide, saying they could ambush the kidnappers during the exchange. But old Joe waved his hand and said directly, "These few shiploads of goods are just within what I can afford. Let's not make things complicated. Isn't it just about the goods? Fine, take them all. Just give me my foolish sons back." As soon as he said this, the kidnappers were overjoyed. In all their years in the Middle East, they'd never met such a gullible fat sheep. Mahamas couldn't say much more, but his heart ached. After all the goods old Joe was handing over would have been his commission. Old Joe didn't care, but Mahamas was so pained he could barely breathe. He even strengthened Mas's security and requested more troops from above. When ship after ship of goods was unloaded and stacked at the dock, everyone around was excited. Looks like these Chinese really are going to trade goods for people. Robbing them is so easy. If we do this a few more times, we'll be rich. Mahamas's people are here too, but they're just protecting the Chinese. He must regret letting anything happen to them. It's Major's gang. Should we try to steal their goods? No need. These fat sheep have plenty of goods and are dumb. Let's just focus on robbing them. No need to mess with Major. He's backed by the Americans and has plenty of weapons. So the Chinese group did exactly as the kidnappers demanded. Time, place, goods, all according to plan. When the goods were laid out in the open, countless people started drooling. Damn, we need to hurry up and get in on this too. At this rate, they'll be picked clean soon. Major was a burly, limping man with a pirate vibe. He and his men waited at a remote coast. As soon as they got the goods, their ship would take off, circle around, and disappear. "Boss, what about the hostages?" Major, puffing on a Chinese cigarette, was more and more hooked. He blew a smoke ring and said, "So much loot, such valuable hostages. If we could get that young lady, the Chinese would pay even more." "Should we go after her?" Major shook his head regretfully. "She's reserved for someone else. But we can keep the hostages and leave with the goods. After this, we'll lay low for a while. Mas's UN forces aren't to be messed with. Later, we can ransom the hostages again." Several ships floated offshore. Major's men held the hostages, directing the Chinese to load all the goods onto the ships. When it came time to return the hostages, they released one every so often along the way. To Mahamas, it was a nerve-wracking process, but the Chinese side seemed clueless and inexperienced. Only after Mahamas reminded them several times did they respond properly. Old Joe: "Thanks for the reminder. We don't have much experience being robbed. This is our first time, so we're a bit unclear on the process." Mahamas snorted. "Understandable. China's famous for its good public security." Old Joe sent people to follow from a distance and pick up the hostages while continuing to hand over goods. Mahamas waited anxiously. By late afternoon, the Chinese bodyguard team returned. Mahamas asked, "Well, did you get everyone back?" Tank scratched his head. "They took the hostages again." Mahamas was anxious. "And the goods?" "The goods are gone too," Tank said, embarrassed. "The kidnappers were too cunning. We only got back young Master 12. Mahamas: So you traded several shiploads of goods for one hostage, and the rest were taken again? Mahamas was in disbelief. Old Joe consoled him. It's fine, it's fine. Saving one is better than none. They want goods, not lives. They won't hurt my sons. He glared at the rescued son, thinking, useless, why were you the one sent back? The returned bodyguard, Wu Xing, was innocent. He was big and strong, and though handsome, he was the hardest to feed among the hostages, so he was sent back. Mahamas awkwardly said, True, they'll probably come again. You'd better keep a close eye on your young masters and miss. Old Joe smiled at his remaining sons, wondering what big fish they'd catch next. Meanwhile, Major was enjoying his beer, checking the loot, grinning from ear to ear. Boss, the hostages are behaving. Are we heading to Pino Island? Major nodded. Move all the goods there, then contact the buyers. These Chinese are as dumb as pigs. They didn't even send ships to chase us. Forget them for now. Where's Pino Island? As Major spoke, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Major broke into a cold sweat and looked up to see one of the Chinese foolish sons, the so-called lion dancer, standing at the door speaking fluent local language. Clearly, he'd been chosen as a foolish son and kidnapped here for a reason. Without a translator, they'd be lost. Major pointed his gun and shouted, Damn it! Didn't you say they wouldn't resist and were totally obedient? How did he get here? His men drew their guns too. I tied them up! How did they escape? But it was too late. Sorry, hands up, you're surrounded. Major felt something hard pressed to the back of his head, a familiar sensation. Zhou Mengyao smiled slightly. Don't move or your head's gone. Lion dancer, translate. Actually, there was no need for translation. Major was frozen in place. Very quickly, Major realized he'd fallen into a huge trap. There were over 100 pirates on the ship, but the Chinese easily killed them all. Except for 3 who were left to steer the ship. Not a single one survived. Major trembled as he looked at the 5 Chinese, each one terrifyingly powerful, not ordinary people at all. What kind of demons had he tried to rob this time? Were the Chinese really as stupid and gullible as they seemed? Major watched in shock as they stripped the corpses, tossing them into the sea but keeping all the clothes and anything useful. Major's jaw dropped. Were these really the same extravagant Chinese he'd seen these past few days? Why were they even sorting out the dead's clothes? Was this what the Chinese meant by pluck every feather, not even leaving a single hair behind? The foolish son bodyguard, whom he'd thought was just a bedwarmer, turned out to be the leader. She said to him, Pino is your main island, right? There must be a lot of good stuff hidden there. I heard you're contacting buyers. Must have fenced a lot of goods before, right? Perfect. Call your buyers and have them bring their goods too. Insane! These people were insane! There were only 5 of them and they wanted to double-cross the buyers too? In less than half a day, they reached Pino Island. Major had already contacted his usual buyers. The buyer was a typical Middle Eastern underworld figure, with plenty of power. As soon as the ship docked, Major and the Chinese bodyguard team disembarked. The buyer's people greeted Major warmly. The buyer was a woman in a black luxury dress, but with a submachine gun slung over her back. She looked wild and dangerous. Dear Major, did you bring everything? Is it really as good as you said? Major's face was stiff. His mood had been up and down all day. Part of him wanted his partner to get eaten by these Chinese. After all, if he'd suffered, others should too. But he also hoped his partner could kill these 5 Chinese so he might escape, though the loot would be lost. In the underworld, partnerships are built on equal strength. If his partner saw he was weak, she'd swallow him whole. And if he brought the Chinese to double-cross his partner, this fierce woman might take it out on him or even drag him back as a boy toy. Thinking this, Major's heart tilted toward the Chinese. Dear Ellie, did you bring what I wanted? Major forced a smile, his voice trembling. Ellie pointed behind her. It's all here. As usual, let's check the goods. Zhou Mengyao signaled the lion dancer to check. These were their squad's private spoils, and they'd get half, so they were eager. Ellie frowned. Major, who are these new faces behind you? Major forced a laugh. They helped me rob the Chinese. The others died. Ellie's eyes flickered, but she waved her hand. Let's check the goods first. After both sides checked, the lion dancer gave Zhou Mengyao an okay sign. The other side's goods weren't super valuable, but they were hard currency, basic food and crude oil, more in quantity but about equal in value to what was on their ship. Ellie's people whispered in her ear, and her lips curled up. So, old friend, I hear you lost a lot of men for this shipment. Major sighed and shrugged. You can see for yourself. There's hardly anyone left on the ship. No point hiding it. Ellie laughed louder. So how dare you come trade with me? She waved her hand. Instantly, over 100 armed black men behind her aimed their guns at Major. Major gave a bitter smile. Dear Ellie, I didn't want this either. I'm a victim here too. Ellie frowned. What do you mean, Major? Major shrugged. The next second, a finger snap sounded. Behind Zhou Mengyao, a huge bone blade extended, sharp and terrifying. Ellie was shocked. Damn, a new human. Aim at that woman, quick, they're ability users. She pulled out her submachine gun. But it was too late. A hallucinogenic mist had already been released over the ship. Now, all the guns turned to aim at Ellie. Bang, bang, bang! Without hesitation or a word, Ellie was instantly killed. Then it was time to clean up. The scene replayed. The Chinese, stingy to the extreme, didn't waste a single bullet. Zhou Mengyao's team personally finished off everyone, letting them die peacefully in their sleep. These executioners were expert looters, stripping the bodies of weapons, ammo, watches, phones, everything. Among them, someone specialized in cracking phone passwords, skillfully using various apps to see if they could extract any valuable virtual currency. A few hours later, the bodies were dumped at sea, and the loot was neatly stacked on the ship. Major swallowed hard. Zhou Mengyao retracted her terrifying bone blade and walked over. Let's go see what other good stuff is on your island. Pino Island was his base, so of course there was more. The lion dancer said, Captain, there's only 5 of us. We can't carry much. Zhou Mengyao looked at the strange creatures surfacing offshore. No worries. I already told Captain Jingshu. She'll send people to help transport the loot. But she gets a 10% cut. A bit of a shame, but with so few people, it was the only way. The lion dancer nodded. Hostages couldn't be kept. Who knew what hidden ability users there might be? Better to keep it in the family. After they finished looting Pino Island, Wenjun from Jingshu's team arrived with 2 ships to help. They'd come with 5 people, 3 sailors, and Major. They left with 4 ships full of loot, a great day's work. Zhou Mengyao said, Some of this loot will go to Jingshu's people to sell, some we'll hand in, and some we'll keep. The lion dancer looked at the haul and felt the joy of making money. But this was all stolen by Major. We can't just go back now, can we? Zhou Mengyao smiled. Of course not. I'm keeping Major to bait a bigger fish, right, Major? Jingshu listened to the report from her subordinates and smiled. The first job went off without a hitch. So is it time to play for even bigger stakes next? Maz is just too small time. Who do they think they're looking down on? So, after the Chinese group lost a few sons, the mischievous young lady insisted on going to pick a site for the brewery on the 3rd day. The main purpose of coming from China was to build a brewery. They'd even brought plenty of raw materials. But when the young lady said she was going to pick a site, it was really just an excuse to go sightseeing. Mahamas was so stressed his head was about to explode. Someone had spread a rumor that there was a desert on the border of Mas, and in that desert there were fish that could swim in the sand. Just listen to that. Fish that swim in the desert? What a joke! Was that even possible? Mahamas had lived here for years and never seen such a thing. But of course, the young lady believed it. They say building a brewery in the desert is the way to make real money. I want to see for myself. Mahamas smiled on the surface, but cursed inside. Isn't there a saying in China, don't fear a rich kid who squanders, fear a rich kid who starts a business? He'd never seen a rich kid squander the whole family fortune, but plenty had bankrupted their fathers by starting businesses. Was this young lady about to do the same? But old Joe was famously biased. If the young lady wanted to go play, or pick a site in the desert, then so be it. No big deal. Muhammad said, "It's mainly not safe. Mas is crowded and complicated. It took a coalition of small countries and a lot of military force to keep Mas stable. But the desert is another story. Try it and you'll die." The young lady, full of confidence, waved her hand. "No worries. We'll just bring more bodyguards." Muhammad tried to use his trump card. "It's expensive out there, and there are no subsidies." The young lady raised her chin. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Do I look like someone who needs your subsidies?" Fine. He couldn't argue. The key was the young lady brought dozens of trucks of supplies and raw materials, saying if the site was good, they'd build the factory right there. That was all KPI for him. Muhammad was desperate to get all this under his own performance record. So he applied for dozens of tanks to escort them and took old Joe and the young lady out to the desert. With so much cargo, it was like shining a 1,000,000-volt spotlight in the night, attracting all the wolves nearby. By day, the gentlemen in shirts and wine were soon donning night gear and submachine guns, trailing the convoy from several kilometers away. The desert was a bit far, and at every stop, the young lady had to play, put on makeup, take photos, have tea, snacks, and midnight treats. Every half hour, Muhammad was fed all kinds of rare foods: cream cake, taro bubble tea, sausages and hot dogs whose aroma carried for miles. Muhammad burped in happiness, eyes squinting in bliss. With food this good, he was determined to protect the young lady with his life. During a break, he swore, "Don't worry, with all these tanks, nothing will happen." Then, remembering his past jinxes, he quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Whew, nothing happened. Actually, it's been pretty peaceful so far. Not a single robber had shown up. Of course, no one would attack here. If they did, the group might just run away. The real ambush was probably waiting in the desert. Besides, the robbers were probably still fighting over how to split the loot. No rush, the real show was about to begin. Jingshu squinted, editing photos and enjoying her afternoon tea. She was almost out of the pre-apocalypse durian and mango crepe cakes she'd brought. Time to make a new batch herself. Luckily, the durians in her magic space were ripe. She'd make a big batch this time, since making the cream, steaming the crepe layers, and baking the chiffon cake base was so much work. After posting a string of beautiful desert photos to her social feed, Jingshu smiled even more. She hadn't come to the Middle East for nothing. Of course she had to leave some memories. She'd finally gotten to wear a beautiful dress and look stunning. Of course she had to take photos. For someone who rarely posted, this was a whole set of gorgeous international shots, all expertly edited. Instantly, a series of stunning desert beauty photos appeared. Her feed was flooded with likes. Jing's dad. "My daughter is so beautiful. Look at her in that dress, like a fairy." Jing's grandma. "Jing girl looks good, but the scenery's not great. Looks as run down as Syria." Typed by Wu Yui. Sumali. "Jingshu is beautiful even abroad. Bring me a gift when you come back. I have nothing to give you but my best wishes. Safe travels. May all your wishes come true." Jingshu replied, "Thanks for your blessings." Soon, her post had over 100 likes, and someone even shared her photos in the class group. Can't believe it? This is really Jingshu? She's gorgeous. She wasn't like this before. How can she take such beautiful photos in the apocalypse? Sumali said Jingshu is abroad. What do you all think? No way. The borders are closed. But it does look weird. So hot there. And it's freezing here. Don't forget who Jingshu is. Going abroad is nothing for her. No wonder we haven't seen her in the South China Sea lately. By the way, the air is really bad lately. Everyone should buy more masks. I keep coughing, and the experts say the pollution is serious. Soon the chat went off topic. Jingshu then turned off her international data. She'd just used her fancy satellite phone to get online. Normally she had no signal. The group set off again. The desert was much hotter. When they reached the edge, Muhammad came over. Mr. Zhou, this is far enough. Any further and it'll be hard to get out. But the young lady said, We haven't found the desert fish yet. Let's keep going. We have enough supplies. Even if we get stuck, we'll be fine. Fine, keep going. Mahamas couldn't shake the feeling that everything was going too smoothly today. So after the Chinese group lost a few sons, the mischievous young lady insisted on going to pick a site for the brewery on the third day. The main purpose of coming from China was to build a brewery. They'd even brought plenty of raw materials. But when the young lady said she was going to pick a site, it was really just an excuse to go sightseeing. Mahamas was so stressed his head was about to explode. Someone had spread a rumor that there was a desert on the border of Mars, and in that desert, there were fish that could swim in the sand. Just listen to that. Fish that swim in the desert? What a joke. Was that even possible? Mahamas had lived here for years and never seen such a thing, but of course the young lady believed it. They say building a brewery in the desert is the way to make real money. I want to see for myself. Mahamas smiled on the surface but cursed inside. Isn't there a saying in China? Don't fear a rich kid who squanders, fear a rich kid who starts a business? He'd never seen a rich kid squander the whole family fortune, but plenty had bankrupted their fathers by starting businesses. Was this young lady about to do the same? But old Joe was famously biased. If the young lady wanted to go play, or pick a site in the desert, then so be it. No big deal. Mahamas said, It's mainly not safe. Mars is crowded and complicated. It took a coalition of small countries and a lot of military force to keep Mars stable, but the desert is another story. Try it and you'll die. The young lady, full of confidence, waved her hand. No worries. We'll just bring more bodyguards. Mahamas tried to use his trump card. It's expensive out there, and there are no subsidies. The young lady raised her chin. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do I look like someone who needs your subsidies? Fine. He couldn't argue. The key was, the young lady brought dozens of trucks of supplies and raw materials, saying if the site was good, they'd build the factory right there. That was all KPI for him. Mahamas was desperate to get all this under his own performance record, so he applied for dozens of tanks to escort them and took old Joe and the young lady out to the desert. Mahamas burped in happiness, eyes squinting in bliss. With food this good, he was determined to protect the young lady with his life. During a break, he swore, Don't worry, with all these tanks, nothing will happen. Then, remembering his past jinxes, he quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Whew, nothing happened. Actually, it's been pretty peaceful so far. Not a single robber had shown up. Of course, no one would attack here. If they did, the group might just run away. The real ambush was probably waiting in the desert. Besides, the robbers were probably still fighting over how to split the loot. No rush, the real show was about to begin. Jingshu squinted, editing photos and enjoying her afternoon tea. She was almost out of the pre-apocalypse durian and mango crepe cakes she'd brought. Time to make a new batch herself. Luckily, the durians in her magic space were ripe. She'd make a big batch this time, since making the cream, steaming the crepe layers, and baking the chiffon cake base was so much work. After posting a string of beautiful desert photos to her social feed, Jingshu smiled even more. She hadn't come to the Middle East for nothing. Of course she had to leave some memories. She'd finally gotten to wear a beautiful dress and look stunning. Of course she had to take photos. For someone who rarely posted, this was a whole set of gorgeous international shots, all expertly edited. Instantly, a series of stunning desert beauty photos appeared. Her feed was flooded with likes. Jing's dad. My daughter is so beautiful. Look at her in that dress, like a fairy. Jing's grandma. Jing girl looks good, but the scenery's not great. Looks as run down as Syria. Typed by Wu Yui. Sumali. Jingshu is beautiful even abroad. Bring me a gift when you come back. I have nothing to give you but my best wishes. Safe travels. May all your wishes come true. Jingshu replied, Thanks for your blessings. Soon, her post had over 100 likes, and someone even shared her photos in the class group. Can't believe it? This is really Jingshu? She's gorgeous. She wasn't like this before. How can she take such beautiful photos in the apocalypse? Sumali said Jingshu is abroad. What do you all think? No way. The borders are closed. But it does look weird. So hot there. And it's freezing here. Don't forget who Jingshu is. Going abroad is nothing for her. No wonder we haven't seen her in the South China Sea lately. By the way, the air is really bad lately. Everyone should buy more masks. I keep coughing, and the experts say the pollution is serious. Soon the chat went off topic. Jingshu then turned off her international data. She'd just used her fancy satellite phone to get online. Normally she had no signal. The group set off again. The desert was much hotter. When they reached the edge, Mahamas came over. Mr. Joe, this is far enough. Any further and it'll be hard to get out. But the young lady said, We haven't found the desert fish yet. Let's keep going. We have enough supplies. Even if we get stuck, we'll be fine. Fine, keep going. Mahamas couldn't shake the feeling that everything was going too smoothly today. So after the Chinese group lost a few sons, the mischievous young lady insisted on going to pick a site for the brewery on the third day. The main purpose of coming from China was to build a brewery. They'd even brought plenty of raw materials. But when the young lady said she was going to pick a site, it was really just an excuse to go sightseeing. Mahamas was so stressed his head was about to explode. Someone had spread a rumor that there was a desert on the border of Mars, and in that desert, there were fish that could swim in the sand. Just listen to that. Fish that swim in the desert? What a joke. Was that even possible? Mahamas had lived here for years and never seen such a thing, but of course the young lady believed it. They say building a brewery in the desert is the way to make real money. I want to see for myself. Mahamas smiled on the surface but cursed inside. Isn't there a saying in China? Don't fear a rich kid who squanders, fear a rich kid who starts a business? He'd never seen a rich kid squander the whole family fortune, but plenty had bankrupted their fathers by starting businesses. Was this young lady about to do the same? But old Joe was famously biased. If the young lady wanted to go play, or pick a site in the desert, then so be it. No big deal. Mahamas said, It's mainly not safe. Mars is crowded and complicated. It took a coalition of small countries and a lot of military force to keep Mars stable, but the desert is another story. Try it and you'll die. The young lady, full of confidence, waved her hand. No worries. We'll just bring more bodyguards. Mahamas tried to use his trump card. It's expensive out there, and there are no subsidies. The young lady raised her chin. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do I look like someone who needs your subsidies? Fine. He couldn't argue. The key was, the young lady brought dozens of trucks of supplies and raw materials, saying if the site was good, they'd build the factory right there. That was all KPI for him. Mahamas was desperate to get all this under his own performance record, so he applied for dozens of tanks to escort them and took old Joe and the young lady out to the desert. With so much cargo, it was like shining a 1,000,000-volt spotlight in the night, attracting all the wolves nearby. By day, the gentlemen in shirts and wine were soon donning night gear and submachine guns, trailing the convoy from several kilometers away. The desert was a bit far, and at every stop the young lady had to play, put on makeup, take photos, have tea, snacks, and midnight treats. Every half hour, Mahamas was fed all kinds of rare foods: cream cake, taro bubble tea, sausages and hot dogs whose aroma carried for miles. Mahamas burped in happiness, eyes squinting in bliss. With food this good, he was determined to protect the young lady with his life. During a break, he swore, "Don't worry, with all these tanks, nothing will happen." Then, remembering his past jinxes, he quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Whew. Nothing happened. Actually, it's been pretty peaceful so far. Not a single robber had shown up. Of course, no one would attack here. If they did, the group might just run away. The real ambush was probably waiting in the desert. Besides, the robbers were probably still fighting over how to split the loot. No rush. The real show was about to begin. Jingshu squinted, editing photos and enjoying her afternoon tea. She was almost out of the pre-apocalypse durian and mango crepe cakes she'd brought. Time to make a new batch herself. Luckily, the durians in her magic space were ripe. She'd make a big batch this time, since making the cream, steaming the crepe layers, and baking the chiffon cake base was so much work. After posting a string of beautiful desert photos to her social feed, Jingshu smiled even more. She hadn't come to the Middle East for nothing. Of course she had to leave some memories. She'd finally gotten to wear a beautiful dress and look stunning. Of course she had to take photos. For someone who rarely posted, this was a whole set of gorgeous international shots, all expertly edited. Instantly, a series of stunning desert beauty photos appeared. Her feed was flooded with likes. Jing's dad, "My daughter is so beautiful. Look at her in that dress, like a fairy." Jing's grandma, "Jing girl looks good, but the scenery's not great. Looks as run down as Syria," typed by Wu Yui. Su Mali, "Jingshu is beautiful even abroad. Bring me a gift when you come back. I have nothing to give you but my best wishes. Safe travels, may all your wishes come true." Jingshu replied, "Thanks for your blessings." Soon her post had over 100 likes, and someone even shared her photos in the class group. "Can't believe it. This is really Jingshu? She's gorgeous. She wasn't like this before. How can she take such beautiful photos in the apocalypse?" Sumali said Jingshu is abroad. "What do you all think?" "No way, the borders are closed. But it does look weird. So hot there and it's freezing here." "Don't forget who Jingshu is. Going abroad is nothing for her. No wonder we haven't seen her in the South China Sea lately. By the way, the air is really bad lately. Everyone should buy more masks. I keep coughing and the experts say the pollution is serious." Soon the chat went off topic. Jingshu then turned off her international data. She just used her fancy satellite phone to get online. Normally she had no signal. The group set off again. The desert was much hotter. When they reached the edge, Mahamas came over. "Mr. Joe, this is far enough. Any further and it'll be hard to get out." But the young lady said, "We haven't found the desert fish yet. Let's keep going. We have enough supplies. Even if we get stuck, we'll be fine." "Fine, keep going." Mahamas couldn't shake the feeling that everything was going too smoothly today. Actually, Mahamas's feeling wasn't wrong. Someone was deliberately making everything go smoothly for them. All the traps were set, just waiting for them to walk right in. Of course it would be smooth. The other side even cleared away all the roadblocks in advance to make sure nothing would stop them. So, while Mahamas was still feeling that something was off, the group finally arrived at their destination in the desert. At this point, Mahamas had no idea they were already surrounded. A desert is called a desert for a reason. Endless stretches of yellow-orange sand. If there's one thing the Middle East has plenty of, it's desert. Looking out, there were endless dunes and sand hills. The road was rough and scorching. Mahamas enthusiastically explained, "You don't have many deserts in China, right? Before the apocalypse, the surface temperature here could reach 70 degrees C. Now, even without sunlight, it's still over 50 degrees C, and it feels like 30-something. Jingshu smiled slightly. Coincidentally, back in Wuchang there was plenty of desert too, and the Bull Demon King's Flaming Mountain could also reach 70 degrees C at the surface. Of course, that's the surface temperature, not what you actually feel." Old Joe nodded and joked, "At this temperature, you could boil dumplings." Yang Yang chimed in, "Yeah, time to put the dumplings in the pot." Jingshu said, "Wait, the water's not boiling yet." Mahamas. He could understand every word, but together it made no sense. But when fish really did appear in the desert, Mahamas was stunned. They'd arrived at a big pit. Mahamas said it used to be a lake. Lakes in the desert were rare, so this had become a haven for all kinds of animals. There were often wild battles over this water source. But after the apocalypse, years of drought dried up the lake. Then came floods, then earthquakes. The desert isn't what it used to be. It's very dangerous now, especially with no navigation. To be honest, we haven't explored this desert in ages. As for fish swimming in the sand, I've never heard of it. Mahamas was still talking when Jingshu tugged his sleeve. She pointed to the former lake, now just a sandy pit. Mahamas stared in shock. No way. There really are fish in the desert? But are those even fish? These things looked 80% like fish. Fins, tails, even fish heads. But they also resembled armored catfish, with 4 little legs for gliding through the sand and an hourglass-shaped mouth that could scoop up lots of sand. Jingshu squinted. They're pitch black, like dark creatures. I wonder if they're edible. They look pretty gross. As soon as the topic of "can you eat it" came up, everyone's eyes lit up. Finding edible food in the apocalypse was precious. Without needing to be told, someone quickly dug up dozens of these weird fish from the sand. The fish put up a fight. Their big mouths could bite through iron rods with a clang that made your teeth ache. Mahamas was dumbfounded. While he was still marveling at the existence of desert fish, the Chinese business group had already caught some and cooked them in a dozen different ways. Fried, braised, steamed, sashimi, even ground up into fish balls. Soon a whole feast of strange fish was on the table. Mahamas. Huh? Come on, try it. Old Joe picked up some braised fish. Normally you'd have professionals test for toxins, analyze protein and nutrition, etc. But now no one bothered. They just cooked and ate. Mahamas tried the fried and braised ones, smacked his lips, nodded, and his eyes lit up. The meat's actually pretty tasty. Jingshu twitched her mouth. With her chef's sauce, even shoe soles would taste good. But the fish is just so-so, Jingshu said after a couple bites. Mainly, the meat's not great. The chef said there's too much sand inside. You have to pick it out grain by grain. Old Joe nodded. There's always sand in the fish balls. The others didn't mind. They just swallowed it. With a good chef, even weird fish tasted great. Yang Yang said, there's a bigger problem. Mahamas didn't think it was a big deal. What's the problem? Here, if it's edible, it's food. Eating sand doesn't matter. But before he finished, his face turned purple-black, and his lips swelled up like sausages. Woo-woo? His whole body stiffened. Yang Yang continued. The biggest problem is, the fish is laced with dark energy poison. Mahamas. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Joe called the doctor who treated Mahamas. He recovered, except his lips were still sausage-sized, making it hard to talk. He shook his head like a rattle drum. No more fish. It's really poisonous. But why didn't any of you get poisoned? Cough, cough. Everyone blinked. Yeah, why not? Yang Yang coughed, thinking how to explain. The fish's dark energy was poisonous to normal people, but for those with abilities, it did nothing. Jingshu said, that's because in China, we eat poisonous stuff all the time. We're immune. Didn't you know? We Chinese eat everything. Oh, I see. Mahamas was reassured, and everyone else quietly sighed in relief. They couldn't exactly tell him they were all apocalypse-era mutants, right? That would ruin the whole dumpling plan. So Mahamas could only watch hungrily as the Chinese group finished their fish feast and even went to catch more of those fish from the pit. Mahamas thought, the young ladies had her fun. Time to go back, right? But just then, something changed. The sand pit exploded, and countless of those strange fish crawled out. The strange fish from before were nothing compared to the ones crawling out now. These were as big as crocodiles, rushing out of the sand pit at high speed. There were swarms of them. The sand pit kept collapsing, with more and more giant fish emerging. Did we just dig up the nest of these things? Mahamas was dumbfounded, immediately screaming for everyone to run. No point in using weapons. There were too many of them, and their gaping jaws were terrifying. The group calmly boarded the tanks. The Chinese bodyguard team looked back longingly. If it weren't for the timing, they'd have wanted to kill a few more to take back. Even if they were hard to handle and poisonous, that was precious fish meat. As soon as they got into the tanks and started to escape, another change occurred. When it rains, it pours. Just as Mahamas's heart was in his throat, a convoy appeared ahead. Not just any convoy, but a fleet of modified, high-wheeled vehicles, perfect for desert travel and equipped with high-powered weapons. Mahamas could tell at a glance, these were professional bandits. Go, go, go! Escape that way! The tanks quickly turned and fled in the opposite direction. But then, another group appeared. An even stronger batch of desert pirates. This time, they had armored vehicles with chains, ready to trap them in a net. No way out. Mahamas gritted his teeth. Quick! Deeper into the desert. Change direction. Our tanks can take a lot of hits. But the young lady said, "Oh, father, there are a lot of people coming." Old Joe looked through his binoculars. "No need to run. We're surrounded on this side too." Mahamas nearly collapsed. He stammered, What do we do? We're finished. I told you not to come out here. It's chaos. Woo!" He was already thinking of his last words. The young lady just snorted. "What's there to be afraid of?" Mahamas's eyes lit up. Did she have a plan? "Do you have some hidden strength? Or backup?" She replied, "They're here to rob us. We brought so much cargo. They won't kill us outright. We won't die, so don't worry." Mahamas, speechless. "That's your plan?" He tried. "We could still fight back. We have all these tanks. If we open fire, we might break through. Just that—" He didn't finish. In reality, the tanks were mostly for show, and he wasn't sure they had enough ammo. He'd thought no one would dare attack such a convoy. Luckily, old Joe stepped in. "No need to resist. Don't be afraid. If we surrender and cooperate, we'll be fine. Just give them what they want." Mahamas. What else could they do? They were surrounded by multiple groups of bandits, far more than just one. In the vast desert, no one cared about the rules. Mahamas regretted it. It must have been the young lady believing that story about desert fish. This was all a setup, but it's too late now. Jing Shu and old Joe. "You're just realizing that." Mahamas was in despair. "But if we don't resist, all the tanks and cargo will be lost. I'll be skinned alive even if I make it back." All this cargo had been requisitioned from the military. If he lost it, he was finished. Old Joe was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't worry. We'll be fine, and we'll bring your tanks back to Maz safely. Let me handle the negotiations." Mahamas was skeptical. Did the bandits look like idiots who'd just let them go? But soon, he'd see what old Joe meant by safely. Their tanks were now completely surrounded, layer upon layer of bandits. The bandits all wore masks. Clearly, they'd shown their faces en masse before and didn't want to be recognized. At the same time, the bandits outside were also surprised. The snake woman twisted her waist, put down her binoculars, and said to the black-robed man, "They're not resisting at all. Just let the others go in. We were planning to send in cannon fodder first, since Mahamas brought so many tanks." McRae lounged in the back of an armored car, legs crossed, sneering. The other factions thought the same, which is why they spread the rumors. But who'd have thought the Chinese would just surrender without a fight? Let's see what they do. Soon, someone came to report. They said, he swallowed, clearly finding it bizarre. "Well, what did the Chinese say?" They said, "Since everyone's here to rob them, let's keep it peaceful. No need for violence. They're willing to pay ransom. Just don't kill them." But there are too many bandits, so maybe everyone should discuss how to split the loot. To make it easier, the richest guy offered his sons and daughters to each group of bandits. There are over 80 shiploads of goods. Everyone can take what they want. If you can't agree, just take his sons and daughters as hostages. Once he and Mahamas get back to Maz safely, the goods will be distributed. And he said there's no point hurting him now, since the goods are under official protection in Maz. Better to let him go back safely. After all his sons and daughters are in your hands, so he won't dare refuse. All he asks is that you don't hurt his children. If it were any other tycoon making such an offer, the bandits might not have believed it. But this was the foolish Chinese tycoon, who had just lost several shiploads of goods to ransom his sons a few days ago. Those shiploads had been taken by Major's gang, and Major hadn't even finished returning his sons before running off again, while the Chinese kept sending more goods after him. McRae was intrigued. "Of course we want 60 shiploads. The rest can be split among the others." The black-robed man frowned. "I don't think it's that simple. The Chinese are cunning, especially at this level. If it were really this easy, they wouldn't have survived to get here. McRae nodded. You're right, boss. Still, this is our turf. Let's just grab the Chinese daughter. She's the most favored and valuable. What McRae didn't say was that at the trade fair he'd been stunned by her beauty. That flawless porcelain skin, those perfect features, and her regal, princess-like bearing. She was unforgettable. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare for anyone to move him like that. Such a proud, stubborn woman would be a whole different experience than the unwashed local women. The black-robed man said, Then take her as a hostage. Remember, don't do anything extra. We just want the goods. After we get them, don't release the hostages. We need to extract business secrets. Still no news from the wiretap? The snake woman flicked her tongue and smiled seductively. Don't worry, boss. I'll take good care of the young lady these days. A 1-meter-tall dwarf grumbled. The translators still can't figure out what they're saying. Useless. So, what should have been a bloody robbery turned into a loot-sharing conference, with the bandits nearly fighting over the Chinese tycoon's sons and daughters. It wasn't until the blonde McRae swaggered in and claimed the eldest daughter that the other factions, though reluctant, each took a hostage. The tycoon had only one request. His pampered sons and daughters needed a bodyguard with them. The bandits didn't care. What could one bodyguard do against so many of them? So, Mahamas had arrived happily with Mr. Joe and his children, but left with only Mr. Joe. Even his favorite, the arrogant and pampered eldest daughter, was left behind as a hostage. Mahamas could barely open his mouth. What could he say? He was afraid that if he spoke up, even the tanks and supplies would be lost. On the way back, Mr. Joe comforted him. It's fine. They're after money, not lives. As long as I hand over the goods, they won't hurt anyone. Besides, as long as I have the beer recipe, I can still open a brewery here. Mahamas wanted to say more. Maybe the sons would be fine, but could such a beautiful daughter really be safe in the hands of these bandits? In the end, unable to bear the thought of seeing Mr. Joe weep tomorrow, he swore, Mr. Joe, I can't promise anything else, but I'll mobilize the army as soon as we get back. Tomorrow your children will return safely. Joe, no. If they come back too soon, how will we catch the big fish? Look at this delicate face, tisk tisk. The snake woman traced Jingshu's cheek, both envious and jealous. So rough. You'll scare the little cutie, McRae frowned, pulling the snake woman away and acting the gentleman. Ah, my dear Miss Joe, it's an honor to meet you. We've met before. Do you remember? McRae had his words translated for Jingshu. The translator was a plump, dark-skinned woman named Darlene, who used to be a tour guide on the China-Middle East route before being kidnapped into this gang. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, found a comfortable seat, and crossed her legs. Of course I remember you. That blonde hair is blinding, and your face has more freckles than Zhang Ermazi. Nanan. Is she crazy? Jingshu must be out of her mind to talk like that. Doesn't she fear they'll kill her? After all, she'd volunteered to come, since each hostage could only bring one person. She didn't want Jingshu to have it easy, and she knew everyone around Jingshu was capable. They could really save her, but she'd rather come herself to make things worse. As a plain maid, she'd be ignored and survive easily. She also wanted to see Jingshu suffer, dressed up so flamboyantly, now falling into the hands of bandits. She couldn't wait to watch. Their original plan was to keep their identities hidden and act as the situation demanded, so Nanan was sure Jingshu would suffer this time. But Jingshu was so bold, just going head-to-head like this. Darlene said, She remembers you. Your blonde hair is very eye-catching. McRae was pleased. Tell her not to worry. As long as she's here, I'll protect her from any harassment. She'll be safe for the handover tomorrow. She just has to spend the night with me. The snake woman snapped. Damn it, McRae! The boss said no funny business and you're ignoring him. McRae shot her a look of disdain. Shut up. I'm just talking about mutual consent. He looked at Darlene again. Darlene, trembling, translated. She'd been translating for days and knew this young lady was fearless, but she hoped she'd recognize reality. Staying alive was most important. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She'd said all that, and McRae was still smiling? Did he not understand? Or did the translator not translate? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Tell him to go to hell. What kind of toad wants to eat swan meat? If he dares touch a hair on me, his team won't get a single bit of the goods tomorrow. Nanan, standing behind, was nearly bursting with vengeful glee, eager to see how the blonde man would react. So stupid. Can't even take a little humiliation. Does she really think she's a princess? Nanan thought. But Darlene, looking awkward, said, She says it's possible, but only if she gets to eat swan meat first, and it has to be the kind with not a single feather left. That's the only way to show your sincerity. Darlene, sorry, I did my best, I really did. I hope this demon will let it go. Nanan waited and waited, just to see the bandits' angry faces and for them to explode and assault Jing Shu. But with Jing Shu's personality, would she really wait to be humiliated? She'd definitely reveal her power and fight these powerful bandits head-on. Indeed, judging by their earlier display, this was a team of all new human ability users. The leader's power was unknown, but the Snake Woman's was clearly poison-based, and Nanan just happened to counter her. As for the dwarf, he was probably a strength type, and the blonde man's ability was still a mystery. In short, this was a very powerful gang with deep local roots, and according to Yang Yang's intel, they were backed by the Americans. So, if Jing Shu really exposed herself and the whole mission failed, well, Nanan was already gloating inside. Now, either Jing Shu would reveal her powers, or she'd be humiliated and have to swallow her pride. Either way, Nanan was happy to see it. But after a long wait, the blonde man just looked thoughtful, then said a bunch of things no one understood. But he didn't get angry or curse at Jing Shu. This was bizarre. Even stranger, after the translator spoke to him again, the blonde man looked at Nanan with clear disdain and shook his head. Nanan's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. She'd deliberately made herself ugly for this mission, painting spots and thick brows on her face, thinking no one would want her. Both Nanan and Jing Shu found the whole thing absurd. So did the translator not convey her meaning? Jing Shu glanced at the plump translator, a plan forming in her mind. Soon, with Nanan anxious and Jing Shu calm, they arrived at the bandits' main base. Since they never intended to let Miss Zhou go, they didn't bother guarding Jing Shu closely. This lack of caution suggested they planned to kill her later. This was once a large villa district, quite luxurious for the Middle East, now surrounded by newly built walls. Every 10 meters on the wall was a gun turret. Jing Shu's sharp eyes could see the black muzzles in the dark. These weren't homemade weapons. Most Middle Eastern weapons were homemade or second-hand from elsewhere due to backwardness. You see, China's allies use China's retired weapons. The old ones use America's cast-offs, and other regions use old European gear. Just think about it. Anyway, these were high-grade standard weapons. If they started shooting, it'd be deadly. The villas were surrounded by steel fences, almost like a military base. McRae nodded. You're right, boss. Still, this is our turf. Let's just grab the Chinese daughter. She's the most favored and valuable. What McRae didn't say was that at the trade fair he'd been stunned by her beauty. That flawless porcelain skin, those perfect features, and her regal, princess-like bearing. She was unforgettable. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare for anyone to move him like that. Such a proud, stubborn woman would be a whole different experience than the unwashed local women. The black-robed man said, Then take her as a hostage. Remember, don't do anything extra. We just want the goods. After we get them, don't release the hostages. We need to extract business secrets. Still no news from the wiretap? The snake woman flicked her tongue and smiled seductively. Don't worry, boss. I'll take good care of the young lady these days. A 1-meter-tall dwarf grumbled. The translator still can't figure out what they're saying. Useless! So, what should have been a bloody robbery turned into a loot-sharing conference, with the bandits nearly fighting over the Chinese tycoon's sons and daughters. It wasn't until the blonde McRae swaggered in and claimed the eldest daughter that the other factions, though reluctant, each took a hostage. The tycoon had only one request. His pampered sons and daughters needed a bodyguard with them. The bandits didn't care. What could one bodyguard do against so many of them? So, Mahamas had arrived happily with Mr. Joe and his children, but left with only Mr. Joe. Even his favorite, the arrogant and pampered eldest daughter, was left behind as a hostage. Mahamas could barely open his mouth. What could he say? He was afraid that if he spoke up, even the tanks and supplies would be lost. On the way back, Mr. Joe comforted him. "It's fine. They're after money, not lives. As long as I hand over the goods, they won't hurt anyone. Besides, as long as I have the beer recipe, I can still open a brewery here." Mahamas wanted to say more. Maybe the sons would be fine, but could such a beautiful daughter really be safe in the hands of these bandits? In the end, unable to bear the thought of seeing Mr. Joe weep tomorrow, he swore, "Mr. Joe, I can't promise anything else, but I'll mobilize the army as soon as we get back. Tomorrow your children will return safely." "Joe, no. If they come back too soon, how will we catch the big fish?" "Look at this delicate face, tisk tisk." The snake woman traced Jingshu's cheek, both envious and jealous. "So rough. You'll scare the little cutie," McRae frowned, pulling the snake woman away and acting the gentleman. "Ah, my dear Miss Joe, it's an honor to meet you. We've met before. Do you remember?" McRae had his words translated for Jingshu. The translator was a plump, dark-skinned woman named Darlene, who used to be a tour guide on the China-Middle East route before being kidnapped into this gang. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, found a comfortable seat, and crossed her legs. "Of course I remember you. That blonde hair is blinding, and your face has more freckles than Zhang Ermazi." "Nanan. Is she crazy? Jingshu must be out of her mind to talk like that. Doesn't she fear they'll kill her?" After all, she'd volunteered to come, since each hostage could only bring one person. She didn't want Jingshu to have it easy, and she knew everyone around Jingshu was capable. They could really save her, but she'd rather come herself to make things worse. As a plain maid, she'd be ignored and survive easily. She also wanted to see Jingshu suffer, dressed up so flamboyantly, now falling into the hands of bandits. She couldn't wait to watch. Their original plan was to keep their identities hidden and act as the situation demanded, so Nanan was sure Jingshu would suffer this time. But Jingshu was so bold, just going head-to-head like this. Darlene said, "She remembers you. Your blonde hair is very eye-catching." McRae was pleased. "Tell her not to worry. As long as she's here, I'll protect her from any harassment. She'll be safe for the handover tomorrow. She just has to spend the night with me." The snake woman snapped, "Damn it, McRae! The boss said no funny business and you're ignoring him." McRae shot her a look of disdain. "Shut up. I'm just talking about mutual consent." He looked at Darlene again. Darlene, trembling, translated. She'd been translating for days and knew this young lady was fearless, but she hoped she'd recognize reality. Staying alive was most important. Jingshu raised an eyebrow. She'd said all that, and McRae was still smiling? Did he not understand? Or did the translator not translate? Jingshu narrowed her eyes. "Tell him to go to hell. What kind of toad wants to eat swan meat? If he dares touch a hair on me, his team won't get a single bit of the goods tomorrow." Nanan, standing behind, was nearly bursting with vengeful glee, eager to see how the blonde man would react. So stupid. Can't even take a little humiliation. Does she really think she's a princess? Nanan thought. But Darlene, looking awkward, said, "She says it's possible, but only if she gets to eat swan meat first, and it has to be the kind with not a single feather left. That's the only way to show your sincerity." Darlene, "Sorry, I did my best, I really did. I hope this demon will let it go." Nanan waited and waited, just to see the bandits' angry faces and for them to explode and assault Jingshu. But with Jingshu's personality, would she really wait to be humiliated? She'd definitely reveal her power and fight these powerful bandits head-on. Indeed, judging by their earlier display, this was a team of all new human ability users. The leader's power was unknown, but the snake woman's was clearly poison-based, and Nanan just happened to counter her. As for the dwarf, he was probably a strength type, and the blonde man's ability was still a mystery. In short, this was a very powerful gang with deep local roots, and according to Yang Yang's intel, they were backed by the Americans. So, if Jingshu really exposed herself and the whole mission failed, well, Nanan was already gloating inside. Now, either Jingshu would reveal her powers, or she'd be humiliated and have to swallow her pride. Either way, Nanan was happy to see it. But after a long wait, the blonde man just looked thoughtful, then said a bunch of things no one understood. But he didn't get angry or curse at Jingshu. This was bizarre. Even stranger, after the translator spoke to him again, the blonde man looked at Nanan with clear disdain and shook his head. Nanan's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. She'd deliberately made herself ugly for this mission, painting spots and thick brows on her face, thinking no one would want her. Both Nanan and Jingshu found the whole thing absurd. So did the translator not convey her meaning? Jingshu glanced at the plump translator, a plan forming in her mind. Soon, with Nanan anxious and Jingshu calm, they arrived at the bandits' main base. Since they never intended to let Miss Zhou go, they didn't bother guarding Jingshu closely. This lack of caution suggested they planned to kill her later. This was once a large villa district, quite luxurious for the Middle East, now surrounded by newly built walls. Every 10 meters on the wall was a gun turret. Jingshu's sharp eyes could see the black muzzles in the dark. These weren't homemade weapons. Most Middle Eastern weapons were homemade or second-hand from elsewhere, due to backwardness. You see, China's allies use China's retired weapons, the old ones use America's cast-offs, and other regions use old European gear. Just think about it. Anyway, these were high-grade standard weapons. If they started shooting, it'd be deadly. The villas were surrounded by steel fences, almost like a military base. The snake woman, furious, slapped Nanan twice. "Still daring to threaten me? You don't know what's good for you. Watch me kill this bitch." With that, she dragged Nanan away. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. Peace returned. Jingshu lay back down comfortably and snapped her fingers. Countless tiny bugs appeared, swarming into the corners and furiously corroding with strong acid. Once they'd made a small hole, there was a soft pop as a tunneling bug broke through the reinforced concrete, creating a dog-sized hole. Jingshu tested it to make sure she could fit through, then left some bugs and little surprises outside the iron door as guards. She stripped off her heavy dress, revealing a black bodysuit underneath. Then she crawled through the hole, following the tunnel dug by the bugs, and stopped in a 30-square-meter underground chamber. "Jingjia, you're here." Pothead scratched his head, pausing his work on a tunnel map, and asked excitedly, "What's the plan? Zhao Wei and another group of tunneling bugs have already dug a tunnel outside the city, waiting for us. We've got 50 tunneling bugs working all night. Here's the map so far." He handed over a simple map. Jingshu looked it over. With limited time, only one route had been dug so far, but by tomorrow there should be at least 3, making escape or moving goods much easier. This 30-square-meter cellar was the central hub for transferring goods. Jingshu nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow, when the bandits take me to exchange for goods with old Zhou, there'll be tighter security but fewer ability users. It's a pity Codename 7 and the others are elsewhere, so we don't have many people for backup here. Anyway, follow Wenjun's plan and play it by ear." Pothead scratched his head. He couldn't remember all that but nodded hard. "Got it. When they leave tomorrow and the lair is empty, that's when we clean them out." "Let's walk and talk. We need to check their firepower now. Remember, Pothead, as long as you're alive, there's always hope. Your life is worth more than this junk." Pothead scratched his head. Jingshu added, "Think about it. If you die, what happens to Zhao Wei? She'll get bullied." Pothead immediately tensed up. "Don't worry, I'll stay alive." "Good." The cellar was more than 10 meters underground. Jingshu and Pothead checked the area. Pothead pointed, trembling, at a snake hiding in the corner. Jingshu just smiled. The snake didn't dare move. There was an even bigger snake behind it. Overall, the military base was huge and empty. With the cover of the villa district and her bugs as eyes, Jingshu perfectly avoided all the guards and sentries. Security is tight. Each villa has 2 guards, just regular people with alarm devices, mainly for warning. Every 100 meters there's a high gun turret with guards, but since it's dark and there's no electricity, they just man the guns, not patrol. Pothead asked, Jingjie, how do you know they're not asleep? They're not. Some are on their phones, some playing cards. I bet nothing ever happens here, so no one really guards. Pothead's eyes lit up. So it's easy to take over? Jingshu shook her head. Their real confidence comes from an ability user. I saw several today, but one black-robed guy was especially strong. If he's here tomorrow, it'll be tough. Jingshu waited for her bugs to return, then took out her hand-drawn map. Pothead, tell the tunneling bugs not to bother with these villas. They're empty underneath. Pothead grumbled. These bastards are sneaky. Why put guards and barriers if there's nothing inside? Probably a smokescreen. Let's go see what's actually here. The base was just a converted residential area. Except for special marks at the villa doors, it looked like any other neighborhood. Jingshu went to a villa where the bugs had already dug a tunnel, testing the process. To avoid alarms, the bugs dug straight up into the center of the villa, making a 1-meter-wide hole. Jingshu sent bugs and snakes to scout, and only after confirming it was safe and free of electronics did she and Pothead climb up. Pothead coughed softly. What's that smell? Gunpowder, Jingshu whispered, opening a box in the converted warehouse. Homemade gunpowder. Not worth much. Pothead wrinkled his nose. Who uses this stuff nowadays? Isn't America rich? Why use this? Jingshu checked the whole villa. Just piles of homemade gunpowder. Pothead sighed. Even if it's worth something, it'd cost more to ship it back to China. Jingshu laughed. Don't forget, we can trade it to our allies. They need it for oil. Pothead's eyes lit up. Right, that works. Let's check elsewhere. There can't be just this junk. Pothead marked the spot and followed Jingshu to the next villa. The first few were all gunpowder. Were they planning to blow up the world? But when they reached a special villa that the bugs struggled to dig into, Jingshu knew something was up. After using her bug's strong acid, Jingshu and Pothead got inside and their jaws dropped. Pothead. Damn, Jingjie, we're gonna strike it rich this time. Jingshu swallowed hard. She had seen plenty of food and all kinds of treasures after so many years in the apocalypse, but she had never seen so much. Ammunition. 280, RDS, 12.7mm, PIAI. Box after box of orange-yellow waterproof military-style ammo crates were stacked together, filling the entire several hundred square meter villa to the brim. Each iron box was labeled with its model and bullet caliber. There were all kinds of calibers and types. Jingshu even found precious grenades and rocket launcher ammo. All of these were stored on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the villa, still stacked box upon box from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow path for a person to squeeze through. No wonder the burrowing bugs couldn't dig their way in. This villa had clearly been specially modified. The amount of ammunition inside was enough to support an army of tens of thousands for a long war. Food was precious in the apocalypse, but so were bullets. Each bullet was worth at least 1 or 2 virtual coins. Calculated by the square meter, Jingshu conservatively estimated the total value to be in the millions, and these supplies were just from one of many villas. This meant that this military base wasn't just well stocked with ammunition. Other weapons were probably abundant too. No wonder in this impoverished Middle Eastern region, even the ordinary guards carried standard military weapons. Turns out, there were so many good things hidden here. Jingshu opened a few crates. Inside, everything was perfectly preserved. She clicked her tongue and said, Pothead, looks like we've hit the jackpot. If we trade all these weapons to our brother country, Old Yi, who knows how much oil we could get in return. They're desperate for this stuff over there. Pothead nodded and swallowed. He didn't understand all the twists and turns, but he knew one thing. Soon, he'd have meat to eat. A lot of meat. Jingshu quietly released more bugs to search the area. With so many supplies and so many ability users guarding them, things were definitely not simple. She was afraid of triggering some taboo and alerting the ability users, so she had to be extra careful at this stage. She added, "Pothead, contact Xiaowei and have him send at least 200 more large burrowing bugs to help move supplies. There might be even more here than we thought." "Oh, and," Jingshu narrowed her eyes, "don't touch anything for now. I suspect there are still ability users guarding these supplies. Let me check everything first before we start moving things." Pothead quickly nodded. "We'll do whatever Sister Jing says." Then, Jingshu and Pothead checked a few more villas. If the burrowing bugs could open them, there was usually nothing valuable inside, but if the bugs couldn't get in, there was definitely something good. Jingshu found 2 more ammo depots and 3 full armories. Single-person rocket launchers and artillery were stacked in the villas like they were free, making anyone who saw them drool with envy. After making a round, Jingshu had a clear idea of what was there, but she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, the ground started shaking repeatedly. Something was wrong with the burrowing bugs. Jingshu quickly took Pothead down to the transfer station more than 20 meters underground. The area had already been expanded to over 100 square meters. To prevent collapse, the burrowing bugs had even transported over a dozen huge reinforced concrete pillars to support the space. But now, the heads of the several-meter-long burrowing bugs were all bloodied and scorched black. What did they run into this time? A few burrowing bugs led Jingshu to the depths of the tunnel. Originally, the bugs were supposed to dig 3 routes, 1 for escape, 1 for transport, and 1 as a backup. Every 500 meters, the 3 routes would intersect for connectivity. But the problem was in the northwest corner. This was supposed to be a junction point, but no matter how the bugs dug from 3 directions, they couldn't break through. They tried digging around, but even then, it didn't work. The detour got longer and longer, eventually forming a huge vacuum area in the middle. Whenever the bugs got close, they'd get electrocuted by the high-voltage wire mesh buried around it. Jingshu frowned. Burying a high-voltage wire mesh dozens of meters underground, if there's nothing wrong here, then there's definitely something wrong. At the end of the tunnel, it was pitch black, with a heavy smell of earth and rust. Sure enough, ahead was a dense tangle of wires. Pothead was puzzled. Who the heck buries wires underground like this? Jingshu put on insulated gloves and gently grabbed the wires. The condition for her Rubik's Cube space to collect items was to touch the object or use a conductor to move everything connected into the space. After the last upgrade, she had a deeper understanding of the space. Now, not only could she move everything connected by a conductor into the Rubik's Cube space, but she could also observe items along the conductor. In simple terms, by touching the wire, the Rubik's Cube space would show her everything the wire was connected to. Of course, there was a range limit, the size of the Rubik's Cube space. So, in an instant, the Rubik's Cube space simulated and mapped out everything around the wires, transmitting the image into Jingshu's mind. It was as if Jingshu could see everything around the wires. What she saw made her breathing quicken. It turned out the wires formed a huge net, surrounding a large iron spherical chamber in the center. Jingshu didn't know what was inside the sphere, but judging by the scale and the setup, whatever was inside was definitely extraordinary. "It's something good," Pothead asked. "What kind of good stuff?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "It's probably some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, why hide it so deep underground and protect it with so many measures?" Pothead was curious. Why not just keep it above ground? Why hide it underground? Jingshu actually knew the answer to this one. Because every country now has radar and cruise positioning systems. Like last time when we almost went to war with Wanwan. People said it would take less than a minute to cross over with an ID card and start selling roast pork and rice noodles. If the war started Friday morning, you could get your ID by the afternoon and watch the news that night. Wanwan's missiles wouldn't even get off the ground before being wiped out because their weapon systems are all locked in. To avoid cruise positioning, some countries bury their secret weapons deep underground. Jingshu swallowed hard. She had seen plenty of food and all kinds of treasures after so many years in the apocalypse, but she had never seen so much ammunition. 280, RDS 12.7mm PIAI. Box after box of orange-yellow waterproof military-style ammo crates were stacked together, filling the entire several hundred square meter villa to the brim. Each iron box was labeled with its model and bullet caliber. There were all kinds of calibers and types. Jingshu even found precious grenades and rocket launcher ammo. All of these were stored on the second and third floors of the villa, still stacked box upon box from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow path for a person to squeeze through. No wonder the burrowing bugs couldn't dig their way in. This villa had clearly been specially modified. The amount of ammunition inside was enough to support an army of tens of thousands for a long war. Food was precious in the apocalypse, but so were bullets. Each bullet was worth at least 1 or 2 virtual coins. Calculated by the square meter, Jingshu conservatively estimated the total value to be in the millions. And these supplies were just from one of many villas. This meant that this military base wasn't just well stocked with ammunition. Other weapons were probably abundant too. No wonder, in this impoverished Middle Eastern region, even the ordinary guards carried standard military weapons. Turns out there were so many good things hidden here. Jingshu opened a few crates. Inside, everything was perfectly preserved. She clicked her tongue and said, "Pothead, looks like we've hit the jackpot. If we trade all these weapons to our brother country, old Yi, who knows how much oil we could get in return. They're desperate for this stuff over there." Pothead nodded and swallowed. He didn't understand all the twists and turns, but he knew one thing. Soon, he'd have meat to eat. A lot of meat. Jingshu quietly released more bugs to search the area. With so many supplies and so many ability users guarding them, things were definitely not simple. She was afraid of triggering some taboo and alerting the ability users, so she had to be extra careful at this stage. She added, "Pothead, contact Xiao Wei, and have him send at least 200 more large burrowing bugs to help move supplies. There might be even more here than we thought." "Oh, and," Jingshu narrowed her eyes, "don't touch anything for now. I suspect there are still ability users guarding these supplies. Let me check everything first before we start moving things." Pothead quickly nodded. "We'll do whatever Sister Jing says." Then, Jingshu and Pothead checked a few more villas. If the burrowing bugs could open them, there was usually nothing valuable inside. But if the bugs couldn't get in, there was definitely something good. Jingshu found 2 more ammo depots and 3 full armories. Single-person rocket launchers and artillery were stacked in the villas like they were free, making anyone who saw them drool with envy. After making a round, Jingshu had a clear idea of what was there, but she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, the ground started shaking repeatedly. Something was wrong with the burrowing bugs. Jingshu quickly took Pothead down to the transfer station more than 20 meters underground. The area had already been expanded to over 100 square meters. To prevent collapse, the burrowing bugs had even transported over a dozen huge reinforced concrete pillars to support the space. But now, the heads of the several meter-long burrowing bugs were all bloodied and scorched black. What did they run into this time? A few burrowing bugs led Jingshu to the depths of the tunnel. Originally, the bugs were supposed to dig 3 routes, one for escape, one for transport, and one as a backup. Every 500 meters, the 3 routes would intersect for connectivity. But the problem was in the northwest corner. This was supposed to be a junction point, but no matter how the bugs dug from 3 directions, they couldn't break through. They tried digging around, but even then, it didn't work. Jingshu found 2 more ammo depots and 3 full armories. Single-person rocket launchers and artillery were stacked in the villas like they were free, making anyone who saw them drool with envy. After making a round, Jingshu had a clear idea of what was there, but she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, the ground started shaking repeatedly. Something was wrong with the burrowing bugs. Jingshu quickly took Pothead down to the transfer station more than 20 meters underground. The area had already been expanded to over 100 square meters. To prevent collapse, the burrowing bugs had even transported over a dozen huge reinforced concrete pillars to support the space. But now, the heads of the several meter-long burrowing bugs were all bloodied and scorched black. What did they run into this time? A few burrowing bugs led Jingshu to the depths of the tunnel. Originally, the bugs were supposed to dig 3 routes, one for escape, one for transport, and one as a backup. Every 500 meters, the 3 routes would intersect for connectivity. But the problem was in the northwest corner. This was supposed to be a junction point, but no matter how the bugs dug from 3 directions, they couldn't break through. They tried digging around, but even then, it didn't work. The detour got longer and longer, eventually forming a huge vacuum area in the middle. Whenever the bugs got close, they'd get electrocuted by the high-voltage wire mesh buried around it. Jingshu frowned. Burying a high-voltage wire mesh dozens of meters underground, if there's nothing wrong here, then there's definitely something wrong. At the end of the tunnel, it was pitch black, with a heavy smell of earth and rust. Sure enough, ahead was a dense tangle of wires. Pothead was puzzled. Who the heck buries wires underground like this? Jingshu put on insulated gloves and gently grabbed the wires. The condition for her Rubik's Cube space to collect items was to touch the object or use a conductor to move everything connected into the space. After the last upgrade, she had a deeper understanding of the space. Now, not only could she move everything connected by a conductor into the Rubik's Cube space, but she could also observe items along the conductor. In simple terms, by touching the wire, the Rubik's Cube space would show her everything the wire was connected to. Of course, there was a range limit, the size of the Rubik's Cube space. So, in an instant, the Rubik's Cube space simulated and mapped out everything around the wires, transmitting the image into Jingshu's mind. It was as if Jingshu could see everything around the wires. What she saw made her breathing quicken. It turned out the wires formed a huge net, surrounding a large iron spherical chamber in the center. Jingshu didn't know what was inside the sphere, but judging by the scale and the setup, whatever was inside was definitely extraordinary. "It's something good," Pothead asked. "What kind of good stuff?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "It's probably some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, why hide it so deep underground and protect it with so many measures?" Pothead was curious. Why not just keep it above ground? Why hide it underground? Jingshu actually knew the answer to this one. Because every country now has radar and cruise positioning systems. Like last time when we almost went to war with Wanwan. People said it would take less than a minute to cross over with an ID card and start selling roast pork and rice noodles. If the war started Friday morning, you could get your ID by the afternoon and watch the news that night. Wanwan's missiles wouldn't even get off the ground before being wiped out because their weapon systems are all locked in. To avoid cruise positioning, some countries bury their secret weapons deep underground. Jingshu swallowed hard. She had seen plenty of food and all kinds of treasures after so many years in the apocalypse, but she had never seen so much ammunition. 280 RDS 12.7mm PIAI. Box after box of orange-yellow waterproof military-style ammo crates were stacked together, filling the entire several hundred square meter villa to the brim. Each iron box was labeled with its model and bullet caliber. There were all kinds of calibers and types. Jingshu even found precious grenades and rocket launcher ammo. All of these were stored on the second and third floors of the villa, still stacked box upon box from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow path for a person to squeeze through. No wonder the burrowing bugs couldn't dig their way in. This villa had clearly been specially modified. The amount of ammunition inside was enough to support an army of tens of thousands for a long war. Food was precious in the apocalypse, but so were bullets. Each bullet was worth at least 1 or 2 virtual coins. Calculated by the square meter, Jingshu conservatively estimated the total value to be in the millions. And these supplies were just from one of many villas. This meant that this military base wasn't just well-stocked with ammunition. Other weapons were probably abundant too. No wonder, in this impoverished Middle Eastern region, even the ordinary guards carried standard military weapons. Turns out there were so many good things hidden here. Jingshu opened a few crates. Inside, everything was perfectly preserved. She clicked her tongue and said, "Pothead, looks like we've hit the jackpot. If we trade all these weapons to our brother country, old Yi, who knows how much oil we could get in return. They're desperate for this stuff over there." Pothead nodded and swallowed. He didn't understand all the twists and turns, but he knew one thing. Soon, he'd have meat to eat. A lot of meat. Jingshu quietly released more bugs to search the area. With so many supplies and so many ability users guarding them, things were definitely not simple. She was afraid of triggering some taboo and alerting the ability users, so she had to be extra careful at this stage. She added, "Pothead, contact Xiao Wei, and have him send at least 200 more large burrowing bugs to help move supplies. There might be even more here than we thought." "Oh, and," Jingshu narrowed her eyes, "don't touch anything for now. I suspect there are still ability users guarding these supplies. Let me check everything first before we start moving things." Pothead quickly nodded. "We'll do whatever Sister Jing says." Then, Jingshu and Pothead checked a few more villas. If the burrowing bugs could open them, there was usually nothing valuable inside. But if the bugs couldn't get in, there was definitely something good. Jingshu found 2 more ammo depots and 3 full armories. Single-person rocket launchers and artillery were stacked in the villas like they were free, making anyone who saw them drool with envy. After making a round, Jingshu had a clear idea of what was there, but she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, the ground started shaking repeatedly. Something was wrong with the burrowing bugs. Jingshu quickly took Pothead down to the transfer station more than 20 meters underground. The area had already been expanded to over 100 square meters. To prevent collapse, the burrowing bugs had even transported over a dozen huge reinforced concrete pillars to support the space. But now, the heads of the several-meter-long burrowing bugs were all bloodied and scorched black. What did they run into this time? A few burrowing bugs led Jingshu to the depths of the tunnel. Originally, the bugs were supposed to dig 3 routes, one for escape, one for transport, and one as a backup. Every 500 meters, the 3 routes would intersect for connectivity. But the problem was in the northwest corner. This was supposed to be a junction point, but no matter how the bugs dug from 3 directions, they couldn't break through. They tried digging around, but even then, it didn't work. The detour got longer and longer, eventually forming a huge vacuum area in the middle. Whenever the bugs got close, they'd get electrocuted by the high-voltage wire mesh buried around it. Jingshu frowned. Burying a high-voltage wire mesh dozens of meters underground, if there's nothing wrong here, then there's definitely something wrong. At the end of the tunnel, it was pitch black, with a heavy smell of earth and rust. Sure enough, ahead was a dense tangle of wires. Pothead was puzzled. Who the heck buries wires underground like this? Jingshu put on insulated gloves and gently grabbed the wires. The condition for her Rubik's Cube space to collect items was to touch the object, or use a conductor to move everything connected into the space. After the last upgrade, she had a deeper understanding of the space. Now, not only could she move everything connected by a conductor into the Rubik's Cube space, but she could also observe items along the conductor. In simple terms, by touching the wire, the Rubik's Cube space would show her everything the wire was connected to. Of course, there was a range limit, the size of the Rubik's Cube space. So, in an instant, the Rubik's Cube space simulated and mapped out everything around the wires, transmitting the image into Jingshu's mind. It was as if Jingshu could see everything around the wires. What she saw made her breathing quicken. It turned out the wires formed a huge net surrounding a large iron spherical chamber in the center. Jingshu didn't know what was inside the sphere, but judging by the scale and the setup, whatever was inside was definitely extraordinary. "It's something good?" Pothead asked. "What kind of good stuff?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "It's probably some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, why hide it so deep underground and protect it with so many measures?" Pothead was curious. "Why not just keep it above ground? Why hide it underground?" Jingshu actually knew the answer to this one. Because every country now has radar and cruise positioning systems. Like last time when we almost went to war with Wanwan, people said it would take less than a minute to cross over with an ID card and start selling roast pork and rice noodles. If the war started Friday morning, you could get your ID by the afternoon and watch the news that night. Wanwan's missiles wouldn't even get off the ground before being wiped out, because their weapon systems are all locked in. To avoid cruise positioning, some countries bury their secret weapons deep underground. So, whatever's inside that big round chamber must be something really valuable. It didn't matter whether Jingshu could use it herself. If she handed it over to the country, she'd definitely get a huge reward. Fishermen who fished a missile out of the sea got millions in rewards. If Jingshu managed to bring back a big treasure from an enemy country, wouldn't she get a massive contribution bonus? Thinking of this, Jingshu's eyes burned with excitement. This thing! She was determined to get it. Pothead's grin grew even wider after hearing all this. Sister Jing, that's some good stuff. But how do we get it? It's underground and can't be opened, not even by the burrowing bugs. If we use force, we might alert the ability users above. If only we had a key. A key? Jingshu pondered. This thing must have at least 3 or 4 layers of keys and permissions, maybe even anti-theft devices with decryption engineering. She'd seen it clearly in the virtual Rubik's Cube space, a seamless lump of iron made from some special material, not a single gap. Kidnapping someone important to get the key wouldn't work. Forcing it open probably wouldn't work either. So what could she do? Even though Jingshu didn't even know what was inside, something told her she had to get it. This thing was worth a fortune. I need to think. We still have more than 10 hours. For now, have the burrowing bugs hollow out the area around it? Jingshu's words were cut off by a message from the bugs in her underground garage. She quickly said, "Something's up over there. I have to go back. You stick to the plan, and if you're unsure about anything, ask Wenjun. And make sure to protect Xiao Wei. As for this big lump, leave it to me to figure out." With that, she hurriedly said goodbye to Pothead and sped through the tunnels. In this military base, her various spies were everywhere, like a giant web, showing her everything in her mind. Jingshu could then draw a 3D map, so she knew exactly how to get back to the underground garage tunnel quickly. In less than a minute, she crawled out of the tunnel and returned to the underground garage. She quickly changed back into her heavy formal dress, blocked the tunnel entrance with debris, and just as she finished, the door banged open. Myrui's eagle-like eyes swept the room and finally relaxed when he saw the disheveled but still stunning and pitiful Miss Joe in the corner. He'd sensed something was off at the door. The short walk in had taken him 3 minutes instead of a few dozen seconds. He'd been taunted by that venomous woman's snakes, and a bridge wall had suddenly collapsed, blocking his way. He thought Miss Joe's father had sent ability users to rescue her. This villa was heavily guarded, but if an ability user really wanted to sneak in, they could. The boss mainly guarded the secret weapon underground. The other items were too big and heavy for anyone to steal under their noses. That's why they did inventory checks twice a day, almost eliminating theft. For years, nothing had gone missing. Even if an ability user broke in, who could steal all the weapons, ammo, and secret weapons from an entire military base in one go? Myrui smirked. He was at ease now, walking in step by step. The darkness made it easier to do what he wanted. He'd deliberately left his translator Darlene behind and told no one. Seeing the lovely, delicate girl curled up in the corner, his mood improved even more. As for what would happen if he was discovered, Myrui wasn't worried at all. If the boss was the undisputed #1 in the base, then Myrui was #2. Maybe his power and strength weren't second, but in terms of usefulness, he definitely was. He was the base's treasure. Even if he messed with this young lady, he doubted anyone would say much. Myrui told the 2 guards not to come in no matter what noise they heard, then slammed the door shut. "Sorry, dear miss, I didn't find a swan, nor did I find any feathers. But if you want feathers, there are plenty of those." Myrui babbled on for a while. Jingshu, being a poor student, didn't understand a word, but it didn't matter. She could guess his intentions from his expression. "Sigh, this blonde sparrow is a problem. How should I deal with him?" Jingshu pondered. Should she beat him into submission, or just kill him outright? While she was thinking, Myrui was already moving toward her. Then, Myrui saw the beautiful woman in front of him smile. Yes, it was a pure, innocent smile. At that moment, he thought, "She's so beautiful, I could die for that smile." But a minute later, He finally understood. That smile was the smile of a demon. Ah, woo! A bite. The beauty's smile vanished, replaced by a huge, mud-like creature with a gaping mouth that swallowed him whole. The stench from its mouth almost made Mairui vomit. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in all kinds of slime. Ugh! Mairui was furious, then realized Miss Joe might be an ability user. The next second, Mairui's hair stood on end and countless black hairs sprouted all over his body. The detour got longer and longer, eventually forming a huge vacuum area in the middle. Whenever the bugs got close, they'd get electrocuted by the high-voltage wire mesh buried around it. Jingshu frowned. Burying a high-voltage wire mesh dozens of meters underground, if there's nothing wrong here, then there's definitely something wrong. At the end of the tunnel, it was pitch black, with a heavy smell of earth and rust. Sure enough, ahead was a dense tangle of wires. Pothead was puzzled. Who the heck buries wires underground like this? Jingshu put on insulated gloves and gently grabbed the wires. The condition for her Rubik's Cube space to collect items was to touch the object, or use a conductor to move everything connected into the space. After the last upgrade, she had a deeper understanding of the space. Now, not only could she move everything connected by a conductor into the Rubik's Cube space, but she could also observe items along the conductor. In simple terms, by touching the wire, the Rubik's Cube space would show her everything the wire was connected to. Of course, there was a range limit, the size of the Rubik's Cube space. So, in an instant, the Rubik's Cube space simulated and mapped out everything around the wires, transmitting the image into Jingshu's mind. It was as if Jingshu could see everything around the wires. What she saw made her breathing quicken. It turned out the wires formed a huge net surrounding a large iron spherical chamber in the center. Jingshu didn't know what was inside the sphere, but judging by the scale and the setup, whatever was inside was definitely extraordinary. "It's something good?" Pothead asked. "What kind of good stuff?" Jingshu thought for a moment. "It's probably some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise, why hide it so deep underground and protect it with so many measures?" Pothead was curious. "Why not just keep it above ground? Why hide it underground?" Jingshu actually knew the answer to this one. Because every country now has radar and cruise positioning systems. Like last time when we almost went to war with Wanwan, people said it would take less than a minute to cross over with an ID card and start selling roast pork and rice noodles. If the war started Friday morning, you could get your ID by the afternoon and watch the news that night. Wanwan's missiles wouldn't even get off the ground before being wiped out, because their weapon systems are all locked in. To avoid cruise positioning, some countries bury their secret weapons deep underground. So, whatever's inside that big round chamber must be something really valuable. It didn't matter whether Jingshu could use it herself. If she handed it over to the country, she'd definitely get a huge reward. Fishermen who fished a missile out of the sea got millions in rewards. If Jingshu managed to bring back a big treasure from an enemy country, wouldn't she get a massive contribution bonus? Thinking of this, Jingshu's eyes burned with excitement. This thing! She was determined to get it. Pothead's grin grew even wider after hearing all this. "Sister Jing, that's some good stuff. But how do we get it? It's underground and can't be opened, not even by the burrowing bugs. If we use force, we might alert the ability users above. If only we had a key." "A key?" Jingshu pondered. This thing must have at least 3 or 4 layers of keys and permissions, maybe even anti-theft devices with decryption engineering. She'd seen it clearly in the virtual Rubik's Cube space, a seamless lump of iron made from some special material, not a single gap. Kidnapping someone important to get the key wouldn't work. Forcing it open probably wouldn't work either. So what could she do? Even though Jingshu didn't even know what was inside, something told her she had to get it. This thing was worth a fortune. "I need to think. We still have more than 10 hours. For now, have the burrowing bugs hollow out the area around it?" Jingshu's words were cut off by a message from the bugs in her underground garage. She quickly said, "Something's up over there. I have to go back. You stick to the plan, and if you're unsure about anything, ask Wenjun. And make sure to protect Xiao Wei. As for this big lump, Leave it to me to figure out. With that, she hurriedly said goodbye to Pothead and sped through the tunnels. In this military base, her various spies were everywhere, like a giant web, showing her everything in her mind. Jingshu could then draw a 3D map, so she knew exactly how to get back to the underground garage tunnel quickly. In less than a minute, she crawled out of the tunnel and returned to the underground garage. She quickly changed back into her heavy formal dress, blocked the tunnel entrance with debris, and just as she finished, the door banged open. Myrui's eagle-like eyes swept the room and finally relaxed when he saw the disheveled but still stunning and pitiful Miss Joe in the corner. He'd sensed something was off at the door. The short walk in had taken him 3 minutes instead of a few dozen seconds. He'd been taunted by that venomous woman's snakes, and a bridge wall had suddenly collapsed, blocking his way. He thought Miss Joe's father had sent ability users to rescue her. This villa was heavily guarded, but if an ability user really wanted to sneak in, they could. The boss mainly guarded the secret weapon underground. The other items were too big and heavy for anyone to steal under their noses. That's why they did inventory checks twice a day, almost eliminating theft. For years, nothing had gone missing. Even if an ability user broke in, who could steal all the weapons, ammo, and secret weapons from an entire military base in one go? Myrui smirked. He was at ease now, walking in step by step. The darkness made it easier to do what he wanted. He'd deliberately left his translator Darlene behind and told no one. Seeing the lovely, delicate girl curled up in the corner, his mood improved even more. As for what would happen if he was discovered, Myrui wasn't worried at all. If the boss was the undisputed #1 in the base, then Myrui was #2. Maybe his power and strength weren't second, but in terms of usefulness, he definitely was. He was the base's treasure. Even if he messed with this young lady, he doubted anyone would say much. Myrui told the 2 guards not to come in no matter what noise they heard, then slammed the door shut. "Sorry, dear miss, I didn't find a swan, nor did I find any feathers. But if you want feathers, there are plenty of those." Myrui babbled on for a while. Jingshu, being a poor student, didn't understand a word, but it didn't matter. She could guess his intentions from his expression. "Sigh, this blonde sparrow is a problem. How should I deal with him?" Jingshu pondered. Should she beat him into submission, or just kill him outright? While she was thinking, Myrui was already moving toward her. Then, Myrui saw the beautiful woman in front of him smile. Yes, it was a pure, innocent smile. At that moment, he thought, "She's so beautiful, I could die for that smile." But a minute later, he finally understood. That smile was the smile of a demon. "Ah, woo!" A bite. The beauty's smile vanished, replaced by a huge, mud-like creature with a gaping mouth that swallowed him whole. The stench from its mouth almost made Myrui vomit. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in all kinds of slime. "Ugh!" Myrui was furious, then realized Miss Joe might be an ability user. The next second, Myrui's hair stood on end and countless black hairs sprouted all over his body. Jingshu nodded, making sure there wasn't a trace of electricity left on the big iron lump. Only then did she let Darlene take Myrui away. Before they left, Jingshu told Darlene, "Myrui is more valuable alive than dead, so I've decided to take him back to China. Of course, I promised you before that I'd get you back to China safely, and I'll keep my word. But during this time, I hope you can teach Myrui more Chinese, otherwise communication will be a headache." Darlene nodded. "Okay," but then hesitated. Jingshu was puzzled. "What is it?" The plump, dark-skinned woman finally mustered her courage and said, "Can you give me one of those bugs too? Otherwise I won't feel safe." Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. In Darlene's mind, only people like Myrui had value. If something happened, they wouldn't be abandoned. But people like her, who were dispensable, feared being left behind. She figured the bug must be valuable. If she had one in her, the other side would have invested something in her, so at least she'd have some use and wouldn't be abandoned so easily. "All right, as you wish." But Jingshu only planted a small one in her. The big ones were still needed as gloves to protect her. Darlene was a little disappointed. Her value really wasn't as high as Myrui's. But at least she was now useful, so she felt more at ease taking Mairui along. Mairui was still a bit dazed. He didn't understand why this woman had drained all the electricity from the thing. Even if there's no electricity now, this thing is embedded in the ground like a safe. It can't be moved or opened. What does she want to do? Mairui was curious but couldn't find out more, and was reluctantly taken away. He knew this woman was definitely after it, but why didn't she ask him about the details of this thing? But now his life was in her hands. If she died, who knew if the bug in his body would self-destruct? Thinking of this, Mairui had Darlene relay a message. Don't even think about taking this thing. It's a secret weapon here known as an armed safe. Even if all external power is destroyed, it has internal batteries to keep running. The safe not only has a password, but also iris and 3 other layers of authentication, plus a smart alarm. If you try to force it open or enter the wrong password, an alarm will go off and the boss will be notified. Jingshu nodded. She didn't deny that such advanced secret weapons would be well protected, but she didn't need to bother with all that. Crack the password? 4 layers of security? Why go to all that trouble? Who says you have to open the safe to steal what's inside? Why not just steal the whole safe? Did they really think this was a movie, where you have to race against time to crack the code like some master thief? Jingshu just didn't do things the usual way, huh? Sure, it was a bit tricky. For example, the safe was surrounded by all sorts of stuff, and it was embedded in the wall. At worst, she'd just steal the whole wall too. Just thinking about Mairui's shocked face when he saw the big iron lump somewhere else in the future made Jingshu want to laugh. Jingshu didn't say much, just told them she understood and wouldn't act recklessly. Mairui still left with them, but he felt this woman was definitely up to something. Once everyone was gone, Jingshu rubbed her hands together, made sure no one was around, snapped her fingers, and had the hidden green giant move in bit by bit, then began her moving operation. To prevent a collapse, she had the burrowing bugs on standby, ready to fill in with dirt. That's right, Jingshu was about to do something absolutely crazy. She started by moving all the extra junk, clothes, and daily necessities out of her space. Her Rubik's Cube space had leveled up and was now huge, over 1,400 cubic meters, more than enough to fit the big iron lump. But there were lots of accessories around it that needed to go in too, so she needed to clear out some space. The cooked food and perishables couldn't be taken out, so she just removed all the miscellaneous stuff. Actually, her space could easily fit the big iron lump, but not all the accessories around it. Earlier, when she had Mairui drain all the electricity, she'd secretly sent her little creatures to cut all the wires around the 5-meter diameter sphere. But there were still 4 steel pillars, each over 20 meters long. To take the whole thing, she'd have to take the steel pillars too, and a few security chains, like ship anchors, which were long but didn't take up much space. In short, after her space upgrade, she could just put her hand on it and, like selecting an area in a picture, take everything connected to the big iron lump as long as it was a single unit. For the protruding parts, she could just stitch together a few extra cubic meters of space. After a few tests, Jingshu shaped her space like a sun, hundreds of cubic meters in the center, with rays extending out to fit all the protruding parts. Once she'd cleared out over 300 cubic meters, Jingshu reached out and touched it. Collect! In the next second, the big iron lump, embedded deep underground with its complete system, vanished without a trace, along with all its accessories, the surrounding wires, and the pillars. The massive iron lump disappeared completely, without even triggering an alarm. Who would have thought that a thief would steal the whole safe? That's just insane! Then the burrowing bugs frantically filled in the hole, while Jingshu quickly retreated. Jingshu had to admit, the Americans really knew their stuff. The safe was seamless and even chained down. But, sorry, she'd just taken it all. As for whether the safe could be opened, that didn't matter. She'd hand it over to the higher-ups, and the professionals would handle it. Her goal wasn't to get what was inside the safe. She didn't need it anyway. But the reward for bringing it back would be huge, and that was enough. After all, she'd gotten it without breaking a sweat, just picked it up along the way. Isn't that the same as getting it for free? The night grew darker. Jingshu, hiding her achievements and fame. As for how to get the big iron lump out in a reasonable way, Jingshu had already thought of a few methods. But for now, it was best to keep it in her space. If she took it out and there was some kind of reverse tracking, running around with that thing would be a huge problem. To be safe, Jingshu quietly had the burrowing bugs dig 2 more roots. Like a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows, she always needed a backup plan. In a great mood, Jingshu returned to the original underground garage, released her guards, and finally got a few hours of good sleep. At last, a faint light appeared in the sky, and the military base was filled with noise and activity. But no one would ever know that the secret treasure buried dozens of meters underground had already vanished. Today was the day to lead the Chinese fools to exchange supplies, so the whole villa area was bustling. The man in the black robe even held a meeting with his subordinates to make arrangements. Leave enough people behind. Dwarf, Hammer, and Tiger will stay here with their teams. If anything happens, act immediately and kill. At this moment, Mairui pretended to be half asleep, but he was actually in a terrible mood. He hadn't slept all night. Everyone else just thought he'd overindulged and didn't pay much attention. Hearing this, Mairui immediately asked, "Boss, are you going today?" His heart was pounding. He was afraid the boss would go. If he did and a fight broke out, the Chinese wouldn't stand a chance. And once his betrayal was discovered, his chances of survival would be slim. But he was also afraid the boss wouldn't go. If that happened, he'd be worse than dead, doomed to be a slave to the Chinese from then on. The black-robed man grunted, "Of course I'm going. All the gangs are eyeing the hundreds of boatloads of supplies from the Chinese. There are countless ability users. To gain the upper hand, there's bound to be a fight after we snatch the goods." Mairui lowered his head and said nothing. He could imagine the scene. There was an unspoken rule in the business. When robbing a fat sheep, everyone teams up to grab all the goods first, then splits the loot by strength. But these Chinese were hiding deep. That rich girl was so powerful and mysterious, so the people around her must be extraordinary too. Wait, wasn't her maid, the one taken by the snake woman yesterday, still alive? Mairui was thinking about Nanan. When he was brought back yesterday, he'd run into the snake woman and had Darlene translate for him. That maid had been tortured badly, not only disfigured but bitten all over. The snake woman smiled viciously. "This woman has a self-healing ability. She's a treasure. Darlene, ask her if she's willing to be my test subject. If so, I'll spare her life." Test subject? For those weird, disgusting experiments? Mairui shuddered. After Darlene asked, she said, "She's willing, but tomorrow she wants to see the raid on the Chinese supplies." The snake woman shrugged. "Then take her along." Mairui kept thinking that maid wasn't simple, when the black-robed man's hoarse voice came. "Also, take more than 300 fully armed people to receive the goods. There's too much stuff to bring it all back at once and risk exposing the base. Arrange some boats at the dock. After picking up the goods, circle around before coming back. Mairui, go down to the underground again, fully charge that thing and check the system. Once you're done, we'll leave." Mairui's heart pounded even faster. He nodded and left, not listening to the rest of the meeting. The entrance was in the black-robed man's villa. He opened the underground passage, took the electric elevator, which required a password, iris, and fingerprint scan to open. The system here used a ton of electricity every day, so he had to come daily. The elevator went down dozens of meters, then he entered an alloy room, entered another password, and waited for the black-robed man's authorization to open the alloy door. Mairui sneered to himself. With security this tight, how could she possibly steal anything? And nothing here has been touched, unless she dug it out from underground. He reached the power storage room, fully charged the system, and went to the control room as usual. His clearance only went this far. Any further required the black-robed man himself. But today the control room computer was blacked out, and the other end of the connection showed an unknown error. Mairui's heart pounded wildly. No, it can't be. There's no alarm, so everything should be fine. The unknown error is probably just a power cut. Yes, last night that woman had me drain all the electricity. He relaxed. That thing was so big. Even if someone tried to dig it out, they couldn't. Not with all the bolts and giant pillars. And the bolts were alarmed. If tampered with, they'd trigger an alert. One end of the bolt was attached to the thing, the other was in the alloy room, locked in a T-shape in the wall. It was impossible for it to disappear without disturbing the door. Mairui breathed a sigh of relief and went to check the alloy room. He was stunned. The 1-meter-thick bolt was gone, but the wall was untouched, not a scratch. The bolt had no key. It was locked into the wall. There was no way it could just disappear. So, how did it vanish? That woman, did she really succeed? How did she do it? Oh my God, could she have? If that's the case, she's truly terrifying. Mairui was so dazed he didn't even know how he got on the bus. On the bus, the snake woman mocked him. I see that young lady's skin is even smoother and she looks better than yesterday. Did she drain you dry last night? The bus erupted in laughter, everyone in high spirits mocking Mairui. Mairui shook his head in horror. These idiots. Did they even know what they were saying? He glanced at Jingshu, who was smiling, and Darlene sitting quietly in front, and felt a chill. He no longer dared to have any other thoughts about this woman. All he felt was fear. The black-robed man frowned. What's going on? Mairui said nothing, but the snake woman spoke up. Mairui forced himself on someone last night, but it looks like he overslept and is out of it today. The black-robed man was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, Mairui, looks like you're tired of living. I told you not to. Before he could finish, the bus suddenly screeched to a halt. The black-robed man's body twisted strangely. Jingshu saw it clearly. Her pupils shrank sharply. What kind of monster was hiding under that black robe? To be honest, after so many years in the apocalypse, even though ordinary people made up 99% of the population, Jingshu had seen all kinds of strange mutations. But something this inhuman. This was a first. But it did prove that old saying, the less human you look, the more powerful you are. Just look at the bodyguard teams and the national elite squads. There were hardly any normal-looking people except for her, who looked completely ordinary. What's going on? What happened? Why did we suddenly stop? Is someone trying to rob us? The black-robed man looked outside without any change in expression. Jingshu's face was calm, but inside she was worried that nothing extra would happen. After all, they'd just set out, and Pothead's side should only just be getting started. Luckily, it wasn't a robbery. With such a long-armed convoy, no one would be foolish enough to try. Besides, in this part of Mars, they were basically the bosses. Turned out it was another bandit gang inviting them to go to the docks together to exchange goods for hostages, and hoping to form a strong alliance to swallow up 90% of the Chinese supplies. The black-robed man gave a hoarse laugh, neither agreeing nor refusing. There were too many bandits eyeing the Chinese. Even pirate gangs from far-off Somalia had come to watch. What were they watching for? To see if there were any scraps to pick up. If the bandits were too weak, the goods they just snatched would be gone in no time. So the surrounding bandits who had hostages naturally wanted to team up to avoid being robbed themselves after getting the goods. They continued on their way. Jingshu, using the little bugs she'd left along the way, kept in touch and knew Pothead had already started his part. She kept an eye on both the black-robed man's side and Pothead's progress. It was thrilling. She just wanted to hurry up and move everything. There was so much to take, and she was always worried there wouldn't be enough time. Last night, she'd secretly contacted old Joe and told Yang Yang's team to make sure to wipe out all the main ability users today. As long as they didn't make it back, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But Jingshu narrowed her eyes. Yesterday, she'd overlooked something. After seeing the black-robed man's true face today, she realized that killing the others might be easy, but the black-robed man was definitely not simple. Well, she'd see how things went. Time passed both slowly and quickly. The black-robed man spoke little. Mairui was listless and worried about his own life, while everyone else was excited. With so many supplies coming in, they were already dreaming of endless beer and cigarettes, and even started dividing up the Chinese goods they'd seen in recent days. Especially the snake woman, who kept having Darlene ask the half-dead Nanan what else her young lady had. To save her life, Nanan told them everything. How Jingshu had endless diamonds and gold, all gold furniture, feasts every day, and all kinds of skincare products. The snake woman's eyes lit up with greed. At Mars port, ship after ship of supplies had gathered. Just looking at how deep the ships sat in the water, you could tell how heavy and valuable the cargo was. Most of it was beer and raw materials the bodyguard team had produced in recent days, plus cigarettes and food, and some loot from previous raids. All the ransom goods were ready. The Mars armed forces were ready too. Mama Haas was extremely nervous, pacing and wringing his hands. He'd thought today would just be a normal exchange of goods for hostages. But he hadn't expected so many fleets to show up after hearing the news. Even though the docks were under lockdown for the day, there were just too many ships and forces watching nearby. Old Joe comforted him. "Don't worry. Our goods are only for getting my son and daughter back. If anyone else gets robbed, that's not our problem." Mama Haas forced a bitter smile. This was his territory, and even though guns were banned, could they really stop anything? If something happened that even the authorities couldn't control, Mars would collapse instantly. So, "Don't worry, it'll be a good day," Old Joe reassured him. Mama Haas shook his head, not understanding how this Chinese tycoon could be so calm. Watching all those ships full of goods about to be handed over, his heart ached so much he could barely breathe. Did Old Joe really not care about all these supplies? So much stuff, just given away. Didn't he have any backup plan? How had he survived so long in China? Weren't Chinese people supposed to be cunning? Was that just a myth? If Old Joe didn't still have the secret recipes for beer and cigarettes, and hadn't promised he could make more if given time, Mama Haas wouldn't have sent troops to protect him. In the apocalypse, if there's no profit or value, why would he risk his life for the Chinese? But as it was, Old Joe still had his trump card, so Mama Haas was willing to provide official protection. He just hoped Old Joe would settle down after this. Soon, all the bandits arrived. Old Joe counted heads, nodded, and began the exchange. On the dim dock, countless ships were moored by the sea, and many armed troops stood on the pier. When the bandits saw the real ships lined up with goods, they all swallowed hard. Old Joe had the interpreter use a loudspeaker to start the exchange. The process was simple. For every 5 ships of goods, they got 1 son back. You had to admit, the Chinese were generous. Not only did they give the goods, but to make things easier, they even included the drivers and the ships, all packaged up for the bandits. The bandits checked the ships, drivers were all ordinary people, and the goods were all real. That made things much easier, and the exchange went very quickly. This time, Old Joe had finally learned his lesson. He got his son back, and Mama Haas was relieved, but it didn't seem to make much difference. When only half the sons had been returned, the other side demanded all the remaining goods before they'd give back his most beloved daughter. Mama Haas recognized the trick and quickly said, "Old Joe, you can't give them everything, or they won't release the hostages." Old Joe wiped away imaginary tears and said, "What else can I do? If I don't give it, they'll kill my daughter. I have to give it." So Old Joe generously handed over all the goods. "You can split the goods however you want, but you must give me back my daughter. She's the one who knows the secret recipe for making beer." Mama Haas. "What?" Other bandits. Drooling. Mama Haas. "Come on, man, are you really stupid or just pretending? If you hadn't said that, maybe they would have sent your daughter back. But after you said that, only someone kicked in the head by a donkey would actually return her." At this moment, Mama Haas felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He really wanted to ask, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Meanwhile, the bandits were even more excited after hearing that. Forget about returning the hostage. After getting the goods, they had no intention of giving her back, especially the black-robed man. The tentacles under his robe twisted with excitement. He'd been wondering how to get the secret of the beer, but now that the hostage herself knew it, there was even less reason to let her go. Even their battle plan became much simpler. The black-robed man said directly, "Once we get the goods, escort this woman away. Don't do anything extra." He even gave the snake woman a special look, since she wanted to go to the hotel and take all the Chinese woman's belongings. The snake woman nodded reluctantly. Now, all the bandits who had hostages and could get goods banded together. Although each could get 5 ships' worth, the powerful black-robed organization would obviously take more. So they decided to take the goods and run to a safe place before dividing them up. So, Mama Haas could only watch as the other side, using safety as an excuse, took the goods, Old Joe's daughter, and the last few hostages, and sailed away. "That's it?" Mama Haas asked. Old Joe nodded and even comforted him. "Don't worry. They said once they're safe, they'll send my daughter back. They've all got the goods. They won't go back on their word." Heh. Mama Haas couldn't hide his sarcasm. If they really sent the hostage back, he'd eat shit on the spot. Old Joe even said, "Isn't this a good result? At least they didn't hurt my children. See, they're all fine, and now my daughter is even more valuable, so they won't kill her." Mama Haas wanted to say, "But you're left with nothing. Dozens of ships of goods are just gone." Now Old Joe was basically useless. But then Old Joe said something that left him speechless. "Don't worry. My own younger brother will be arriving from China soon." "Huh?" Mama Haas didn't react at first, then asked, "What about your brother?" Old Joe smiled. "I'm just the vanguard at the first stop. He's coming to bring me more supplies, maybe over 100 ships worth." Old Joe calculated that if everything went smoothly and they raided the bandits' lair, that would be about the right number. But their goal this time was clear. Anything not valuable would be left behind, and everything would be traded for hard currency like oil. One second Mama Haas was still sneering, but the next, he was smiling sincerely. He immediately asked, "Dear Mr. Joe, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? I should go welcome your brother. When will he arrive in Mars?" Old Joe thought for a moment. "A few days, maybe. Anyway, it's just a few dozen ships of goods, nothing special. By the way, I'm not just planning to set up a brewery in Mars. Next, I want to go to Hans. I hear it's a very wealthy place." Mama Haas's eyes lit up. This was a god of wealth. He had to be treated well. No wonder this wasteful tycoon wasn't worried. He had real financial backing. He quickly said, no problem, everything can be arranged. And don't worry, I've already sent people to keep an eye on where the goods are going. If they're still in Mars territory, I'll definitely get them back for you. But Hans is very close to that other place, and it's really chaotic there. It's not as safe as here. There are too many factions, and only the strongest have a say. If you go there," he meant you'd just be sending yourself to the wolves. Old Joe just smiled and said nothing more, heading back with Mama Haas. On the way back, he felt much lighter. After all, the army was large, but now they had no goods, and even the onlookers had mostly left. Now all of Mars knew that the Chinese had given away dozens of ships of goods and had nothing left. Meanwhile, ship after ship of goods was surrounded by all kinds of boats, heading to other waters. At least they had to circle around to shake off the onlookers. And Jing Shu, at this moment, was captured on her own ship. This was one of the ships she'd seized earlier, now loaded with beer. The black-robed man and his subordinates were inspecting the goods ship by ship. "Boss, these Chinese are really rich. Every ship is full of top-quality goods. We've checked more than a dozen ships, all good stuff and all kinds of finished cigarettes. We've really hit the jackpot this time." "Boss, how should we divide all this loot?" A group of people surrounded the black-robed man, clearly excited. They'd never seen so much good stuff in all their time here. The black-robed man thought for a moment and said, "Gather everyone else who has goods, hold a meeting and split things up. Give them 40% of the goods. First, get out of these waters and meet at the Black Forest at sea." At this point, 7 or 8 people were meeting, not even bothering to avoid Jing Shu. In their eyes, she wasn't dead, but she was now just a slave for making beer. When they heard this, the short, fat dwarf immediately protested, Boss, this is all good stuff. Why are we taking so little? The snake woman chimed in. Yeah, and we still have to give most of it to the higher-ups. There won't be much left for us. The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh. First, let's shake off all these random people following us. Then we'll see who survives and talk about it then. They suddenly understood. These goods were just bait. They thought, with a boss this ruthless, how could he let so much go? The black-robed man gathered the leaders of a dozen factions and happily split the loot. Among these small groups, there were a few ability users, plenty of firepower, and even some armed combat ships. Pretty impressive. On the sea, there usually weren't many ships, but today there were an unusually large number. But everyone just pretended to be tourists in these waters. Once they left Mars's waters, today was destined to be a day of chaos. There was no other way. Maybe they could have stayed in these waters, but in Mars territory, carrying so much cargo would guarantee they'd be targeted by the Mars authorities. So, faced with being tracked by the authorities or fighting it out with the pirates outside, they could only choose to make a run for it and clean their loot in other waters. That's how things ended up like this. Is everyone ready? The black-robed man's hoarse voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ready? Boss, all the ships are in position. Those bastards outside actually dare to eye our stuff? Huh, let's show them what we've got. The times have changed. We're not like those poor losers who rob with their bare hands. We have real backing. Compared to other pirates and bandits, they not only had endless guns and ammo, everyone was armed to the teeth, but also a whole team of new human ability users. As the massive fleet left Mars's waters, the surrounding ships began to show their true colors. They dropped their disguises, revealing rows of menacing cannons aimed at the densely packed fleet in the center. But when it came to robbing cargo, there was an unspoken rule in the business: don't destroy the goods. So they tried to avoid using heavy weapons that might sink the cargo ships. This was more of a declaration of war, a show of force. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was an open secret that people could be upstanding citizens and super rich by day and do shady things by night. Order, in this chaotic Middle East, was just a thin veil. And among this huge crowd of bandits, there was a group of Chinese disguised as pirates. Right now, they looked like insignificant small-time pirates, squeezed in among the big players, without even a proper pirate ship, pushed aside by the surrounding cannons. But, if you went inside these shabby ships, you'd find they were full of ability users. If you recognized their faces, you'd realize, aren't these the sons of that foolish rich Chinese tycoon? In the ship's meeting room, the leader, codename 7, sat calmly in a chair, eyes closed, ignoring the chaos outside. The radio crackled with signals from the surrounding ships and voices from their own crew. Everything was under control. Big Yellow Teeth, who wasn't good-looking or strong enough to be a tycoon's son, used to work as a clerk, but now that old Joe's side had been cleaned out, he could only join the toothless Macau gambler and a bunch of shady bodyguards here as dark pieces. He calmly sipped water from his thermos and asked, "We're out of Mars's waters now. Why haven't these pirates made a move yet? Isn't this a waste of time? Should we help them out?" Codename 7 opened his eyes and asked, "How much cargo did Jingshu's team move from the military base? Our goal is to wipe out the black-robed man's organization, or at least stop them from returning to base." Big Yellow Teeth looked at Yang Yang. Yang Yang said, "According to the last report, it'll take at least a day. There's just too much stuff to move. But to prevent accidents, Jingshu's whole team is already at the military base. We need to keep an eye on the other gangs, and according to our intel, there's also a team of new humans from another country hiding among them." Codename 7 said, "To avoid surprises, let's start some chaos early. Make sure to protect our own cargo. If a ship goes down, that's a huge loss. And don't forget our real objective." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the goal was to collect more supplies. The Macau gambler did a quick divination, and when his missing tooth pointed in a certain direction, Big Yellow Teeth grinned. "Xiao Ye, go for it. That's the ship. Sink it and get the two sides fighting." So, Someone shouted, "The ship's leaking! Someone sabotaged us!" Suddenly, chaos broke out. Some of the big ships kept their cool, but the smaller ones couldn't hold back, and a brawl erupted. Mama Haas wanted to say, "But you're left with nothing. Dozens of ships of goods are just gone." Now, old Joe was basically useless. But then old Joe said something that left him speechless. "Don't worry. My own younger brother will be arriving from China soon." "Huh?" Mama Haas didn't react at first, then asked, "What about your brother?" Old Joe smiled. "I'm just the vanguard at the first stop. He's coming to bring me more supplies, maybe over 100 ships worth." Old Joe calculated that if everything went smoothly and they raided the bandits' lair, that would be about the right number. But their goal this time was clear. Anything not valuable would be left behind, and everything would be traded for hard currency like oil. One second Mama Haas was still sneering, but the next, he was smiling sincerely. He immediately asked, "Dear Mr. Joe, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? I should go welcome your brother. When will he arrive in Mars?" Old Joe thought for a moment. "A few days, maybe. Anyway, it's just a few dozen ships of goods, nothing special. By the way, I'm not just planning to set up a brewery in Mars. Next, I want to go to Hans. I hear it's a very wealthy place." Mama Haas's eyes lit up. This was a god of wealth. He had to be treated well. No wonder this wasteful tycoon wasn't worried. He had real financial backing. He quickly said, no problem, everything can be arranged. And don't worry, I've already sent people to keep an eye on where the goods are going. If they're still in Mars territory, I'll definitely get them back for you. But Hans is very close to that other place, and it's really chaotic there. It's not as safe as here. There are too many factions, and only the strongest have a say. If you go there, he meant you'd just be sending yourself to the wolves. Old Joe just smiled and said nothing more, heading back with Mama Haas. On the way back, he felt much lighter. After all, the army was large, but now they had no goods, and even the onlookers had mostly left. Now all of Mars knew that the Chinese had given away dozens of ships of goods and had nothing left. Meanwhile, ship after ship of goods was surrounded by all kinds of boats, heading to other waters. At least they had to circle around to shake off the onlookers. And Jing Shu, at this moment, was captured on her own ship. This was one of the ships she'd seized earlier, now loaded with beer. The black-robed man and his subordinates were inspecting the goods ship by ship. "Boss, these Chinese are really rich. Every ship is full of top-quality goods. We've checked more than a dozen ships, all good stuff and all kinds of finished cigarettes. We've really hit the jackpot this time." "Boss, how should we divide all this loot?" A group of people surrounded the black-robed man, clearly excited. They'd never seen so much good stuff in all their time here. The black-robed man thought for a moment and said, "Gather everyone else who has goods, hold a meeting and split things up. Give them 40% of the goods. First, get out of these waters and meet at the Black Forest at sea." At this point, 7 or 8 people were meeting, not even bothering to avoid Jing Shu. In their eyes, she wasn't dead, but she was now just a slave for making beer. When they heard this, the short, fat dwarf immediately protested, "Boss, this is all good stuff. Why are we taking so little?" The snake woman chimed in, "Yeah, and we still have to give most of it to the higher-ups. There won't be much left for us." The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh. "First, let's shake off all these random people following us. Then we'll see who survives and talk about it then." They suddenly understood. These goods were just bait. They thought, with a boss this ruthless, how could he let so much go? The black-robed man gathered the leaders of a dozen factions and happily split the loot. Among these small groups, there were a few ability users, plenty of firepower, and even some armed combat ships. Pretty impressive. On the sea, there usually weren't many ships, but today there were an unusually large number. But everyone just pretended to be tourists in these waters. Once they left Mars's waters, today was destined to be a day of chaos. There was no other way. Maybe they could have stayed in these waters, but in Mars territory, carrying so much cargo would guarantee they'd be targeted by the Mars authorities. So, faced with being tracked by the authorities or fighting it out with the pirates outside, They could only choose to make a run for it and clean their loot in other waters. That's how things ended up like this. "Is everyone ready?" The black-robed man's hoarse voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Ready?" "Boss, all the ships are in position." "Those bastards outside actually dare to eye our stuff? Huh, let's show them what we've got." The times have changed. We're not like those poor losers who rob with their bare hands. We have real backing. Compared to other pirates and bandits, they not only had endless guns and ammo, everyone was armed to the teeth, but also a whole team of new human ability users. As the massive fleet left Mars's waters, the surrounding ships began to show their true colors. They dropped their disguises, revealing rows of menacing cannons aimed at the densely packed fleet in the center. But when it came to robbing cargo, there was an unspoken rule in the business: don't destroy the goods. So they tried to avoid using heavy weapons that might sink the cargo ships. This was more of a declaration of war, a show of force. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was an open secret that people could be upstanding citizens and super rich by day and do shady things by night. Order, in this chaotic Middle East, was just a thin veil. And among this huge crowd of bandits, there was a group of Chinese disguised as pirates. Right now, they looked like insignificant small-time pirates, squeezed in among the big players, without even a proper pirate ship, pushed aside by the surrounding cannons. But if you went inside these shabby ships, you'd find they were full of ability users. If you recognized their faces, you'd realize, aren't these the sons of that foolish rich Chinese tycoon? In the ship's meeting room, the leader, codename 7, sat calmly in a chair, eyes closed, ignoring the chaos outside. The radio crackled with signals from the surrounding ships and voices from their own crew. Everything was under control. Big Yellow Teeth, who wasn't good-looking or strong enough to be a tycoon's son, used to work as a clerk, but now that old Joe's side had been cleaned out, he could only join the toothless Macau gambler and a bunch of shady bodyguards here as dark pieces. He calmly sipped water from his thermos and asked, "We're out of Mars's waters now. Why haven't these pirates made a move yet? Isn't this a waste of time? Should we help them out?" Codename 7 opened his eyes and asked, "How much cargo did Jingshu's team move from the military base?" "Our goal is to wipe out the black-robed man's organization, or at least stop them from returning to base." Big Yellow Teeth looked at Yang Yang. Yang Yang said, "According to the last report, it'll take at least a day. There's just too much stuff to move. But to prevent accidents, Jingshu's whole team is already at the military base. We need to keep an eye on the other gangs, and according to our intel, there's also a team of new humans from another country hiding among them." Codename 7 said, "To avoid surprises, let's start some chaos early. Make sure to protect our own cargo. If a ship goes down, that's a huge loss. And don't forget our real objective." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the goal was to collect more supplies. The Macau gambler did a quick divination, and when his missing tooth pointed in a certain direction, Big Yellow Teeth grinned. "Xiao Ye, go for it. That's the ship. Sink it and get the two sides fighting." "So," someone shouted, "the ship's leaking. Someone sabotaged us." Suddenly, chaos broke out. Some of the big ships kept their cool, but the smaller ones couldn't hold back, and a brawl erupted. The black-robed man had brought enough people this time, and they immediately started shooting on the ships, though no ability users had joined the fight yet. At this moment, Mairui led Darlene and Jingshu to a safe cabin, while the others prepared for battle. Why have Mairui protect Jingshu? Well, out of the whole squad, only Mairui was domestic. If he didn't protect Jingshu, who would? After all, Jingshu was the one who knew the secret recipe for making beer. Once the door was closed, Mairui smirked sarcastically. Him? Protecting someone? He could barely protect himself. Did they even realize what kind of monster they'd asked him to guard? He'd tried to say something several times, but his throat was blocked and even his mind felt controlled. If he dared reveal anything, he'd be killed instantly. In the cabin, Mairui finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do you seem so familiar with this ship? And how did a pirate-modified ship end up among the cargo ships?" After Darlene translated, Jingshu sat elegantly by the window, watching the chaos and explosions outside, and smiled. Because this is my ship. Huh? But this ship is clearly the kind only Middle Eastern pirate warlords use. Jingshu nodded. That's right. We robbed it all the way from China. Of course it's a stolen ship. Mairui's jaw dropped. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he remembered the recent rumors at sea about a ruthless group of pirates running wild. So these pirates were actually this group of Chinese? So you're actually the biggest pirates on the sea? All this talk about opening a brewery was just a cover? Mairui felt his heart ache. If he'd had any hope before, it was now completely crushed. Jingshu just smiled and said nothing. Mairui pressed on. So, what are you planning now? Why pretend to be fat sheep for us to slaughter? Do you know how many pirates and other forces are in these waters? Aren't you playing with fire? And most importantly, Mairui swallowed hard. I want to live. I know you're keeping me alive because I'm useful. I really want to live. I'll do anything. So after Mairui realized he couldn't escape, he genuinely started to worry. This woman held his life in her hands, but could they really survive doing things this way? If they didn't, wouldn't he be doomed too? Darlene's expression was complicated. Mairui's change of attitude was just too fast. Not long ago, he was a high and mighty member of the base, but in just a day, he'd become a prisoner, desperately thinking about how to survive. Hearing this, Jingshu nodded, neither confirming nor denying. If you were useless, I wouldn't have planted a bug in you. Honestly, your electricity-generating ability is just too useful. Darlene said you can power not just regular appliances, but also charge electric vehicles. Basically, anything that uses electricity you can convert and store. Jingshu had thought about it all night. If she told Grandma Jing and Grandpa Jing about this, wouldn't they be over the moon? With Grandma Jing's stingy, penny-pinching ways, suddenly having a human-free charging station at home would make her ecstatic. Well, she'd been wondering what gift to bring home. Now she had a surprise. Jingshu could already imagine Grandma Jing's beaming face. She wondered if Fat Chicken would lose favor. Fat Chicken. As long as I keep laying eggs, I'll never lose favor. Before the apocalypse, Grandma Jing was reluctant to waste electricity. She'd even time how long the TV was on, and if the bat got hot, she'd turn it off. After the apocalypse, forget it. The more Jingshu looked at Mairui, the more satisfied she felt. Once she got home, she could use electricity as she pleased, and all it would cost was a meal. Grandma Jing would definitely be happy. Hearing this, Mairui glared at Darlene and quickly explained, It's not like I can use every electrical device. The current has to be adapted in advance, and I need time to recover. I can't handle too much current at once. Like yesterday, when you made me absorb so much, I couldn't take it. Seeing Jingshu's expression darken, he quickly patted his chest and said, As long as I eat a bit more every day, I can generate a lot of electricity. I'll definitely manage. Jingshu nodded in satisfaction. I hope you learn Chinese before we go back to China. Don't worry, as long as you're useful, I won't kill you. Mairui nodded repeatedly. In the face of life and death, nothing else mattered. But could this woman really make it out of the Middle East? He was very worried. He knew exactly what kind of power they were up against. Not to mention the military base, just the black-robed man. Did the Chinese have anyone who could restrain him? And above the black-robed man, there were even stronger organizations. They were just cannon fodder. But Mairui soon realized his worries might be unnecessary, because he was about to witness the true strength of these Chinese. Boom! The whole ship suddenly shook. It turned out a nearby faction couldn't hold back and fired heavy artillery at a cargo ship. Mairui looked at the string of cargo ships. You're using these as bait, but now it looks like they're about to be destroyed. Jingshu's lips curled up. She signaled for him to look, and Mairui saw that the cargo ship that should have sunk was still perfectly fine. He gaped. Where did that shell go? Jingshu shrugged and smiled without answering. Then Mairui saw the pirate ship that had just attacked Sheikh a couple of times. A group of people boarded it, and within minutes, the ship fled the area. Mairui's pupils shrank in shock. This is... Jingshu nodded. Our people boarded and took the ship. Later we'll sell it cheap to people in nearby waters for supplies. The weapons on board are worth a lot. What she didn't say was that today, everyone in these waters, no exceptions, would be staying. Normally, there were never this many well-armed ships. Before, they'd searched the seas like crazy and never found so many fat targets. Now, they'd all shown up. These ships were like top-tier gear in a game. It cost a fortune to arm a ship to the point where it could go out robbing. Later, they'd pick the best ones to keep, sell the rest to allied countries, and after pulling off a big job here, they'd take the loot to rich places like Dubai or Arabia and trade for even more. It was all about snowballing, bit by bit. Of course, what Jingshu didn't say was that only the small fry were making moves now. The real targets on their list, they were planning to lure them in for a bigger heist. Otherwise, how could they clean out the enemy's lair? Mairui's eye twitched. In just over an hour, more than 20 or 30 ships had already left. Anyone else would think these were just small-time pirates retreating. But he knew. They were all this woman's accomplices, Old Joe's people. He'd thought from the start that Old Joe's sons and daughters didn't look like spoiled rich kids, but like burly mercenaries. Sure enough. What Mairui didn't know was that the bodyguard group was almost in an uproar. "Hey, can't you leave our team a couple of ships? You dark team guys are going too far." "We're not being unreasonable. Isn't today our dark team's show? You bright team guys had your fun playing rich kids. If you came over now, wouldn't that blow your cover?" Macau gambler. "Man, these pirates are really dumb and rich. They put everything they own on their ships. No wonder my gambling tooth pointed here. This was fate." Others. Jealousy, envy, hate. The Macau gambler's ability might not be much, but when it came to picking rewards, he was the worst. He always had to get something better than everyone else. So annoying. The corpse-driving Taoist from Jiangxi. "Ha ha ha, my few ships aren't bad either. Just now someone tried to sneak up on our cargo ships, but thanks to Zhao Ye's quick reflexes, we hacked their ship." The Taoist's ship had tried to circle around with a few others, clearly aiming for the cargo ships, but halfway there it suddenly changed direction. And then, nothing. It just disappeared. Mairui saw all of this. In the current chaos, who would care about a few missing ships? Yeah, how to lure the giant octopus away was a real problem. When it went berserk, it was terrifying. Everyone was a new human, but they'd never seen anything this outrageous. Jingshu replied in the group chat, "I'll figure out a way to lure it away. You guys control the scene and handle the others." The old Taoist couldn't help but ask, "Jing girl, it's not that I don't trust you, but with your little bit of meat, how are you going to lure such a big thing? You might not even make it over there before you're gone." The gambler laughed. "Yeah, I say just let Captain Codename 7 handle it. That octopus is dead set on sinking all these ships. What could possibly attract it?" Jingshu typed quickly, "Don't worry, I really have a way. But let me be clear, I'm only responsible for luring the octopus over. The rest of the fight is up to you. Don't let me lure it over just for you to let it go again." At this point, Codename 7 also spoke up. "Captain Jing, as long as you lure it over, we'll have traps set, split the battlefield, block signals, and completely trap it." Yang Yang said, "Once the octopus is gone, we'll handle the battlefield here. After all, the show must go on." Jingshu smiled and replied in the group, "Give me 5 minutes." Mairui saw Jingshu sitting calmly, then suddenly get up to leave, and couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Darlene translated. Jingshu didn't even look back. "I'm going to capture your boss alive and roast octopus." Mairui's jaw dropped. Was this woman crazy? Although many in the group were curious about what method Jingshu would use to lure the giant octopus, no one asked further. They just waited quietly. Jingshu, meanwhile, took out several types of energy crystals, packing them into different mudfish bodies. For dark creatures, the thing they loved most and couldn't resist was dark energy, but each dark creature had its own preference. For example, Zhao Wei survived being bitten in half by the mother bug only because she devoured a black energy crystal. She was especially drawn to black energy and wanted to keep absorbing it. Cockroaches, on the other hand, loved green energy crystals. Since she didn't know what the octopus liked, Jing Shu took out every type. Then she brought out her big weapon, a full 100 drops of spiritual spring water sealed in glass bottles. The sheer energy made Jing Shu feel comfortable all over. No creature could resist the lure of spiritual spring water. Of course, with her cautious nature, Jing Shu made sure everything was insured. She added several iron chains as conduits, so even if the mudfish were swallowed by the octopus, the crystals and spring water could instantly return to her Rubik's Cube space. Release. Retrieve. After a few tests to make sure it worked, Jing Shu changed into a wetsuit and lay on a mudfish. Everything was ready. Jing Shu personally led several mudfish into the sea, following from a distance. It didn't even take 5 minutes. When Jing Shu released the bait about 100 meters from the octopus, it paused for a few seconds. Just as Jing Shu frowned, the rampaging octopus suddenly charged straight at her. Run! Jing Shu had the mudfish turn and flee. She couldn't go too fast or the octopus would get suspicious, but she couldn't go too slow either. The octopus was fast, and if she sped up only when it got close, that would be suspicious too. So she had to calculate the speed from the start. The battlefield had been one-sided, with the octopus sinking 7 or 8 ships, hiding deep underwater where even shells couldn't reach. Now that it left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 2 kilometers, Jing Shu slowed down and the octopus paused. It seemed to want to return to the battlefield, but Jing Shu wouldn't allow it, so she had the mudfish slow down even more. Sure enough, seeing the dark energy so close, the octopus lunged, going all out and wrapping its tentacles around. This time, the mudfish didn't dodge. Crunch, crunch. They were chewed to bits, the tentacles sucking them up. At the same time, all the energy vanished, instantly returning to Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space. Zzz! The octopus let out a high-pitched screech as if roaring in anger. But it was too late. It was surrounded. Codename 7's expression was complicated. He knew Jing Shu must have used something good to lure the octopus. He'd even felt a wave of energy that made his whole body tingle with pleasure, a craving from the soul. But in an instant, the energy disappeared. Encircle it! Set the traps! Four Eyes, burn off its tentacles first. The sea shook violently. Jing Shu just watched the superhumans fight from afar. She saw that the octopus had a human head on top, only the head was left after being devoured. Sigh, what a battle of gods. These new humans are too scary. I'm just an ordinary human, better keep my distance. What if I get hurt by accident? After watching for a while, Jing Shu led her tens of thousands of mudfish bodyguards away. After all, as an ordinary person, all she could do was control hundreds of thousands of mudfish, snakes, bugs, ants, and rats. Just little tricks. Nothing impressive. Oh right, don't waste those burned or chopped off octopus tentacles. Go, pick up every last one. So, while Codename 7 and the others fought the octopus, Jing Shu leisurely picked up the scraps in the back. Pretty good teamwork. With the super-strong octopus lured away, the scene was much easier to control. Yang had a list of all the pirate ships and their affiliations. Maybe not 100% accurate, but close enough. Kuhlman gets 10 ships. That should attract plenty of fish. Oh, Winter is based in Hans? Good. Give them 30 ships. What did you say? We actually got 30 ships worth of loot? Winter's voice rose in disbelief. He'd come late to the game and hadn't expected much, and all the small fry had either run or disappeared. He'd thought getting 10 ships would be great, but after losing 2 ships to the octopus, how did they end up with 30 ships worth of loot? What a pleasant surprise. Could it be that his subordinates had finally gotten smart for once? But the subordinates were speechless. After a long pause, one of them said, "We don't really know, boss. It felt like the supply ships just came to us on their own. Honestly, who would risk their life just for a job? When things started looking bad, all of them were actually ready to run. After all, they had to work during the day and then work overtime at night to help the boss hit his KPIs. Who would want that? So when they saw how ferocious the giant octopus was, they were already prepared to bolt. The boss said to get 10 ships, but they figured just getting one would be enough to report back. But who could have guessed? As they ran ahead, the supply ships followed right behind, practically forcing them to take them. Wait, that's not right, the subordinate realized. Even if the supply ships came to them, they couldn't make themselves sound so useless. So he quickly added, maybe they were being chased by other pirates, so we just happened to scoop them up. We quickly seized all the supply ships. Winter was very satisfied. That explanation made sense. He patted his subordinate. Set sail for Hans immediately. Once we get there, sell everything off. At the same time, the same thing was happening on other pirate ships. Everyone suddenly found themselves with extra supply ships. With everyone holding loot, what was the point of fighting? They grabbed the goods and ran. Within 10 minutes, the once chaotic sea split into many groups, each disappearing in a different direction. Only a few small fry were left, and by the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Their ships were commandeered. Meanwhile, Jingshu, still dripping wet, returned to her cabin and ran into the returning Snake Woman. The two locked eyes. Snake Woman screamed, My Rui, weren't you supposed to watch her? How is she here? Did she go into the sea too? My Rui stood up from the soft bed in the cabin, expressionless. Looks like you still don't realize what's happened. You stupid woman, coming back to the ship is just walking into a trap. What trap? Damn it, I just ran into several powerful new humans. They almost killed me. The boss was supposed to be in charge. Why did he suddenly disappear? And the rest of our brothers, they're all dead. We need to escape. At that moment, a dwarf, Iron Hammer, climbed up from below deck. Myrui's mouth twitched in a mocking smile. The two of them could have escaped, but they just had to come back. Clap, 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 applause echoed. From the shadows of the cabin, a young man in black boots and pants stepped out, speaking perfect Chinese. It was Yang Yang, here to regroup. Not bad. Didn't expect the stragglers to come back. How Yunlai, you didn't catch them? How Yunlai also climbed up, looked at Jingshu and said, The captain said to keep these two alive. Tank squeezed in from outside, excitedly waving his fists. This little dwarf is strong. Let him spar with me later? I couldn't even knock him out with one punch. Jingshu saw that most of her team was back. Four Eyes was with codename 7 handling the octopus. Zhang Lang, Long Menzhen, and Zhao Wei were off stealing from the military base. She dried herself with a towel and said, Keep these two alive. They're still useful. Darlene asked them, Do they want a very painful death or a very painful life? Yang Yang couldn't help but twitch. Jingshu, with a choice like that, they might as well just die. Seeing so many people appear, Snake Woman and Iron Hammer realized what was happening and tried to escape. But Tank instantly grabbed the dwarf, and Hao Yunlai pinned down Snake Woman. Snake Woman, seeing Mai Rui's calmness, shouted angrily, Mai Rui, you traitor! How dare you betray us? When the boss comes back, he'll kill you. Don't forget what organization we are. Stupid woman, still talking? It's too late to understand now. Suddenly, a crazed woman jumped out of the darkness, covered in bite wounds and festering sores. She grabbed Snake Woman and started beating her. It was Nanan, tortured nearly to death, finally getting her chance for revenge. Jingshu frowned. Enough. Hao Yunlai, restrain Nanan too and hand her over to old Zhou later. I don't dare use someone like her again. Hao Yunlai pinned Nanan with one hand. Nanan shouted in disbelief. Jingshu, why are you arresting me? Haven't you done enough to me? Are you going to kill me too? Jingshu sneered. I wouldn't dare kill you, but what you did yesterday was serious treason. I'll hand you over to old Zhou, lock her in the ship's basement so she can't cause trouble. After dealing with Nanan, Hao Yunlai chained up Snake Woman and Iron Hammer with special iron locks. The group sat in the cabin and gave a quick report. Only then did Snake Woman and Iron Hammer realize, this woman isn't the Chinese fool's daughter at all? Mai Rui gave a bitter smile. They're the infamous pirates everyone's been talking about. Ruthless, merciless, everything they have is stolen. Iron Hammer could hardly believe it. He stammered, So now they've given away all these ships and supplies? What does it mean? Are they just giving it away for free? Snake Woman glared at the foolish dwarf. They're using it as bait to catch bigger fish, obviously. Mairui, why aren't you tied up? Did you betray us? Mairui gave a look of utter defeat. That woman poisoned me. If I disobey, I die. Give up. Our boss probably isn't coming back, but we still have to survive. I saw her lure the boss away with my own eyes. Snake Woman fell silent, then asked, "The stuff in the base, has it been exposed?" Mairui snorted. "What do you think? These people are terrifyingly strong." Soon, Mairui left the holding room and went up to the main cabin, humbly reporting, "They've all surrendered and are willing to reveal everything they know." That was the organization's secret. Jingshu patted Mairui. "Well done. Look, your military base is here. Let's go check out the new base." A new base? What did that mean? That military base was a place where Mairui, Snake Woman, and the other core members had been since the very beginning, from choosing the site to converting villas into warehouses, building power towers, and more. It was all built up bit by them. They'd expected that, once discovered, the place would be a mess, or maybe destroyed in a battle, or at least. But what they never expected was that, when they returned to the base, it would look like this. The base was quiet and peaceful, as if nothing had happened at all. The guards on the towers were still scrolling on their phones, and the patrolling sentries were yawning as they walked by. When their bus returned, just as it had left, the base staff didn't even check it, just waved them through. But inside the bus, except for Mairui and a few others, everyone had been swapped out. Snake Woman was still puzzled. This base doesn't look any different from before. But Iron Hammer noticed something was off. Mairui gave a bitter smile. The whole base underground had been dug into countless tunnels. There probably wasn't much left in terms of supplies, but somehow the rest of the base hadn't noticed. But Mairui asked cautiously, "Why are we coming back here?" Jingshu smiled calmly. "To regroup, take inventory, and ask you if there's anything left that we missed. Let's go." Jingshu and Yang Yang had already split up, and she only brought Hao Yunlai and a few others. Jingshu checked the time. "Let's go. There's just over an hour until the next shift change. That's when we'll probably be discovered, so we don't have much time." Snake Woman and Iron Hammer were still confused, but when they reached the passage to the underground where Jingshu had slept the night before and entered the underground kingdom, they finally understood what new base meant. The underground tunnels had expanded overnight. Even Mairui was shocked. Last night there were only a few tunnels, but today the whole network was bigger, with many more branches. This is the new base? Iron Hammer swallowed hard, wanting to ask when these tunnels were dug but held back. Jingshu followed the map and first went to Snake Woman's quarters, where there was a snake den with hundreds of snakes, many eggs, and some snake-like monsters. Snake Woman was researching a new dark creature, injecting things extracted from her own blood into the snakes to see what kind of monsters would mutate. She'd been an ordinary woman, but after falling into a nest of mutant black snakes while searching for food after the apocalypse, she miraculously survived and became one with the snakes. That's why Jingshu spared her. Snake Woman herself might not be strong, but her blood was worth studying. At the very least, she could be used to raise more snakes. In the apocalypse, anything related to food or survival should be developed to the fullest. In the tunnels, Jingshu ran into Pothead and Wenjun. Wenjun was keeping the accounts while Xiao Wei was curiously inspecting the supplies in the tunnels. The whole underground was bustling, like an army of ants moving house. The newcomers were stunned. If they thought their own new humans were impressive, these Chinese were on another level. Just looking at Xiao Wei's monstrous form made them shudder. And the tunnels were crawling with bugs, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.